I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. What thoughts occupy your mind daily? Hurry and put on your clothes. Mina felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her head as she hurriedly dressed herself once more. In his heart, Viserys mused, for the sake of long-term happiness, perhaps it is wise to wait a while longer at most. It will only be a year. Nervousness caused Mina to take 3 minutes to complete what should have been a 1-minute task. Your Highness. The tremor in the girl's voice betrayed her anxiety. Take a deep breath. Seeing the adorably bewildered maid, Viserys felt a mix of exasperation and concern. He suspected that Mina had diverted the nutrients meant for her brain's development to other parts of her body, resulting in her somewhat foolish demeanor. This is the third time you have failed to immediately obey my command. Mina, I hope this is the final instance. You are my servant, and regardless of the nature of my commands, you are expected to execute them unconditionally, whether they are orders or inquiries. Now, I shall repeat myself. Begin taking deep breaths at once. Mina lowered her head and complied. After a minute of deep breathing, Mina regained her composure, her hands and feet returning to her control. Viserys nodded in satisfaction, then turned to face the full-length mirror, raising both arms outward. Come, dress me. Chapter 2. The fanfiction of a pirated website. The handsome, silver-haired youth, Viserys, donned in resplendent attire with the assistance of his maid Mina, stepped out of his chamber with a complex expression. As he proceeded to the dining hall alongside Mina, his gaze remained fixed ahead, ostensibly admiring the beautiful seascape. In truth, his vision was focused on a blue light screen only he could perceive. Name, Viserys Targaryen. Age, 11. Combat Power Index, 5 with an average adult male at 10. Occupation, God of Dragons, not yet activated. Current dimension, born into the world of the novel Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon. Bonded dragon, none. Bonded female, none. Unlocked plot up to Chapter 2. This was his personal panel, akin to a powerful artifact. This realm did not originate from the esteemed works of George R.R. Martin, but rather from a fanfiction titled Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon, hosted on a pirated website. His unique ability allowed him to glimpse this modified version of the copyrighted fanfiction across time and space. However, this power came with significant limitations. He could not view the entire plot at once, but rather only 2 chapters per day, preventing him from comprehending the subsequent developments of this pirated narrative. Viserys had only vaguely watched the television adaptation of Game of Thrones in his previous life and had never read Martin's original work. In this new life, Viserys possessed nothing more than this abilitino encyclopedic artificial intelligence. No quest rewarding systems, nor a wise old mentor to impart his lifelong skills. With a silent sigh, Viserys considered his circumstances. On the bright side, given the title of this pirated novel, Legend of the Dragon, it was highly probable that the narrative would feature a protagonist who mindlessly dominated and slaughtered his foes. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found someone already waiting for him. Standing at the head of the dining table was Mordred, captain of the Targaryen royal guard and Viserys' martial mentor, age 38. With a robust physique exceeding 6 feet tall, a sword capable of cleaving iron at his waist, and a weathered countenance, this man exuded an aura of invincibility. While Viserys could not access the specific data of his martial instructor's panel, he was certain that Mordred's combat power index exceeded 30, perhaps even reaching 50 or higher. Not long ago, Viserys had witnessed Mordred single-handedly dispatch an entire squad of 10 assassins sent to kill them from the moment Mordred drew his sword to the annihilation of all foes. It had taken less than 3 minutes. Good morning, Your Highness. Good morning, teacher. After exchanging greetings, Viserys shifted his gaze to the left side of the table. There sat his younger sister, Daenerys Targaryen, with a striking resemblance to him, silver hair and violet blue eyes. At this early point in the timeline, Daenerys was not yet the formidable dragon queen with an array of titles, but merely a 3-year-old child. Brother, hug me. Upon seeing Viserys, Daenerys extended her chubby arms toward him. At this juncture, although Viserys had begun his flight from danger, he had not yet truly suffered and continued to live a life of luxury and comfort. Thus, his character had not yet warped. He was not yet the future man who would brazenly speak of the wrath of the sleeping dragon while cruelly mistreating his sister. Currently, the bond between Viserys and Daenerys was strong, as they were each other's last remaining family in this world. Of course, in this new life, Viserys would not become the worthless beggar king who sought validation solely through his sister. Princess Daenerys, please mind your posture. Just as Viserys reached out to embrace his charming sister, he was interrupted by Mordred's voice. Even when addressing the esteemed princess, the man maintained his stern demeanor. Daenerys immediately flinched, retracting her tiny hands. Yet Viserys would not be so easily deterred. Do not be so serious. Teacher Daenerys is still just a child. Saying this, he confidently scooped Daenerys into his arms, sitting in her designated seat, with Daenerys naturally perched upon his lap. The soft warmth of his sister nestled against him, accompanied by a comforting scent, lifted his spirits. Your Highness, though the situation is dire, royal etiquette must not be neglected. During mealtime, you ought to. Teacher. Viserys raised his voice intentionally, cutting Mordred off. He remained seated, gently cradling his sister, yet his eyes were sharply fixed on Mordred. My name is Viserys Targaryen. With this simple assertion, he reminded the man of their differing statuses. Despite the Targaryen dynasty having been overthrown by rebels, and despite being a fallen prince, the distinction between sovereign and subject remained. A subject may offer counsel, but once a sovereign has made a decision, the subject's duty is to obey unconditionally. Viserys, considering the man's dignity, refrained from articulating these thoughts fully, trusting that Mordred, as the trusted old retainer designated by his mother, would understand. He comprehended the essence of his expression. Mordred did not immediately retreat, nor did he launch a sudden attack. Instead, he silently gazed at Viserys. The moment he felt the weight of the other's gaze upon him, Viserys experienced a profound tremor within, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Yet, he did not falter regardless of the turmoil within. His exterior remained composed, reminiscent of a sovereign born to rule. The two exchanged glances, their eyes clashing like fire and frost in a fierce duel. This confrontation was not merely about the correctness of etiquette in that moment, but also a struggle for the voice of authority within the team henceforth. The surrounding maidens, including Mina, fell into a hushed silence, utterly at a loss. On one side stood the esteemed prince, while on the other loomed the formidable captain of the guard. Neither were these mere Karami, capable of provoking. The stalemate persisted for over a minute, ultimately concluding with Mordred's concession. I shall adhere to your will, Your Highness. Mordred inclined slightly in a gesture of respect, his tone devoid of any dissatisfaction. In fact, it carried a hint of relief. You have grown, my prince, that I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. What on earth are you thinking about all day? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Mina felt an overwhelming sense of shame, lowering her head and hastily redressing herself. In his mind, Viserys lamented, for the sake of long-term happiness, perhaps I should wait a bit longer. It's only a matter of a year at most. Due to her anxiety, the process that should have taken merely a minute took Mina a full 3 minutes to complete. Your Highness. The girl's voice trembled slightly. Take a deep breath. Huh? Observing the cute yet bewildered maid, Viserys felt a mix of exasperation and concern. He suspected that Mina had diverted nutrients meant for her brain's development to other parts of her body, resulting in her somewhat foolish demeanor. This is the third time. This is your third failure to obey my command immediately, Mina. I sincerely hope it will be the last. You are my attendant regardless of the nature of the command. You must execute it unconditionally upon hearing it, whether it is an order or a question. Once more, I command you, commence deep breathing at once. Mina nodded and complied. A minute later, having relaxed through deep breathing, Mina regained her composure and control over her limbs. Viserys nodded in satisfaction, then turned to face the full-length mirror, raising both arms outward. Come, dress me. Chapter 2. The fanfiction of a pirated website. The strikingly handsome, silver-haired youth Viserys, having donned exquisite attire under the service of the maid Mina, stepped out of his chamber with a complex expression. As he walked toward the dining hall alongside Mina, his gaze remained fixed ahead, appearing as if he were admiring the breathtaking ocean view. In truth, his attention was directed toward a blue luminescent screen visible only to him. Name, Viserys Targaryen. Age, 11 years. Combat Power Index, 5 compared to an ordinary adult male's 10. Occupation, God of Dragons, not yet activated. World, born into the universe of the novel Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon. Bonded Dragon, none. Bonded Female, none. Unlocked Story 2, Chapter 2. This was his personal panel, akin to a golden finger. This world did not originate from the esteemed Mr. Martin's original work, but rather from a pirated novel titled Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon, found on a dubious website. His golden finger allowed him to glimpse this heavily modified fanfiction across time and space. However, this ability bore significant limitations. He could not access the entire storyline at once, only unlocking 2 chapters per day. This constraint left him unaware of the subsequent plot developments, and in his previous life he had only skimmed through the television adaptation of Game of Thrones, never having read Mr. Martin's original text. In this new life, Viserys possessed nothing more than this no artificial intelligence capable of conversing encyclopedically, no system offering task rewards, nor a wise elder imparting his lifelong skills. Viserys sighed silently. On a brighter note, given that this pirated novel was titled The Legend of the Dragon, it was likely to feature a protagonist who mindlessly rampaged through adversaries, was it not? Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found someone already awaiting his presence. Standing at the head of the dining table was Mordred, the captain of the Targaryen royal guard and Viserys' martial arts instructor, age 38. With a robust physique, towering over 6 feet, he bore a sword capable of slicing through iron, his weathered face telling tales of hardship. This man exuded an aura of invincibility. Although Viserys lacked a system to witness his mentor's precise statistics, he was confident that Mordred's combat power index exceeded 30, possibly even reaching 50 or higher. Not long ago, Viserys had witnessed Mordred single-handedly annihilate an entire squad of 10 pursuers. From the moment he drew his sword to the complete obliteration of all foes, it had taken no more than 3 minutes. "Good day, Your Highness." "Good day, teacher." After exchanging greetings, Viserys shifted his gaze to the left side of the table. There sat his younger sister, Daenerys Targaryen, who bore a striking resemblance to him, silver hair and violet blue eyes. Of course, the timeline was still early. Daenerys was not yet the formidable dragon rider adorned with an array of titles, but merely a 3-year-old child. "Brother, hug me." Upon seeing Viserys, Daenerys extended her arms toward him. At this point in time, although Viserys had begun his flight from danger, he had not truly suffered and continued to live a life of luxury. Thus, Viserys' character had not yet warped. He was not yet the future villain who would cruelly harm his sister while boasting of the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Currently, the bond between Viserys and Daenerys was strong, as they were the last remaining family members in this world. Naturally, Viserys, having crossed over, would not become a feeble beggar king who sought validation through his sister alone. "Princess Daenerys, please mind your decorum." Just as Viserys reached out to embrace his adorably innocent sister, Mordred's voice interrupted. Even when addressing the noble princess, the man maintained his stern demeanor. Daenerys flinched, retracting her hands immediately. However, Viserys was not one to relent easily. "Do not be so serious. Teacher Daenerys is still just a child." With that, he confidently embraced Daenerys fully, settling her in his lap as he took her intended seat. Daenerys, naturally, found herself seated upon her brother's lap. The softness of his sister nestled against him, accompanied by the comforting scent of milk and a subtle fragrance, brought him immense joy. "Your Highness, although the situation is dire, the royal etiquette must not be neglected. During mealtime, you ought to." "Teacher." Viserys raised his voice deliberately, cutting off Mordred's continued admonition. He did not rise from his seat, his arms still tenderly wrapped around his sister, yet his gaze was sharp and unwavering upon Mordred. "My name is Viserys Targaryen." Simply stating his name served as a reminder of their differing statuses. Even though the Targaryen dynasty had been overthrown by rebels, and he was merely a fallen prince of a lost kingdom, the distinction between ruler and subject remained. A subject may offer counsel to a sovereign, but once the monarch has made a decision, the subject's duty is to obey unconditionally. Viserys, mindful of Mordred's dignity, refrained from voicing these thoughts outright. He trusted that Mordred, as the trustworthy elder designated by his mother, would understand. He comprehended the essence of what was being conveyed. Mordred did not immediately withdraw, nor did he erupt in aggression. Instead, he silently regarded Viserys. At the moment he was fixated upon, Viserys felt a jolt of trepidation, as though he were the prey of a ferocious beast. Yet, he did not falter regardless of the turmoil within. He maintained an air of composure, reminiscent of a sovereign born to rule. The two locked eyes, their gazes clashing like fire and frost in a fierce duel. This confrontation was not merely a contest of etiquette at present, but also a struggle for the future authority within the group. The surrounding maidens, including Mina, fell into a hushed silence, rendered speechless and uncertain. One side was a prince of noble lineage, while the other was a formidable captain of the guard. Neither party could be trifled with by their insignificant selves. The stalemate endured for over a minute, ultimately concluding with Mordred's concession. "I shall heed your will, Your Highness." Mordred offered a slight bow, his tone devoid of any discontent, even tinged with a hint of satisfaction. How much you have grown, my prince. Chapter 3. The foolish mother of dragons following the confrontation between Viserys and Mordred, which concluded with the latter's retreat. The atmosphere within the dining hall once again transformed into one of joy. Viserys raised his hand slightly to summon the serving maids, who promptly sprang into action,
presenting an array of steaming, sumptuous dishes. As he gazed upon the lavish spread before him, Viserys could not help but lament the corruption inherent in noble life. Nevertheless,
he harbored no disdain for it. Although he had been reduced to a prince without a kingdom, his daily comforts still far surpassed those of 99 of the common folk in the world. The royal vessel, designed to facilitate the escape of the brother and sister, was crafted using the most advanced technology of the era. It boasted 3 decks above and 2 below, making a total of 5 levels, each spacious enough to accommodate at least 2 basketball courts. On board, there were over 100 individuals, including the royal guard, chefs, maids, and sailors, all dedicated to serving the esteemed siblings. The ship was well stocked with fresh water, fine wines, ingredients, spices, and medicines. However, given their current circumstances, the opulence of the past, where a table laden with dishes would see much of its bounty discarded after a mere taste, was no longer feasible. Thus, after the royal siblings finished their meals, the remaining scraps would be generously bestowed upon the members of the royal guard, represented by Mordred, and the maids, represented by Mina. "Brother, feed me," Daenerys said, her cherubic face eager. Viserys took a golden-edged spoon, scooped up a portion of steamed egg custard, and after blowing on it twice to ensure it was not too hot for the child, gently brought it to Daenerys' cherry-red lips. She eagerly opened her mouth and consumed it, her crescent-shaped smile radiating pure joy. "Brother, you are so good to me," she cooed, her lips forming an adorable pout. Viserys leaned down and affectionately nudged her small nose with his own. "Of course, who else would I be good to if not you? You are my only sister. Hee. Brother, I like you so much. I like you too, my Daenerys." The sight of the siblings sharing a meal at the same table, clearly disregarding the expected royal decorum, would have typically raised eyebrows. Yet, in light of the earlier events, no one dared to voice disapproval of their unorthodox behavior. After 5 minutes, Viserys had a thought and turned to Mordred, who stood vigilantly beside them. "Master, please join us for dinner. There's an empty seat right across from me." He gestured to the place that had originally been reserved for himself. Stubborn and loyal, Mordred's immediate response was to refuse. "Your Highness, that would not be proper. You and Princess Daenerys hold esteemed positions, and as your subordinate, I lack the right to dine at the same table." Viserys shook his head. "Firstly, you are my teacher, not merely a subordinate or subject. Secondly, I wish to share breakfast with you. This is both my invitation and my command." During our recent confrontation, Mordred graciously retreated before all, thereby reinforcing the nobility of the crown. In reciprocation, Viserys must extend his goodwill to this loyal captain of the guard, who has steadfastly protected the safety of his siblings. Simultaneously, this serves to convey a vital truth. Both thunder and rain are gifts of the sovereign. Seeing that His Highness the Prince remains resolute, even the usually stoic Mordred displayed a hint of a smile. With a heart full of gratitude, he approached the table and took a seat opposite, saying, "I humbly accept your Highness's generosity." Viserys waved his hand dismissively and continued to scoop a morsel of delicacy into his sister's mouth. It was not until the meal concluded that Viserys released his embrace around his sister's petite frame. Subsequently, Daenerys departed with her devoted handmaiden, while Viserys returned to his chamber. Following a series of unremarkable exchanges, he sent his personal maid Mina away and sat alone at the writing desk in his room. Before him lay an open tome titled The History of the Nobility of Westeros. Of course, this was merely a fade. In truth, he was engrossed in the first and second chapters of a pirated fanfiction titled Legend of the Dragon Overlord on a blue screen. Although only 2 chapters long, they were quite substantial in word count. The first chapter contained a staggering 20,000 words, while the second surpassed 15,000, totaling 36,000 words, equivalent to the content of 18 typical chapters. The narrative commenced with Viserys and Daenerys embarking on a maritime escape aboard a royal galleon, detailing their life at sea in a rather mundane, diary-like prose. On the first day, the protagonist Viserys awoke, dressed, had breakfast, read, played cards, and exercised with Mordred, each activity meticulously chronicled. If the detailed account of the first day was an attempt by the author to enhance immersion, the subsequent days continued with an equally exhaustive recounting, purely for the sake of padding the word count. The tale was tedious and lackluster, devoid of any literary grace, making it a burdensome read. Yet, Viserys persevered, absorbing each word without omission. For him, it was a matter of survival, akin to a prophetic scripture. He could not afford to overlook any detail or hint. Otherwise, he and those around him would face dire consequences. From another perspective, compared to the often vague and cryptic prophecies, this legend of the dragon overlord was relatively benevolent. 20 minutes later, having finished the first chapter of 20,000 words, Viserys found no remarkable insights. He rose and requested Mina to bring him a glass of clean drinking water. After soothing his throat, he continued to read. According to the novel's depiction, on the 10th night after setting sail, Daenerys would succumb to a peculiar illness, her body ablaze with fever, and her skin would shimmer with what resembled fragments of diamonds. In the narrative, the maid who vigilantly watched over Daenerys immediately noticed the princess's discomfort and hurriedly summoned the ship's physician for treatment. Yet, no method could alleviate Daenerys' affliction, and as time progressed, her condition worsened. By the latter half of the night, Daenerys had even lost consciousness, unresponsive to her brother Viserys' desperate calls. Teetering on the brink of death, it was not until the approach of dawn that the anxious protagonist Viserys, in a twist of fate, accidentally cut his arm, allowing his blood to mix with Daenerys's. This act somewhat subdued her illness. Realizing the efficacy of his blood, Viserys gritted his teeth against the pain and offered a bowl of his own blood for his sister to drink, thus pulling Daenerys back from the precipice of death. Although her life was saved, the treatment had come too late, leaving her with significant aftereffects. Daenerys' intellect and psyche would forever remain stunted at the age of 3. In other words, in the original work by Lord Martin, the formidable mother of dragons would, in the second chapter of this pirated fanfiction, be reduced to a fool. Such a drastic alteration is quite considerable. Chapter 4. The Night of Fate's Shift, however, for Viserys in the present moment, this was more than sufficient. He exhaled deeply, closing the blue screen. He calculated the time. It had been exactly 10 days since they embarked on the royal vessel. This meant that tonight, his sister Daenerys would be afflicted by an inexplicable illness, rendering her a simpleton despite any medicinal remedy. Yet, since Viserys had foreseen the future, he would ensure that such an event would not transpire. Setting aside the potential strength and assistance the future mother of dragons could offer him, he had already grown fond of his adorably charming sister during their mealtime together. He could not allow her to suffer. He wondered if it was merely his imagination. But he felt that today, Mordred seemed more earnest than he remembered, with an increased intensity in training, although the difficulty had escalated. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion and complications, Viserys gritted his teeth and completed all training tasks with excellence. Unbeknownst to him, Mordred had indeed amplified the training load today, approximately 15 times greater than before. The reason was not vengeance for past grievances against the prince, but rather the recognition of growth and hope within him. As the prince's character has matured, so too must his physical training not be neglected. Your Highness, you must strive to grow swiftly. I eagerly await the day when you will restore the Targaryen dynasty and reign over the world once more. Observing Viserys dragging his weary form back, limping slightly, Mordred felt a pang of sentiment in his heart. Soon, dinner time arrived. During their time at sea, Viserys and Daenerys had been consuming 2 meals a day, breakfast in the morning and dinner in the evening. This was not due to a lack of provisions aboard the ship, but rather because 2 meals were sufficient to satiate the hunger of the 2 siblings, still in their youth. Just as during breakfast, Viserys cradled his sister in his arms, and they shared a single chair for their evening repast. After reaching a satisfactory state of fullness, he set down his utensils and gently took a white cloth from the table, tenderly wiping the grease from Daenerys' cheek. You little glutton, look at you, with food all over your face. Daenerys, would you like to sleep with your brother tonight? Sleep together? She replied, her bright eyes blinking curiously as she gnawed on her finger for a moment. If that's the case, can you hold me while we sleep? Indeed, I can hold you as you drift off, and before you close your eyes, I shall regale you with tales of wonder. Yea, fairy tales. I want to sleep with my brother. Thus, the siblings naturally transitioned from their separate sleeping arrangements to sharing a bed. Mordred, upon hearing this decision, furrowed his brow but ultimately chose not to voice any objections. The others, noting Mordred's silence, were even less inclined to speak up. Viserys harbored no inappropriate thoughts. His intention was simply to be able to promptly notice any abnormalities in his sister and provide care. Perhaps, there was a slight desire for a soft, fragrant human pillow. For 3-year-old Daenerys was undeniably adorable. In just 2 meals, Viserys had fallen in love with the sensation of holding his sister close. After their meal,
Viserys took Daenerys' tiny hand and strolled around the ship, enjoying a leisurely walk to aid digestion. On the deck, Daenerys spread her arms wide, her face beaming with joy.
Leaning against her brother, Viserys held her securely under her arms, shielding her from the strong winds on the deck. Their posture bore a striking resemblance to the iconic scene between Jack and Rose in the film Titanic. Yet the 8-year age difference rendered this moment less romantic and infused it with a sense of innocence and familial warmth. As night fell, the sky was clear, a perfect evening devoid of clouds. The crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the surface of the sea as if it were draped in a layer of glistening silk. In the bedroom of Daenerys, her brother Viserys and she had retired to bed early after their baths. Viserys held a large illustrated storybook in his hands, while his beloved sister nestled comfortably in his embrace, eagerly awaiting him to read the unfamiliar words from the pages. However, Viserys had his own thoughts. Once upon a time, there was a magical school named Hogwarts. Brother, how long ago was that? Daenerys inquired innocently. Long ago, my dear sister Daenerys, long before you graced this world. Oh. Daenerys nodded, half understanding. Viserys gently stroked her head and continued the tale. In the enchanting world of Hogwarts, there was a young girl named Hermione Granger, who was both diligent and wise. As Viserys' voice ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the story, time slipped by swiftly. By around 9 o'clock in the evening, Daenerys had fallen into a peaceful slumber in her brother's arms. Viserys closed the storybook, adjusted his position to a more comfortable one, and lay down, tucking himself under the covers. He simply held his sister close, keeping his eyes open, waiting for the moment when Daenerys would, as described in the novel, suddenly fall ill. On either side of the bed, Viserys left 2 lamps lit, their soft candlelight casting a warm glow in conjunction with the nightlight stone on the bedside table, dispelling the darkness that enveloped their room. Within reach on the nightstand lay an exquisite dagger, his tool for drawing his own blood. The moment Daenerys fell ill, he intended to be the first to offer his blood to her, urging her to swallow it. Ticking away, about an hour and a half passed. Due to the increase in training, Viserys was now utterly fatigued, the weight of sleep pressing upon him. His head bobbed slightly, on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, Daenerys' small body convulsed with an unexpected surge of energy. Viserys' eyes widened in alarm, all traces of sleep vanishing. Chapter 5. Together. For a lifetime, Daenerys' petite form erupted with an immense power. Her body temperature soared, and her formerly delicate, rosy skin glimmered with luminescent speckles, as if an infinite light was about to burst forth from within her. She resembled a holy light bomb on the verge of explosion. Brother, I feel so hot. Daenerys moaned, unconsciously writhing as her small hands instinctively sought to remove her clothing, yearning for relief from the heat. Indeed, it was just as the novels had described. Alas, this confirmed that she had not traversed into the world of Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire, but rather into a version of the Game of Thrones world crafted by an unknown, unscrupulous author. Seeing this, the prepared Viserys swiftly turned to grasp the dagger at his side. With a sharp sound, the glint of a blade was revealed to the air. The luminous stone cast a cold light upon it, causing the edge to reflect a chilling sheen. He took a deep breath and pressed the dagger against the tip of his left index finger. Thanks to the vigor of his youthful body, his heartbeat pulsed with extraordinary strength. As the skin was pierced, crimson blood surged forth. Before the droplets could fall, Viserys swiftly pressed his finger to his sister's lips. Daenerys, open your mouth, and brother will give you something delightful to drink. Despite the sharp sting radiating from the wound, he maintained a gentle tone in front of his sister. Once you drink this, you will feel much better. It will bring you comfort. Sensing the metallic scent of blood near her, Daenerys instinctively wrinkled her small nose, then obediently opened her mouth, allowing her brother's finger to slip inside. Like an infant suckling from its mother, the 3-year-old girl eagerly consumed her brother's crimson essence. The moment the blood entered Daenerys' body, her temperature plummeted, and the flickering glow around her dimmed. Seeing her condition stabilize, Viserys withdrew his finger, retrieving the prepared gauze and alcohol to disinfect and bandage his wound, preventing any potential infection. However, before he could apply the alcohol, Daenerys' radiance reignited, and her temperature began to rise once more. With no alternative, Viserys once again extended his finger into his sister's mouth, using his own lifeblood to quell her affliction. Time passed, and with each minute, more and more blood flowed from Viserys to Daenerys, who absorbed it fully. Throughout this process, her constitution improved, purifying steadily. This continued for a full 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Daenerys voluntarily released her grip on her brother's finger, letting out a satisfied burp, akin to a baby sated with milk. Yet, unlike the sweet aroma of a child's burp, hers bore the coppery scent of blood. Should an unsuspecting passerby witness Daenerys in this state, they might easily mistake her for a mythical vampire. Once satiated, The little Daenerys opened her eyes to behold her brother's pale visage. Even a child, oblivious to the world, could sense his current frailty. "Brother, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" Daenerys exclaimed, her concern palpable. Viserys caressed her smooth cheek. "Seeing you safe brings me peace. But brother, how have you become like this? What has happened?" Upon seeing his sister's concern, he did not conceal the truth from her. He recounted the events in a manner that was simple and comprehensible. It was not in his nature to perform good deeds anonymously, nor was there any reason to hide the truth, as it was not something shameful. Of course, regarding matters of the novel, he employed a phrase more befitting his Targaryen lineage: dragon dreams. Dragon dreams are a unique gift of House Targaryen, allowing one to foresee certain events in dreams, though these visions are often vague and prone to misinterpretation. In essence, one might liken dragon dreams to a form of prophetic magic. Tears of pure anguish surged forth from her eyes. "Brother, I beg you, do not die. Do not leave me. You promised to stay with Daenerys forever. You cannot break your word." The unfortunate girl had already lost her father, Aerys, her mother, Riella, and her elder brother, Rhaegar, among a host of other beloved family members. From being the cherished little princess of the realm, she had fallen to the status of a hunted refugee from a fallen dynasty. Her brother was her last remaining kin in this world, her final pillar of emotional support. Daenerys could not bear the thought of losing him. "Foolish girl, why are you crying? Brother has merely lost a bit of blood. It's nothing serious. As long as you eat well, drink well, and rest well for the next few days, I will recover swiftly." "Really? Indeed. When have I ever deceived you? Do you still doubt me?" "I believe you, brother." Viserys swiftly bandaged his wounds and wiped away the tears from his sister's cheeks, then playfully poked her in the eye. "Though this may be a wound, to me it is a badge of courage. It signifies that I have successfully rescued my beloved sister from the clutches of death." Daenerys nodded earnestly, leaning into her brother's embrace. "I want to be with you forever. Do you comprehend what forever means at your age?" Daenerys understood that forever meant being with her brother eternally. "Indeed, my clever little Daenerys." Viserys embraced the girl tightly. Thus, Daenerys' fate, once marred by trauma and folly, was irrevocably transformed. The siblings fell asleep in each other's arms, swiftly entering the realm of dreams. Unfortunately, he had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to this profound change. When he awoke the following day and checked his character panel, he would find nothing of significance. Chapter 6. The Mermaid and Dragon Dreams. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 days had passed since Viserys successfully saved his sister. During these 3 days, Viserys enjoyed a life of abundance, indulged with exquisite food and drink. It is often said that everyone aspires to be a noble, relishing the sensation of being surrounded by a retinue of attendants. As for the arduous training under Master Mordred, that has been dismissed. Viserys hesitated, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Should he continue with the training as usual, or should he confide in Mordred about the dragon dream, thereby securing the consent of his master to forego training? However, his indecision became irrelevant the following day upon encountering Mordred, who, seasoned by countless battles, perceptibly discerned Viserys' pallor and fatigue at the first glance. No matter how Viserys attempted to maintain a faade, he could not deceive Mordred's sharp gaze. Thus, Mordred became aware of the situation. While this may sound incredulous, as the captain of the Targaryen royal guard, Mordred was no stranger to the matters concerning dragon dreams. The Targaryen lineage proves remarkably advantageous, particularly in a world where magic exists, allowing for the explanation of all irrational occurrences, one that others cannot easily validate. The bloodline of House Targaryen is indeed extraordinary. Mordred readily accepted the prince's account, advising him to rest adequately and agreeing that until the royal vessel successfully reached the continent of Essos, there would be no further training required. Freed from training duties, Viserys found himself with an abundance of time. Aside from indulging in the latest chapters of the legend of the Dragon Prince, noting any significant points, he spent the remaining hours frolicking with his sister. Daenerys, already well-behaved and more mature than the average girl her age, had grown increasingly reliant on her brother and obedient following the events of that fateful night. Whether he directed her east or west, she complied without hesitation, becoming his devoted shadow, inseparable from him in both meals and sleep. Over the brief span of 3 days, the bond between the siblings rapidly intensified. One afternoon, a concerned maidservant observed the petite princess standing on the bed, diligently massaging the prince. "Your Highness Viserys, please do not take advantage of my young lady. Daenerys," she implored. "Is there still humanity left in this? A 3-year-old girl attending to an 11-year-old boy? Even slave masters wouldn't be so cruel. If His Highness requires, I could offer you a massage," the maid suggested. Viserys did not chastise the maid for her impertinence, recognizing her loyalty to her young mistress as justifiable. Though Daenerys possessed a precocious nature, she was still merely a child of 3, unable to comprehend the jest. Upon hearing her brother's inquiry, she earnestly replied to her maid, "Brother is not bullying me." Observing the maid's hesitance to speak, Viserys prompted, "Is it true that Daenerys willingly massages her brother? Is it tiring?" "Not at all," she exclaimed. "Do you still wish to continue giving your brother a massage?" "Yes." A heartfelt exchange between siblings rendered the maid speechless, with the young master expressing such sentiments. What could a mere servant do but acquiesce? Of course, Viserys merely engaged in playful banter with Daenerys, never intending to fatigue his little sister. After all, she was still so young, and it would be detrimental to her physical development if she were overexerted. He was mindful of her growth, envisioning the myriad ways she would be of use in the future. It was now the 14th day of their voyage. In Viserys' chamber, his sister Daenerys nestled in bed, peacefully napping, while the maid Meena kept a watchful eye beside her. Meanwhile, the master of the room, Viserys himself, reclined on a nearby sofa, plagued by a sense of unease. Unlike the feigned dragon dreams he previously used as an excuse, last night he experienced a genuine dragon dream. Within this dream, he encountered a mermaid. The mermaid was stunning, with cascading waves of burgundy hair, a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, pale blue skin, and a perfectly curved tail. The mermaid was exceedingly welcoming, leading Viserys on a delightful exploration. As night fell, she invited him to her home, and he joyfully accepted. However, just as Viserys' hands reached the mermaid's mountainous peaks, eager to discover the differences in her anatomy from that of a human, her visage transformed. This was not an exaggeration or a metaphor, but a literal metamorphosis. The beautiful human face swiftly morphed into an ugly countenance covered in scales. Without uttering a word, the hideous mermaid opened her gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and bit through Viserys' neck. Startled, he awoke from the dream. Since that incident, his spirits had remained low. He was certain this was a dragon dream, distinct from an ordinary nightmare. The sensations were entirely different. While it is difficult to articulate the nuances between a dragon dream and a typical dream, experiencing one firsthand reveals the truth unequivocally. What could this dragon dream signify? The conclusion was grim. The monster had bitten through his neck, suggesting it was likely a forewarning, alerting him to impending danger. But what could it possibly be? Surely a mermaid could not emerge to seduce him. Setting aside the existence of mermaids in the world of Game of Thrones, they dwell beneath the waves. So how could one possibly ascend to a ship to entice him? It was all rather vexing. He felt as though he needed to sharpen his wits. Chapter 7. The Great Tsunami. As night fell, if one were an adult, there might still be some adult pleasures to indulge in. However, at present, Viserys remains a mere boy, while his sister Daenerys is but a child. Their interactions are confined to playful games of chance, clapping hands, and sharing bedtime tales. An hour after they retire, Daenerys has drifted into slumber in her brother's embrace, while Viserys remains wide awake. He eagerly anticipates the latest update of A Song of Ice and Fire. In times when there was no pressing matter, he would typically await the dawn to peruse the newest chapters, as people in this era retire early. The hours between bedtime and midnight stretch luxuriously, making it impractical to stay awake each time for updates. However, following the forewarning of a dream the previous night, he resolved to unlock and read the new chapter at the stroke of midnight. This evening, the weather is far from favorable. Ominous clouds shroud the sky, concealing the moon's visage entirely. A gentle rain begins to fall upon the inky surface of the sea, gradually intensifying with the passage of time, while the winds pick up in ferocity. Yet, within the confines of the royal vessel, Viserys remains unfazed, buoyed by the immense stability of the supersized ship. In the face of weather that could spell disaster for a mere fishing boat, the colossal ship remains steadfast, unwavering. The minutes tick by relentlessly. The rain shows no sign of abating, and the waves grow more tumultuous under the influence of the wind. Even Viserys, lying on the soft, expansive bed, can feel the gentle rocking beneath him. He muses that if such tempests were to occur frequently, the prices of fish and seafood would surely soar. The silver-haired youth recalls a famous line from a character in a television series from his past life, unable to suppress a slight chuckle. Finally, the clock strikes 12. Chapters 11 and 12 of the fanfiction have successfully unlocked, both exceeding the word count of the previous chapters, with 8,000 and 5,000 words respectively. Viserys activates his speed reading mode, finishing chapter 11 in 3 minutes, finding it devoid of any substantial information. Frowning, he presses on. As he nears the conclusion of chapter 12, he stumbles upon a momentous revelation. Startled, all traces of drowsiness vanish as he vigorously shakes his sleeping sister awake. "Wake up, dear sister." There's something significant. Ugh. Brother. Stop it. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Before he can finish his sentence, a violent tremor shakes the room. With a thunderous crash, the massive wardrobe topples over, and the floor-length mirror shatters upon impact. The world spins chaotically, and instinctively, Viserys shields his sister in his arms. Before he can act further, a shard of splintered wood strikes his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. Before he fully closed his eyes, the last sight that registered in his vision was the immense sea crashing through the windows, surging violently into the cabin. Just 5 minutes prior, the captain of the royal vessel had been abruptly awakened from his slumber by the first mate's frantic summons. Captain, Captain, we are doomed. Calm yourself, you fool. What on earth have I taught you about maintaining composure in a crisis? Panic solves nothing and will not save anyone. The captain, still groggy and irritable, retaliated with a stinging slap, demanding, what is happening? A tsunami, a colossal tsunami. It appears to be at least 100 meters high, and it is not far from us. Are you jesting? We are at sea, not near the shore. It is impossible for such a height to arise without a change in elevation. Have you fed my teachings to the dogs? You imbecile. The captain's face flushed with anger as he shouted. The first mate did not dispute, for he recognized that the captain's assertions were indeed valid under normal circumstances. However, the current situation was far from normal. The first mate grabbed the captain and led him to the railing of the second deck, one hand clutching the captain's clothing while the other pointed towards the tumultuous sea before them. It is right there, Captain. The tsunami is right there. Turning to gaze in the direction indicated by the first mate, the captain was confronted by a towering wall of black water, resembling a colossal fortress. It soared high above, its length stretching beyond the limits of his vision. Good heavens! The captain's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. This sight immediately invoked memories of his childhood visit to the north, where he had seen the wall of the Night's Watch, a formidable structure. However, the impressions they left were starkly different. As a child, the wall had inspired feelings of grandeur, majesty, and security. He had believed that no creature could breach such a monumental creation to harm those beyond it. Yet now, before this black wall of water, he was engulfed by despair and helplessness. What shall we do, Captain? What should we do now? Think of a way out. The first mate continued to shout, yet the captain paid him no heed. Instead, he reached into the inner pocket of his coat and withdrew a small statue representing the 7 gods, murmuring incantations reminiscent of a sorcerer preparing to cast a spell. Captain, what are you doing? Oh, I see. You are actually a wizard, capable of magic. You intend to quell these towering waves with your powers. I had no idea you were so formidable. The first mate's face was alight with excitement. The captain regarded him with a look of incredulity. What nonsense are you spouting? I possess no magic, nor am I any sort of wizard. Then why are you standing here in such a manner? If you cannot wield magic, should you not be rushing to the captain's quarters to issue orders for the vessel to change course? The first mate expressed his confusion. I am in prayer. I beseech the 7 gods. When the first mate continued to gaze at him with a look of bewilderment, the captain elaborated further. When faced with a tsunami of this magnitude, human effort is futile. To survive, one must implore the 7 gods for a miracle. There exists no other recourse. After this, the captain disregarded the first mate's reaction, clutching the statue tightly in his hand, and resumed reciting the prayer. After a few moments of stunned silence, the first mate, in imitation, began to pray to the 7 gods, lacking a statue to represent them, instead substituting it with a silver coin. A minute later, the ocean above descended like the merciless hand of a deity. The majestic royal vessel was akin to a mere leaf upon the water, struggling futilely against the inevitable, and in an instant, it capsized. That night, the 7 gods did not cast their gaze upon the faithful, who prayed with sincerity. Chapter 8. The Mermaid Princess in the Darkness. Viserys existed in a state akin to somnambulism. He felt his lips brush against something soft. After a minute, 2, perhaps 5. Although his mouth was obstructed by an unknown entity, Viserys felt no sense of suffocation, nor did he perceive any shortness of breath. He opened his eyes and beheld a female mermaid before him. Her hair cascaded in waves of deep crimson, her bosom was ample, her waist slender, her skin a pale blue, and her tail a flawless curve. Everything mirrored the mermaid from his earlier dream. This enchanting creature did not look at him, but instead gazed intently at a distant coral-like formation, seemingly oblivious to his awakening. Had it not been for the preceding dream, Viserys might have welcomed a beautiful encounter with this mesmerizing mermaid. However, the thought of her transforming into a grotesque creature, opening her gaping maw to sever his neck, extinguished any other notions. He yearned only to flee, to distance himself from such a monstrosity as far as possible. Gently, Viserys lifted his foot and began to turn away, hoping to escape quietly while her attention was elsewhere. "You're awake." Just as he turned, an ethereal and melodious female voice rang out from behind him. Caught. Just as he was about to flee, Viserys felt a weight on his arm. By the time he processed the sensation, the mermaid was already embracing his left arm, ensnared between her magnificent bosom. "At last, you're awake. I've been waiting for you for so long, my destined one." The mermaid's tone was lively and sprightly, reminiscent of an innocent girl devoid of guile. This was quite different from his encounter in the dream. Realizing his arm was secured and understanding that escape was momentarily hopeless, Viserys decided to engage in conversation with her. "Dear beautiful sister, have you mistaken me for someone else? I do not know you. How could I possibly be your so-called destined prince?" "No." The mermaid girl charmingly shook her head, her gem-like, pure eyes gazing at Viserys. "You are indeed my destined prince. It cannot be wrong. My mother foretold through prophecy that on my 18th birthday, a prince would descend from the surface of the sea and appear before me. And he would be my true love for life. Undoubtedly, that person is you. Wait, descend into the deep sea." Viserys suddenly realized something was amiss. He turned to survey his surroundings, astonished to find himself submerged in water. Above him, a row of peculiar, glowing gems adorned the rocky ceiling, dispelling the darkness of the ocean depths, momentarily blinding him to his watery predicament. "This cannot be. Even if there is light to illuminate my surroundings, I am still underwater. How can I speak? Why can I breathe freely? I feel no discomfort, as if it were a natural instinct." "This is because you have received my blessing," the mermaid explained, seemingly sensing Viserys' confusion. "I, too, could not be certain you were my destined prince, although you did indeed fall from the surface on my 18th birthday. I am unaware of your identity as a prince. Then on what basis can you assert that I am your true love? Simply because you can now speak freely in the water." The mermaid proceeded to elucidate her innate magic. "This gift is unique to the royal members of the merfolk. It allows them to bestow their blessing upon a male counterpart. If he can breathe and swim freely in the water after receiving the blessing, then he is indeed her destined prince. Naturally, if it is someone other than the true love, the outcome is merely a body adrift in the ocean, awaiting the predators to feast upon it after succumbing to the salt water. The merfolk's blessing can only be successfully granted once in a lifetime. Even if her true love perishes unexpectedly, she shall never find another. This symbolizes the merfolk's unwavering loyalty to love, pledging to cherish one's soul throughout their existence, never to part until death." Having shared this information with Viserys, she allowed him time to absorb it. Then, the mermaid extended a hand, smooth as jade, not dissimilar to that of an ordinary human maiden, save for a faint aquamarine shell mark in the center of her palm. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Millia Heatherway, Princess of the Merfolk. Greetings, my name is Viserys Targaryen." Viserys likewise extended his hand, clasping the mermaid princesses in a firm handshake. "Perhaps your judgment is correct. I may indeed be your destined prince from the future, for I am a prince from the mainland. However, I must silently add that I am a prince of a fallen kingdom. But I am still young and utterly ignorant of love, and at present, such thoughts elude me. Even if I truly am your destined prince, that conversation must await my coming of age. What I mean to convey is that it is impossible for me to linger in this underwater world discussing matters of romance. I long to return to the land above." The mermaid princess comprehended the implication of his words, initially lowering her head in disappointment, but after a moment, she shook it resolutely. "It's all right. I can wait until the day you come of age," she declared. "By the way, before you awoke, my curiosity got the better of me, and I indulged a little. I hope you won't mind." Millia playfully winked and then gently tapped her finger against Viserys' lips. "So that was the nature of the sensation I experienced before. Unexpectedly. I find this rather peculiar." Of course, Viserys did not confront the princess before him regarding this matter. He had more pressing concerns. "Your Highness, I have a question that I hope you can answer." "There's no need for such formalities, Viserys. Though you are still young, our union is fated. It is merely a question of time. You may call me by my name." "Very well, Millia. On your birthday, aside from myself, did anyone else fall into the depths of the sea? They are my companions, and I am deeply concerned for their well-being. Please do share with me." Chapter 9. The enigmatic deserted island between the eastern continent of Westeros and the western continent of Essos lies a vast ocean. Crossing this sea by ship takes approximately 15 to 30 days, depending on the vessel and weather conditions. As the captain of the royal guard, Mordred led the fleeing Prince Viserys, Princess Daenerys, and their respective retinue aboard a grand royal ship, embarking from Westeros to seek refuge in Essos. This journey was anticipated to last around 20 days, and provided no extraordinary calamities arose. He was confident in guiding the two royals safely away from the rebels' pursuit and establishing them in Essos. Yet, as is often the case in tales of yore, misfortune struck unexpectedly. On the evening of the 14th day of their voyage, a colossal tsunami suddenly surged forth, capsizing the magnificent royal vessel. Faced with the cataclysmic force of nature, human strength felt infinitesimal. Even the battle-hardened Mordred was rendered powerless. Beneath the tumultuous waters, even he, robust as he was, soon succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying upon a golden beach, with the wreckage of a royal ship stranded less than 30 meters from his side. After regaining some strength, Mordred hurried towards the remains of the vessel, seeking any other survivors. He spent an entire half-day meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the wreck, scouring through rooms, bedrooms, storage areas, and banquet halls 3 times over. Aside from the numerous souls who had perished, he found only 3 living individuals: Her Highness Princess Daenerys, the son of the head chef, Sam, and the personal maid of Viserys, Mina. Everyone else had succumbed. All aboard, over 100 souls, had perished. The silver lining was that he did not find the body of Prince Viserys among the deceased, suggesting that the prince might still have a glimmer of hope for survival. However, in the face of such a colossal tsunami, if Viserys was not in his cabin during the catastrophe, it was highly probable that he had already plunged into the depths of the sea, meeting a grim fate. The chances of survival were alarmingly close to zero. Mordred was a resilient individual. He did not falter in the wake of such profound suffering, nor did he shed tears. He remained steadfastly engaged in his tasks. He managed to awaken the 3 individuals, allowing Mina to comfort Daenerys and soothe her distress, while he, alongside Sam, tirelessly extracted useful items from the wreckage. In the half-day that followed his awakening, no one had arrived, and no signs of human activity were present, leading him to conclude that they were likely on a deserted island. If it was indeed a deserted isle, the remaining supplies from the ship were of paramount importance, critical to their survival. To avert the possibility of the tide sweeping the wreckage away, they had to act swiftly. Mordred and Sam labored throughout the day, finally salvaging all useful provisions from the wreckage and clearing an area approximately 200 meters from the shoreline to construct a makeshift shelter. The salvaged supplies included ample food, medicine, clothing, furniture, and various tools, among many other items. With these resources, Mordred felt a strong confidence that, even if the island bore nothing else, he could ensure a stable existence for the 4 of them, including himself, for a year or more. After inventorying the supplies and arriving at this conclusion, the group should have felt a sense of joy. Yet, no one could find happiness. Brother, sob, I want my brother, sob, sob, bring my brother back to me. Daenerys's cries were heart-wrenching. She was utterly devastated by the loss of her brother. Mordred, too, shared this sorrow. His anguish over Viserys' disappearance was no less profound than that of Princess Daenerys. However, he could not allow himself to weep, for he was the pillar of this small group. He was the only adult among the 4. Daenerys is just over 3 years old, while her maid Mina is 17 and the head chef's son, Sam, is 14. Daenerys's cries did not linger for long. Her small body could not sustain such energy, and soon she grew weary, resting her head in Mina's embrace and drifting into slumber. As night descended, Mordred adeptly kindled a campfire using flint and branches from the forest. Gazing into the flickering flames, he contemplated the trajectory of his future life. In the waters less than 500 meters from the deserted island, approximately 3 meters beneath the surface, the mermaid princess, Millia, held the hand of Viserys. Viserys, do you truly refuse to stay? Millia's eyes brimmed with reluctance, her gaze laden with unspoken emotions. Viserys, though tinged with regret, steadfastly shook his head. I am truly sorry, Millia. My sister Daenerys is my last remaining kin in this world, and our blood flows in unison. I cannot abandon her to solitude. I must return to her side. Very well, I respect your choice, Millia replied, nodding. She then opened her arms towards her beloved, asking, before we part, may I have a hug to remember this moment? Of course, he agreed. Their embrace lingered for over 10 seconds, both reluctant to let go. After parting, the last vestige of caution in Viserys' gaze towards Millia vanished entirely. Through their shared experiences, Viserys believed he had discerned the essence of the enchanting mermaid princess before him, a pure-hearted girl of 18, innocent to the world's cruelties, and filled with longing for love. The recent embrace was his final exploration of her character. During their hug, he intentionally adjusted his posture, exposing his alabaster neck without defense. Yet, unlike the dreams of dragons where she might have viciously bitten his throat, Millia tenderly planted a strawberry upon his neck, doing nothing more. Without Millia, he would likely have perished in the depths of the ocean. It was through her that he learned the wreckage of the ship he had boarded had drifted to this uninhabited isle. Underwater, he was utterly outmatched in strength and speed against the mermaid royalty. Had she wished him harm, she could have struck at any moment, leaving him defenseless. As for the peculiar events of his dragon dreams, Viserys pondered and arrived at his own conclusions. The appearance of the mermaid signified he would encounter one beneath the waves, specifically the very Millia before him. The biting of his neck served as a warning of danger, which he surmised referred to the tsunami that had already occurred. Thus, it was probable that the mermaid and the peril were distinct entities, merely intertwined in the haze of his dreams. The shortcomings of the dragon dream in comparison to the legend of the dragon overlord of Game of Thrones lie in its inherent ambiguity. Everything that transpires within the dragon dream necessitates personal interpretation, lacking the clarity often found in novels. The late King Aerys, too, known as the Mad King, was driven to increasing paranoia due to his misinterpretation of the dragon dream, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the usurper. Delving further into history, the tragedy at Summerhall can largely be attributed to the erroneous interpretations of the dragon dream by the Targaryen monarch of that era. Indeed, the dragon dream is a veritable double-edged sword. In the 10th moment of the hunt, she implored, "Promise me that upon your coming of age, you will return and marry me, will you?" "Very well, I promise you," replied Viserys, finding no difficulty in acquiescing to the beautiful mermaid princess, Millia. After a moment's contemplation, he agreed, for he feared that refusal would compel her to keep him from departing. After all, adulthood seemed a distant prospect. Who could predict the events of 7 years hence? Perhaps by then, he would have ascended to rule the world. Should the author of that fantastical fanfiction grant him sufficient advantages? Upon affirming their pact, Millia beamed with joy. Before their final parting, she delicately removed the 2 shells that had shielded her modesty, bringing her hands together. A soft azure glow blossomed, and a complete shell materialized in the girl's hands. She placed the shell in Viserys' palm. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a protective shell of the merfolk, imbued with the blessings of the merfolk royalty. In times of peril, it can unleash miraculous energy to safeguard you. It was gifted to me by my mother during my childhood, and now I bestow it upon you, hoping for your continued safety." Viserys was deeply touched. "You give this to me, what will you do? Worry not for me. This shell primarily serves to protect me during my youth. I have now come of age and awakened the ancestral gifts of the merfolk royalty, rendering the shell's power less significant for me. Please, accept it with peace of mind." Viserys solemnly tucked the shell into the pocket of his inner garment, ensuring it would not be swept away by the currents. "Thank you, Millia." Viserys gently swayed on his feet, leaning forward. In the gaze of Millia's astonished eyes, he pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Until we meet again in the future." "Yes, until we meet again." With that, they parted ways. Another morning dawned. As the orange sun slowly ascended from the horizon of the eastern sea, Blacktail was a muscular, experienced tiger shark, adept in the art of the hunt. In the past week, it had been relentlessly hunting in the sea, consuming prey ranging from the size of a human palm, delicate shrimp, to massive ironwood fish as large as a bed. The menu was indeed lavish. This morning, feeling the pangs of hunger in its belly, it embarked on a new round of hunting. Initially, it intended to catch a few small fish and shrimp merely to satiate its appetite, but soon it was interrupted by an unexpected delight. Its keen senses detected the tantalizing aroma of a red-haired mermaid and a silver-haired human amidst the flowing seawater. The pair exuded an irresistible fragrance that nearly compelled the black-tailed predator to leap forward. Fortunately, its limited intellect and the instinctual wariness ingrained in its genes enabled it to maintain composure. The human posed little threat, but the mermaid was another matter entirely. The blacktail sensed a formidable danger emanating from the mermaid, reminiscent of the last time it had narrowly escaped the gaping maw of a white orca. It was certain that this was a fully grown mermaid of royal lineage, an absolute sovereign in these waters. Realizing this, the blacktail's resolve began to waver. While the delicacies were enticing, one must have a life to savor them. After all, if it charged in recklessly, it would likely meet its demise, cleaved in two by the mermaid's water blade. Yet, the enticing aroma of the human was simply too intoxicating to relinquish. Thus, it opted to trail the mermaid and the human, waiting for the opportune moment when they might part ways. Once the mermaid's protection was absent, the human would be utterly defenseless against a superior predator like the blacktail. Following closely, the blacktail arrived at an unknown deserted island. Just as it was about to give up, its targets halted. The mermaid and the human faced each other in the water, exchanging incomprehensible words before drawing close. Lingering for several minutes before parting, the silver-haired human slowly began to move toward the island, while the red-haired mermaid shot, like lightning into the depths of the sea, heading in opposite directions. The black-tail's eyes gleamed with excitement. It recognized its opportunity had arrived. With less than 500 meters separating it from the shore, the water had become relatively shallow, and the tiger-striped shark found itself devoid of other formidable oceanic predators. The moment had come for its exclusive hunt. Holding its breath and focusing intently, it approached swiftly. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, the blacktail refrained from immediate attack, continuing to shadow the mermaid until it was certain she had departed and was beyond return. Then, it launched its sudden assault. After separating from Millia, Viserys swam towards the mysterious island at a leisurely pace of approximately 1 meter per second. When he was about 100 meters away from the island, a shadow suddenly emerged from the side, rushing directly towards him. The speed of the shadow was so swift that Viserys could not discern what it was. By the time he realized the imminent danger, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth was lunging for his vulnerable neck. Bang! A heavy impact resonated through the air. The black-tailed assailant failed to succeed. Its razor-sharp teeth did not sever Viserys' neck, nor did they even graze his skin. Just as the black-tail was about to collide with him, the protective shell hidden beneath his inner shirt activated. A torrent of aquamarine light erupted forth, forming a translucent bubble that enveloped Viserys entirely. The black-tail, akin to a torpedo, crashed headlong into the protective barrier. The violent shock and collision left the black-tail momentarily dazed, as if little angels were swirling above its head. It was then that Viserys clearly discerned that the creature attacking him was a black tiger shark, measuring over 2 meters in length. Damn! This tiger shark was the very danger that the dragon dream had forewarned. Curse it, the dragon dream misled me. Had I known, I would have had Millia escort me to the shore before parting ways. He silently cursed while simultaneously propelling himself towards the shore with renewed vigor, abandoning the previous leisurely pace for a desperate sprint. Approximately 3 seconds later, the protective barrier surrounding Viserys dissipated, and the shell's glow dimmed. Chapter 11. Dragon's Roost Island. Huffing and panting on the golden sandy beach, Viserys felt as if his lungs were bellows, violently gasping for air under the morning sun. Under the pressure of life and death, he unleashed a speed and strength he never knew he possessed. A distance of 100 meters was traversed in less than half a minute. He could swear that the last time he exerted himself so fiercely was during the fierce competition for birthrights among billions of siblings. Damn it! Even the typically composed Viserys could not help but curse under the pressure of death. That cursed shark, once I grow stronger, I will drag you from the water and prepare a soup from your flesh. Viserys exerted every ounce of strength he had, exhausting his body to escape the tiger shark's pursuit and successfully reached the shore. However, the moment he landed, he was utterly drained, unable to move an inch. Should an ill-intentioned individual, such as an assassin dispatched by King Robert or a flesh-eating native, appear before him, he would be utterly defenseless, and a single strike could send him to his demise. The body is still too youthful, lacking any extraordinary enhancements, rendering its overall combat capacity remarkably feeble. Awaiting a restoration of stamina, he eventually departed from the coastal boundary, seeking a dry, shaded spot to sit and access his character panel. Name: Viserys Targaryen. Age: 11 years. Combat Power Index: 5. An ordinary adult male. Scores 10. Profession: Dragon God, not yet unlocked. Origin: born into the world of the novel A Song of Ice and Fire, The Legend of the Dragon. Attached dragon: none. Attached female: none. Unlocked. Plot 2. Chapter 16. Special skill talent: Blessing of the Mermaid Princess. Allows free breathing, speech, and agile swimming in water. Magical item: Guardian Shell of the Mermaid Clan. Can withstand a single attack with destructive power less than 100 points. Once triggered, it enters a cooldown period of 24 hours. Such a potent item is astonishingly not a one-time use, but can be utilized repeatedly. This truly feels like a windfall. Upon gazing at the final entry on the panel, a joyful smile graced Viserys' face. He retrieved the now dimmed shell from his person and fervently kissed it. Thanks to Millia, thanks to the protective shell she bestowed upon him, he had miraculously survived the jaws of the black-tailed shark. In this moment, his heart brimmed with gratitude and relief. According to the original timeline, this moment still lies within the extended winter, with the long night yet to arrive. And the red comet has not yet traversed the sky. Logically, the powers of the magical or mystical realm should not have ascended. An item such as the Mermaid Clan's Guardian Shell, defying the laws of nature, ought not to exist, or at least, not be so conveniently utilized. Yet, this world is birthed from a whimsically altered fanfiction, where anything could transpire if the unscrupulous author indulges in their imagination. Rising to his feet, Viserys brushed off the sand and dust from his garments and surveyed his surroundings. According to the capricious author's description, this island is named Dragon Roost Isle. The original work by Martin did not depict this island. The one in the original is Dragonstone, a different isle altogether. In other words, this island is a complete creation of the fanfic author's imagination. Alas, from an entire shipload of companions, only a handful remain. Viserys sighed. The royal guard captain, Mordred, his personal maid, Mina, his sister, Princess Daenerys, and a young yet hefty chef apprentice named Sam. Counting himself, that makes 5 people. His faction has diminished significantly, truly rendering him a prince in distress. Upon learning these circumstances from the novel, Viserys felt a wave of despondence wash over him. However, he quickly rallied his spirits. Sister, teacher, and devoted maid, the 3 individuals closest to him, were still alive. This alone was an astonishing miracle. Fate had already been exceedingly kind to him, and he could no longer wallow in despair. After all, he was the protagonist of a dragon-themed novel, and a radiant future awaited him. Although his time with Daenerys had only spanned a few fleeting days, their bond had grown profoundly, intertwined in each other's lives daily. It was easy to imagine how heartbroken and sorrowful his sister would be upon learning of his demise. He hoped that the foolish girl would refrain from making any rash decisions. Behind him lay golden beaches, a cerulean sea, and a sapphire sky, while before him sprawled a lush, dense forest. As Viserys gazed into the woodland, he realized there were no paths to be found, only an untouched wilderness, devoid of any signs of human intervention. The novel described how he had taken half a day to reunite with his sister and others after coming ashore. He hoped to emulate the fortune of the protagonist within those pages. Yet, 2 hours later, he still had not located his sister and companions. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon him, for he had discovered an abundance of edible fruits along the way, juicy and delectable, without any discernible side effects. Half an hour prior, he had stumbled upon a freshwater lake, cleansing himself and continuing on his journey feeling refreshed. This inept author seemed oblivious, failing to depict how the protagonist managed to locate others. A mere hint of direction would have sufficed. How long would it take to find them amidst this chaotic search? Feeling somewhat weary, Viserys sought refuge upon a black-red stone. He retrieved a fresh fruit he had recently plucked from a tree, biting into it, the sweet juice and crisp flesh alleviating his inner turmoil. Soon, a pit, stripped clean of its flesh, rested in his hand. It bore a resemblance to a peach pit, albeit with slight variations in shape. He paid it little mind, casually tossing it onto the grass beside him. Should fate be kind, a fruit tree might sprout from that very spot in a few years' time. With a satisfied pat on his stomach and a hearty belch, Viserys prepared to rise and continue his journey. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from beneath the black-red stone. Startled, he leapt half a meter into the air and quickly retreated. Standing 5 meters away from the stone, his eyes fixed intently upon it. Surrounding him were verdant trees and grass, teeming with life. Yet this 2-meter-long stone, roughly a meter wide and high, presented a stark contrast to the vibrant scenery. Until now, he had overlooked its sudden presence, realizing how jarringly out of place this stone was. Its surface was impeccably clean, not a blade of grass or moss clung to it, and even the area surrounding it was devoid of any weeds. It seemed as if this stone possessed some insidious poison, deterring the surrounding flora from approaching. The recent sharp crack revealed a dark crimson fissure at its center, which expanded outwardly. As time passed, the number of cracks on the black rock proliferated, becoming densely clustered as if something sinister were about to burst forth from within the stone. Could it be the emergence of a majestic monkey king? Viserys could not help but recall his childhood in a past life, when he would sit before the television during summer vacations, watching Journey to the West repeatedly, witnessing the scene of Sun Wukong springing forth from a stone numerous times. For safety's sake, he decided to keep his distance to avoid being harmed by the shattering debris. He retreated behind a sturdy tree trunk, his gaze still fixed on the black stone now adorned with crimson patterns. Bang! Approximately half an hour after the first crack appeared, the stone finally shattered completely. To his relief, no monkey emerged from the black boulder, nor did any other peculiar creatures. At the very center of the broken stone lay an oval-shaped orb, roughly the size of a pomegranate or grapefruit, exhibiting a gray-brown hue. Its surface encrusted with a dense layer of fiery red crystals, exuding an aura of formidable hardness. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragon eggs Viserys remembered from his youth. He had even used a dragon egg as a marble, undoubtedly the most extravagant game of marbles in existence. Of course, he had faced a severe reprimand from his father upon discovery. As a time traveler, Viserys was acutely aware that soon, dragons would once again soar across the skies of the Seven Kingdoms. Regrettably, during the rebel army's siege of King's Landing, all the dragon eggs of House Targaryen had been confiscated by King Aerys II. In Aerys II's grand scheme, he intended to ignite wildfire to engulf the entirety of King's Landing, sacrificing over 90% of its populace in a desperate bid to resurrect the dragons. Viserys was baffled by how such a mad and foolish plan could take root in Aerys II's mind. Was it perhaps inspired by a vision of dragons being born from flames in the king's dreams? Yet even if the entire city's population were sacrificed, could this truly bring back the extinct dragons? Moreover, the growth of a dragon requires time. A newly hatched dragon would possess combat capabilities inferior to that of a well-trained hunting dog. The opinions of outsiders were not entirely unfounded. His father was indeed a madman. Fortunately for the citizens of King's Landing, the Mad King's plan was never realized, nor even successfully initiated. Just before Aerys II commanded the ignition of wildfire, he was fatally betrayed by his sworn protector, the Kingsguard member now infamously known as the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, who plunged his sword into the back of the king he had vowed to serve with his life. The dragon eggs that failed to hatch, along with the late King Aerys II, remained forever in King's Landing, never escaping Westeros with the siblings Viserys and Daenerys. Surely, there should be no danger, right? Viserys waited and waited, glancing left and right, yet there was no sign of any disturbance. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward to the black stone pedestal where the dragon eggs lay. He casually picked up a dry twig from the grass beside him and prodded the egg twice. But it remained still. Prodding it again yielded no reaction. Finally, Viserys extended his hand to lift the egg. However, the moment he grasped it, he felt a jolt and quickly flung the egg away. It landed with a soft thud and scathed. How hot! After just a brief second of contact, his hands turned a rosy hue, though he was spared from burns. The egg's temperature felt to be around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. A fleeting touch wouldn't cause harm, but prolonged contact was certainly inadvisable. This peculiar object could not be ignored. Viserys was determined to take it with him. His eyes darted around, quickly formulating a plan. 10 minutes later, Viserys held a small basket woven from tender tree shoots and large leaves resembling those of a banana plant. He used a branch to carefully lift the scorching dragon egg into the basket, then cradled it with both hands. The thick twigs and leaves effectively insulated a significant portion of the heat, reducing the egg's temperature to about 30 degrees Celsius, making it safe for handling. What a marvel! Viserys shook the egg, tapped it, and even tried pouring water over it. Yet, no matter what he did, the egg remained utterly unresponsive. He approached a pile of black stones, nudging them with his foot to confirm that nothing else lay there besides the egg in his possession before turning to venture deeper into the woods. Viserys resolved to leave with the egg, prioritizing a reunion with his sister, Daenerys. As for the dragon egg, it could be studied in due time. His sister was so delightful, soft, and fragrant, a perfect plush companion. What could this rigid dragon egg compare to her? Simultaneously, a question arose in Viserys' mind. Was this round object truly a dragon egg? He had never heard of dragon eggs being warm to the touch. Chapter 13. Sam with the object he suspected to be a fire dragon egg in hand. Viserys traversed the forest, resting intermittently as he journeyed from morning until afternoon. Given his earlier experience, he frequently paused to survey his surroundings. In search of extraordinary artifacts akin to the black stone and dragon egg, I regrettably found none. The day passed, the sun traversing from east to west, until at last, I discerned wisps of smoke rising in the distance. How delightful! My efforts bore fruit, albeit with great difficulty. According to the lore from A Song of Ice and Fire, this dragon island was entirely uninhabited prior to their arrival, with no visitors nor indigenous tribes ever gracing its shores. Thus, the smoke likely emanated from Mordred and his companions cooking, with only a slim chance of it being a forest fire. Viserys quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the edge of the camp, a space sprawling over the equivalent of 2 basketball courts, divided into 3 sections: front, middle, and back. The foremost area served as a communal space, the source of the smoke he had seen from afar. In the center, a campfire burned, surrounded by shelves and various scattered tools. The heart of the camp housed 3 structures, clearly constructed from the remnants of a royal vessel that had met with misfortune at sea. Presumably, one of these was Daenerys' quarters. Given her tender age, it was likely that her handmaiden, Missy, resided there to tend to her needs. Flanking the opulent dwelling were 2 comparatively rudimentary wooden cabins, fashioned from fresh branches and leaves, likely salvaged from the shipwreck. Behind the camp lay a vast storage area filled with an assortment of boxes, bottles, and jars, claiming at least 2/3 of the camp's expanse. surrounding the perimeter. A cleared strip suggested an intended fence, though time constraints had hindered its construction. Incredibly, within a mere 2 days, my mentor, Mordred, had managed to establish the camp in such a manner, despite having only 3 individuals capable of labor, with Daenerys being too young to contribute meaningfully. Her mere presence was a significant aid. While still relatively modest, it was an impressive feat truly. My mentor is remarkable. Viserys strode confidently forward, ready to greet them, when suddenly, he felt his foot snagged on something. A clear chime resonated from within the camp. In less than 3 seconds, a plump youth, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, burst forth from the left cabin. He was Sam, the son of the chief cook, one of the few survivors from the royal shipwreck. Sam had been merrily preparing dinner for the group, humming a tune favored by his father during his lifetime. As the only child of the Targaryen family's royal chef, he had been learning the culinary arts at his father's side since he was 6, up until the present day at 14. After 8 years, coupled with his father's unwavering and selfless guidance, Sam's culinary skills have now reached a level that rivals that of a head chef in a prestigious restaurant. Since the moment the group settled on this island 2 days ago, he has been the one preparing their meals. The past couple of days have been tranquil, devoid of any unforeseen incidents, until the sudden blaring of the alarm jolted him from his thoughts. He immediately realized that the warning mechanism set by Lord Mordred had been triggered. At this hour, Mina was in the room, keeping company with Princess Daenerys, while he busied himself in the kitchen, leaving only Lord Mordred out hunting. Lord Mordred was fully aware of the alarm's placement, making it impossible for him to inadvertently set it off, leading to only one conclusion: an intruder had breached their encampment. Though his heart raced with a mixture of excitement and fear, he summoned his courage to step forward. He was the sole man in the camp at that moment. Indeed, a mere boy, and it was his duty to protect Princess Daenerys. Brandishing a kitchen knife, Sam shouted at the figure before him, "Halt! Who are you? Stay back. I am not to be trifled with." His voice, though loud, trembled, resembling more of a self-encouragement than a genuine intimidation. Viserys appeared momentarily bewildered, staring wide-eyed and pointing to his own face. "Do you not recognize me, Sam?" Upon hearing his name called, Sam took a moment to scrutinize the stranger's features. The visage was strikingly handsome, with well-defined angles and features that seemed to have been kissed by the seven themselves, exuding an almost ethereal perfection. A pang of envy and jealousy welled up within Sam. How unfortunate it was that had he possessed such a charming face, he would not have faced rejection when confessing his feelings to Anna, the neighbor girl. As he looked again, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He had seen this face before. The combination of silver hair and violet blue eyes could only belong to a member of House Targaryen. You are Prince Viserys. You are Prince Viserys." Sam's face lit up with astonishment, only to be swiftly engulfed by dread. "No, it cannot be. Prince Viserys has perished at sea. You cannot be him. Ah, I understand now. You are a ghost, the spirit of Prince Viserys." He stumbled backward, his expression a portrait of terror. With a thud, he dropped the knife and sank to his knees, collapsing to the ground as he muttered in a frantic whisper, "Prince Viserys, you must see clearly. I have always been loyal to House Targaryen, harboring no treasonous thoughts. Prince Viserys, I mourn your tragic demise deeply, but the true culprit is the sea, not I. Please, do not come to claim my life. I do not wish to die. I still need to care for Princess Daenerys. Yes, Princess Daenerys is still so young and in need of protection. I swear by the 7 gods that I shall devote my life to following Her Highness Daenerys, preparing any delicacies she desires." Viserys initially considered forgiving the chubby boy who had been disrespectful due to failing to recognize him. But upon discovering that Sam's fear stemmed not from offending him, but from mistaking him for a ghost, his patience dissipated. Viserys raised his hand and struck towards Sam. "You wretched fool, open your eyes and see. This prince is very much alive and has not turned into a ghost. You are the phantom. Your entire family is a specter." Chapter 14. A sibling reunion. Viserys' violent outburst towards Sam did not persist for long. At 11 years of age, Viserys was frail, with a combat power index of merely 5 points. In contrast, Sam, aged 14, though not particularly strong, possessed a weight advantage, with health and defense at least double that of Viserys, estimating his combat power index to be around 78 points. Fortunately, Sam had no intention of resisting, allowing the prince to act unopposed. Had he mustered the courage to rise and push Viserys, the prince would have surely fallen to the ground, his dignity in tatters. Alas, Viserys was indeed that weak. Once Sam realized that the person before him was the very much alive Prince Viserys, and not some nonsensical ghost, Viserys ceased his actions. He gracefully stood up, tidying his disheveled hair and clothing, presenting an air of calm composure. There was no other reason for his demeanor, merely the fact that she had arrived. Brother. Daenerys, hearing commotion outside, felt a surge of excitement. Lacking the gift of foresight or prophetic dreams, and having never experienced a dragon dream, she should theoretically have no knowledge of who was causing the stir outside with Sam. Yet her heart sensed it. Her dearest brother had come. Of that she was certain. In a flurry, Daenerys leapt from her bed and dashed towards the door, her porcelain-like feet pattering against the floor. Though she was quite young and her legs not long, her pace was swift and unrelenting. The maid Mina, who constantly attended to Daenerys, lost focus for just a moment, and in that instant, her little mistress darted out the door. She paused for 2 seconds, then bent down to retrieve the exquisite shoes that had been left behind, hastily pursuing her. Your Highness, you haven't put on your shoes. Please slow down. Your Highness, be careful not to fall. Watching his sister run out barefoot, Viserys felt a mix of emotion, both touched and pained. He had intended to remain poised and elegant, awaiting Daenerys to leap into his embrace. However, upon seeing her wan face and reddened eyes, he could no longer maintain his composure. Daenerys, brother. Daenerys trotted with delicate steps, while Viserys strode purposefully forward, both rushing towards one another. After a separation of 3 long days, this pair of siblings, sharing the same bloodline, finally embraced once more, holding each other tightly. Oh, you silly little thing. Why did you come out without wearing your shoes? She exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Brother, I missed you so much. The young princess nestled her small head against her brother's chest, inhaling that familiar scent, as her tears flowed freely, seemingly without end. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. How could that be? I promised Daenerys I would always be with her. How could I not return? You must trust me. Yes, I believe you, she sobbed. I believe in you. Uncle Maegor and Sister Mina said you were. But I have always believed. Daenerys spoke through her tears and sniffles, her words tangled and repeated. Viserys held her close, refraining from mocking or chastising her. I am here, right by your side, forever. He reassured her, gently patting her back as he carried her into the room. Upon entering, Viserys surveyed the surroundings, tidy, clean, comfortable, and spacious. While it could not compare to the grandeur of the Red Keep, nor could it rival the luxurious chambers aboard the royal ship, given the current circumstances, it was quite satisfactory. Approaching the bed, he intended to set his sister down, but Daenerys clung to him, unwilling to let go. With no other option, Viserys sat down on the soft bed with her still in his arms, signaling to the maid Mina to fetch a towel. Despite her small stature, Daenerys was overwhelmed with emotion, crying heavily against his chest, soaking his clothes, and leaving traces of her tears and snot. My prince, Mina returned, her eyes red-rimmed, and presented a clean towel with both hands. Viserys took the towel, and upon noticing Mina's expression, felt a pang of emotion. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to speak. He used the towel first to wipe away his own tears and snot, and then turned it to dry Daenerys' tear-streaked face. Lastly, he reversed it once more to gently clean her tiny feet. He was meticulous, treating each finger as if he were polishing a rare treasure, for to him, his sister was more precious than any gem in the world. After finishing, he handed the towel to Mina for washing and gently rocked Daenerys in his arms, soothing her to sleep. In truth, there is no need for coaxing. After a child has wept heartily, their energy is naturally depleted, leading their body to succumb to a state of slumber for recuperation. He gently placed his slumbering sister upon the bed and tucked her in. Rising, he turned to his companion, the maid by his side. Mina, I am delighted to see that you are safe. Your Highness, I am too. Mina's voice suddenly ascended, quivering, as tears brimmed in her reddened eyes, the emotions overwhelming her. Observing the young maid, who longed to embrace him yet hesitated due to the constraints of her station, Viserys stepped forward and enveloped her in his arms. Your Highness, this is a reward for you. Considering your diligent care for Daenerys, you must not refuse. At the moment those words were spoken, Mina felt her heart melt. The lessons imparted to her over the past decade had ingrained a profound understanding of the insurmountable class distinctions that existed between someone of her humble origins and the nobility, even the royal family. This deeply rooted awareness of her identity, this ingrained inferiority, is something that modern individuals living in an era of openness, freedom, and equality cannot fully comprehend. Thus, when the esteemed prince voluntarily embraced her, the shock and joy within Mina were unparalleled in her lifetime. Your Highness, I shall forever belong to you alone. Of course, you have always been mine. Chapter 15. The amusing little chubster. Shortly after Viserys arrived at the camp, Mordred returned as well, bringing with him the carcass of a jungle wild boar weighing no less than 500 pounds. Sam, come lend a hand. Let us process this wild boar swiftly, Remove the hide for future needs, and smoke or scald the rest as required. With such weight, we few cannot consume it all in a short time, so we must preserve it as best as we can. Wait, Sam, what happened to your face? And these footprints on you? Has someone breached the camp? What? Really? You're serious? Prince Viserys has returned, and he is alive. Wonderful. By the seven, praise the seven. Upon hearing the news of Viserys' safe return from Sam, Mordred's weathered face broke into a genuine smile upon seeing the prince in person. This was the first time Sam had witnessed Mordred smile. The upward curve of his lips was almost impossible to suppress. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they gathered around the campfire to enjoy the dinner meticulously prepared by Sam. Thanks to the bounty bestowed by the wreck of the royal ship, they need not sit on the ground like hurried mercenaries or mountain folk, eating with their bare hands. A table, chairs, and proper utensils were all present. Before they began their meal, Viserys instructed Meena to awaken Daenerys. Habitually, Daenerys leaped into her brother's embrace. 3 days later, Daenerys once again found herself nestled in her brother's embrace, savoring a sumptuous feast, her face radiating sheer bliss. As they dined, Viserys and Mordred engaged in a lively exchange. Sharing information, Mordred recounted the events of the past few days, from awakening on the beach and rescuing Daenerys and others to discovering this open space and establishing their camp. In contrast, Viserys chose to withhold certain details, merely stating that he too had awakened on the beach and, after wandering the island for 2 days, had stumbled upon the camp and reunited with the group. The conversation soon shifted to Sam's injuries. Out of curiosity, Mordred inquired about the small chef's transgressions that had provoked Viserys to take matters into his own hands. Viserys, without embellishment, simply remarked, "When I entered the camp, Sam, without a word, brandished a knife intending to strike me." Mordred was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Aiming a deadly weapon at one's sovereign was undoubtedly an act of treason. "Sam, how audacious you are!" With a thunderous shout, Mordred's voice echoed, causing Sam to fall to his knees. "My lord, I beseech your forgiveness. In that moment of urgency, I failed to recognize your royal identity as a subject and servant. Not knowing one's own ruler was a grave offense indeed." Stubborn Mordred believed that the prince's earlier chastisement was insufficient to absolve Sam of his grave misdeeds. He seized the knife, intent on severing Sam's right hand, the very hand that had threatened Viserys. Heart heavy with sorrow, Sam dared not express anger or resistance. Instead, he lowered his head to the ground, allowing Mordred to approach. Ultimately, it was Viserys who intervened to spare Sam. "Enough, Mordred. If you were to sever Sam's hand today, who would prepare such exquisite meals for my sister and me in the future? Can a rough-hewn man like you cook?" Mordred opened his mouth, but found no words to utter. He had devoted his life to training and the Targaryen legacy, and his culinary skills barely kept hunger at bay. They were far from satisfying. "Very well, Sam. Regarding your earlier transgressions, I have devised a couple of options. Option 1. From this dinner until noon tomorrow, I revoke your right to partake in meals, compelling you to reflect on your actions in a state of hunger. Option 2. You shall stand at the entrance of the camp, immobile for 4 hours. Choose your preferred method of punishment." "I choose to stand," Sam exclaimed, raising his head with remarkable swiftness. This reaction startled everyone present. Such decisiveness was unexpected. Standing motionless for 4 hours was no trivial task, especially for someone of his stature. "It seems that this little chubby one has a profound obsession with food. Very well, it is decided." Viserys waved his hand, intending to continue feeding the adorable little one in his arms. Yet, he noticed Sam still kneeling there. "Sam, why are you still on your knees?" Sam glanced at Lord Mordred and then at Prince Viserys, his voice trembling slightly. "Your Highness, may I finish my dinner before standing in punishment?" Viserys nearly burst into laughter. This little chubby one truly was amusing. "Of course, you may eat first. Once you have finished your meal, you must tidy up this place, wash all the dishes thoroughly, and then stand in punishment." "Thank you, Prince Viserys. I am deeply grateful for your great kindness." Sam was overwhelmed with emotion. Viserys chuckled. He expressed his gratitude for being given work. What a wonderful world we live in. That evening, after bathing and donning a fresh set of clothes, Viserys lay in bed, cradling his similarly washed sister, Daenerys. The plump little pillow was indeed hard to resist. Unlike the usual nights when it was just the two siblings, tonight, their maid Meena was also in the bed. Within the camp, aside from the warehouse, there were 3 rooms, the kitchen on the far left, the quarters of the cook Sam and the guard Captain Mordred on the far right, and the middle room belonged to Daenerys. Upon returning, Viserys learned that there were no extra accommodations in the camp. If he did not wish to share a room with the maid Meena, she would have only 2 choices: either sleep outdoors, using the earth as her bed and the sky as her blanket, or squeeze into a room with Mordred and Sam. Viserys, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to see his beautiful, melodious-voiced, gentle, obedient, and well-mannered maid suffer. Thus, he graciously allowed her to share a room with himself and his sister. After all, these were extraordinary times. Daenerys enjoyed the moments of solitude with her brother. Yet she also cherished the care provided by Mina, so she had no objections to the three of them sharing a bed. Chapter 16. The unburnt Viserys reclined on Mina's soft and elastic body, while Daenerys lay on her brother's chest. "Brother, I want you to tell me a story. Last time, it was about Miss Hermione being chased by the big bad wolf and fleeing into the forest, where she encountered 7 dwarfs. Daenerys was eager to know what happened next. "Brother, please tell me." The adorable little princess gazed up at him with wide eyes, full of anticipation. However, Viserys shook his head. "The story will have to wait. There are more important matters to attend to." "More important matters?" Viserys sat up, gently placing his sister aside. "Daenerys, during my adventures these past few days, I did not forget you. I have brought you a gift." He carefully extracted the dragon egg, which he had unexpectedly acquired earlier, from the basket and placed it upon the bed. The narrative of the legend of the Dragon Sovereign does not mention this dragon egg, at least. When the protagonist first arrived at the camp in the novel, he was devoid of such an egg. This implies that the dragon egg was an unforeseen development, a consequence of Viserys exercising his initiative to alter the storyline. After much contemplation, Viserys resolved to present this dragon-like object as a gift to his sister. His motivation was twofold. On one hand, he wished to elicit joy from his sister, for witnessing her sweet smile brought him delight. More significantly, the egg's unusual warmth suggested a greater compatibility with his sister, leading him to believe that entrusting it to her would enhance the likelihood of the egg achieving its inherent value. "Mina, why don't you give it a try?" Encouraged by Viserys, the maid Mina, filled with curiosity, reached out toward the dragon egg. However, the very next moment, she instinctively withdrew her hand, having been scalded. As Mina prepared to speak, Viserys shook his head, urging her to remain silent. He then turned to Daenerys, saying, "Now it's your turn, Daenerys. Place your hand upon this dragon egg." Daenerys, though puzzled by Mina's hasty retreat, trusted her brother and complied. "Your Highness, this object is dangerous. The princess must not." Before Mina could finish her warning, Daenerys had already pressed her small hand against the beautiful spherical stone before her. A wave of warmth enveloped her hand, providing immense comfort. "Wow, this is wonderful. It's warm and so beautiful." Driven by an instinctual attraction to the warmth, Daenerys wrapped both arms around the entire dragon egg, pressing her delicate face against its surface. "What do you think, Daenerys? Do you like the gift your brother has given you?" "I love it. I absolutely adore it." The little darling began to cheer, pecking her brother's cheek like a little bird. "Thank you, brother. I love you." She then began to play with the warm, beautiful stone. "I'm glad you like it. I love you too." The sight of Daenerys joyfully toying with the dragon egg left Mina utterly astonished. How could this be? This object was so hot, and Daenerys' skin was so tender. Theoretically, she should have been burned upon contact, let alone holding it for such an extended period. Was her earlier perception mistaken, and was this object truly not hot? Filled with confusion, Mina could not resist extending her hand once more. Yet, in midair, her hand was intercepted by Viserys, who grasped it firmly. "No need to try. Let us just consider it a dragon egg for now. It is indeed very hot, and not something an ordinary person can touch. However, Your Highness Daenerys is not an ordinary individual. Mina, let us not forget our family name, Targaryen. Indeed, true dragons fear not the flames, and are naturally unperturbed by intense heat. The noble blood of House Targaryen courses through both Daenerys and me, marking us as true dragons. Such temperatures are inconsequential to us." Viserys, brimming with confidence, managed to astonish the young maid, who believed every word he uttered. Yet, in truth, Viserys' statement was not entirely accurate. Throughout the illustrious history of House Targaryen, there have indeed been a few extraordinary individuals known as the unburnt, who possess an innate immunity to fire and heat. However, this does not imply that every member of the Targaryen lineage shares such a remarkable gift. The talent of being unburnt is exceedingly rare. The majority of Targaryens have never possessed it. Otherwise, the catastrophic events that befell House Targaryen during the summer of the Hall of Dragons would not have occurred. Viserys, having watched the television series Game of Thrones, was aware that his sister Daenerys was a born unburnt. Alas, he himself had not inherited such a gift from their parents. He often found himself wishing he could share in that extraordinary ability. The thought of walking through a sea of flames, as if traversing a gentle meadow, impervious to the raging fire, was undeniably exhilarating. Nevertheless, even though he was not unburnt, it it did not hinder his ability to persuade the young maid. Before long, Mina was convinced that both Prince Viserys and Princess Daenerys were fearless of flames and immune to heat. Her gaze toward them filled with admiration akin to that reserved for the worship of the seven gods. That evening, Daenerys, delighted with her new toy, played with the dragon egg for quite some time. Observing this, Viserys promptly intervened. He was not truly unburnt and could not withstand the intense heat radiating from the egg. Should Daenerys turn in her sleep and inadvertently let the egg slip from her grasp, the consequences could be dire. Though temperatures of 50 to 60 degrees Celsius would not ignite the bedding, they could easily cause burns to the skin. Of course, Viserys did not express his concerns regarding the heat. Instead, he used Mina as a shield. Daenerys, Mina is merely an ordinary person, unlike us who possess the noble blood of House Targaryen. For everyone's sake, it would be prudent to place the dragon egg in the basket by the bed while we sleep. If you truly wish to play with it, you may do so upon waking in the morning. Ever the obedient child, Daenerys, though slightly reluctant, complied with her brother's suggestion. Meanwhile, Mina, hearing Viserys' words, believed the prince was genuinely considering her well-being, her gratitude swelling immensely. On Viserys' personal panel, the category labeled Beloved briefly displayed Mina's name, remaining there longer than it had during the previous instance with Daenerys. Mina's affection for Viserys was steadily rising. Were it not for Viserys' tender age, she would have been unable to resist the urge to pounce upon him, using her youthful yet alluring form to repay the prince for his kindness. In Chapter 17, Iron Axe Yogg, the western part of Essos, adjacent to the continent of Westeros, is currently governed by a collection of independent free trade city-states. The 9 free cities include 4 coastal cities, Braavos, Pentos, Myr, and Volantis, 3 island cities, Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, and 2 inland cities, Norvos and Coar. The name Essos is seldom used in Westeros, where people more commonly refer to it as the other side of the narrow sea, the eastern continent, or simply the east. At this moment, a ship from the continent of Westeros has docked at the harbor of Pentos. Firstly, the crew is eager to inquire if the Targaryens have arrived in this eastern land. Secondly, upon learning the whereabouts of the Targaryen party, they plan to leave 2 individuals to keep watch and observe their movements. Most importantly, they seek to find the finest establishment available, emphasizing the need for the best accommodations. After a lengthy period at sea, their leader, a tall, robust man clad in fine armor with brown hair, bellowed orders to his companions as he set foot on the soil of Pentos. Behind him stood dozens of similarly imposing men, all well-equipped and exuding a palpable aura of menace. These men were members of the Golden Tier mercenary group, the Blood Axe, and the commanding figure was none other than Yogg, known as Iron Axe, one of the 3 brothers leading the company. 30 days prior, after Viserys and his companions had fled Westeros aboard a royal flagship, the Blood Axe mercenary group received a contract from King's Landing. The contract demanded Viserys' head, with a bounty of 5,000 golden dragons. Not only was there a bounty on Viserys, but also 3,000 golden dragons for Daenerys and 2,000 for Mordred. By the 7, this was a staggering sum. No mercenary company could resist such a tempting offer, and even the esteemed Blood Axe could not refuse. However, the Blood Axe mercenary group had its own obligations and could not abandon Westeros entirely. After deliberation among the brothers, they decided to send Yogg, the youngest, along with a portion of their men across the strait. While their number was less than 100, and therefore fewer than those aboard the royal flagship, the 70 or so men they sent were seasoned warriors, skilled in the art of bloodshed, unmatched by the feeble and frail. Thus, Yogg held great confidence in the success of this contract. Indeed, were it not for the legendary war god, Mordred, undefeated in 100 battles, Yogg believed that leading a dozen underlings would suffice to accomplish the task with ease. As night descended upon the city of Pentos, within a certain music hall, Iron Axe Yogg reclined upon the ample form of a voluptuous woman, a goblet in his left hand, while his right caressed her generous thigh. His eyes half closed as he listened to the reports from his subordinates. "Boss," one of the underlings began, but before he could utter anything of substance, Yogg violently interrupted him. A metallic cup filled with drink struck the subordinate's shoulder, crimson blood splattering across him. Following this, Yogg bellowed, "How many times must I say it? You may call me boss or leader in private, but while on a mission, you shall address me by my title. Do you understand? My title." The subordinate wiped the liquor and spittle from his face, immediately nodding with a forced grin. Yes, my esteemed vice-captain, my apologies for my momentary lapse. Please forgive me." "Humph, that is more like it." Yogg took the goblet from the woman's hands, took a sip, and continued, "Now, tell me, What of the investigation I tasked you with? Reporting to you, esteemed Vice Captain, it appears the remnants of Targaryen have yet to arrive. Not in Pantos. Where then have they gone? Bravos. Tyrosh. According to our investigations, it seems they have not come to this continent at all. Yog's eyes widened in disbelief as he pushed away the woman's hands that were massaging him, glaring fiercely at his subordinate. Are you jesting with me? This world consists solely of the continents of Westeros and Essos. This reflects Yog's mercenary worldview. With the remnants of the Targaryens despised across Westeros, where else could they possibly be but Essos? Under Yog's fierce interrogation, the subordinate scratched his head and tentatively speculated. I guess they might have encountered a maritime disaster while sailing and ended up feeding the fish. You guess? I'll guess your mother. Yog swung his larger-than-average, rough hand, delivering a harsh slap to the subordinate's cheek, causing it to swell like a balloon. You fool. Do you have any idea how massive the royal ship they were aboard is? It is 4 times the size of our vessel. Sailing upon the sea is as smooth as walking on land. We arrived safely here. Do you think they would capsize? As Yog's anger intensified, he raised his leg and kicked the subordinate. Investigate. I want a thorough search for the whereabouts of the Targaryens. I refuse to believe such a significant target could simply vanish into thin air. Yes, I shall investigate at once. The anxious young man clutched his subtly aching left arm and stumbled out of the room. After his departure, the anger within Yog did not entirely dissipate. He lifted his glass, draining its contents in one gulp, and carelessly tossed the empty vessel aside, his gaze shifting to the lady behind him. I am currently quite irate, and I require your assistance to temper my fury. I apologize, my lord. I am merely here to serve drinks, not to offer my body, she replied. Yog, seasoned and unimpressed, reached into his pocket, producing 2 round gold coins that landed upon the lady's voluptuous form before bouncing to the ground due to their elasticity. Is this sufficient? A smile of delight spread across the lady's face as she embraced Yog, declaring, My lord, this evening I am entirely yours. Command me as you wish. Chapter 18. Disappointment on Dragon Roost Island. The days passed monotonously. Viserys' life had simplified considerably, as he and his sister Daenerys would awaken naturally each morning, sharing a bed with a third occupant. Consequently, their sleeping positions varied daily, with Mina, the maid, maintaining the most graceful posture, while Daenerys exhibited a more carefree disposition in her slumber. Following their awakening, they would dress, wash, and enjoy a lavish breakfast prepared by Sam, who rose early to ensure their meal was ready. After breakfast, Viserys would peruse the latest chapter of the legend of the Dragon Overlord, noting any significant points. Upon concluding that the content was devoid of substance, he would venture outside, taking his sister to the beach, where they would engage in teaching her to read with the soft golden sands beneath their feet. Naturally, due to her youth and playful spirit, their lessons often devolved into games, with learning interspersed with play. Viserys, ever indulgent of his sister, rarely adopted a strict demeanor even in his role as her teacher. Occasionally, the siblings would spend entire days in merriment. On days when Mordred did not venture out hunting, Viserys might be summoned by him for sword practice, during which time Daenerys would be accompanied by Mina. Dinner typically occurred between 4 and 5 in the afternoon. After their meal, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Viserys would take his sister's hand, strolling along the golden shore, savoring the sea breeze. When Daenerys grew weary, he would lift her into his arms, returning to their camp to prepare a comfortably warm bath with fresh water. Finally, they would settle into bed, sharing stories before drifting off to sleep. Thus, another uneventful yet fulfilling day passed. Day after day, half a month slipped by in this tranquil manner. At times, Viserys found himself contemplating the merits of such leisurely days. Lying upon the golden sands, gazing at the azure sea, a thought occasionally flickered through his mind. Perhaps he should abandon the notion of conquering the world, forsake dreams of restoring his homeland, and relinquish aspirations of reclaiming the 7 kingdoms as its sovereign. Instead, he could spend his days in tranquil contentment on this deserted isle. Alongside Daenerys and Mina, Viserys leaned against his sister, inquiring softly, Daenerys, do you enjoy this life? As she toyed with the dragon egg in her hands, Daenerys replied, What if we were to live like this forever? Would you be happy? I would, she exclaimed. Wouldn't it feel too mundane, too dull? He questioned. Not at all. As long as you are here, I shall never find it boring. You always tell me the most captivating stories. Viserys chuckled, affectionately tousling his sister's silver hair, whispering, Yes, this is indeed quite pleasant. However, such notions lingered in his mind for no more than a day, as he dismissed them before drifting off to sleep that very night. This line of thinking was, after all, exceedingly naive. Daenerys, being young and unaware, could entertain such fantasies, but he, possessing the soul of an adult, could not afford such childishness. Setting aside the expectations of his mentor, Mordred, and pondering whether this existence, reliant on the legacy of the royal fleet, could endure indefinitely, he confronted a more pressing and acute reality. The usurper who had cast the Targaryens from the throne, the new king of the Seven Kingdoms, was constantly plotting his demise. Not only had he dispatched agents to hunt him down in Westeros, but he had also placed a substantial bounty, enticing countless mercenaries to cross the strait in pursuit of the siblings. The absence of pursuers at present did not imply they would remain undiscovered. It merely indicated that their sanctuary had yet to be found. Should he choose to stagnate, merely existing without purpose, he would be utterly relinquishing the control of life and death for himself and his sister into the hands of others. Thus, on the day the tale of A Song of Ice and Fire reached its 66th chapter, Viserys resolved to instigate change. He perused the latest unlocked chapter of the novel, only to find it devoid of any significant developments. The protagonist continued to lead a leisurely existence on the island, devoid of adventure or surprises. Shutting off the solitary blue screen visible only to him, Viserys stepped outside and soon found himself at the reservoir in the camp, where he encountered Mordred. "Master, I believe we can no longer squander our time on this island. We must devise a means of departure." Mordred raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, my prince, what has prompted this sudden shift in thought? Have you encountered some recent misfortune? Or have I and Sam failed to attend to your needs?" "No." Viserys shook his head, his tone resolute. "Recently, thanks to you, dear teacher, as well as Mina and Sam's care, my sister and I have been living a rather comfortable life. However, I firmly believe that this existence is unsustainable. We must plan for the future. We cannot remain on this island for eternity. The usurper's minions are continuously searching for us, attempting to locate and eliminate us, and the weight of restoring House Targaryen rests heavily upon my shoulders." With a deep breath, Viserys poured out his thoughts. Mordred did not respond immediately, but gazed at Viserys from head to toe, his eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Your Highness, it brings me great solace to witness such insight, awareness, and foresight at your age. Allow me to express a somewhat audacious thought. Had your father, His Majesty Aegon, possessed your level of prudence and vision during his reign, perhaps the Targaryen dynasty would not have met its demise. Then, dear teacher, you are indeed supportive of my aspirations?" "Absolutely, Your Highness. Your thoughts are profoundly sound. I have no reason to oppose them." A flicker of excitement graced Viserys' face at the affirmation, but it was soon replaced by confusion and frustration. "Then why, dear teacher, have you allowed us to settle here without even mentioning the prospect of leaving?" "Ah, I understand now. You wish to cultivate my mindset and lead me to comprehend the underlying principles." Viserys exclaimed. "In that case, my resolve to reclaim my birthright will undoubtedly be unwavering, won't it?" With a sigh, Mordred shook his head in resignation under Viserys' hopeful gaze. "I fear my response may disappoint you, Your Highness. My decision to set up camp here and gradually improve our living conditions does not stem from a desire to remain, but rather from an inability to leave." Chapter 19. The Flame Dragon Lizard. That day, Viserys and Mordred engaged in an extensive discussion, which even escalated into a heated argument. "Isn't it possible to utilize the wreck of the grand ship lying on the beach for our escape?" "Alas, Your Highness, I have already salvaged all the useful items from the royal vessel and transported them to our camp. The remnants that remain hold no value. But what if we construct our own ship? There are ample trees on this island, and we possess axes and saws within our camp. We could certainly build a vessel." "That is not feasible, Your Highness. None among us possess shipbuilding expertise. At our amateur level, we could only fashion a small raft at best. A small raft could suffice. Given that only a few of us remain, it would be adequate to carry us to the continent of Essos. Your Highness, we are to traverse vast oceans, not merely cross a river. On the tumultuous seas, a flimsy bamboo raft would soon disintegrate and capsize. Yet we cannot remain idle. We must at least attempt it. How can we know if it would succeed without trying?" "No, I cannot agree. The probability of success in this endeavor is far too low. You and Daenerys represent the last bloodline of House Targaryen, the final hope for our restoration. I cannot lead you to your demise. Remaining on this desolate island, devoid of any resources, ensures we shall never reclaim our kingdom. I stand firm in my conviction. The risks associated with this approach are excessive, and the chances of success are minimal. I cannot acquiesce. What if this were my command, a decree from your sovereign?" "I apologize, Your Highness. While I am amenable to your wishes in most matters, I cannot comply with this particular request. If you insist on pursuing this course, then you must tread over my lifeless body. Mordred ceased his discourse, spreading his arms in surrender, presenting himself as one ready for sacrifice. Should the prince dare to act, he would willingly perish before him. Damn it! Viserys was merely anxious. He was not truly mad. Given Mordred's unwavering self-interest and formidable strength, he would never resort to violence against him. Frustrated by Mordred's obstinacy, he huffed indignantly and retreated to his chambers. However, it wasn't long before his ire dissipated. The youthful vigor of his body, combined with nearly a month of inactivity, had rendered him somewhat restless, leading to a brief lapse in composure during their quarrel. Yet, having lived 2 lives, he possessed a maturity beyond that of his peers. Mordred was indeed correct. Casually constructing a small raft and dreaming of crossing the ocean was akin to indulging in folly, a venture no different from courting death. He recognized that he had acted impulsively. Coming to this realization, he found it difficult to maintain his anger towards Mordred. Yet, a profound sense of powerlessness took its place. An overwhelming feeling of inadequacy to effect any change. How vexing. Wasn't this narrative titled The Legend of the Dragon's Ascendancy? Shouldn't it follow an invincible, exhilarating path? Why then, did he find himself so constrained? 3 days passed in this manner, and Viserys' mood continued to languish. Even the legend of the dragon's ascendancy lost its allure, as heightened expectations only bred greater disappointment. Each morning, he would rise with hope, eager to uncover any useful information that might shatter the current stalemate. Yet he was met time and again with disillusionment. The days dragged on in a monotonous haze. On one such day, having shut down a fan fiction that had unlocked up to chapter 70, he resolved to take a walk to clear his mind. Suddenly, his maid Mina rushed in, breathless and flustered. "Your Highness, something has happened." Viserys immediately tensed, grasping Mina's hands and scanning her for any signs of distress. Once assured of her safety, he exhaled with relief. "Speak slowly. Who is in trouble, and what has occurred?" "It is the princess." What has happened to Daenerys?" "Princess Daenerys' dragon egg has suddenly cracked." Hearing Mina's words and observing her anxious demeanor, Viserys' mind conjured a vivid scene. The adorable Daenerys, as usual, was playing in the woods with a warm dragon egg, or perhaps constructing sandcastles on the beach. Suddenly, the dragon egg in her hands erupted like a bomb, injuring Daenerys in the process. The thought struck him. Daenerys was likely covered in blood, possibly lying unconscious on the ground. With this in mind, he could no longer remain seated. "Where is Daenerys now?" "Right on that very beach where you often teach the princess to read." With the destination in mind, Viserys dashed forth like the wind, his heart racing with urgency. "Daenerys, you must be safe." In 5 minutes, Viserys reached the beach at a sprinting pace, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. The azure sky and ocean merged in the distance, warm sunlight bathing the golden sands, where a charming little girl in a princess dress was intently playing with the sand. Was there really nothing amiss? Had Mina truly dared to deceive him? With a heart full of questions, Viserys took a moment to steady his breath while walking toward his sister. Daenerys was crouched in the sand, her hands digging into the grains, creating a half-circle of sand and water. She continued to toil, piling the excavated sand at the end of the formation. "Daenerys, are you all right?" "Brother, you're here." Mina was so quick to call you. "I'm fine, really. Is that why you rushed here?" "Yes. Because I wanted you to see my little red fruit's first battle." "What is this little red fruit?" "Look, brother." Daenerys reached behind the sand mound and suddenly produced a lizard, no larger than a grown man's palm. Its body was predominantly red and black. The red skin extended from its head down its back, while the rest was cloaked in black. A uniquely shaped protrusion adorned its head, and its tail swayed in the air, occasionally sparking. The sparks danced onto Daenerys' delicate face, causing her to giggle without a hint of harm. "Is that a flame dragon lizard?" The moment Viserys beheld the creature in Daenerys' hands, he recalled the information he had read days prior in a book titled Chronicles of Ancient Magical Beasts. This tiny lizard bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of the juvenile flame dragon lizard within those pages. Chapter 20. The Royal Beast Arena. On this day, Daenerys, accompanied by Mina, was once again engaged in building sand sculptures on the beach. Shortly thereafter, the dragon egg she carried with her every day began to wobble on its own. Captivated by the spectacle, Daenerys set aside the sand in her grasp. Her gaze remained fixed on the trembling dragon egg, witnessing its journey from the emergence of the first crack to the fiery lizard's head breaking through the shell, culminating in the complete shattering of the egg, granting the little creature its newfound freedom. Perhaps it was due to Daenerys' constant companionship with the lizard egg, or perhaps the hatchling recognized her as its first sight upon opening its eyes. Or it could be attributed to the Targaryen blood coursing through her veins and her unburnt heritage. Whatever the reason, the newly hatched lizard displayed an extraordinary affinity towards Daenerys, as if perceiving her as its mother. While the future mother of dragons had yet to make her appearance, the mother of this little lizard had already manifested. Admittedly, this title lacked a certain grandeur and did not evoke the sense of majesty one might expect. Daenerys, however, cherished this endearing creature and named it Little Red Fruit. After feeding it a couple of red fruits resembling grapes and engaging in playful antics, a novel idea blossomed in Daenerys' young mind. She resolved to orchestrate a battle for her Little Red Fruit, a trial by combat. Acknowledging that a battleground was essential for such an endeavor, she envisioned a confined arena to prevent her pet or its opponent from fleeing in fear. After surveying her surroundings, which revealed nothing but endless sand, she set to work, intending to construct a circle of sand. Midway through the construction of her makeshift arena, Daenerys felt that this inaugural battle for Little Red Fruit held significant meaning and desired to share the moment with her beloved brother. Thus, she hastily summoned Meena, urging her to fetch her brother to witness the spectacle. Why not seek him out herself? Firstly, due to her tender age and short legs, she was no match for Meena's swiftness. Secondly, she needed to remain on site to continue the construction of the battleground. Meena, couldn't you have articulated that more clearly? I was genuinely worried something had happened to Daenerys. Upon hearing the entire account from Daenerys, Viserys shot a helpless glare at his enchanting handmaiden. What a waste of my concern. Your Highness, you didn't allow me to finish my explanation. I was just about to clarify when you dashed off. Meena murmured softly. Oh, so now even my petite handmaiden has learned to talk back to her master? It seems I have been too lenient with you. Viserys feigned anger, attempting to instill a sense of fear in the young maid. Yet Meena was not deceived. Instead, she smiled and replied, Indeed, your Highness is truly a gentle soul. Humph. Let me show you what true dragon's wrath feels like. Viserys extended his claw-like hands, lunging towards Meena. Their shared days had made him acutely aware of her physique, knowing exactly where she was most ticklish and where her body possessed the most elasticity. After a bout of intense tickling, Meena found herself in a comical predicament, trembling uncontrollably, ultimately having to kneel and surrender. Observing her capitulation, Viserion ceased his playful torment and turned his attention to assisting his sister in the construction of the royal arena. Through the combined efforts of the trio, a royal arena measuring 2 square meters with a height of 30 centimeters was swiftly erected. Indeed, Viserion aptly named it the Royal Arena. As a member of the royal lineage, and given that this venue was the only one currently possessed by House Targaryen, the designation was entirely appropriate. Unlike previous royal arenas constructed by laborers, this one was crafted by the hands of 2 genuine members of the royal family. It was undeniable that the lineage of this royal arena was far superior. Daenerys placed the Little Red Fruit into the arena, gleefully hopping about for a moment before realizing a crucial issue. There were no opponents. To be precise, the dilemma lay in not having selected a suitable adversary for the Little Red Fruit. Having been born merely half a day prior, its total length, including its tail, barely reached 10 centimeters. It was simply too diminutive. Finding a worthy contender was proving to be quite a challenge. After all, the Little Red Fruit was Daenerys' pet, and it would be rather unkind to let it perish immediately in battle. I shall devise a solution for the opponent, Viserion declared. Daenerys, you remain here and inscribe the words Royal Arena in the sand. This will be the name of our venue, and also a fine test of your recent studies. Meena, you are to supervise Daenerys closely. If she struggles to recall how to write, you may offer hints, but do not write for her. After issuing his instructions and receiving their nods of affirmation, Viserion strode toward the ocean. Arriving at the shoreline, where sand met surf, he began his search for a suitable opponent for the Little Red Fruit. A red crab? No, far too formidable. The Little Red Fruit would surely be outmatched. A green-striped sea snail? No, devoid of any offensive capability. It would be devoured in moments. Hardly a contest, and Daenerys would certainly not find it enjoyable. A white-striped crayfish? Ah, this one seemed fitting, slightly smaller than the Little Red Fruit, yet equipped with a pair of pincers that promised an evenly matched battle. You shall do, he declared. 10 minutes later, holding the crayfish in his grasp, Viserion returned to Meena and Daenerys. At that moment, Daenerys had only just completed the first half of the phrase Royal Arena, still in Valyrian. It was quite amusing. Throughout this period of instruction, Daenerys' progress in the continent's common tongue had been rather average, yet her grasp of Valyrian was remarkably swift, as if she possessed an extraordinary talent for it. To understand that Viserys and others conversed in the common tongue of the continent, it is noteworthy that the Valyrian he currently masters is the result of his diligent study and practice with ancient texts during this period. Unexpectedly, Daenerys, who is a full 8 years his junior, has made comparable strides in her Valyrian studies, which is rather astonishing. When it came to recalling the term royal arena, Daenerys exerted herself but could not retrieve it from her mind, becoming stuck in her thoughts. Sighing, she lamented her inability to remember, prompting her to turn to her brother for assistance. With her adorable pout and big, watery eyes, she looked at him with an innocent charm that made Viserys realize he was once again succumbing to her allure. Taking her small hand in his, he guided her through the writing of royal arena, stroke by stroke, and upon completion, they exchanged smiles that resonated with profound happiness. On the day the 21st chapter, Fairness, of the Legend of the Dragon Overlord was unlocked to chapter 70. It also marked the birth of the fiery dragonling, Little Red Fruit. The newly established royal arena commenced its very first battle in history. Little Red Fruit faced off against the white-striped lobster. In the first round, Little Red Fruit and the lobster circled each other, neither making an immediate move. The second round saw Little Red Fruit charge forward, executing a headbutt that yielded a significant repelling effect against the lobster. The lobster attempted a counterattack, but Little Red Fruit swiftly evaded the strike. In the third round, the lobster took the initiative, yet Little Red Fruit was undeterred. They became entangled in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. The three spectators observed with great interest, with Daenerys particularly enthusiastic, cheering them on. In the fourth round, the lobster successfully inflicted a long gash on Little Red Fruit's back with its claws. Little Red Fruit cried out in pain and unleashed its ultimate move. Witnessing her beloved Little Red Fruit injured, Daenerys felt a surge of compassion and instinctively reached out, separating the two combatants while seizing the lobster in her hand. With a mix of emotions, she glanced at the lobster and then at her brother. Brother, the lobster is too strong. What if Little Red Fruit cannot win? That is quite simple. If the lobster is too strong, then you should weaken it, he suggested. For instance, if you were to twist off its claws, it would be devoid of weapons and surely would not match Little Red Fruit. Daenerys' eyes sparkled with understanding, though she hesitated. But wouldn't he that make the match unfair? My dear Daenerys is concerned about fairness. How delightful, Viserys teased, pinching her cheek before continuing. In a contest, fairness is determined by the participants, namely Little Red Fruit and the lobster. However, you are not a participant. You are the organizer of the event, the architect of the rules. You must contemplate the purpose of hosting this competition. If maintaining fairness aligns with the objectives you hold dear, then it is imperative to uphold that fairness. Yet, should the equitable regulations become an impediment to achieving your goals, you ought to adjust the rules promptly. Do you understand? My dear Daenerys Targaryen seized the opportunity to impart some wisdom. While he was not entirely aware of the worldview, philosophy, and values of the Mother of Dragons in the original narrative, he was confident that under his gentle guidance and teachings, his beloved sister would inevitably take on his form. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Daenerys raised her small head and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brother. I understand. With that, Daenerys exerted her strength and twisted off the large claw from the right side of the crayfish. The crayfish exclaimed, "Hey, are you playing fair?" Nevertheless, Daenerys did not go to extremes. She left the left claw intact. Brother, you mentioned that altering the rules aims to fulfill one's own aspirations. My initial purpose for hosting this competition, beyond witnessing the clash between the two red fruits, was to provide an opportunity for training. If both claws are removed, the crayfish would lose its combat capability, thus failing to serve the purpose of training the Little Red Fruit. Though Daenerys was quite young, her reasoning was remarkably clear. The crayfish, now missing one claw, was tossed back into the arena. The fifth round commenced. The crayfish's attributes, attack power, speed, agility, were significantly diminished, while the flame dragon lizard, Little Red Fruit, sustained almost no damage apart from a single scar on its back. Consequently, the scales of victory swiftly tipped in favor of Little Red Fruit. After 5 minutes, Little Red Fruit unleashed a fiery tail whip, successfully vanquishing the crayfish. Just as Daenerys was preparing to showcase Little Red Fruit's prowess, it headed directly towards the carcass of the crayfish. With its mouth agape, it lowered its head to the unprotected, relatively tender abdomen of the crayfish. It took a bite, devouring a mouthful of succulent crayfish meat along with several slender, severed legs. Then came the second and third bites, and soon the crayfish's body was entirely consumed. Despite the crayfish's size being only slightly less than that of Little Red Fruit, and certainly larger than its stomach, it seemed illogical that it could be ingested. Yet, Little Red Fruit delivered a lesson to all three observers, proclaiming, "I am a magical creature, and magical beings defy reason." The entire consumption process took approximately 20 minutes. Once the last morsel of crayfish meat was swallowed, Little Red Fruit appeared thoroughly satisfied, leisurely letting out a hearty burp. After surveying its surroundings to ensure a safe environment devoid of threats, it closed its eyes and entered a state of slumber. After finishing their meal, they prepared to retire for the night. Much like little piglets, Viserys jested, reaching for the small red fruit, as he led Meena and Daenerys back to the camp. The hour was growing late, nearing dinner time, and it was time to return. However, as they walked, Viserys began to sense something amiss. The temperature of the red fruit in his hand was steadily rising. Initially, it felt akin to the ambient temperature, around a mere 10 degrees Celsius. Yet, as time progressed, the warmth intensified, surpassing 20 and even 30 degrees. Before the heat could scald his skin, he handed the small red fruit to Daenerys. With her innate gift of the unburnt, she felt no discomfort from the rising temperature. As the warmth increased, the fruit size began to grow at an alarming rate. Although it did not expand as rapidly as an inflatable doll, the noticeable growth was terrifying in itself. By the time they returned to the camp, the small red fruit had opened its eyes. Its length had increased from nearly 10 centimeters to an impressive 11 centimeters. While this may seem a trivial gain of merely 1 centimeter, in relative terms, it represented a significant growth of 1/10. Such was the wonder of magical creatures. "Uncle Mordred, Brother Sam, come quickly to see my little red fruit," Daenerys exclaimed, bouncing towards the others in the camp, clutching the tiny fire lizard. Reminiscent of a child eager to showcase a beloved toy. Chapter 22, Fire and Growth. This marked the 5th day since the birth of the little red fruit, and in that time, it had already doubled in size, reaching a notable 20 centimeters. To assess the fruit's newfound prowess, at Daenerys' suggestion, the royal beast arena, which had been silent for 5 days, was reopened. The participants remained the same: Viserys and Daenerys, the maid Meena, and most importantly, the star of the show, the little red fruit. Young Sam, driven by curiosity, decided to join them as well. As for Mordred, he had ventured deep into the forest to hunt. If those who relish fishing are dubbed anglers, then undoubtedly, Mordred was a hunter par excellence. Beyond eating, sleeping, and teaching Viserys swordsmanship and martial skills, he spent nearly all his time immersed in the woods, capturing game. Each day, he returned with a variety of prey, including but not limited to jungle wild boars, antlered elk, golden tree wolves, and silver-furred wood monkeys. This resulted in an ever-growing food supply at the camp, with the stores increasing rather than diminishing, leading to an abundance that seemed insatiable. Returning to the arena for the contest, the opponent prepared for little red fruit this time was yet another white-striped crayfish. There is nothing that showcases the growth of combat prowess more than a familiar adversary. Of course, this time Daenerys refrained from any deceitful tactics, such as removing the crayfish's pincers. Little red fruit had grown to twice the size of the white-striped crayfish, and the young princess was confident that her companion would not be harmed again. After all, little red fruit belonged to the fiery drake lizard race, which bore a name intertwined with dragons. To clarify, the term crayfish merely contains the character for dragon in Chinese. However, in the context of the common tongue of Westeros, it bears a faint relation to the term dragon. In contrast, the fiery drake lizard, regardless of whether in the common tongue or Valyrian, has a more profound etymological connection to dragons. Furthermore, little red fruit was a magical creature. In the context of the Game of Thrones universe, dragons are also magical beings. If it could not secure victory with such a significant size advantage, it would be better for little red fruit to end its own life. The 4 onlookers presumed that little red fruit would swiftly achieve victory due to its immense size advantage. Yet, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. It was not that little red fruit lost. On the contrary, it won decisively, and in no time at all. What astonished everyone was little red fruit's method of attack. With its mouth agape, a small burst of flames erupted in less than a second, thoroughly roasting the opposing crayfish. Astonishingly, it could breathe fire. Aside from its inability to fly, was it not akin to a dragon? Viserys was utterly delighted. Truly, it was a magical creature, demonstrating its prowess and living up to the name of a fiery drake lizard. After roasting the crayfish, little red fruit glanced at Daenerys as if seeking her approval. Upon receiving a nod from Daenerys, the fiery drake lizard opened its mouth wide and quickly devoured the crayfish in a matter of moments. This entire spectacle took merely 3 minutes, a significant reduction from the previous 20. How remarkable little red fruit was. Indeed, the crayfish that once posed a challenge was now dispatched with a single breath of fire. Hee, how impressive is my pet. It seems little red fruit is still not satiated. Shall we arrange another match? Heeding her brother's suggestion, the royal arena commenced the second match of the day. The red crab was approximately twice the size of the white-striped crayfish and nearly equal to little red fruit at present. With a much thicker dark red shell than the crayfish, it was a worthy opponent. Once again, the stage was set, and Little Red Fruit faced off against the red crab. As the battle commenced, Little Red Fruit unleashed a fiery breath, catching the red crab off guard, causing it to panic and attempt to flee. However, the walls of the arena confined it, leaving no escape. After struggling for a while and realizing escape was futile, the red crab raised its large pincers as a shield, positioning itself to deflect the flames of the little fire dragon while swiftly approaching its body. Preparing to engage in close combat, the little fire dragon, undaunted, met it head-on. Thus commenced their fierce melee. The anatomical structure of the red crab generally afforded it an advantage in strength contests against similarly sized opponents, as it had consistently triumphed in previous battles. However, today it encountered a formidable opponent. The fire dragon lizard, a magical creature of legendary status from the same era as dragons, possessed not only the extraordinary ability to breathe fire, but also immense strength, proving to be a worthy adversary for the red crab. The little fire dragon utilized its two limbs to pin down the red crab, preventing it from using its massive pincers to threaten. During this struggle of strength, it continuously unleashed flames, gradually roasting the red crab to perfection. 10 minutes later, the fire dragon lizard emerged victorious. The once sturdy dark red shell of the crab was now scorched and somewhat pale, rendering it exceedingly brittle. With a single strike from its claw, the shell shattered. Observing the little fire dragon savoring the delectable crab meat in triumph brought great joy to Daenerys, who cheered for her little fire dragon's prowess. Mina and Sam echoed her sentiments. Only Viserys discerned the fire dragon lizard's limitations during this battle. In truth, while the fire dragon's flames were potent, the red crab's shell was not as impenetrable as it seemed. Theoretically, the battle should have concluded within 3 minutes. However, it extended to 10. The primary reason for the delay was that the little fire dragon experienced a momentary lapse in its fiery onslaught. It appeared that the fire dragon lizard's fiery breath could not be sustained indefinitely and required a brief respite before it could continue to unleash flames. Viserys noted this characteristic in his mind. It was also possible that the little fire dragon's current size contributed to this limitation, perhaps when it matured. It would be capable of breathing fire continuously from dawn till dusk. As the days passed, the little fire dragon grew rapidly. By the time they reached chapter 150, its length had reached an impressive 50 centimeters, showing no signs of halting its growth. Chapter 23. The princess's birthday feast. In the days following the hatching of the little fire dragon, Viserys contemplated the possibility of procuring additional dragon lizard eggs. Although the fire dragon lizard's strength was considerably less than that of a dragon, as a magical creature, it would likely exhibit formidable combat capabilities upon maturation. Raising several of them would be advantageous. Should he amass a sufficient number, he might not even require dragons. Instead, he could forge a battalion of dragon knights riding fire dragon lizards, capable of conquering the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Such dreams were grand, yet reality proved to be rather stark. The reality is that, aside from the solitary red fruit, Viserys has been unable to locate any dragon lizard eggs. Limited by his own physical capabilities and strength, each of his explorations and discoveries has not ventured far from the camp. The few distant excursions accompanied by Mordred have yielded no results. It seems as though all his fortune was expended on the very first day of his arrival on the island. Back then, he could find a dragon lizard egg with ease, while now, after months of diligent searching, he has not even encountered a single eggshell. As time passes day by day, the day that unlocks chapter 200 of A Game of Thrones arrives, marking the 100th day since Viserys traversed into this world. As the first rays of sunlight filter through the leaves and windows, illuminating the room, Viserys awakens, typically one to indulge in slumber until naturally roused. His early rising today is due to the significance of the occasion, Daenerys' 4th birthday. This is a rare moment that occurs but once a year, and it certainly warrants a grand celebration. Silently dressing with the assistance of Mina, he tiptoes out of the room so as not to disturb the slumbering Daenerys. Once outside, Viserys gently claps his hands, summoning everyone to gather around him. I have previously conveyed the plan for today. You have not forgotten, have you? Of course not, Your Highness. We have committed your instructions to memory. Excellent. Let us proceed according to plan. Disperse immediately to complete all tasks before Daenerys awakens. Mordred strides into the depths of the forest. His mission for the day is to hunt a silver-spotted deer, which will serve as the main course for the evening's barbecue celebration. The meat of this silver-spotted deer is delectable and succulent, rich in juices, and most importantly, easily digestible, ensuring that even children can indulge without distress. On this island, where primitive forests and lakes abound aside from the camp, the population of silver-spotted deer is not scarce. With a little determination, one is sure to find them. However, their speed, agility, and keen awareness render them elusive, making it nearly impossible for an average person to capture them. Only a hunting master like Mordred stands a chance of success. A month prior, Mordred had the fortune of capturing a silver-spotted deer, which he prepared for a barbecue. Daenerys had savored it, her mouth watering, and for several days thereafter, she had clamored for more. Thus, on this special day of her birth, Mordred is set to exert himself once again. Meanwhile, Chef Sam heads to the kitchen, aiming to create a grand birthday cake. In the realm of Westeros, the existence of cake was already a delightful reality. Viserys, drawing from his experiences prior to his transmigration, proposed several enhancements to ensure that Daenerys would truly relish her birthday cake. The plan was to serve the cake as the main course at noon, which rendered the timeline rather tight. Hence, Sam had already undertaken a considerable amount of preparation the night before. Now, only the final steps of assembly, processing, trimming, and decorating remained, presenting no significant challenge. Meanwhile, the handmaiden Meena accompanied Viserys, venturing in a direction entirely opposite to that of Mordred. Not far in this direction lay a vast expanse of blooming flowers, a riot of colors where vibrant blossoms vied for attention, their fragrances wafting through the air, drawing industrious bees to labor tirelessly. The duo's task was both the simplest and most urgent, to gather a sufficient quantity of fresh flowers to weave a wreath adorned with branches. Their objective was to complete the floral crown before Daenerys awoke, so they could bestow it upon her head as a birthday tribute. To prepare, Viserys had taken the initiative to learn the art of wreath-making from Meena several days in advance. With everyone else departed, the camp was left in the care of a young girl barely a year old. Concerns for safety were unwarranted. The vigilant little dragon, now grown to a meter in length and exuding a subtle aura of draconic majesty, would guard the abode. Common forest creatures, sensing the presence of a superior being, instinctively kept their distance from the camp. Moreover, the flower field was not far from where Viserys and Meena were headed, ensuring that their flower-gathering expedition would not require much time. Each group was diligently occupied, all striving to ensure that Daenerys would enjoy a joyous and blissful birthday. As the golden sun ascended from the eastern horizon, traversed to the zenith of the sky, and gradually descended toward the western sea, the orange-red sunset illuminated the ocean's surface with brilliance. Approximately 300 meters from the royal arena, Daenerys, adorned in a pristine princess gown and crowned with a fresh flower wreath, sat upon her brother's lap, her face radiating pure happiness. Her day had been filled with laughter and joy. From the moment she opened her eyes in the morning, Meena had dressed her in her favorite little dress. As she stepped out of the door, her brother placed the hand-woven crown upon her head, offering heartfelt wishes for his dearest sister, Princess Daenerys, on her 4th birthday. Following this, the entire gathering sang birthday songs and indulged in cake, with her brother encouraging her to make a wish, asserting that wishes made on one's birthday would undoubtedly come true. She promptly declared her desire to remain forever alongside her brother, never to be parted. As time unfolds in the present, a gentle evening breeze caresses the air while I listen to my brother narrate the enchanting adventures of Sister Hermione. Not far away, Mordred and Sam collaborate harmoniously, skewering the meticulously prepared venison of the silver-spotted deer in anticipation of the impending barbecue bonfire celebration. The sun gradually descends toward the horizon, casting a dimming light upon the world. With a resounding roar, a vibrant flame erupts from the small red fruit, igniting the assembled pyre and instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness. Thus, the bonfire gathering commences. Chapter 24. The Lair of the Dragon. Following Daenerys' birthday feast, Viserys' days returned to a semblance of tranquility. Mornings were spent honing swordsmanship with Mordred, afternoons dedicated to teaching Daenerys the art of reading, mealtime filled with the delectable dishes crafted by Sam, and evenings spent luxuriating on a soft bed while Meena offered soothing massages, all the while regaling Daenerys with her cherished fairy tales, particularly the marvelous adventures of Hermione. Life appeared exceedingly pleasant. However, as time progressed, numerous overlooked matters began to surface. For instance, Daenerys possessed only a handful of garments suitable for a child of her age, with the dress worn at her birthday celebration being the last unworn addition to her wardrobe. When departing from Westeros, the notion that circumstances would evolve to such an extent, being stranded on a deserted island due to an unforeseen tidal wave, had seemed improbable. With ample gold dragons at her disposal, the plan had been to procure clothing upon reaching the cities across the strait, rendering the need to carry excessive attire unnecessary. Thus, even as a princess of noble lineage, Daenerys found herself with merely a dozen outfits aboard the royal vessel. Moreover, it is well known that children experience rapid growth, sometimes even gaining inches within a single day. The once loose garments that Daenerys had previously worn now felt constricting. Should her growth continue, she would soon require clothing tailored from adult sizes, which, while providing warmth and modesty, would undoubtedly compromise comfort. This predicament was but a minor concern for Daenerys, for as a child, her challenges were relatively few. In contrast, others, Mordred, Sam, Mina, and even Viserys himself, faced far graver issues. Though these dilemmas did not threaten survival, they significantly impacted the quality of life. It became evident that Viserys' earlier notions were rather naive. Even without the threat of the assassin's bounty, and even if pursuers never discovered this island of dragons, they could not indefinitely enjoy a leisurely existence in isolation. Humanity is inherently a social species, reliant on diverse societal roles and the exchange of essential resources to sustain a viable way of life. The nobility are even more so. Viserys, wishing to maintain a dignified and leisurely aristocratic lifestyle with his sister, requires a continuous supply of services. Merely relying on Mordred, Mina, and Sam is grossly insufficient. Should they remain on this island for an extended period, their standard of living would inevitably decline, potentially reducing them to wild savages clad in garments woven from leaves, with disheveled hair. Realizing this, Viserys felt an intensified urgency to depart from the island, yet he found himself utterly powerless, which caused him immense distress. Everyone in the camp could sense the prince's dismal mood. As the central figure in this small circle, his emotions inevitably influenced those around him. For a considerable time, the camp was devoid of laughter, with joviality diminishing by over 70%. Until one fateful morning, the oppressive atmosphere was shattered by Viserys' hearty laughter. Ha! After finishing the latest chapter, 240, of The Legend of the Dragon Overlord, he exuberantly bounced around his room, gesticulating wildly and even throwing a few triumphant punches into the air. At long last, his golden finger, which had accompanied him through his transmigration, had finally begun to wield its influence. Since his initial rescue of Daenerys, this so-called prophetic novel had scarcely proven useful. The tsunami had already approached before it was mentioned in the narrative, leaving no room for evasion, and after arriving on Dragonstone, it had been utterly ineffectual, with the protagonists engaging in repetitive tasks devoid of any extraordinary adventures typical of a conventional narrative. Thus far, Viserys' most significant achievement had been the acquisition of a 12-meter-long fire dragon lizard, Little Red, attained through his own efforts, or luck, with no connection to the prophetic capabilities of this fanfiction. Yet, it must be said, the ancestral wisdom holds true. Where mountains and waters meet, doubts arise. But amidst the willows and blossoms, a new village appears. Just as he had begun to lose faith in his golden finger, it suddenly delivered a substantial boon. Chapters 239 and 240, each replete with a full 20,000 words, together amounting to a staggering 40,000 words, equivalent to the typical content of 20 chapters. In these latest installments, the protagonist discovers a dragon's lair deep within the forest, a nest containing dragon eggs. For others in this world, dragon eggs are merely precious collectibles, devoid of practical value. After all, dragons have not been seen for over a century. Barring a few extraordinarily long-lived species, no one has laid eyes on a dragon. Should dragons remain absent for several more centuries or millennia, people might even come to believe that these magnificent creatures were mere figments of ancient imagination, never having existed. Much like the current populace of Westeros, who scarcely believe in the existence of White Walkers, dismissing them as mere tales spun by nursemaids to frighten children into obedience. However, Viserys is different. He is a traveler who knows that neither dragons nor White Walkers have truly vanished. In fact, they will re-emerge in this world after a few years. They need only await the passage of the red comet across the sky, heralding the return of magical tides, at which point the dragon eggs will hatch into mighty dragons. Perhaps they need not even wait for years for the comet's return. In this reimagined world of Game of Thrones, magical creatures such as the fire-breathing lizard have already been successfully hatched, and being magical beings themselves, the dragons may soon follow suit. Once they possess dragons, the predicaments currently faced by Viserys and his companions will be swiftly resolved. This small island will no longer be able to confine their steps, with dragons commanding the skies. They can traverse to any corner of this world, save for the ruins of the Valyrian Empire. Furthermore, at that juncture, the dynamics between the beleaguered siblings and the usurper of the Iron Throne will undergo a profound reversal. No longer will they be the ones in fear of assassins sent to hunt them down. Rather, their adversary will live in perpetual dread, anxious about when they might return riding dragons, unleashing flames to consign him and his supporters to the depths of hell. A bright future beckons Viserys. And how could his heart not swell with excitement? "Brother, what is happening? You look so happy," Daenerys exclaimed, noticing her brother's joy, though unaware of the cause. She couldn't help but smile alongside him. Viserys, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed forward and embraced his sister, planting a fervent kiss on her soft, rosy cheek. "Dany, our good days are about to arrive." Chapter 25. The Treasure Monster Dragon's Roost Island, at the heart of the camp. After calming his exhilaration, Viserys summoned everyone together. "My friends, I have something of great importance to share with you." He revealed to all, including his sister Daenerys, the existence of a dragon's lair on the island, which contained dragon eggs. According to the narrative, the protagonist had ventured alone from the camp and traversed the forest for 2.5 days to reach the dragon's lair. Along the way, he encountered various thrilling and perilous incidents, which he managed to navigate solely by virtue of his protagonist's luck. When he finally returned to the camp, clad in tattered rags, several days had passed, and the others had been in a state of deep concern for his safety. Although Viserys is a traveler, he is reluctant to gamble his precious life on the notion that he too possesses the so-called protagonist's luck. Hence, after careful consideration, he deemed it wiser to share the information with everyone rather than face the ordeal alone while causing undue worry. After all, those present were trustworthy companions, and there was little need for secrecy. As for the questions that arose among the group, how did the prince acquire this knowledge? Thus, let us elucidate the matter through the exclusive privilege of Targaryen dreams. Esteemed companions, our journey is not a brief one. A round trip may require 5 or 6 days. To avert unforeseen circumstances, I propose that we embark together, providing one another with support along the way. This is all I wish to convey. So what are your responses? "I am willing. Wherever my brother goes, I shall follow," declared Daenerys. "As you command, Your Highness," replied Sam. "As your Highness's personal maid, it is only fitting that I remain by your side to serve," added Mina. The trio, after listening to Viserys' narrative, appeared somewhat exhilarated, each expressing their endorsement of the prince's decision. Yet, among this assembly, the stalwart warrior, Mordred, did not share in their enthusiasm. He bore an expression of hesitation. "Teacher, if you harbor any concerns, please feel free to voice them," Viserys encouraged. "Your Highness, if I may speak candidly, your father, His Majesty Aerys, once had many prophetic dreams regarding dragons, yet subsequent events have proven those dreams to be less than accurate." His words, though delicately phrased, were not lost on Viserys, who discerned the underlying implication. Mordred was apprehensive about inheriting the madness of the Mad King. "Mordred, I understand your concerns are not without merit. Some of my father's actions were indeed irrational, even verging on insanity. However, I am not my father. I am confident in my current rationality," Viserys asserted. Yet, as Mordred sought to continue his rebuttal, Viserys interjected, "Setting aside the dragon dreams and the dragons themselves, there is nothing particularly outrageous about this decision, is there? We have resided on this island for nearly half a year, confining our existence to this small area, and remain ignorant of what lies beyond. Now that we are unable to leave this isle, should we not strive to gain a deeper understanding of this place, where we may reside for several more years, perhaps even decades? I know, teacher, you have also contemplated deeper exploration, but to ensure our safety, we cannot venture too far. We must remain within the vicinity of the camp. Since you cannot stray far from us, why not accompany us on our journey? Even if we encounter danger along the way, I am confident that with your expertise, you can safeguard us," he proposed, rising to his full height. With his right fist raised toward Viserys, he declared, "I vow to protect you and Princess Daenerys' lives from harm." Thus, the decision to embark on a quest to find the dragon's lair was unanimously approved. 2 days later, deep within the forests of Dragonstone, a silverback grizzly bear, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing at least 500 kilograms, obstructed the path of Viserys and his companions. Roar! The roar of the silverback grizzly was deafening, startling countless birds from the trees, its sharp fangs longer than a human finger, truly a terrifying sight. However, Viserys was not overly astonished. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. This silverback grizzly had been depicted in the novel A Song of Ice and Fire, where the protagonist found himself in dire straits, his splendid noble attire reduced to rags, nearly losing his life, primarily due to this formidable beast. It resembled a treasure guardian from a video game, a creature that would prevent anyone from approaching the dragon's lair. This was precisely why Viserys felt exhilarated. The appearance of the silverback grizzly signified that they were nearing their destination. He swiftly scooped up Daenerys and retreated. "Mordred, I leave it to you. Let us proceed according to plan." "Rest assured, your highness." Mordred, upon witnessing the silverback grizzly, was not astonished by the sheer size of the bear, but rather by the accuracy of the prince's prophetic dream. On their journey, Viserys had informed the group about the potential encounter with a silverback grizzly and discussed strategies to confront it. Given the prince's status, Mordred had earnestly contemplated the matter and devised a viable plan. He was now immensely grateful that he hadn't been dismissive regarding the prince's concerns. Had the massive silverback grizzly appeared unexpectedly, it would have posed a significant challenge. However, at present, he felt completely prepared. Mordred did not draw his longsword but instead unstrapped his iron shield, gripping it with both hands as he charged at the immense bear. The collision of the armored Mordred and the colossal grizzly was akin to the clash of an iron tower and a mountain of flesh, producing a heavy thud. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, the fiery dragon lizard, Regal, received Daenerys' command and swiftly circled behind the silverback grizzly, opening its jaws wide. With a roar, searing flames erupted forth, instantly igniting the bear's fur. The flames grew increasingly fierce, transforming the silverback grizzly into a flaming bear. Chapter 26. The mysterious cave. The fire raged across the silverback grizzly, yet it was powerless, thrashing about in vain, emitting anguished cries of rage and pain. This ordeal did not last long. 10 minutes later, the massive form of the silverback grizzly collapsed, its fur entirely scorched and its body charred black. Observing the carcass of the bear, which now exuded the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, Viserys confirmed his suspicions. It seems that the trait of having abundant fur, yet being vulnerable to fire applies not only to the creatures of the game, but also to the beasts of the natural world. Had it not been for the flames, but rather for Mordred to engage the formidable silverback grizzly bear with sword and shield in a duel, the outcome would have been uncertain. The bear's thick fur and fat layers provided astonishing defense, far exceeding human musculature, endowing it with immense strength capable of sending a person flying with a single blow. Mordred sheathed his colossal shield behind him, then unsheathed his longsword and thrust it forcefully into the heart of the silverback bear's corpse. It is a commendable habit to ensure a foe is thoroughly vanquished. Once he confirmed the bear's demise, he returned to the side of Viserys. "Your Highness, what shall we do with the bear's carcass? To leave it here would be wasteful. So much meat." Viserys shook his head. "Moreover, since arriving on this island, I have not savored the delightful taste of bear paws, and I find myself yearning for it. Sam, cooperate with Mordred and prepare the bear properly. Let it serve as our midday feast." "At your command," Sam replied joyfully. The fiery dragon lizard, Little Red, scampered over to Viserys and Daenerys, raising its head proudly, as if to say, praise me, praise me. Look how I effortlessly took down that giant. Haha, today, thanks to you, we have a great ally." Viserys patted Little Red's head and then instructed Sam, who had already begun to process the bear's body. "Sam, set aside an entire bear leg for Little Red as a reward." "As you wish." Little Red joyfully nudged Viserys' leg with its head. After feasting, the group set forth once more. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, a majestic waterfall plunging over 100 meters with a width exceeding 10 meters. Standing at the base of the waterfall, Viserys could profoundly appreciate the breathtaking imagery described by the poetic sage of his previous life. The waterfall cascades 3,000 feet, as if the river were falling from the heavens. Near the waterfall's edge, one had to speak loudly, otherwise, words were lost in the thunderous roar of the water. "Oh, we have finally arrived. This is the scene I beheld in my dragon dream. The lair of the giant dragon lies behind this waterfall. But your highness, how shall we cross? The surroundings are entirely water. It seems impossible to proceed. Even if we were to construct a raft, the ferocious current from the waterfall would prevent us from navigating upstream." Following the encounter with the silverback bear, Mordred's trust in the prince had only deepened, evident in his tendency to consider Viserys' opinions more thoroughly before taking action. "Do not worry. I have traversed this path in my dragon dream before. There is a secret route leading behind the waterfall. Follow me." Viserys stretched lazily and then strode forward with purpose. Navigating around a concealed rocky path alongside the waterfall's cascading lake, we arrived behind the grand waterfall, where indeed, we beheld an immense opening, approximately 10 meters in width and length. This aperture descended gradually and appeared profoundly deep, vanishing into obscurity. Although Viserys assured us of the absence of danger, claiming only treasure and dragon eggs lay within, Mordred remained somewhat apprehensive and took the initiative to lead the way. After traversing about 10 meters, the sunlight from outside ceased to penetrate, and the cavern plunged into darkness. "Sam," came the call. "Understood." Sam emerged with a burning torch in hand, its flickering flame dispelling some of the surrounding gloom, allowing us to discern our path as we ventured further inside. After approximately 100 meters, Mordred halted. What is it? Teacher? Why have we stopped? Have you discovered something? Your Highness, it seems there is a wall ahead, obstructing our progress. What? Viserys exclaimed, astonished. How could such an unexpected occurrence arise on our side? He positioned himself beside Mordred, yet saw nothing amiss. Where's this wall? Surely you jest. Indeed not, Your Highness. Though it remains unseen, an invisible wall stands before us. As he spoke, Mordred extended his hand and tapped forward. The motion suggested there was, in fact, an obstruction present. This prompted Viserys to tentatively reach out, yet he encountered no barrier. His arm effortlessly passed through the area where Mordred was halted. After several attempts, Viserys, with a frown, turned to Mordred. This jest is in poor taste. I swear by the 7 gods, I am not jesting. Mordred's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the prince encountering no hindrance. When two individuals possess conflicting perceptions of reality, the most prudent course is to seek a third party for clarity. Thus, they turned to Sam. Sam, come here, try to see if there is indeed a wall present. Sam nodded obediently and extended his hand. Meanwhile, Viserys watched Sam's actions with a teasing glint in his eye, musing to himself, how absurd. Teacher, at your age still indulging in such games of invisible walls. I wonder what amusement this could possibly hold, as it is a lie easily pierced. Viserys brimmed with confidence. However, in the next instant, he was left astounded. Sam, too, was halted at the same spot. Could there truly be something there? Or had Mordred and Sam conspired to play a prank on him? Setting aside whether they would dare to do such a thing, their personalities hardly aligned with such mischief. Chapter 27. The unveiling of occupation. Unwavering in his convictions, Viserys summoned Meena. Despite the possibility of Sam and Mordred conspiring against him, he held an unwavering belief in the loyalty of his devoted handmaiden. Their bond was profound. They shared a bed daily and engaged in various intimate games, with only the final step remaining unfulfilled. However, to his astonishment, after her attempt, Meena echoed the same response as Mordred and Sam. Now, 3 against 1. Viserys found himself labeled the deceiver. In a bid to prove his honesty, he strode forward confidently, taking several bold steps before turning back. He encountered no obstructions along the way. How could this be? Observing his effortless movements, the onlookers were equally taken aback. Viserys began to ponder the nature of this phenomenon. While Mordred's assertion could be viewed as mere jest, the identical reactions from Sam and Meena suggested a deeper complexity. Several hypotheses began to form in his mind, yet further experimentation was necessary. He bent down and casually picked up a stone, tossing it through the invisible barrier. The stone sailed through without hindrance. Nodding to himself, he refrained from rushing to conclusions and instead instructed Daenerys and the little red fruit to attempt crossing the unseen wall. The result was consistent. Daenerys, like the others, was unable to pass and, nursing her bumped head, clung to her brother's leg for solace. While comforting his sister, Viserys observed the outcome with the fire lizard. The little red fruit breezed through effortlessly. From this comparative experiment, Viserys began to formulate a preliminary conclusion. Firstly, a wall indeed existed before him. Yet it was no ordinary barrier. It was likely a magical wall, passable only by those who adhered to its enigmatic rules. Secondly, the admission criteria appeared peculiar. Inanimate objects like stones and clothing could traverse it without resistance, as could magical creatures like the fire lizard. Yet ordinary humans, even those of Targaryen blood like Daenerys, were barred entry. Yet he himself could pass through. Did this imply that he too was a magical being? Or was there some other unknown rule at play? Who had erected this wall, and for what purpose? In an instant, a myriad of questions flooded Viserys' mind, none of which could be answered in the immediate future. Since clarity eluded him, he resolved to set aside these quandaries for later consideration, focusing instead on achieving the purpose of their expedition. As the situation unfolded, he addressed the group. Only I and the little red fruit may enter. You all must remain outside. Mordred, take the others and wait here while I venture inside alone. If I have not emerged after half an hour, you shall wait for me outside the waterfall, declared Viserys. Mordred, concerned for Viserys' safety, suggested that he take the little red fruit with him. Viserys acquiesced. After all, facing 5 foes was no small feat, and having a fiery dragon lizard would provide him with a measure of resistance. Shortly thereafter, he grasped a freshly ignited torch and proceeded deeper into the cavern, while the others remained behind. Thus, they parted ways. As Viserys ventured forth, he began to feel that the torch was somewhat superfluous, for the ground was gradually adorned with luminous flora that grew increasingly abundant the further he delved. 20 minutes later, he extinguished his torch, as the surrounding phosphorescent grass sufficed to illuminate the entire area. A subtle, fragrant aroma wafted through the air, but Viserys paid it little mind and continued onward. Turning a corner, he arrived at a vast, open semicircular pit. Within this hollow, colossal dragon eggs stood in unguarded simplicity, an astonishing sight. Countless eggs met his gaze. 1, 2, 3. My heavens, a total of 10. How could there be so many dragon eggs here? These were dragon eggs, not mere cabbages being sold off at a bargain. Moreover, their size was nothing short of extraordinary. Were they not too large? Each egg measured nearly a meter in diameter. It was well known that the 3 dragons which would later secure Daenerys Targaryen's legacy as the mother of dragons once hatched from eggs no larger than a fist. In all recorded history, dragon eggs were documented to be diminutive. Never had he encountered such enormous specimens, standing tall to Viserys's waist. Why were the eggs here so grand? Were they subjected to some peculiar radiation that induced mutation? Viserys pondered this enigma for some time, ultimately deeming it yet another unsolvable conundrum. He decided to categorize it alongside the mysterious magical wall, relegating it to the recesses of his mind for future contemplation. Approaching a giant egg that gleamed like gold, he emulated the protagonist from his tales, drawing a small blade across his palm. Crimson blood welled from the wound, and he promptly pressed his bloodied hand against the egg. In an instant, a surge of mysterious energy coursed through his body like a warm tide. Simultaneously, his personal panel underwent a transformation. The classification of occupation shifted from dragon god, unawakened, to dragon god, awakened. In the northern realms of Westeros, beyond the wall, in the farthest reaches of the land. In this desolate realm, untouched by human presence, the landscape remains perpetually blanketed in thick ice and snow, regardless of the season, be it spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Deep within the boundless glaciers stands a formidable mountain, composed of frigid ice and dark stone. Atop this peak rises an exquisite palace, entirely forged from millennia-old ice, emanating an aura of relentless cold. For countless centuries, this palace has remained shrouded in silence, void of any commotion. However, upon the distant advent of Viserys embracing the dragon god profession, a magnificent pillar of icy radiance descended from the celestial heights, piercing through the obsidian clouds to strike directly upon the palace. The luminous beam penetrated the palace's ceiling, illuminating the grand hall's center, where the throne of winter awaited. Suddenly, upon the once bare throne, a semi-transparent figure of icy blue materialized. The apparition surveyed the empty hall, its vastness devoid of any presence, and let out a dissatisfied sigh. Subsequently, it raised its hand, and an enigmatic sound resonated throughout the space. A complex array materialized at the center of the hall. Days later, a coffin emerged within this intricate formation. With a mere gesture, the figure opened the coffin. From within rose a humanoid figure clad in armor of ice. Approximately 2 meters tall, wielding a weapon, its eye sockets glowing with a haunting blue light. It approached the throne of winter, kneeling on one knee before the blue apparition. Bowing in fealty, "Night King, I entrust you with this task. Do not let me down," the apparition uttered, its voice echoing with authority. After imparting this singular command, it vanished alongside the towering pillar of blue ice. Chapter 28. My name becomes your surname. On Dragon's Nest, within the cavern of the great dragon's lair, Viserys, having unlocked the dragon god profession, experienced an immediate infusion of mysterious power, as if undergoing a baptism of strength. A warm current enveloped his body, continuously reshaping him with arcane energy. This sensation resembled the transformative rituals of protagonists in fantastical novels, who immerse themselves in rare concoctions to refine their physiques, as well as the teachings of venerable masters in martial tales who impart inner strength to elevate their disciples' prowess. There were no adverse effects of hasty advancement. Instead, it was a swift elevation akin to enlightenment. This process lasted for a little over 10 minutes before concluding. His height increased slightly, nearing 1 meter and 60 centimeters, surpassing the average stature of his peers. The fatigue of his soul and spirit dissipated, leaving him invigorated as if he had indulged in a profoundly restorative slumber. Every aspect of his being, including strength, speed, mental acuity, recovery, and soul fortitude, was enhanced from within. Upon successfully completing this rite of passage, he began to throw a few punches in place. The sound of air being sliced was faintly audible as his fists moved. He attempted a vertical leap, propelling himself a full meter off the ground with both feet, and he sensed that this was not yet his limit. He once again drew the metallic long sword from his waist. The sword, which had once felt cumbersome, now seemed astonishingly light, as if it had transformed into a plastic replica. Viserion understood that it was not the sword that had become lighter, but rather his own strength that had surged. He executed the maneuvers taught to him by Mordred: slashes, thrusts, upward cuts, downward strikes, and lunges, with great enthusiasm. However, he realized that this was not the time for such distractions. If he did not act swiftly, the wounds he had previously inflicted would soon begin to heal. At that point, he would have to inflict further injury upon himself, a prospect he wished to avoid. With this thought in mind, Viserion quelled the urge to continue practicing and performed a graceful flourish before sheathing the longsword back at his side. Taking advantage of the fact that his wounds had not yet fully healed, he hastily approached the remaining dragon eggs, touching each one in turn. Before long, the surfaces of these exquisitely beautiful giant eggs were stained with his blood. With each egg he marked, an additional name appeared in the Bonded Dragons section of his panel. Concurrently, a new connection formed within his soul. For instance, after he stained the first golden egg, his panel displayed Bonded Dragon, Luminous Gold Viserion Targaryen, 0, representing the 0 stage of life, unborn. The vibrations within his soul conveyed that this life, bearing his full name as its surname, was indeed the colossal dragon still encased within the egg, yet to be born. Upon the completion of this process, he reopened his personal panel, which instantly refreshed. Name: Viserion Targaryen. Age: 11 years. Combat Power Index: 35, initially 5. Enhanced by the awakening of his profession by 30. Profession: Dragon God, unlocked. Realm: born into the world of the novel Game of Thrones, the legend of the dragon overlord. Bonded Dragons: Luminous Gold Viserion Targaryen, 0, representing the 0 stage of life, unborn. Amber Viserion Targaryen, 0, Emerald Viserion Targaryen, 0, Citron Viserion Targaryen, 0, Obsidian Viserion Targaryen, 0. Sapphire Viserion Targaryen, 0, Malachite Viserion Targaryen, 0, Amethyst Viserion Targaryen, 0, White Pearl Viserion Targaryen, 0. For the convenience of readers and the author alike, the surnames of the dragons will be concealed in future panels. So Luminous Gold Viserion Targaryen, 0, will be abbreviated to Luminous Gold, 0. Companion female, none, unlocked plot until. Chapter 246, Special Skill Talent. Blessing of the Mermaid Princess, allows free breathing and agile swimming in water. Magical item. Guardian Shell of the Mermaid Clan, can withstand one attack with destructive power less than 100 points. Enters cooldown after activation. Cooldown time 24 hours, as Viserion meticulously bandaged the wounds on his hands. He gazed at the soaring battle power and the multitude of dragon names displayed on the panel, his heart brimming with excitement and exhilaration. This expedition to the dragon's lair had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had it addressed his previously inadequate personal combat prowess, but he had also simultaneously claimed allegiance from 10 dragons. These were dragons, 10 of them. 10. In the original tale, Daenerys possessed only 3. Can I now consider myself the father of dragons? But no, none of these dragons have hatched yet. For now, I am merely a father to dragon eggs. Though these 10 colossal dragon eggs were of a size that defied reason, he pondered anxiously whether any unforeseen complications might arise. Nevertheless, overall, he harbored little concern. The nature of dragons dictated that their combat prowess was assessed by their size. A larger physique invariably enhanced their defense, destructive capacity, and speed exponentially. Being larger could only be advantageous, could it not? From another perspective, these 10 massive dragon eggs placed their future occupants ahead of the game even before their birth. After waiting for nearly an hour without the sight of Viserion, Daenerys and her companions were taking a respite. Maid Mina skillfully peeled the skin from a large green grape and presented the succulent flesh to her highness. Daenerys opened her mouth wide and swallowed the entire grape in one bite, a crescent smile gracing her lips. So sweet. Beside her, Sam was seated on the ground, occasionally casting glances towards the cave hidden behind the grand waterfall. Lord Mordred, do you think there are really dragon eggs in that dark cave? Perhaps, he replied. Your Grace's dragon dreams indicated that there are indeed dragon eggs within. Previous experiences have shown that your Grace's dragon dreams are quite prophetic. How wonderful. I've never seen what a dragon egg looks like. The youthful Sam seemed quite thrilled. You've never seen a dragon egg? Of course not, my lord. My status is not as noble as yours, allowing you daily access to the royal palace. I am merely the son of a cook. Mordred fell silent for a moment. Do you recall what the dragon egg looked like before that fiery dragon hatched? Of course, my lord. I remember it vividly. The dragon eggs I have seen are quite similar, except they do not maintain the searing heat perpetually. Other than that, they are not too different. Chapter 29. The Night King in the far north of Westeros. Beyond the wall, lies the most desolate of lands. Summoned anew by his master from the eternal frost-laden crypt, The Night King stood alone in the frigid palace for an extended period after the azure specter vanished. He appeared to be lost in contemplation, or perhaps merely staring into the void, resembling a lifeless ice sculpture frozen in place. Days later, the Night King, encased in his heavy icy armor, finally stirred. With a gait so steady it seemed almost inhuman, he emerged from the palace, descending to the foot of the mountain and traversing the snowy plains. Before the vast expanse of ice, his gaze darted back and forth, as if searching for something elusive. However, this frozen wasteland was a veritable desert of life, devoid of movement save for the cold ice and accumulated snow. As he advanced, the Night King left deep imprints in the snow, yet it was only a matter of time before the raging blizzard would obliterate all traces of his passage. Days passed without respite or sustenance, as the Night King tirelessly scoured the boundless ice field in pursuit of his elusive objective. On one fateful day, his mechanical form finally halted atop a mound of snow. He raised his colossal obsidian sword high, channeling all his strength, and brought it crashing down upon the ground below. With a thunderous roar akin to an exploding grenade, the earth yielded, creating a deep crater as snow flew in all directions, revealing a thick, deep blue layer of ice beneath. Encased within this frozen layer lay a massive shadow, suggestive of some creature trapped in time. Yet, after such an eternity in icy confinement, even a dragon-esque life force would have long ceased. How could any being possibly survive? Undeterred, the Night King resembled a child fixated on a cherished toy, relentlessly raising and striking with his sword. He toiled without pause, excavating the pit for an entire day and night until he had delved nearly a meter deep. At last, he ceased his unyielding labor, and the indistinct silhouette beneath the thick ice was revealed in its true form. Not a dragon, but an ancient mammoth emerged before him. Towering over 3 meters in height and nearing 5 meters in length, its body was cloaked in dense brown fur, with 2 elongated tusks resembling battering rams jutting forward. The colossal mammoth exuded no trace of life. It had long succumbed to death. Yet, encased in ice, its remains were remarkably preserved, appearing almost indistinguishable from when it had lived, save for its lack of breath and motion. The Night King sheathed his obsidian sword and regarded the immense mammoth he had unearthed with satisfaction, nodding solemnly. Then, channeling his blue ethereal energy, he unleashed a powerful strike. A miraculous scene unfolded as the ice encasing the mammoth shattered and fell away, yet the carcass itself remained unscathed, revealed in its entirety. The action lingered for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, yet nothing transpired. An air of awkwardness permeated the atmosphere. The Night King cast a perplexed glance at the mammoth before him, then shifted his gaze to his own clenched fist. Had he failed? How could that be? It was inconceivable, yet the truth was undeniable. The lifeless form of the mammoth exhibited no signs of revival. Left with no alternative, the Night King extended his palm and pressed it against the mammoth's corpse. A surge of azure spiritual energy emanated from him, enveloping the remains of the mammoth. In the next moment, the mammoth's eyes snapped open. However, unlike an ordinary mammoth, its eyes now radiated an eerie ice blue hue. The Night King withdrew his hand, poised to leap atop the resurrected beast, only to witness the icy glow in its eyes swiftly fade away. The mammoth reverted to its former, silent state. The Night King was incensed. How could the formidable Night King be thwarted by a mere mammoth? He pressed his hand against it once more, a torrent of spiritual energy pouring forth from him, flooding into the mammoth's corpse. He was determined to awaken the colossal creature entirely, to make it his steed. Clinging to this conviction, he persevered with this endeavor. After more than half a month, the Night King finally withdrew his arm again. This time, the mammoth's eyes did not lose their luminescence. Instead, they emitted a persistent, ghostly blue glow. The mammoth had finally been resurrected in full. However, the cost had been exorbitant. 20 days had elapsed, merely to revive a single mammoth for his use, consuming a significant portion of his own time. The Night King found himself engulfed in self-doubt. How had he become so feeble? Was it the passage of time that had eroded most of his power? Or was it merely the aftermath of his recent awakening, with his strength yet to be restored? Regardless of the reason, the Night King was not formidable at this moment. He required time to gradually regain his might. When that day arrived, he would command an endless, immortal army of wights, annihilating all life upon the earth. Let us rewind the timeline by a month. When Viserys emerged from the cavern of the dragon's lair, he was accompanied by no one, and he bore no additional possessions, save for a 12-meter-long fire-breathing lizard trailing at his heels, just as he had before entering the cave. "Brother, you're back," Daenerys exclaimed as she rushed toward Viserys, who embraced her and spun her around in delight. Both Mordred and Mina breathed a sigh of relief at his safe return. Meanwhile, Sam surveyed the surroundings, peering left and right, up and down, yet found no trace of the fabled dragon eggs, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "Sam, what's the matter?" "Your Highness, did you find any dragon eggs in that cave?" "Indeed, I did, and not just one." A look of delight suddenly illuminated Sam's face, and he cast a hopeful gaze towards His Highness the Prince. However, before he could utter a word, Viserys shattered his expectations. "I did not bring the dragon eggs. They remain in the cave." After careful consideration, Viserys opted not to retrieve the dragon eggs with whom he had already forged a bond. The great waterfall provided a natural barrier, rendering the hidden path to the cave nearly undetectable to the average person. Even if one were to stumble upon the route, they would be thwarted by the magical wall within the cave, unable to advance further. Leaving the dragon eggs in the cave was undoubtedly far safer than bringing them back to the camp. Chapter 30. A strength that could move mountains, not bringing the dragon eggs? "Then our journey has been in vain," Sam murmured softly. There was a distance of about 3 or 4 meters between Viserys and Sam, a span that would typically render Sam's quiet voice inaudible to the prince. However, Viserys was transformed. His combat prowess had surged to a score of 35, granting him comprehensive enhancements, including heightened hearing. Thus, Sam's quiet lament reached his ears distinctly. If Viserys were a stern prince, Sam's words alone could have warranted a charge of disrespect towards the crown. Yet, in his current good spirits, Viserys had no intention of punishing Sam. Instead, he would respond with action. "Although I did not bring the dragon eggs, it does not imply that this journey has been fruitless. The potent dragon aura within the cave has awakened the latent power in my Targaryen blood." Viserys extended an invitation to wrestle with Sam. Upon hearing this, Sam hesitated, then vigorously shook his head in refusal. Despite his youth and occasional impulsiveness, he was not foolish. Engaging in a contest with the prince could bring shame and ridicule if he lost, and if he were to win, it might incite the prince's resentment, leading to future grievances. He imagined the dreadful possibility of being punished one morning simply for stepping out with his left foot first. "Your Highness, you are a noble prince, and I am but a humble cook. We belong to different strata. It is unsuitable for us to compete together." Viserys discerned the little rotund one's concerns and waved his hand dismissively. "You need not feign deference because I am a prince. We shall compete on equal terms." Sam shook his head. "You need not worry about injuring me during the match or facing retribution if you win. I can swear to the 7 gods." Sam hesitated, yet continued to shake his head. "How about this? Let Master Mordred serve as our referee and also as a witness, ensuring our contest remains amicable. Neither of us will unleash our full fury." Viserys glanced at Mordred, who nodded in agreement. Only then did Sam muster the courage to acquiesce. The remaining participants stepped back a few paces, clearing a sufficiently spacious arena for the 2 contenders preparing for their wrestling match. They stood facing each other, poised and ready. Sam, age 14, stood at a height of 165 meters and weighed 85 kilograms, whereas Viserys, at 11 years old, measured 158 meters and weighed a mere 40 kilograms. The 2 wrestlers, clearly unequal in stature, took their places on the stage of competition. "Your Highness, I'm coming for you. Brace yourself," Sam bellowed as he charged toward the slender Viserys, arms wide open. Beside them, Mina clasped her hands tightly, anxiously watching Viserys, dreading the sight of him being sent flying and possibly meeting a dire fate. Daniela, even more apprehensive, hid behind Mina, clutching her friend's resilient thigh, peeking through a small gap with one eye to catch a glimpse of the unfolding match. Mordred was equally focused, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of danger, determined to minimize any harm that might befall the young prince. Everyone present doubted Viserys could triumph in this contest. The hefty Sam collided with Viserys and swiftly enveloped him in a bear hug, his arms binding the prince tightly, rendering him immobile. Yet, Sam remained composed. Regardless of any prior assurances of servitude, he was resolute in avoiding any injury to Viserys. His strategy was simple yet ingenious: to confine the prince and make him aware of the overwhelming disparity in their strengths, thereby prompting Viserys to concede voluntarily. Sam considered this plan flawless. However, he soon sensed something amiss. A tremendous force emanated from the prince, effortlessly prying Sam's arms apart. Viserys broke free from the hold and pushed forward, causing Sam to stumble back unsteadily. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Viserys surged ahead, reversing the roles and capturing Sam's plump form in an embrace, mirroring Sam's earlier maneuver. "Up," he uttered lightly, lifting Sam's considerable weight of 80 to 90 kilograms off the ground, suspending him in midair. This was merely the beginning. Viserys continued to elevate Sam until he was raised above his head. After 3 seconds, Viserys began to feel a hint of exertion, momentarily shifting his grip. Yet he estimated he had not yet reached his limit. Nevertheless, he did not maintain the hold for too long, for Sam was a living being, not an inanimate object. Prolonged lifting might frighten him into tears. Down! Viserys exclaimed once more, gently tossing Sam onto the ground. He brushed the dust from his hands. So Sam, it appears victory is mine, does it not? Sam, however, offered no response, not out of an unwillingness to acknowledge defeat, but rather because he remained momentarily stunned, lost in thought. It was not only Sam. Mina and Daenerys were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. The sheer size of their astonishment could likely accommodate a red apple, though Daenerys, with her smaller mouth, might only manage to fit a modest sausage. Observing the astonished crowd as he effortlessly lifted the diminished version of the mighty Bawang Juding, Viserys was filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. This was the reaction he had hoped for, exhilarating. After a few moments, the seasoned and savvy Mordred was the first to regain his composure. With delight evident in his gaze, he turned to Viserys, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I never anticipated your prowess would reach such heights. Truly, the blessings of the Targaryen ancestors have awakened the latent strength within your bloodline. Few in this world possess the ability to lift someone of Sam's weight with such ease. Ah, my teacher, you flatter me. I am still young and have much to learn," Viserys replied, instinctively adopting a tone of humility ingrained in him by his heritage. Yet, to his surprise, Mordred continued the conversation. "You are right, Your Highness. If you still possess sufficient strength, shall we engage in a duel? Pardon? Having triumphed so effortlessly, surely you still have some energy left?" "Of course," Viserys declared. "Let us spar. I am eager to witness the current caliber of your martial skills." "Very well." Mordred intentionally provoked Viserys into accepting the challenge. Aware of Mordred's intent, Viserys nonetheless acquiesced, driven by a desire to ascertain whether his newfound strength could rival that of his mentor. Chapter 31. An uninvited guest filled with confidence regarding the impending sparring match with his teacher, Viserys charged forward with determination. Both he and Mordred engaged in a tactical exchange, testing each other's abilities. Viserys resolved to unleash a decisive blow. In a matter of minutes, the contest concluded with Mordred's victory. Once merely a novice, Viserys had estimated that Mordred's combat prowess exceeded 30, given his ability to effortlessly dispatch a team of mercenaries. With his own strength now elevated to 35, Viserys had hoped to at least achieve a stalemate against Mordred. However, reality swiftly delivered a lesson. He had been overly naive. Following this encounter, he recalibrated his assessment. The renowned warrior Mordred, known as the God of War, must possess a combat index of at least 50. It was inconceivable that he could so easily vanquish Viserys otherwise. The previous statement about my age, which was merely an expression of humility, has now become a palpable reality. Prior to my ascension in strength, I was unable to best master Mordred, and even after my enhancement, I remain at a loss against him. Has my endeavor to grow stronger been in vain? Defeated, Viserys found himself in a state of despondency. With a cheerful demeanor, Mordred approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "There is no need for such melancholy, Your Highness. At your age, to possess such skill is indeed a mark of extraordinary talent." Viserys replied, "Yet I still cannot surpass you, Master. Is your martial prowess truly the greatest in the realm? I cannot assert that I am the unrivaled champion, as I have not faced every warrior across the land. However, in my nearly 40 years of existence, I have yet to suffer a single defeat in combat." In that instant, Mordred's aura shifted, resembling an indomitable sword, a shield capable of withstanding all. Yet, in the next moment, he transformed into a benevolent elder. "Your Highness, your current level of skill is commendable. It is worth noting that the once lauded Prince Rhaegar, celebrated across the 7 kingdoms for his martial prowess, reached a peak comparable to yours only after adulthood. As you age, it is inevitable that you will surpass Prince Rhaegar in skill." Hearing this lifted Viserys' spirits considerably. It was not that he lacked strength. Rather, it was Mordred's exceptional prowess that cast a shadow over his own abilities. Against an average adult man, he should have little trouble achieving a swift victory. "Master, may I pose a question? If I were to encounter the initial mercenary squad of 10 that pursued us, would I be capable of vanquishing them single-handedly? Under circumstances where they do not flee, it is indeed plausible that you could eliminate them," replied Mordred. "Truly, the disparity between myself and my master remains vast." After Viserys and his companions returned to camp, 2 more days passed. In the previously desolate waters near Dragonstone, a ship gradually approached, a wooden sailing vessel. approximately 20 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters wide, not particularly large among ocean-going ships. Aboard were 15 souls, aside from the captain and 2 sailors. The remaining 12 were mercenaries armed with sharp weapons. They hailed from both Westeros and Essos, all now serving under the Bloodaxe Mercenary Company, under the command of the third officer, Ironaxe Yogg. Half a year prior, having accepted the bounty from King S Landing for the Targaryen siblings, Ironaxe Yogg had set sail with a handful of his men, crossing the sea to the continent of Essos. However, after more than half a month of endeavor, they had neither completed their mission nor laid eyes on a single hair of the Targaryen siblings. The absence of leads signified a lack of progress, and stagnation, in turn, translated to no income, a situation that Ironaxe Yogg could not abide. Since the Targaryen siblings could not be located, the task was set aside for the time being to pursue other endeavors. Thus, under the command of Ironaxe Yogg, the members of the Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps established their base of operations in the free city of Pantos on this part of the continent of Essos. They enlisted local residents into their ranks and accepted commissions from the townsfolk, leveraging their considerable prowess to thrive in Essos. As of now, the Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps, under Ironaxe Yogg's leadership, boasts a membership exceeding 200 individuals. Ironaxe Yogg is a man of considerable avarice. Indeed, it is rare for a mercenary to be devoid of a desire for wealth. He diligently undertakes local bounty missions while also fulfilling the tasks assigned by King S Landing. After all, the reward is a substantial one, totaling 1,000 gold dragons, and despite the lack of leads, Ironaxe Yogg remains resolute in his pursuit. Consequently, he has instituted a regular mission, dispatching a ship each week to the vast ocean in search of the Targaryen royal vessel and the elusive siblings. However, the ocean is vast, and the quest to locate a small royal ship is fraught with difficulty. Thus, for the past 6 months, those residing on Dragonstone, including Viserys, had not been disturbed until today. Boss, wake up and come see this. A mercenary adorned with a green headscarf shouted excitedly towards the back of the ship, calling for the leader of their small squad. Fenrir, who had been enjoying a deep slumber in the cabin, was a trusted confidant of Ironaxe Yogg. Having been elevated to the position of captain 2 years prior, overseeing a small team of approximately 10 men, he had undertaken this routine mission more than once, each time returning empty-handed, which had taught him the art of idleness and the virtue of laziness. Each weekly outing became an opportunity for him to rest, as he would fall asleep shortly after the ship set sail, awakening just in time for the return to port. While other local team leaders returned empty-handed and risked reprimand from Vice Captain Yogg, Fenrir, as a favored subordinate, faced no such consequences. It would not be accurate to say he was insubordinate. He ensured that the tasks assigned by Yogg were communicated effectively to his underlings, thus rendering his own diligence unnecessary. Indeed, idling had become his rightful pursuit. However, today his pleasant dreams were disrupted by the incessant calls of a youthful individual fond of wearing a green headscarf. Damn it! This brat dares to interrupt my slumber. I'll make him pay for this. With a grumpy demeanor, Fenrir exited the cabin in a huff. Chapter 32, The Plan Boss. Look over there. There's an island that appears quite substantial. Upon seeing Fenrir emerge, the green-scarfed young man excitedly reported his discovery. Smack. Instead of receiving praise from his leader, he was met with an unexpected slap. Why did you hit me? Fenrir exclaimed, only to receive another slap without a moment's hesitation. After venting his morning irritation, he glared at his subordinate and said, How many times must I remind you? During missions, you must address your superior by their title. Following this admonition, his mood lightened considerably. He recalled, just 6 months prior, when Lord Yogg had smacked him for the very same reason and drenched him in liquor. Fenrir had dared not retaliate against his superior, nor even utter a word in protest. He merely tucked the incident away in his memory. Now, he finally had the opportunity to unleash his frustrations upon his underlings. What a delightful feeling it was. I understand my mistake, Captain. Fenrir nodded in satisfaction, then turned to his group of subordinates. You all remember this, right? Yes, Captain. They chorused in unison. Having reaffirmed his authority, Fenrir recalled the matter at hand. He approached the green-scarfed subordinate and inquired, What was it that woke me? Captain, I just mentioned, the young man stammered, observing the deepening scowl on Fenrir's face. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, Captain, there is a small island over there. What is so remarkable about a small island? There are countless islands at sea. No. It's different, Captain. This island is rather special. How so? On this island, I saw a wreckage resembling that of a royal flagship. A royal flagship? Are you referring to the Targaryen family's royal vessel? Fenrir suddenly grasped the implication and snatched the telescope from his subordinate's hands, directing his gaze toward the island. He bellowed to the captain's quarters behind him, "Target the small island to the left front, full speed ahead." Through the prophetic abilities of the legend of the Dragon Overlord, Viserys had foreseen Finral's arrival at this island a day prior. Once again, he used the pretext of a dragon dream to relay this information to others. Given the precedent set by the previous Dragon's Lair incident, the group chose to trust Viserys' words. The night before, they had all enjoyed a restful sleep, and upon the following day, they set their plans into motion. He whistled, communicating to the others that the enemy was about to make landfall. Their battle plan was as follows. Finral's mercenary band was likely drawn to the colossal wreckage of the royal flagship on the coast, so they would most likely land there first and explore the ruins. Through their exploration, they would confirm that this wreckage belonged to the Targaryen family's royal vessel, which bore numerous markings that could validate the identity of House Targaryen. In the midst of the wreckage, those who failed to locate their target would undoubtedly begin to search their surroundings. The initial plan was to draw them towards the camp. This strategy was necessary because the beach was too open, allowing the enemy to exploit their numerical superiority and launch a surrounding assault, as well as providing them an opportunity to flee or escape by boat at the first sign of peril. By luring them to the camp, the cover of the forest and the familiarity of the terrain would facilitate a surprise attack, while simultaneously eliminating the possibility of their retreat to the ship. As for the means of guidance, Viserys proposed two methods. First, to leave a trail of footprints between the wreckage of the giant ship and the camp. Second, to ignite a large bonfire at the center of the camp. Both methods were excellent, and there was no need to choose between them. They would utilize both strategies. However, to mitigate any unforeseen complications, the trio of Sam, Mina, and Daenerys, who possessed little combat prowess, would definitely need to depart early. Yet, the fiery dragon lizard, Little Red, would remain. It could serve as an igniter for the bonfire and as a formidable combat ally. Although its flames were not as potent as those of a dragon, they were certainly not to be underestimated. The second phase of the plan would primarily involve Viserys and Dread, while Mordred would remain in the camp to engage from within, and Viserys would position himself along the boundary of the forest and coastline to prevent any potential escapees. Mordred's presence in the camp was crucial, as he was likely to draw the enemy's concentrated fire, significantly increasing the danger level. With the enemy numbering in the double digits, it was highly probable that Viserys might not withstand the onslaught. This segment of the plan relied purely on combat capability. If possible, it would be advantageous to leave one or two captives alive. This would allow them to inquire about the Blood Axe mercenary group and the Iron Axe Yagas' specific circumstances, and could also serve as bait to lure the captain and sailors, who might be hiding aboard the ship, down to the ground, preventing them from fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Once the second step was completed, the third step would be to deceive the remaining individuals aboard the ship to come down, followed by a thorough clearing of the battlefield. This plan was intricately woven, and although it had its imperfections, its feasibility remained high. Reality unfolded as smoothly as the plan had suggested. The dual guidance of footprints and the bonfire led Finrar and his companions to the camp with great enthusiasm. Awaiting them was not a feeble assembly of the elderly, women, and children, but rather the fully armed Mordred, wielding a long sword. Initially, as Finrar and his companions beheld only Mordred, they audaciously began to mock him. "Oh, look, is this not the so-called god of war, the illustrious captain of the royal guard, Mordred? Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. The title of captain of the royal guard now belongs to another, and you are no longer that man. However, your head remains quite valuable. A bounty of 2,000 golden dragons is indeed a considerable sum. Come now, confess honestly, and I assure you, my subordinates will grant you a swift demise." Laughter erupted from the mercenaries surrounding him, echoing their leader's derision. In the face of their vile taunts, Mordred merely responded with a single word, "Noisy." Then, in an instant, he sprang into action. With a swift motion, his sword descended, sending 3 heads soaring into the sky. Chapter 33. The First Blood. The 3 severed heads were propelled skyward by an immense upward force. Their faces, now stiffening, bore mocking smiles. Expressions that had once ridiculed Mordred now seemed to mock their own hubris. The 3 mercenaries closest to Mordred were instantaneously dispatched, and this sudden turn of events sent a shudder through the rest. As the heads fell to the ground, the dull thud they made and their unblinking gazes instilled fear in the nearby mercenaries, who instinctively recoiled 2 steps back. Behind Mordred stood a mercenary, none other than the green-scarfed lad who had recently suffered a slap from Captain Finrar. Fueled by sudden bravado, he charged towards Mordred's towering figure. Believing himself to be in Mordred's blind spot, he thought he could launch a surprise attack to claim the bounty of 2,000 gold dragons for the head. Although the larger share would undoubtedly go to Vice Captain Yogg and Captain Finrar, Securing even 300 gold dragons would ensure him a life of comfort. Fortune favors the bold, he thought, charging forth with reckless abandon. I'll fight you to the end. Mordred didn't even turn around. He simply raised a foot behind him. The green-scarfed youth was struck as if he had collided head-on with an ancient mammoth in full charge, and he flew backward, landing on the grass, motionless and uncertain of his fate. Fenrir's mercenary team, originally numbering 12, had lost 4 in the blink of an eye, a third of their force gone. The speed of slaughter was akin to that of butchering a chicken, instilling dread in their hearts. The remaining mercenaries began to reconsider their resolve. No retreat. We cannot afford to retreat. We are too far from the shore. We want to escape. If we don't board the ship, we'll be eliminated. Fenrir shouted, straining to maintain the morale of his team. He understood that against such a formidable opponent, fleeing was not an option. He could only grit his teeth and lead his men forward, hoping that their numerical advantage might offer a glimmer of hope. Breaths grew heavy. The remaining 8 mercenaries gripped their weapons tightly, advancing from all directions towards Mordred. In the center of the encirclement stood Mordred, his expression cold and unyielding, showing no signs of panic despite being surrounded. Would a lion be frightened by a few sheep encircling it? Certainly not. It was the sheep that should be afraid. You are surrounded, Mordred uttered softly, then stepped forward with his sword, resolutely advancing. Upon reaching the predetermined ambush site, Viserys began his wait. It wasn't long before laughter and jeers from the mercenaries echoed from the camp, indicating they had encountered their instructor. Encouraged by this thought, Viserys felt a surge of anticipation. However, moments later, the laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by the sounds of furious accusations. Yet, this uproar too was short-lived. A minute or two later, the forest returned to an unsettling stillness. Viserys lingered at the forest's edge, anxiously awaiting the escape of his foes. Eventually, he spotted a mercenary, blood trickling from his mouth and a green scarf tied around his head, staggering out from within. Finally, one had emerged. Viserys blocked the man's path, inquiring, "What transpired in there? Why are you the only one to flee?" The man, however, paid no heed to his words, brandishing a machete and lunging at him. "Who is this little brat? Fine, since you obstruct my path, prepare to meet your demise." "Madman," Viserys retorted, sidestepping the attack with ease, then advancing to strike. His sharp sword effortlessly sliced through the enemy's throat, the force of the blow severing half of his neck, crimson blood erupting from the ruptured artery in a furious torrent. This marked Viserys' first act of killing in both his past and present lives. In the parlance of his previous life, one might refer to it as the first drop of blood. Having read numerous novels where protagonists reacted in various ways to their first kill, some trembling with doubt and self-reproach, others consumed by a frenzied exhilaration, Viserys found himself devoid of any such feelings. It was not that he was cold-hearted or indifferent to the act of killing. Rather, he felt no peculiar sensation. It was a simple matter of self-preservation. The opponent sought his life, and he had acted first. In the context of his former world, it could even be considered justifiable self-defense, logical and convincing. In conclusion, after taking a life, Viserys experienced no discomfort, nor did any twisted desires arise within him. Even as the enemy's blood gushed forth, he retained the composure to evade the splatter, ensuring his splendid attire remained unblemished. "You performed admirably, Your Highness." As Viserys completed his task, Mordred emerged slowly from behind a large tree, his demeanor radiating warmth, embodying the image of a benevolent elder. "Master, what brings you here?" "I have been here all along, witnessing the entire process of your slaying of the enemies." "What about the others?" "I have captured a leader, who is now bound. As for the rest, they are all dead. The one you just killed was the last." Viserys, slightly taken aback by Mordred's remarkable achievements, took a moment to comprehend his mentor's intentions. "So, you mean to say that the teacher deliberately left one alive to test me?" "No, Your Highness. The term test is perhaps inaccurate. I believe trial is more fitting." "A trial of blood?" "A trial of blood. You are truly exceptional. Your Highness, I know my teacher. You have mentioned it more than once." "Ha." The monarch and his subject, the student and his master, regarded each other, then together raised their heads in hearty laughter. Subsequently, matters became quite straightforward. Viserys followed Mordred back to the camp, where they subjected the sole survivor, Fenrir, to intense interrogation, compelling him to divulge all that he knew. Chapter 34. Come Deceive. Fenrir was not a particularly tough nut to crack. Under Mordred's relentless questioning techniques, he soon revealed everything. Starting from the bounty of 10,000 gold dragons issued against Viserys Targaryen, Daenerys Targaryen, and Mordred from King's Landing, to his journey across the sea with his leader, known as Iron Axe Yogg, to Essos, where he began to establish himself locally upon failing to locate the dragon's siblings. All the way to details about his current standing within the group, and even the color of the undergarments worn by the courtesan he visited 2 nights prior. My lord. Oh no, God of War. I beseech you to spare my life. I am merely a mercenary, indifferent to who occupies the Iron Throne. God of War. As long as you are willing to spare me, I swear fealty to you henceforth. I shall become a sword in your hand. Whoever you command me to kill, I shall do so without a commission. Please, Finrod implored, clutching at Mordred's shoes, tears streaming down his face as he begged for a chance to survive. Mordred raised his leg and kicked Finrod to the ground, then turned to Viserys. Your Highness, what do you mean? Well, since he has said so, let us give him a chance. After all, do you not also need a knightly retainer to hold your horse and shield? With that, Viserys winked at Mordred, signaling him to proceed with the plan. Mordred immediately understood, hoisting Finrod, tightly bound by ropes, from the ground. Finrod, I now offer you a chance at life. If you perform this task well, you may remain by my side as a retainer. However, this opportunity is singular. Should you fail or harbor treachery, these corpses shall be your fate. Mordred gestured towards the scattered bodies around them. Do you understand? Finrod shuddered slightly. I understand. Please, my Lord of War, command me as you wish. Would you wish for me to die? Just teasing you. As long as you obediently comply, this matter bears no life-threatening risk. Mordred then conveyed to Finrod the tasks he was to undertake. 10 minutes later, Finrod emerged from the forest, arriving at the shore where the ships were anchored. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters away from the vessel moored at the coastline. No longer bound by ropes, his attire had been tidied, and the bloodstains washed away, rendering him clean and presentable. The mission assigned by Mordred, which was also the condition for his survival, required him to deceive the captain and 3 sailors aboard, preventing them from realizing anything amiss and escaping by boat. As he gazed at the familiar silhouette of the ship in the distance, a thought of fleeing crept into Finrod's mind. Should he disregard this ridiculous task and simply make a run for it? Even if Mordred was formidable, he could not fly. Once he was out on the sea aboard the ship, what could Mordred possibly do to him? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Mordred was poised at the edge of the forest behind him, bow and arrow aimed directly at him. Should he exhibit any sign of disobedience, he would undoubtedly be struck down by an arrow. Indeed, he was now less than 10 meters from the ship, but even if he sprinted with all his might, that distance would take at least several seconds to cover. The time from the moment Mordred released the arrow to when it pierced his heart would assuredly not exceed 3 seconds. That 10-second gap was a chasm between life and death. Among the renowned warriors of the continent, who among them was not skilled with a bow? Did he dare to bet that Mordred was the exception? At least Finrod was not willing to gamble with his life. Thus, when he was still 70 or 80 meters away, he halted, waving his arms towards the ship and calling out loudly, "Hey, old man, can you hear me? If you can, hurry down." 2 young sailors leaned over the ship's edge, and an elderly man with a white beard glanced over upon hearing the voice. "Finrod, what is happening? Did you pursue the target to the island?" "Haha, this time we struck it rich. The Targaryen siblings are right here on this island, already bound by my subordinates. Once I bring them to Deputy Captain Yogg, we shall never have to worry about gold again." "Oh, congratulations indeed." Upon confirming that the individual before him was indeed Captain Finrod, whom he had not seen for long, the captain relaxed most of his defenses. Yet, due to his habitual caution, he could not resist asking, "Captain Finrod, since you have captured the targets, why do you not bring them aboard immediately? The sooner we return with them, the sooner we can claim our reward, correct? Why instead do you want me and the sailors to come down?" "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing the question, Finrod erupted into laughter 3 times. "Oh, old man, you are unaware. On this island, apart from those 2 brats from the dragon family, there lies an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels. My comrades and I are preoccupied with counting the treasures within our camp, leaving us no time to spare. Hurry and bring your 2 sailor apprentices down to lend a hand. Do not say I do not care for you. If you assist in moving the treasures, I shall grant you 1/10 of the haul." "Really?" "Indeed, but you must act quickly. I may change my mind at any moment." The captain's last flicker of doubt vanished in the face of the golden dragon's allure. Throughout time and across worlds, the adage that men perish for wealth and birds for food remains timeless. "All right, I am on my way." The exhilarated old captain, after securing the ship in the shallow waters by the shore, descended with his 2 sailor apprentices. They followed closely behind the grandiose Finrod, making their way towards the camp nestled within the forest. "What is this?" Upon arriving at the camp, the anticipated piles of gleaming gold dragons were nowhere to be seen. Instead, they encountered the lifeless bodies of mercenary members strewn across the ground. The old captain immediately sensed trouble. Although he was unaware if Fenrir had turned into his adversary, he was certain that Fenrir had deceived him. The aged captain turned and fled, unleashing a speed that belied his years. Chapter 35. The clever rabbit dies. The hound is cooked after witnessing the turmoil within the camp. The two young sailors remained frozen in shock. However, the seasoned old captain was the first to react, swiftly turning to escape. He surged forth with astonishing speed, akin to an 18-year-old youth. Yet, even if the old captain's speed were doubled, it would still fall short before Mordred. Bang! Mordred, who had been lying in wait, suddenly appeared and landed a punch squarely in the old captain's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. The white-bearded captain writhed on the ground, akin to a corpulent maggot. At that moment, the two young sailors finally realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee. Mordred, however, showed no mercy, swiftly subduing each of them with a single blow. Viserys had intended to assist, but Mordred's speed was so remarkable that he had no opportunity to intervene, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Mordred meticulously searched the three from head to toe to ensure they bore no concealed weapons. The two sailors were found empty-handed, but the old captain's boot did conceal a small, blade-like dagger. Realizing his hidden means had been discovered, the old captain bowed his head in resignation. Fenrir, bind their hands and feet. As you command, Lord Mordred. Upon receiving the command, Fenrir grinned widely and joyfully proceeded to bind both sailors and the old captain in succession. The previously silent captain erupted in a tirade as Fenrir began to tie him up. Fenrir, you scoundrel. How dare you, a young man in your 30s, conspire with outsiders to betray a whole crew, and now seek to deceive a venerable elder like me. You have no regard for humanity. With a swift motion, Fenrir delivered a resounding slap. Old man, do not cast unfounded accusations. We are not comrades. I am now a retainer of Lord Mordred. Retainer? Pah, you shameless creature. You are nothing but a dog. With a couple more sharp slaps, Fenrir silenced the captain, who was left too intimidated to retort, before scampering to Lord Mordred's side, wearing a sycophantic smile. My Lord Mordred, allow me to explain. My relationship with this old fool is merely one of employment. The mercenary group has rented his ship. He is not one of your mercenaries? Mordred inquired, somewhat surprised. Not at all. We are absolutely not allies. Fenrir insisted, eyeing the tightly bound captain and his two companions, convinced their fate would not be a pleasant one. Having fulfilled Lord Mordred's task and established himself as his retainer, he felt it was prudent to distance himself from these doomed souls. Little did Fenrir realize that his words had caused Viserys and Mordred to reconsider their initial intent to execute them outright. My Lord Mordred, do you have any further instructions? Fenrir asked. Mordred did not respond immediately, instead casting a glance towards Prince Viserys. While Fenrir might naively consider him the decision-maker of the team, Mordred was acutely aware that the true authority rested with the prince. Your Highness, what are your plans moving forward? Mordred inquired, his gaze sweeping over the three captives and the hunched figure of Fenrir beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Viserys replied, let us do this. Keep these three here for now while you and Fenrir clear the area. Remember, it must be thoroughly cleansed. Those mercenaries pursuing us for bounty are our enemies. There is no need to show mercy to foes. I shall fetch Daenerys and the others. Once you have finished, we will reconvene to discuss subsequent matters. The corpses of mercenaries lay strewn across the camp's clearing. For the moment, it was manageable, though the blood had stained the earth beneath them. However, left unattended for too long, the bodies would begin to emit an unpleasant odor. Understood, Mordred replied solemnly. He called upon Fenrir, and together they began to transport the bodies away from the camp. As they moved further away, Viserys gently stroked the head of the little fire drake, regal, beside him. Go ahead, follow Mordred, and when he is sufficiently occupied, assist him in igniting a fire. The little red fruit nodded with an understanding glimmer and promptly followed suit. The act of taking a life takes but a fleeting moment, yet the time consumed in disposing of the body is a staggering tenfold that of the act itself. By the time the last mercenary's corpse was transported to the beach, a small mound of lifeless bodies had formed. Gazing upon the cold remains before him, Fenrir's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. As he gasped for breath to recover his stamina, he lamented the capriciousness of fate. Mere hours ago, these individuals were his subordinates, engaged in idle banter, flattering him, and dreaming of the splendid life that awaited them upon the successful completion of their mission. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had perished, and he had unwittingly become a subordinate to the very target of their original mission. How ludicrous! Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that he still drew breath, and resolved to obediently follow Mordred henceforth, like a loyal hound. He must not reveal any treachery or expose any ambitions, at least not until Mordred had lost his combat prowess. Fenrir contemplated this, then turned to Mordred with a respectful demeanor. My lord, leaving them here would be improper. Shall I ignite a fire to cremate them? Indeed. They must be burned. The prince has indicated that should a plague arise, it would be most unfortunate. It is best to eliminate them completely. Understood. I shall return to the camp for flint. There is no need for such trouble. The fire has already arrived. Mordred interjected, halting Fenrir's movement. Fire? Where's the fire? Fenrir looked around in bewilderment. Aside from the two of them, only the yellow sand remained. Ah, and that little creature kept by the prince. But what utility could that serve? Could this tiny being possibly breathe fire like a dragon? To his astonishment, he was indeed correct. Mordred uttered but a single word, flame, and the little red fruit opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of fire. Fenrir's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this miraculous scene. It could truly breathe fire. Was this a dragon? Yet, it bore no wings behind it. How extraordinary. My lord Mordred, what manner of wondrous creature resembles a lizard? He began, but his words were abruptly silenced as a bloody blade pierced through his chest. Chapter 36. The choice the little red fruit had grown to a length of 12 meters. Although, due to the anatomical structure of a lizard, its actual size was roughly halved when accounting for its head and tail, it was undeniably several times larger than when it was merely the size of a palm. As its size increased, so too did the potency of its flames. It was no longer the case that it took an eternity to roast a red crab. A blaze as thick as an arm erupted forth, igniting the pile of corpses. Fenrir, as you witness your former comrades engulfed in flames, do you feel any sorrow? Sorrow? No, of course not. I have only known them for a few days, and there is no emotional bond. Their demise means little to me. Fenrir shook his head wildly, akin to a child's beloved rattle. Mercenaries are mostly fair-weather friends, with few who share genuine connections. Everything revolves around self-interest. For the sake of gain, one can betray anything, and among all interests, one's own life undoubtedly holds the highest value. Even if Fenrir had some feelings for them, he would not dare to express them now. Rather, he must feign a poor relationship with them to assuage Mordred's suspicions and wariness. Mordred, who typically wore a stern expression, broke into a smile upon hearing this response. These individuals, who once shared jovial conversations with you, are now slain by my hand. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Resentment? Of course not. They deserve their fate. They met a just end. To perish at the hands of Lord Mordred is a privilege. Do you truly believe this? Without a doubt, Lord Mordred. Please trust me, having become your retainer. I vow never to betray you, and I shall remain eternally loyal. Hearing this, Mordred felt reassured. That puts my mind at ease, he remarked coolly, his expression returning to its usual icy demeanor. Yet, Fenrir remained deeply unsettled, filled with trepidation and dread. Although he had become Mordred's retainer, theoretically a member of the same faction, the topic made him feel uncomfortable and chilled to the bone. Thus, he sought to change the subject. Lord Mordred, what manner of extraordinary creature is this, capable of spewing flames? Mordred, dismissing further idle chatter with Fenrir, unsheathed his sword and plunged it directly into Fenrir's abdomen from behind. In truth, regardless of how Fenrir answered, his fate had long been sealed. Before commencing the task of disposing of the bodies, Mordred inquired of Viserys regarding their next steps, specifically how to handle Fenrir and the old captain. Viserys's clean approach implied that Mordred should eliminate Fenrir in the process of body disposal. Mordred's inquiry was merely to ascertain whether the man he was about to kill was an inconsequential wretch or a worthy adversary forced into conflict by opposing stances. Clearly, Fenrir belonged to the former category, which brought a measure of satisfaction to Mordred's heart. As blood spewed from Fenrir's mouth, he did not succumb immediately. Given Mordred's previous lethal efficiency, it was evident that he had intentionally left Fenrir with a few moments of life. Fenrir gazed at Mordred in disbelief, his eyes wide. Why? I have fulfilled all the tasks you assigned me, from deceiving that old fool into disembarking to assisting you in clearing the camp. I have already pledged my loyalty to you. Why would you seek to end my life? You promised me, as a knight. How can you be so fickle and betray your word? Fenrir, aware that his time was fleeting, seized the moment to voice all his doubts and frustrations. In response, Mordred, knowing Fenrir was on the brink of death, compassionately began to elucidate. From the moment you set foot on this island, your fate was sealed. When you arrived with the intent to slay His Highness the Prince, you became our adversary. As for my promise that you would be my retainer, I did not deceive you. Upon completing your task and bringing the captain and his crew to the camp, you indeed fulfilled your part of our pact. However, Your status as my retainer does not imply that I will defy the commands of our sovereign. Prince Viserys has ordered me to execute you, and as a loyal subject, I must carry out this order with utmost diligence. Finral. After a brief pause, Mordred, seeing Finral had no further words, unsheathed his sword and swiftly ended his life. He then, with a single hand, cast the lifeless body into the roaring flames of the bonfire, which blazed even more fiercely with the addition of human fuel. Once Mordred completed his grim task and returned to the camp, Viserys had already returned with Daenerys and others. Outside the dwelling, the captain and his companions were tightly bound and rendered immobile. Nearby, the little red fruit stood watch, having received its master's permission to incinerate the trio at the slightest hint of insubordination. Within the room, Viserys recounted the entire sequence of events to Daenerys, Meena, and the others. Though lacking in intricate detail, he did not shy away from discussing the violence, manipulation, and murder involved, allowing Mordred to provide supplementary commentary. All present, including Daenerys, were no longer delicate blooms sheltered from the elements. Since the fall of King's Landing to the rebel forces, their lives had been marked by exile. The path ahead would be fraught with treachery and peril, and it was prudent for Daenerys to be exposed to such realities early on to facilitate her adaptation. In summary, we now possess a vessel capable of sailing across the seas. We can depart from this small island. Westeros remains too perilous for our return, but we may venture to the free cities of Essos. If we can establish a foothold there, it will enhance our quality of life while allowing us to discreetly amass strength and develop our influence, preparing for the future reclamation of our homeland. Upon hearing Viserys' discourse, everyone nodded in agreement, absorbing the weight of his words. At this juncture, Mordred posed a question of moderate significance. Your Highness, your reasoning is sound and your logic clear. I acknowledge your plan. However, there remains a pressing matter requiring your decision. What matter? The fate of those 3 individuals outside. Should we spare their lives? Chapter 37. A test to exist or to perish. That is indeed a question. Whether to execute the captain and his 2 companions is also a dilemma. In truth, there are ample justifications for both actions. Conversely, as a native of Essos, Mordred harbors a modicum of goodwill towards the members of House Targaryen. Had it not been for the cunning of Viserys and others who deceived them into landing on this isle, these men would not have set foot here at all. If one were to consider execution, the captain and the sailors could be deemed accomplices to the mercenary band, without their ship and assistance. Fenrir and his crew would have been unable to traverse the ocean to confront them. Thus, Viserys found himself in a quandary. He was not typically indecisive. He often acted with great resolve, as evidenced by his earlier farewell to the mermaid princess, Millia Hathaway, and his prior expedition to explore the lair of the dragons with his companions. Yet this situation was different, as it pertained to the lives of 3 living souls. Whether it was the Green Band mercenaries he had personally slain or Fenrir, whom he had condemned to death at Mordred's behest, there was no moral weight in their demise. Viserys felt no burden in executing them. However, he hesitated regarding the fate of the captain and his men, and thus resolved to seek the counsel of others. Sister Daenerys remarked, I shall heed my brother's judgment. Whatever decision he makes, I shall support unconditionally. Meena, the handmaiden, opined, though they have erred, their crimes do not warrant death. Sam interjected, given that they arrived aboard the same vessel as those mercenaries, they are complicit. For the sake of your Highness's royal dignity and safety, I believe it prudent not to leave any survivors. A vote was taken, 1 for execution, 1 against, and 1 abstention, thus rendering the latter vote inconsequential. Mordred, my teacher, what is your perspective? A distinguished monarch must learn to make his own judgments. Mordred shook his head, declining to offer his opinion. Viserys pressed on, raising his voice slightly. Yet, a wise ruler must also heed the sound counsel of loyal subjects. I shall render the final decision, but prior to that, I seek your invaluable insight as a reference. As you command, your Highness, Mordred acquiesced, once again swayed in their intellectual exchange. However, he refrained from directly advising the prince to either execute or spare the prisoners. Instead, he articulated the potential ramifications of each course of action. Should the order be given to execute them, the matter would conclude there, known only to them. Conversely, if they were to be released, the Bloodaxe Mercenary Company would inevitably inquire of the captain upon their return, having not seen Fenrir and his men. Whether through threats of force or temptations of wealth and beauty, they are highly likely to divulge the truth to the Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps, subsequently providing them with our whereabouts and clues. Upon receiving this information, the Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps, driven by vengeance and the lure of a substantial bounty, will inevitably launch a large-scale pursuit against us. However, rest assured, Your Highness, no matter how many members the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps sends. I shall ensure the safety of both you and Princess Daenerys. Mordred appeared to offer no definitive opinion, yet his inclinations were unmistakably clear. Thus, the teacher's implication is that it would be better to eliminate them entirely, to resolve matters once and for all, with no lingering concerns. Mordred did not deny it. You are absolutely correct, teacher. From a purely self-serving perspective, it is indeed more advantageous to eliminate them. However, to kill merely for the sake of profit, while I could accept it, would leave me with a sense of unease, a disquiet in my conscience. Sam felt he grasped the prince's intentions and could not help but express his admiration. Your Highness, you truly possess a benevolent heart. I believe that once you ascend to the Iron Throne, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will undoubtedly hold you in great esteem. Enough, Viserys exclaimed, abruptly stuffing an apple into Sam's chubby mouth to halt his flow of words. I did not say we should kill them, nor did I imply we should simply let them go. Mordred's gaze flickered. What is your intention, Your Highness? I wish to test the character of those 3 individuals. It will serve as a trial for them. Should they pass, they may live. Should they fail, I can send them on their way with peace of mind. 2 days after the Fenrir mercenary squad's attack, the golden sun hung low on the horizon, casting its warm light over the sea. The salty breeze caressed each face, while a massive bonfire blazed on the golden sands, surrounded by an array of mouth-watering delicacies, roasted meats, fruits, fine wine, and flatbreads. This was a celebration, a farewell party. Since the royal vessel had sunk beneath a colossal tsunami, it had been over 6 months since Viserys and his companions arrived on Dragonstone. During this time, Viserys had endured much, grown significantly, and gained valuable experiences. It was nearly time to depart. Initially troubled by how to leave this small island, fate intervened. 2 days prior, a band of mercenaries led by Fenrir had traveled great distances to deliver a seaworthy ship to them. With the greatest obstacle now removed, Viserys and his companions conferred and resolved to leave the island the following morning. The farewell party that night was held not to bid adieu to any individual, but rather to temporarily part ways with the island itself. After all, this island still held 10 unhatched dragon eggs belonging to Viserys, and a return in the future was assured. Teacher Mordred, I find mere feasting and drinking somewhat tedious. Instead, let us engage in a friendly duel to refine our martial skills, for I believe my swordsmanship has improved over these past few days. I am most willing, my prince. Thus, Viserys and Mordred commenced their sparring under the gentle glow of the setting sun and the flickering light of the campfire. Nearby, Mina cradled Princess Daenerys, indulging in delectable food and fine wine while admiring the handsome figure of her beloved. It was a scene of unparalleled harmony. At that moment, the rotund chef, Mr. Sam, cast a glance towards the captain and the 3 sailors who were reveling in their feast, beckoning them with a wave. The trio paused for a brief moment, then quickly realized his intent. The 2 young sailors dashed eagerly to Sam's side, while the captain hesitated for 3 seconds before sighing and following suit. Chapter 38. I shall return as Viserys and his companions danced and celebrated on the beach. The captain and the sailors followed Sam back to the campsite nestled within the forest. Stay here and do not wander. I shall return shortly. Sam instructed the captain and the others, proceeding into the kitchen within the camp. The 3 remained in place. Their expressions varied. The 2 sailors appeared animated and excited, while the white-bearded captain furrowed his brow, immersed in deep contemplation. 1 minute later, Sam emerged with a silver rectangular platter, upon which rested 3 cups filled with a rosy fruit wine. The 2 young sailors, unable to contain their eagerness, reached out to seize the goblets for a swig. However, Sam subtly angled his body, evading their grasp. Before you partake of this wine, I must remind you one last time. Once you drink from this cup, there shall be no turning back. The plan for tonight permits only success, not failure. Have you truly considered this? We have thought it through, Sam. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. Miss this chance, and it may never come again. Who would let money slip by? Indeed, after this venture, I could purchase a grand estate in Pintos, hire dozens to cater to my whims, and live comfortably like a nobleman. What a delight that would be. The 2 young sailors showed no hesitation in heeding Sam's warning, reaching once more for the goblets. With 2 cups now absent from the silver platter, only one remained, reserved for the captain. Sam, what about your cup? Are you not joining us? The captain inquired. Sam waved his hand dismissively. I have already partaken. There is no need for me to drink again. This is meant for you. Ah, I see. The captain nodded, yet his hand remained still, suggesting lingering doubt. The 2 sailors cast unfriendly glances at the captain. Master, we agreed upon this matter yesterday. Are you truly reconsidering now? Indeed, master. If you do not consume this cup of wine today and fail to join us in our endeavors tonight, the treasures that await will not include you. Should you truly wish to abstain, we shall not compel you. With one less participant, each of us, including Sam, shall reap a considerably larger share. The two young sailors, exchanging words, ultimately swayed the captain's greed to overshadow his moral qualms and guilt. Damn it, I shall drink. Who claims I will not? You speak the truth. How can one forsake the opportunity for wealth? Drink it. The captain reached for the final cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. Sam remarked, now I can rest easy. This matter traces back to 2 days prior when Viserys ordered the ropes binding the captain and his two companions to be loosened. Viserys, in their presence, declared their fate. Their lives could be spared, but they were to render their own contributions. The captain was to diligently impart the art of navigation and the essential maritime skills to Mordred within 2 days. Meanwhile, the two sailors were to apprentice and serve under Sam, assisting him in preparing meals for the group while remaining obedient to the commands of others. Unable to refuse any task assigned to them, pressured by the threat of death, the trio had no choice but to comply, executing their duties with utmost seriousness. Though their circumstances were far from pleasant, they considered themselves fortunate compared to the mercenaries whose bodies had been reduced to charred remains. Thus, they harbored no further thoughts, dutifully adhering to whatever tasks Viserys and the others dictated. This situation persisted until last night, after dinner. Sam discreetly summoned the three and invited them to partake in his scheme for sudden wealth. According to Sam, he had long coveted the piles of treasure within the camp, having harbored thoughts of eliminating the others to claim all the riches for himself. His method was straightforward: to poison the food provided to everyone, a task not beyond the capabilities of a cook. His previous hesitance stemmed from not having found a means to escape the island, compounded by the presence of ferocious beasts in the forest necessitating Mordred's protection. However, the circumstances had changed. With a ship at their disposal, they could abscond with heaps of gold after dispatching the others. The camp's wealth, originating from the royal galleon, was immense, and even if divided among four, it would be sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. Tempted by the allure of riches, the captain and his companions acquiesced to join Sam's nefarious plot. According to the plan, Sam would administer the poison in the food served at the bonfire feast. To evade detection by the astute Mordred, he could only use a colorless, tasteless poison, one that would not be fatal but would render the victims weak and incapacitated. Thus, after the poison was administered, someone would need to deliver the final blow. If Sam and his accomplices abstained from eating, they might arouse suspicion regarding the food's safety. Hence, they too would need to partake. Fortunately, the efficacy of this potion manifests 2 hours after consumption, granting them ample time to ingest the antidote beforehand. The captain and his two companions, following Sam, imbibed a drink that contained the antidote. Theoretically, at this juncture, their plan was already half successful, as they awaited the onset of the potion's effects that night. While others would succumb to weakness, only they would retain their freedom of movement, easily dispatching Viserys and his companions. In theory, this was the case, but alas, the wine harbored poison. Shortly after consuming the fruit wine, 2 sailors violently coughed up blood and felt their strength wane. Sam, you rogue, do you intend to hoard the treasure for yourself? Sam, you lack the knowledge to navigate a ship across the seas, relying solely on yourself. You will never return to the mainland. You shall be buried with the treasure in the depths of the ocean. Sam, may you suffer a wretched fate. To them, Sam merely retorted with a simple word: foolish. Only the white-bearded captain refrained from shouting, quietly observing the scene before him, his mind racing, allowing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. Was this all a test? Clever, but alas, it was too late. Indeed, too late. I had hoped you might pass the trial, Captain. Alas, greed has led to your downfall. This is my due. The 2 sailors fell silent, and the captain closed his eyes. The following day, Viserys and his companions awoke from their dreams, laden with treasures and provisions, boarding the ship. Meanwhile, the captain and his 2 companions would never awaken again. With the anchor raised, the ship set sail. On the deck, Viserys felt the sea breeze, gazing at the receding dragon's roost island, his heart brimming with reflections. The brief 6 months with the mermaid flame dragon lizard mercenary corps had proven richer in experiences than his previous 20 years of life, and this was merely an appetizer, with the true feast awaiting him ahead. Mordred, having completed his tasks, approached Prince Viserys' side. What a pity they did not pass the trial. Pity? Is that not precisely what the master desired? With their demise, we are free from worries. The Blood Axe mercenary corps, lacking leads, will find it arduous to trouble us, allowing us to firmly root ourselves on the Essos continent during this interval. Is that truly your sentiment? Of course. In that light, it is indeed regrettable. Viserys shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He retrieved a pre-written note from his pocket, stuffed it into an empty bottle, and sealed it with a specially crafted cap. The glass bottle, carrying the note, plopped into the sea, drifting further away with the waves. What was inscribed within? I shall return. To whom was it addressed? Viserys gazed across the lands of Westeros, observing the waters where he encountered the mermaid princess, Millia, and then turned his attention to Dragonstone. Ultimately, he refrained from answering Mordred's inquiry. End of the volume. Postscript can be skipped. This chapter serves as a personal reflection from the author, a collection of idle musings. Those disinterested may bypass it, as it bears no consequence on the unfolding narrative. The tale of the first volume can be succinctly encapsulated as a series of minor adventures experienced by the protagonist and companions who, due to a maritime disaster, find themselves stranded on a mysterious island. In the conception and design of this book by the author, who refers to herself as Winter, the first volume resembles more of a prologue, a journey of adaptation for the protagonist transitioning from the modern realm to an alternate world, paralleling Winter's own evolution from a mere reader to an aspiring author. Within this volume, there are small encounters, the blazing drake, initial enhancements to the protagonist's combat prowess, the commencement of their vocation, slight growth in the protagonist's character, the first act of taking a life, burgeoning affections between the main character and female figures, Dany and Mina, and the laying of groundwork for subsequent plot developments, the colossal dragon egg, the mermaid princess, the blood axe mercenary core, the night king, all of which lend themselves to an overall sense of quotidian simplicity. Perhaps it is this very simplicity that has led to the disheartening performance of the book thus far. Even within the realm of fantasy, it occupies a rather mediocre standing, having failed to advance past the first round of recommendations. Since Winter began composing this novel nearly a month ago, she has consistently updated with 4,000 words daily, without absence, leave, or interruption, occasionally even increasing her output. Despite acknowledging her moderate talent for writing, Winter hoped her dedication would yield results. However, it seems that sheer attitude holds little weight in the face of inherent ability. The realization that the failure of the first round of recommendations signifies a disconnect with future opportunities has cast a daunting shadow over her thoughts, particularly as her collection numbers have stagnated around 300, fluctuating with disappointing regularity. This psychological burden has led Winter to question the quality of her work. Yet, as she meticulously crafted these narratives, she felt a sense of exhilaration. Had she deemed them inadequate, she would have discarded them before ever sharing. Why then, do readers seem disinterested? Is there a divergence between Winter's interests and those of the mainstream audience? Such questions have incessantly plagued her mind in recent days, amplifying her anxiety and eroding her confidence in her own creations, leading to sleepless nights spent rereading her manuscript in search of flaws. After reviewing all comments received thus far, including critiques of the book, chapters, and passages, Winter has distilled several recurring observations. First, the prose is deemed overly simplistic, and the dialogue lacks the grandeur befitting a fantastical world. Moreover, the incorporation of numerous internet buzzwords from the Chinese online sphere diminishes the essence of Western fantasy, rendering it markedly different from the literary style of the original work, A Song of Ice and Fire. Secondly, the narrative pace is excessively languid. Dragons have yet to make an appearance, and the prospect of dragon riding seems distant, leading to a feeling of dissonance. Thirdly, the interactions between the protagonist and female characters are overly abundant, while the intricate themes of political intrigue are alarmingly scant, straying far from the essence of the Game of Thrones universe. Fourthly, the dramatic alterations to the plot are unacceptable, diverging significantly from both the original text and the television adaptation. Fifthly, there exists a lack of interest in the characters and stories of Essos. The focus remains solely on the power struggles among the 7 kingdoms of Westeros and the machinations surrounding the Iron Throne. Sixthly, an extension of the previous point. The timing of the protagonist's arrival is misaligned, as the main storyline of Game of Thrones has yet to commence. Despite being a fanfiction, it has devolved into original content, with the sole familiar character being Daenerys, and even she appears in her youth. Seventhly, the frequency of updates is woefully inadequate. Among these points, while the last can be remedied through diligent effort, the others pose formidable challenges, often seeming insurmountable. Any attempt at modification would necessitate a complete overhaul. Thus, Winter finds itself ensnared in a state of confusion, uncertain of the path ahead, with several thoughts incessantly swirling in the mind. 1. To persist in what may be the wrong direction, diligently penning this book until it reaches 1 or 2 million words. providing a resolution for my debut work as an author on this platform, and offering an account to you, my steadfast readers who have followed me thus far. 2. To embark on a new book, still within the realm of Game of Thrones fanfiction, but discarding the altered elements, eliminating the likes of fire-breathing lizards, mermaid princesses, and enormous dragon eggs, adhering rigorously to the original narrative framework. The timeline of the protagonist's introduction would be pushed forward, and instead of Daenerys, the protagonist would assume the role of a character from one of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, such as the infamous Joffrey or the bastard Jon Snow. 3. To abandon this current work altogether and initiate a new one, not as fanfiction of Game of Thrones, but focusing on other themes, likely still in the realm of fantasy. Perhaps dragons or wizards, as Winter is genuinely disinterested in Eastern fantasy and cultivation genres. To speak candidly, the turmoil and uncertainty persisted until 5 minutes before the release of Chapter 38. Ultimately, Winter made a resolute decision to continue writing. To quote someone Winter greatly admires from an interview, "Many times, we do not choose to persist because we see hope. Rather, we see hope because we choose to persist." Certainly, it is not merely a matter of writing with blind determination. In the second volume, Rin Dong will implement significant changes, such as introducing additional characters, complicating the narrative, and allowing the protagonist to establish his own influence while clashing with local powers and figures. Furthermore, familiar characters from the continent of Westeros, like King Robert and the Lannister siblings, will make their appearances. This evolution aims to retain the existing loyal readers while attracting a greater number of new ones, thereby enhancing the book's performance. At this juncture, Rin Dong wishes to be transparent with everyone. Currently, the readership stands at approximately 50, with over 80,000 words penned. There remains about 100,000 words before the book is ready for publication. Should these forthcoming words manage to elevate the readership to over 300, the book will be published and updated regularly, possibly even with frequent updates, until completion. Conversely, if the readership does not increase, the book will not be published and will become a free work, updated sporadically. The above sentiments are heartfelt reflections from the author, expressing the most genuine thoughts at this moment. Gratitude is extended to all readers who have reached this point. We shall meet again in the next volume. Rin Dong bows in appreciation. Chapter 39. Opportunity. In the western region of Essos lies the dominion of the 9 free trade federations. Among these federations, there exist 4 coastal cities, 2 inland cities, and 3 island cities. Lorith is one of the 3 island cities, situated in the northern reaches of Essos. At the westernmost tip of the largest island in a cluster of islands within the Shivering Sea, nestled between Axe Peninsula to the west and Bravos to the east. It is the northernmost city among the 9 free trade city-states, trailing in terms of population, economy, and territory, and is comparatively the most isolated of the city-states. Due to Lorith's remoteness from other city-states, its inhabitants seldom partake in the bloody conflicts of the Century of Blood, except for those mercenaries who willingly venture to Bravos or Norvos. After acquiring a ship from the Fenrir Mercenary Company, Viserys and his companions departed Dragonstone and set sail once more. 2 days later, the vessel brought them to the waters surrounding the Lorith archipelago. The sun shone brightly. The sky was clear and blue, and the sea was calm, an exceptionally fine day. "Master Mordred, where are we now? How much longer until we reach our destination?" "In response to your highness, we have arrived at the Grouper Sea, southwest of Lorith. At our current speed, we should reach the docks of Lorith town within half a day at most." "We have reached the Grouper Sea? Excellent. Let us halt here." "Halt." Master Mordred, fearing he misheard the prince's command, inquired further, "Your highness, do you mean to stop here?" "Indeed, you heard correctly, master. Once the ship is anchored, please remember to convene in the cabin for a meeting." Though uncertainty lingered in Mordred's mind, he complied with the prince's orders, gradually reducing the ship's speed. Viserys summoned all members aboard the ship, preparing to convene the third Dragon Dream operation meeting. The previous 2 meetings had taken place before their departure to the Dragon's Nest and on the eve of the mercenary squad's assault on Dragonstone. The fiery dragon lizard lay on the floor, while Daenerys was cradled in Viserys' arms. Mina stood beside them, and Sam sat on a small stool, hesitating whether to eat the fruit in his hand now or later. Mordred was the last to arrive. Upon entering, he casually found a spot next to Sam, standing like a towering iron monument. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Mordred, Sam tucked the fruit into his pocket, deciding to wait until the meeting concluded to eat. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Viserys clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to focus their attention on him. Everyone was aware that the Targaryen family possessed the ability of the Dragon Dream, so he refrained from unnecessary elaboration. In truth, like the previous 2 occasions, Viserys' prophecy this time did not rely on the so-called dragon dream, but rather on the latest developments from the 262nd chapter of Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon Sovereign. According to the novel's description, a heinous act of piracy would transpire today in the Striped Sea. The parties involved included the infamous Red Boot pirate crew, notorious in these waters, who commanded 2 large pirate ships over 30 meters long and numbered around 70 to 80 members, with varying degrees of combat prowess, making them a formidable force in the vicinity. On the opposing side were the trading vessels belonging to the city-state of Loreth. Viserys had ordered the ship to remain here to intervene at a critical moment and rescue the individuals aboard the trading ship from the clutches of the Red Boot pirates. If it were merely a routine act of piracy, Viserys would not have chosen to involve himself, for although he was not a senseless butcher, he was by no means a saint compelled to assist every sufferer. However, this situation was different. Aboard the trading vessel was a prominent figure from the upper echelons of the Loreth city-state. If they could rescue this individual from peril, the gratitude bestowed upon Viserys and his companions would undoubtedly ease their future endeavors in Loreth. This was an opportunity crafted by the unscrupulous author of the fanfiction, and Viserys intended to seize it firmly. In essence, if this operation proceeded smoothly, immense rewards awaited. If anyone had thoughts to share, they were encouraged to voice them freely. The first to react was the little red fruit. It tilted its head, shifted positions momentarily, and then resumed its rest. It seemed it had no objections. Next was the 4-year-old Princess Daenerys, who, sitting in her brother's embrace, raised her hands and feet enthusiastically. I unconditionally support my brother. Whatever he says goes. Before anyone else could respond, Viserys could no longer contain himself. Daenerys used to express her thoughts, but now it seems she has ceased to ponder at all, resembling nothing more than a mere echo of her brother. Dany, you must cultivate your own opinions. You cannot simply adhere to whatever your brother says. You should engage that little mind of yours. However, she retorted, but that seems so troublesome. I believe it is sufficient to follow my brother's lead. After all, you are so capable, and all your previous decisions have proven to be correct. But what if one day your brother is no longer around, leaving you alone? What will you do then? That day will never come. Brother, you promised me that we would always be together, forever. Are you deceiving me? Are you planning to leave me? As she spoke, Daenerys' eyes shimmered with tears, as if she might burst into sobs at any moment. Viserys immediately pressed a kiss to her delicate cheek. Of course not. Your brother will always be by your side. Haha, then I need not think at all. I shall leave everything to you. Daenerys beamed. Viserys sighed inwardly. It appeared that the future fierce mother of dragons had been molded into a super devoted little sister by his pampering, though whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Subsequently, Mordred inquired about the specifics of the Red Boots pirate crew's numbers and armament. Viserys, adhering to the narrative of the novel, relayed the information accurately. Teacher, what do you think? Will it be difficult? If I were to face 70 or 80 individuals alone, it would indeed pose a challenge. However, given that the merchant ship also has several escorts to divert the main strength of the pirates, it should essentially be manageable. Mordred spoke with a tone full of confidence. Chapter 40. Alina vanning 2 hours after Viserys and his companion's vessel anchored in the Striped Sea. A large cargo ship slowly entered the same waters. Within the opulent quarters of the ship, a resplendent blonde beauty sat upon a plush sofa, holding a book. Yet her gaze did not linger on its pages. Her eyes wandered, as if troubled by numerous thoughts, rendering her unable to find tranquility. With a snap, Alina Vanning closed the book in her hands, extending her porcelain-like arm to grasp a bell on the table, gently shaking it. The tinkling sound of the bell echoed, and soon the door to her chamber was pushed open by a similarly elegantly attired maid. She approached Alina and bowed her head respectfully. My lady, how may I serve you? Where are we now? How long until we reach our destination? Alina posed a query that Viserys had once asked, and the answer she received mirrored his own. We have now arrived in the Striped Sea, and it is approximately half a day's journey to Lorisong town. Half a day? Alina murmured to herself. What is it, my lady? Is there a problem? No, she replied. Alina shook her head, expressing her ominous premonition that something unfortunate might transpire today. She hoped she was mistaken. After receiving some comfort from her maid, Alina nodded, feeling slightly reassured, though a lingering shadow of unease remained. She then instructed her maid to inform the captain to hasten the ship's journey, striving to reach the lighthouse at the shores of Lorisong Island within 3 hours. Once the lighthouse was sighted, they would be truly safe. Even if the ship were to suddenly disintegrate, the people on the shore would have ample time to rescue them. As you wish, my lady, the maid replied before departing. Alina reopened her book, hoping to immerse herself in the ocean of knowledge to quell her anxious heart. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the cargo ship, as if it had been struck by some colossal creature, causing the vessel to shudder violently from bow to stern. Not only did the book slip from her grasp, but she too lost her balance and was thrown against the sofa. Fortunately, the couch was cushioned, and Elena's own body served as a natural buffer, sparing her from any serious harm, though the psychological impact was profound. She struggled to her feet, retrieving the bell that had fallen to the ground, intending to summon her maid to inquire about the commotion outside. However, before she could act, another violent jolt sent her crashing to the floor. Outside, a heavy horn sounded, followed by an uproar of battle cries. Elena recognized the significance of that horn. It could only be blown by the ship's captain or the chief of her guards. Whichever of the two had sounded it signified that the cargo ship had entered the gravest level of peril, necessitating absolute vigilance from all aboard. "My lady, are you unharmed?" The maid burst through the door, panic etched across her face as she rushed to help Elena up from the floor. Supported by her maid, Elena settled back onto the sofa. "What is happening outside?" "Pirates. My lady, we are under attack by pirates." "Did you see the flags on their ships? What did they depict?" The emblem appeared to be a red boot. "Oh no, it is the Red Boot pirate crew." Elena's expression shifted dramatically, and her maid trembled at the mention of the notorious name. The Red Boot pirates were infamous, having caused countless tragedies among the people of Loras over the years. Their reputation so fearsome that it had become a tale to silence even the loudest of children. The young maid was utterly paralyzed by fear, lost and unsure of what to do. In contrast, Elena, who had been plagued by anxiety, found a surprising calmness in the face of real danger. She wore a cold expression and issued a stern command. "Quickly, lock the door, and then barricade it with a heavy object." The maid, upon receiving the order, instantly felt a surge of resolve. She rose and securely locked the bedroom door from the inside. Subsequently, the two women worked together to push a substantial cabinet, weighing approximately 120 pounds, against the door. Once these tasks were completed, they lay breathless on the bed. Outside, the cacophony of clashing weapons, the sounds of steel-piercing flesh, and the mingled cries and curses of people created an atmosphere of utter chaos. "My lady Elena, what shall we do next? From here on, we can only leave it to fate." Elena lay exhausted on the bed, gasping for air, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath. They were at sea, surrounded by miles of water with no land in sight. Any plan to abandon ship was impossible. The pirate ship, adorned with red boots, had collided with their cargo vessel, and the pirates, armed with various weapons, had engaged in a brutal melee with the ship's guards. At this juncture, it was a matter of whose strength would prevail. Should their guards emerge victorious, all difficulties would dissipate. However, if the pirates triumphed, they would all become captives. If the pirate captain possessed enough reason, he might spare their lives, using them as hostages for ransom. Yet, those who joined pirate crews were seldom of sound mind or character. It was entirely plausible they would simply slaughter everyone in a fit of bloodlust and abscond with the ship's valuable cargo. More terrifying was the thought that while men might meet a swift end with a single blow, women like them would likely face torment and humiliation before their demise. Elena had always been confident in her beauty. In terms of looks, figure, and demeanor, she was undoubtedly the object of many men's fantasies. Yet in this moment, she wished she could relinquish that confidence. If she were an unattractive, portly woman, her fate might be less dire. With a sigh, Elena lamented her plight. 20 minutes later, the sounds of battle continued, but they had diminished in intensity. The tide of the conflict was beginning to reveal a victor. Thud, thud, a heavy footfall approached Elena's bedroom. Step by step, growing ever closer. Her heart raced in tandem with the advancing footsteps. Were they allies or foes? Chapter 41. Redemption. It was an enemy. The owner of the heavy footsteps arrived outside the door and immediately resorted to a violent knocking. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled thuds echoed against the door, resonating deeply within Elena and the maid. Seeing the door secured, the intruder did not retreat. Rather, they seemed more determined to breach the barrier. "Humph. You think this flimsy door can obstruct me? A foolish dream." The figure stepped back a few paces and then charged at the door. Crash. The entire door creaked ominously, the lock bearing the brunt of a tremendous impact, bulging as if it were on the verge of being shattered. Even the cabinet behind the door was forcefully shoved back several centimeters. It was fortunate that the wardrobe was there to provide some support. Otherwise, the door would have already been breached. Bang. The assailant outside showed no signs of relenting. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, a second impact followed, then a third and a fourth. As the door threatened to disassemble, the cabinet continued to inch backward, while the two occupants within the room found themselves powerless to resist. Finally, with a resounding crash, The door burst open, and the wardrobe was toppled to the ground. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a large axe and sporting a bald head, stormed into the room. Initially, he believed he had stumbled upon a treasure trove, but upon entering, he quickly realized his misjudgment. A large, plush bed lay before him, indicating this was indeed a bedroom. However, disappointment did not mar his expression, for he had encountered something far more enticing: 2 delicate and vulnerable young maidens. To his delight, he exclaimed internally, "Who would have thought there were 2 stunning beauties hidden away here? This is indeed a fortuitous find." A lecherous grin spread across the bald man's face, his eyes glinting with lust as he advanced menacingly toward Elena and her maid, the pressure of his imposing presence suffocating them and heightening their anxiety. In a moment of desperation, the maid, unable to withstand the mounting tension, finally succumbed to her emotions and charged at the bald brute, screaming defiantly. Perhaps she thought to strike down the adversary with a flurry of wild punches, but to the bald man's perspective, it merely resembled the frantic flailing of a cornered prey. "Ha! How wild! If you hadn't made a sound, I might have found this dull." The maid's resistance only fueled the bald man's desire to conquer. He swiftly extended his right arm, seizing her wrists with a vice-like grip, rendering her immobile, while his other hand grasped the collar of her garment. With a sharp tug, the fabric tore apart, revealing her delicate skin, which had been pampered from years of service to Lady Elena. The maid's youthful beauty and striking figure captivated the bald man. Causing his breath to quicken, he forcefully shoved her to the ground, pinning her down with one hand. Just as he prepared to take the final step, Elena, who had remained silent and observant, sprang into action. Grabbing a nearby crystal goblet, she swung it violently at the bald man's head. His attention had been entirely consumed by the maid beneath him, and he had instinctively overlooked Elena, leaving him unprepared for her sudden assault. The crystal goblet struck the bald man's head with a resounding crash, shattering into countless shards that carved deep lacerations upon his scalp. Blood gushed from the wounds, trickling down his forehead and blurring his vision in a crimson haze. "You vile woman, I shall end your life." The excruciating pain and the metallic scent of blood sent the bald man spiraling into madness. He abandoned the maid, tantalizingly close to his grasp, and lunged toward Elena. With arms as thick as Elena's thighs, he seized her throat, lifting her off the ground until her feet dangled helplessly. What began as an attempt to thwart the bald brute's assault had only served to incite his fury, hastening her demise. Air grew scarce in Elena's lungs. Death loomed ever closer, and she could almost perceive the Grim Reaper beckoning her. In that moment, a montage of her life flickered through her mind: the tender love of her father, the devotion of her husband, the innocence of her dutiful daughter. All these cherished memories flashed before her eyes, only to fade away. Is this how my life ends? How utterly unjust. Seconds stretched into eternity as her vision blurred and darkened. Suddenly, she felt a release. Fresh air surged into her lungs, coursing through her throat and filling her chest. She was alive once more. The bald man's grip slackened, unable to sustain the weight of Elena any longer. Coughing violently, she collapsed to the ground as his massive form crashed beside her. She clutched her aching throat and looked up, finding the man who had nearly taken her life now lifeless on the floor, a gaping wound in his chest, devoid of breath. Standing next to the fallen giant was a strikingly handsome young man, with silver hair and violet eyes, exuding an aura of power and an air of noble elegance. Most notably, he wielded a bloodied sword, and the sunlight streaming through the now unbarred door illuminated him, casting a divine radiance around him. In an instant, Elena, once engulfed in darkness, fear, and torment, was granted complete redemption. A fleeting glimpse of her name, Elena feigning, appeared on someone's character panel under the category of beloved, only to vanish moments later. "Miss, Madam." Viserys had slain the bald pirate, rescuing the nearly lifeless beauty. He observed her sitting there, dazed, her enchanting eyes fixated upon him. It was not until he called to her several times that she seemed to awaken, trembling slightly. "Madam, are you all right? Are you injured?" "Cough, I am fine. Thank you for your timely assistance." The woman shook her head, her voice melodious, reminiscent of a lark in spring. Receiving an affirmative response, Viserys nodded and turned his gaze towards the maid on the bed. The beauty that met his eyes caused his brow to arch, yet he remained unenchanted. Striding forward with purpose, he casually retrieved a lady's coat from the wardrobe and draped it over the maid's shoulders. The battle outside had not ceased. The number of pirates was considerable, and enemies could burst through at any moment. "You all stay behind me. I shall protect you." Chapter 42. Victory belongs to us. The 2 figures huddled closely together on the grand bed, their beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly on the door, never straying for an instant. Viserys stood poised, sword in hand, ready to fend off any intruder. Though the youth was not particularly tall, he exuded an indomitable strength, akin to a rocky shore steadfast against the relentless waves. His formidable, handsome, and dependable presence left an indelible impression upon them. He is so handsome and powerful. Truly the embodiment of a dream lover. The maid's heart fluttered with infatuation. Olenna harbored similar thoughts, yet restrained by her status, she kept her feelings to herself. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to her maid. Rona. After careful consideration, she decided to bestow a name upon her maid. What is the name of this striking young man? I cannot recall anyone of his caliber in my guard. My lady, please trust your memory. He is indeed not one of our guards, nor is he a sailor or a hand on the ship. I confirmed the list of all personnel before our departure. With such distinctive silver hair and violet eyes, had I seen him before, I would certainly remember. Then how did he come to be aboard this vessel? I cannot say. My lady, you may inquire with him later. Indeed, you are right. I must express my gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Though the conversation between Olenna and her maid Rona was hushed, it was no challenge for the enhanced Viserys to grasp every word. Upon hearing Olenna's intention to repay him, a subtle smile graced his lips. The tales were not deceitful. This esteemed figure from the city of Rolas was indeed a person who valued gratitude and loyalty. His efforts to save her were not in vain. Meet your doom. Outside the room, a burly pirate wielding a short-handled axe shouted as he charged forward. Viserys remained composed, waiting for the adversary to enter his range before raising his hand, drawing his sword, and striking with precision. Chapter 43. In the name of the god of war. Upon boarding the cargo ship, Mordred brandished a sword in each hand and charged into the fray against the pirate crew. The reason for wielding dual swords rather than a single blade as in the past is due to Mordred's perception that the individual combat prowess of the pirates was rather lacking. Their only troublesome aspect lay in their considerable numbers. By adopting a dual-wielding approach with two long swords, the efficiency of dispatching the pirates could be significantly enhanced. A lion had plunged into a flock of sheep, commencing a brutal slaughter. The leader of the Red Boots, after a fleeting moment of hesitation between retreat and continued battle, resolutely opted for the latter. It was absurd. The situation had escalated to such a degree that the fruits of victory were tantalizingly within reach. How could one possibly consider surrender? They were the renowned Red Boots pirate crew, capable of silencing the cries of children. Could a mere handful of pirates truly hope to best a single adversary? Every individual, regardless of strength, would eventually succumb to exhaustion, and they would bury him under their sheer numbers. Moreover, the leader of the Red Boots contemplated a deeper layer of strategy. The total casualties from this campaign had already approached 30, an alarmingly high ratio of 1/3 for the Red Boots. If they retreated hastily without any spoils, their strength would diminish significantly, complicating future acts of piracy. Only by amassing sufficient wealth could they replenish their arms and armor, recruit more men, and enhance their power while recovering from losses, paving the way for renewed glory. Therefore, whether from a standpoint of profit or the preservation of his own authority, he resolved to lead his crew in subduing this formidable interloper. Brothers, heed my command. Those who face no enemies, hold your treasure hunting for a moment. Gather around and slay this man. Once he is defeated, this vessel will no longer possess the means to resist us. The leader of the Red Boots brandished a flag adorned with a red boot emblem in his left hand, while his right held a pirate's cutlass directed at Mordred. Having occupied the position of captain for several years, this current leader still commanded a degree of respect and influence. Apart from those still entangled with the merchant ship's guards, the remaining pirates promptly obeyed the order and surrounded Mordred. Mordred cast a glance around, noting the throng of over 40 individuals. A solemnity crept into his gaze. It was not that he doubted his ability to eradicate these pirates and secure victory. Rather, he was less confident in achieving that triumph unscathed. May the seven gods bless him. He silently prayed that he would not emerge from this battle with any new scars. With that thought, he raised his sword and charged forth, entering a state of unparalleled ferocity. Charge, my brothers. Whoever claims his head shall be rewarded with 300 gold dragons. Fear not. He is simply fierce at the outset. Soon, he shall tire. Press on, damn it. No retreat. I command you. Anyone who dares to flee, I shall be the first to slay. Observe his breathing, watch his movements. He is already at the end of his strength. There is nothing to fear. Do not flee. Return at once. Running amok will only lead to our defeat. We must unite if we are to have a chance to confront him. The captain of the Red Boots shouted, but as he called out, the number of his pirate brethren dwindled, one after another succumbing to the battle. Soon, the time came when he no longer needed to issue commands, for for there was no one left to obey them. They were all dead, every last one. The entire crew of the pirate band had been reduced to him alone, a solitary commander. After enduring a prolonged and intense battle, even Mordred felt the toll of exhaustion. He stood still, taking 3 deep breaths to regain his composure. He inspected his body, checking for wounds, and upon confirming he bore no bleeding injuries, his spirits lifted. Despite the numerous scrapes and dents on his armor, these were trivial matters. They had claimed the spoils from the royal galleon. While they were not wealthy enough to rival nations, they were certainly prosperous enough to restore his armor or procure 3 new sets without issue. As long as he remained unharmed, it was a resounding victory. "Stay away from me," the pirate captain cried out in terror, having long discarded his flag. Clutching a curved dagger with trembling hands, directing it toward Mordred. Mordred glanced at the now terrified captain and recalled the prince's instructions before their departure regarding the necessity of leaving a survivor for questioning. Ah, yes. The prince had deemed those foul pirates unworthy of inquiry. No survivors were needed. Thus, he resolved to end it. Mordred sheathed his twin swords and casually picked up a hand axe from the lifeless body at his feet, hurling it toward the captain. The axe spun gracefully through the air, landing squarely in the captain's skull. With that, the battle concluded. The complete obliteration of the Red Boots pirate crew marked the first occasion on which Mordred's illustrious name as a warrior resonated across the lands of Essos. The 4 ships were now helmed by Elena's crew, steering collectively toward the Isle of Lorith. After cleansing the blood from his person, Viserys, accompanied by his sister Daenerys, made his way to the cargo ship's makeshift parlor. The room, approximately 50 square meters in size, was cluttered with wooden crates and various dried herbs, featuring a long table flanked by 3 seats on either side. Perhaps it was never intended to be a parlor. After all, what need does a cargo ship have for such a space? It had likely been repurposed from a storage area to accommodate their needs. Viserys seated himself in the central position on the left side, with Mordred to his right and his sister Daenerys on his left. As for the chef, the rotund Sam, the maid Mina, and the fire-breathing lizard, Little Red, they remained aboard the original vessel, not accompanying them on this journey. After all, the immense wealth aboard the ship requires vigilant guardianship, does it not? Positioned opposite Viserys, in the center, sat the enchanting Alina Vanning, flanked by the captain of the vessel and the commander of the Vanning family escort. All 3 had undergone thorough cleansing, their bodies free of the former bloodstains, appearing quite rejuvenated. Particularly striking was Alina, who had donned a completely new outfit, accentuating her alluring figure and captivating charm. Chapter 44, The Prince of Harvests. I am Viserys Targaryen, and this is my sister, Daenerys Targaryen, alongside my captain of the guard, Mordred. Viserys introduced himself to Alina and her companions. As an influential figure in the city-state of Lorith, Alina was well-versed in the news of the day, and upon hearing the Targaryen name, her recognition was immediate. "Your Highnesses, I beg your pardon for my rudeness," she said. Viserys waved his hand with a smile. "There is no need for such formality. The Targaryen dynasty has been overthrown by usurpers. We are but destitute exiles, a pair of unfortunate prince and princess without a homeland. Nothing more. Moreover, even when our family's reign had not yet been dismantled, the influence of the Targaryens was confined to the 7 kingdoms of Westeros and your lands on Essos. There was no subordinate relationship between us. We are equals. If it pleases you, I hope we may engage in a friendship characterized by ease and equality. What do you think?" Viserys' proposal struck a chord with Alina, who eagerly responded, "Of course, it is my honor to befriend such esteemed highnesses. Now, my friend, may I ask you to introduce yourself? I am not yet well acquainted with your identity." In truth, Viserys was fully aware that the enchanting figure seated before him was Alina, having already read the latest chapters of The Legend of the Dragon. However, the others were oblivious to his extraordinary foresight, and thus required a mutual understanding process. "I am Alina Vanning, the Prince of Harvests of the city-state of Lorith, and also the Vice President of the Lorith Council. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Without your help, I might not have the opportunity to sit here and engage in this delightful conversation." At this moment, Alina's gaze towards Viserys was filled with gratitude, laced with admiration and affection. Not only was Alina captivated, but her attendant, Rona, standing behind her, shared the same expression. "Should I address you as His Highness the Prince of Harvests, or would it be more appropriate to refer to you as Lady Alina? My apologies as newcomers. We lack familiarity with Lorith's power structure and city-state affairs. Might you provide us with a brief introduction?" "Of course. You may simply call me Viserys," Alina replied. "Very well, Viserys," she affirmed. Alina, feeling a delightful closeness with the other party, turned to Rona and encouraged her to step forward to introduce her new friend, Viserys, to the free trade city-state of Lorith. Under the guidance of Maid Rona, Viserys gained a preliminary understanding of the power that is Lorith. Firstly, the territory of Lorith encompasses the Lorith archipelago. Among the numerous islands within this archipelago, over 90% of the population resides on the three principal islands, namely Lorith Island, Lorithson Island, and Loratho Island. Aside from these three main islands, the other islands are home to merely small villages or are completely uninhabited, resulting in a sparse population. Secondly, the current ruling class of Lorith is the Lorith Parliament. In the past, this assembly was merely the Tri-King Conference, composed of three princes. However, as time progressed, the influence and power of the princes gradually waned, leading to an increase in the number of members in this assembly. In addition to the three princes, prominent nobles and wealthy merchants from the city also hold seats within the parliament. Currently, the Lorith Parliament consists of over 30 members, including a president and 2 vice presidents. In Lorith, the authority of the parliament is absolute, and among its ranks, the influence and presence of the 3 leaders are paramount. Any decision that could significantly impact Lorith can only be proposed by the president or the vice presidents. Proposals initiated by the president require the support of more than half the members to pass, while those brought forth by the vice presidents must garner the backing of at least 2/3 of the members to be executed. Olenna is the harvest prince among the 3 great princes, traditionally elected by all landholders within the Lorith archipelago. Besides Olenna, the other 2 princes are the Fisher Prince, elected by the owners of vessels, and the Street Prince, chosen by all free citizens of the city, excluding slaves. The 3 great princes hold their titles for life, and new appointments occur only upon the death of the preceding prince. Notably, the current president of the parliament is the Street Prince, while one vice president is the Fisher Prince. Thus, although the influence of the 3 great princes has diminished compared to the era of the Tri-King autocracy, they still possess substantial status, power, and wealth. Initially, when Olenna first encountered Viserys, who had sheltered her from pirate attacks within her chamber, her desire was to retain him as a personal guard or steward, hoping to have him as her subordinate whenever she required assistance. This was not a matter of shame. Olenna's husband had passed away many years ago, and she had remained solitary, preoccupied with her career and the care of her daughter, which had prevented her from seeking a new partner. Now that she had encountered the captivating Viserys, she was determined to hold on to him tightly. The only concern was the significant age gap between them. Viserys appeared to be only a few years older than her daughter, while she herself was already 26, suggesting an age difference of at least a decade. However, Olenna soon convinced herself that in the face of true love, age is but a trivial matter, merely a 10-year difference. After all, that old fellow, the Prince of the Streets, was over 50 and had recently wed a young bride 30 years his junior. Yet, these thoughts were completely buried within her once she learned that Viserys was a prince of the Targaryen dynasty. As a prince, even a deposed one, he would never take a woman who had been married and bore children as his queen, no matter her status as the Prince of Loras. This conviction only solidified further upon discovering that Viserys had not yet reached the age of 12. Wait, 11? Isn't that the same age as my daughter? Another thought sprouted in Olenna's mind. Chapter 45. A Mutual Pursuit. Viserys, what are your plans moving forward? Do you wish to return to Westeros and reclaim the Iron Throne that rightfully belongs to you? After both parties gained a certain understanding of one another, Olenna began to inquire about Viserys' future intentions. In her heart, she secretly hoped that Viserys would choose to remain. If he were to abandon the idea of restoring the Targaryen dynasty and instead find solace in Loras, Olenna, in her capacity as the vice president and the Prince of Harvest, could ensure a comfortable life for them both. Furthermore, with Viserys' formidable prowess in dispatching pirates with ease, coupled with Olenna's assistance, gaining a position within the Loras Council, or even ascending as the new prince, was entirely feasible. However, she could not simply declare, Viserys, don't leave, let us become a loving family together. Their relationship was currently blossoming, and such a statement might provoke Viserys' displeasure or even frighten him away, an outcome Olenna wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, she approached her inquiries with utmost caution. Unbeknownst to her, Viserys' fortuitous encounter with her and his heroic rescue, reminiscent of a fairy tale, were all part of a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Of course, Olenna, that is my homeland, my kingdom, the place of my birth. I must return to reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Viserys' fervor was palpable. Yet Olenna felt a wave of despondence wash over her. But I am not so naive as to believe I can return. I lack an army and influence. That land is beyond my reach. Moreover, that despicable usurper has placed a bounty on my brother and me, enticing mercenaries who value gold above life itself to hunt us across the sea. Our immediate priority is to find a safe haven and then contemplate our future. Elena, my friend, what wise counsel can you offer regarding this matter? Elena's eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the young, handsome Prince Viserys. Akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Come to my island of Lorasong. There, I can offer you sanctuary. Your island of Lorasong? Viserys found himself intrigued by Elena's assertion. Indeed, although the island of Loras ostensibly did not belong to him personally, over 60% of its enterprises were owned by the Velaryon family, effectively rendering it his domain. There, he could assure your safety. Should an assassin arise, my guard would swiftly eliminate the threat. Viserys was quite unaware of this fact. The current chapters of The Legend of the Dragon had only unlocked up to chapter 262, and the timeline had not advanced significantly beyond reality, thus failing to depict the relationship between Elena and Loras Island. It was through Elena's introduction that Viserys came to understand the intricate connections. Loras City, the largest and most populous settlement on the island, boasted the strongest economic and military power, serving as the hub for various adventurers' guilds, mercenary strongholds, and the headquarters of the Loras Council. However, due to various historical reasons, Princess Elena of Harvest had not established significant holdings in Loras City. Her assets were virtually non-existent, overshadowed by those of the Lord of the Council's Main Street and other prominent nobles. The second largest entity, Loras Island, was Elena's stronghold. The 60% of enterprises she spoke of referred solely to those in which the Velaryon family held absolute controlling stakes. If one were to consider those industries in collaboration with the Velaryon family, their share in Loras town could exceed 90%. It could be said that living on Loras Island meant one could never wholly escape the influence of the Velaryon family. Truly a formidable presence, undoubtedly a local sovereign. Having grasped the true extent of this affluent woman's power, Viserys ceased to feign politeness and accepted Elena's invitation, deciding to temporarily settle down on Loras Island with his sister, Daenerys, and others. Viserys sought to align himself with Elena, hoping to amass strength for his future reclamation of the throne. Meanwhile, Elena contemplated keeping Viserys close, fostering a bond between him and her daughter, aspiring for them to become a couple. Each party harbored their own ambitions. As their conversation flowed, the atmosphere in the ship's parlor became delightfully relaxed. For hours later, vessels docked at the relatively modest wooden pier of Loras Island. Hand in hand, Viserys and Elena descended from the ship, their closeness akin to that of affectionate siblings, even altering their modes of address. Sister Elena, meeting you is undoubtedly one of the most fortunate events of my life. It feels as though we were destined to cross paths. I share the same sentiment, Viserys. It is truly fate that has brought us together. After a mutual exchange of flattery, they embraced warmly. Elena's voluptuous, yet not excessive figure left a lasting impression on the youthful Viserys, while her subtle, delightful fragrance was intoxicating. Had it not been for Viserys' remarkable composure, he might have found himself in an unseemly predicament. Brother, a soft, tender call interrupted the embrace between Viserys and Elena. Viserys turned to see Daenerys, the adorable little princess, her lips pouting and her expression revealing her displeasure. Ah, who has upset my beloved sister? Pray, tell your brother, and I shall avenge you by delivering a sound thrashing to the one who has caused you distress. Humph. Daenerys remained silent, merely huffing in a cool manner and turning her little face away. Viserys quickly deduced her sentiments. She was reproaching him for being so engrossed in conversation with Elena that he had neglected his own sister. Instantly, Daenerys' mood brightened, her frown transforming into a radiant smile. She extended her arms and embraced her brother's head, planting a kiss upon his forehead. Viserys, thereafter, did not release his sister from his embrace, but continued to walk forward while holding her close. Elena remarked, Viserys, your bond with your sister is truly remarkable. Indeed, she is my only sister and my sole kin in this world. We shall remain together forever, never depart. Viserys replied with an implied meaning. Hearing her brother speak thus, especially in the presence of others, made Daenerys beam with even greater joy. Chapter 46. The rich woman's welcome gift. Upon the ship's arrival at the dock, sailors and dockworkers continually moved in and out, unloading the cargo and treasures from the vessel. Rona, standing behind Elena, transformed from a gentle maid into a stern overseer, urging her subordinates to remain diligent while ensuring that no one attempted to pilfer any items. Fortunately, the Fanning family, as the local authority of Rallison town, meant that those seeking to make a living here were unlikely to engage in such petty theft. Even those truly in need, with malicious intent, would only target foreign merchant ships and passing traders. Therefore, the goods aboard Viserys' ship, arriving alongside the Fanning family's vessels, remained untouched. During their time on the ship, Viserys had informed Elena that they carried a substantial amount of goods, prompting her to order several large freight wagons upon their arrival. As Mordred trailed beside Viserys, Mina and her team directed the workers to load all the cargo into the wagon compartments. With ample hands available, the entire process did not take long. Half an hour later, Mina approached Viserys. "Your Highness, all the goods from the ship have been loaded onto the wagons. The drivers inquire where we are to transport them." Mina's implication was straightforward. They currently had no destination, and accommodations for the night had yet to be arranged. This matter pertains to the issue of sleep at night, which is of utmost urgency and paramount importance, far surpassing the significance of restoring the Targaryen dynasty. Aegon takes this matter very seriously. "Elena, you have heard. I urgently need to find a place to stay, or else I will have nowhere to put all my belongings. Therefore, although it pains me greatly, I must take my leave for now. If you are free tomorrow, Elena, feel free to visit me. We can continue our delightful conversation that remains unfinished today." However, the unfolding reality took him by surprise. Elena shook her head. "You call me sister, so how could I bear to let you stay in an inn? As for your accommodation tonight, fret not. I shall assist you, which can also be considered my gift for our first meeting. Oh, come, follow me." Curiosity about Elena's so-called gift welled up in Aegon's heart as he followed her through the main avenue of Lorasan, arriving at the affluent district in the town center. Unlike the impoverished areas they had previously passed, here there were no hawkers incessantly calling out their wares, no beggars seated on the ground, nor petty thieves lurking about. More importantly, the ground was remarkably clean and tidy, paved with marble-like stones, and the pathways were beautifully lined with verdant strips filled with vividly blooming flowers. Indeed, in any world and at any time, the disparity between the rich and the poor is glaring. Fortunately, he belonged to the wealthy. Half an hour later, the carriage halted before a house. To merely describe the structure as a house would be inaccurate. It was more akin to an estate, surrounded by nearly 3-meter-high walls. It featured a sturdy hardwood gate wrapped in iron. Upon entering, one would discover not only the buildings designated for the estate owner's daily living, but also stables, a small pond, a garden, a training ground, warehouses, and more. The entire estate spanned at least 5,000 square meters. Moreover, it was not merely the buildings. The accompanying facilities, including various beds, carpets, wardrobes, and all manner of furniture, were fully prepared, and not a single maid or servant was lacking. A quick glance revealed that the maids were all of admirable appearance, the least among them being ordinary in looks, with none being grotesquely unattractive. The servants were all robust and strong, clearly individuals accustomed to hard work. The more Aegon observed, the more astonished and delighted he became. If he had understood Elena's earlier implication correctly, then her gift must indeed be this estate. To receive such a grand and luxurious manor so freely is a testament to her being a truly wealthy woman. Moreover, a wealthy, generous, young, and beautiful one at that. He must hold on tightly, never to let go. "How do you find it?" "It is quite splendid, I assent to it. Do you like it, Aegon?" "I adore it. Indeed, I am utterly enamored. Ah, Elena, at this very moment, I declare you to be my angel." Viserys felt an immense surge of excitement within him. In comparison to the surroundings he found himself in now, his previous leisurely life on Dragonstone seemed insignificant, even more humble than a mere thatched cottage. However, he was, after all, a prince, well versed in the ways of the world. While this place might appear exceedingly opulent to an ordinary person, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Targaryen royal castle in King's Landing. That magnificent palace, an epitome of splendor, was built upon the collective wealth of the Seven Kingdoms, while here lay merely a private estate of a prince, entirely different in stature. Thus, Viserys maintained an air of composure. The architectural design and layout were rather commendable, well maintained, and the servants displayed commendable decorum, devoid of any clumsiness. Noticing Viserys' lack of the excitement she had anticipated, Elena regarded him with increased admiration. Truly, he was a prince from King's Landing, possessing a perspective that was distinctly exceptional. Had an ordinary individual beheld this place, they would undoubtedly leap with joy. "Since you like it, I shall gift it to you as a token of our first meeting. How does that sound? Are you pleased?" "Indeed, I am delighted, especially because it is a gift from you, sister." Viserys' spontaneous words filled Elena with uncontainable joy. In the exchange of their dialogue, this expansive estate, lavishly adorned and impeccably equipped, became an asset under Viserys' name. Elena was not merely speaking. She was not simply lending the estate to him, but rather bequeathing it outright, presenting him with all the property deeds and legal documents. After a brief tour of the estate, dinner time approached. In the evening, A modest yet sumptuous banquet was held in the grand hall of the manor. After dining together, Viserys and Olenna engaged in a slow-paced waltz, a delightful activity to aid digestion. The entire experience was imbued with aesthetic beauty. Apart from the youthful appearance of the male partner, there were no flaws, as if they were a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, Daenerys was neither envious nor vying for attention, as she was preoccupied indulging her culinary desires under the guidance of Meena. After all, her brother was present and would not vanish. Naturally, the allure of delicious food took precedence. Chapter 47. Qualifications. The estate that Olenna gifted to Viserys was originally intended for her daughter. Her initial plan was that when her daughter matured, she would encounter a person whom she cherished and who reciprocated her feelings. Together, they would approach Olenna, seeking her maternal blessing. If the suitor successfully passed the trial she set forth, she would grant them the estate as a reward, allowing it to serve as their marital home, where they could reside together. However, unexpected events often arise unexpectedly. Today, Olenna encountered a young man whose presence made her heart race uncontrollably, leading to the swift transfer of the estate. Olenna admitted to acting impulsively, yet she harbored no regrets. Were she to relive the moment, she would make the same choice again. Nevertheless, she refrained from disclosing this to Viserys, who, in turn, did not probe further, remaining oblivious to the tale and aspirations intertwined with the estate. In any case, on the very first day of Viserys' arrival in the realm of Loras, he acquired a luxurious estate, thus qualifying for the right to vote in the election of princes, specifically for three. Firstly, the Fisher Prince. Beyond the vessel he had seized from Finral, Olenna generously bestowed upon Viserys 2 pirate ships from the infamous Red Boots. This decision met with universal approval, for the number of pirates slain by Mordred alone surpassed the total of all others combined. Therefore, possessing 3 ships undoubtedly entitled him to participate in the election of the Fisher Prince. Next was the Street Prince. By obtaining ownership of the estate from Olenna, Viserys effectively gained a substantial asset within the sphere of Loras, automatically securing his status as a free citizen. Lastly, the Harvest Prince followed suit. Upon Olenna transferring the deed of the estate to Viserys, he became a landowner within the city of Loras, naturally acquiring voting rights. It could be said that Loras had now become a second homeland for Viserys. Viserys, and dear Daenerys, the hour grows late, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention within the family, so I shall not intrude further. Take care on your journey, Olenna, and you are always welcome to visit. They bid each other farewell after the banquet. Following a close embrace, Olenna departed with her maid Rona, the captain of her guard, and other attendants, leaving behind a gathering filled with joy. Later that evening, in the master bedroom of the estate, the spacious room boasted an area of 50 square meters solely for the bedroom. Apart from the sofa, wardrobe, and full-length mirror, the most striking feature was the grand bed at the center, measuring an impressive 25 by 3 meters, allowing the occupant to roll about freely without fear of tumbling off. In fact, Daenerys was indulging in such playful antics, clad in a silk nightgown, her petite form rolling from one side of the bed to the other. Upon reaching the cushioned headboard, she flipped her direction and rolled back, thoroughly enjoying herself. Under Viserys' guidance, Meena perched herself atop his waist, her supple and elongated legs snugly pressed against his torso. Leaning slightly forward, she placed her delicate hands on Viserys' shoulders. "Your Highness, is this truly all right? I fear I might inadvertently harm you," she expressed, as the prince instructed her to remain seated on him and provide a massage. However, Meena was deeply concerned about injuring the noble body of His Highness the Prince. After all, such a position nearly bore the entirety of her weight upon Prince Viserys. Approaching her 18th birthday, Meena stood over 170 centimeters tall and weighed 60 kilograms, whereas Viserys, yet to celebrate his 12th birthday, was a mere 160 centimeters and weighed less than 50 kilograms, his frame significantly smaller than Meena's. "Fear not, my prince, for my body is quite sturdy. You should be at ease." Yet, she was taken aback when he urged her to massage him without hesitation, asserting that he was stronger than he appeared. "Do you recall how I effortlessly lifted Sam back on Dragonstone? I fear your strength may not suffice. Should your massage lack vigor, I shall punish you by forbidding you from sharing the bed with us in the future." "Please, no," Meena exclaimed in alarm, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure your comfort." The thought of being able to cuddle with the prince as they drifted into slumber was an immense honor, one she could not bear to forfeit. Meena commenced the massage, moving rhythmically and with utmost seriousness. Viserys reveled in the silky touch and the sweet fragrance of the girl. His spirits lifted. Indeed, even though there were dozens of vacant bedrooms within the estate, and despite Daenerys no longer needing Viserys' constant care, the three of them continued to share the same room and the same bed, just as they had on the island. Daenerys, being young and somewhat naive, cherished the days spent sleeping with her brother and Mina, believing that maintaining such an arrangement was perfectly delightful. Conversely, Viserys relished the sensation of having both Mina and Daenerys by his side as he slept. Holding the small Daenerys close inspired a profound sense of protectiveness, while Mina's ample form and thoughtful disposition provided him with great solace during moments of fatigue. Mina's mindset had been in flux. On the first day she was called to share the bed with the prince, she thought he had finally matured and was determined to claim her. Though initially anxious, the prospect of being the first woman in the prince's heart filled her with anticipation. However, the unfolding events took her by surprise. The prince's invitation was merely for companionship during sleep. While there were moments of intimacy, her pristine virtue remained intact. As days turned into weeks, the prince remained inactive, and Mina gradually set aside her earlier desires. She began to feel that if she could spend a lifetime sharing the prince's bed, the significance of that other matter seemed less important. The comforting companionship, akin to that of family, held a profound allure for Mina, who had lost her parents at a young age and become an orphan. Mina, is it true that you are soon to turn 18? Indeed, Your Highness. What prompts this sudden inquiry? Oh, it is nothing, merely a casual question. Chapter 48. The Initiation of Apprentices, Part 1. 2 days had elapsed since Viserys and his companions arrived in Loras, where they met the bountiful Prince Olenna and moved into the opulent estate. Viserys had anticipated that, given Olenna's previous displays of enthusiasm towards him, she would likely pay another visit the following day. However, in the ensuing days, Olenna had not returned to engage with Viserys, as though some pressing matter had captured her attention and rendered her otherwise occupied. During this time, Viserys engaged in no particularly remarkable activities. He simply explored the entirety of the estate alongside his sister Daenerys and their maid Mina, familiarizing himself with the various locations, structures, and functionalities that this estate, now under his name, possessed, while ensuring that all the maids and servants were aware of their new master. Viserys also took the time to memorize the faces and names of the staff. In truth, for the majority of nobles in this era, it was commonplace not to retain clear knowledge of every servant's identity. It was not uncommon to encounter a servant on the street, and if the servant did not bow and greet, the master might remain oblivious to their identity. After all, for a servant to fail to recognize their master was a grave offense, while a master not recognizing their servant was hardly regarded as a significant matter. Delegating tasks to a few trusted advisors and allowing them to manage the servants was the norm among the elite of this world. Yet, Viserys undertook this endeavor not out of obligation, but from his own volition. While recognizing each individual might not yield immediate benefits for his future, he pondered the possibility that such a seemingly trivial action could prove advantageous at some unforeseen moment. Would that not be a considerable gain? Perhaps due to the comprehensive enhancements bestowed upon him following the awakening of his profession, Viserys found his memory remarkably improved. This was not the gradual enhancement associated with aging and brain development. Rather, it was a sudden elevation in capacity, making the task of memorizing the basic information of everyone in the estate rather effortless. The benefits of his enhanced memory extended beyond mere recollection. It also greatly facilitated his studies of the ancient Valyrian language. Initially, he and the exceptionally gifted Daenerys had progressed at a similar pace in their language studies. But following the awakening of his profession, his extraordinary memory allowed him to swiftly surpass her. Once again, he established the image of an all-capable elder brother in the eyes of his beloved sister, a notion that brought him immense joy. There was nothing more delightful than impressing his cherished sister, and if there were, it would be to impress her twice. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze graced the air. Daenerys was seated gracefully upon the verdant grass, her left hand clutching a small basket filled with a few apples and pears. Suddenly, a pair soared through the air, only to be caught mid-flight by a large mouth. It was the fiery dragon lizard, Little Red, who eagerly accepted his mistress's offering and swallowed it whole. With joyful crunches, Little Red relished his meal, and Daenerys, watching his delight, clapped her hands in exhilaration. Not far away, Viserys lounged on a swing in the garden, swaying gently while engrossed in the latest installment of Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon. The protagonist in the novel had not performed as impeccably during the Red Boots pirate incident as Viserys did, leaving a commendable impression on Olenna. Yet she had not bestowed upon him the lavish estate. The fictional character resided in a modest 2-story villa in the affluent district of Loras, a mere 500 square feet, which paled in comparison to Viserys' current manor. Your Highness, she has arrived. exclaimed the maid Mina as she hurried into the garden, her words leaving Viserys perplexed. Mina, could you please amend your habits? If it is not an urgent matter, speak calmly and slowly. If it is urgent, convey the essential information succinctly. You said she has arrived, but did not mention her name. I am left in the dark. I apologize, Your Highness. I was in the wrong. Mina quickly bowed her head in contrition. Viserys, though slightly irritated, did not hold it against her. Instead, he playfully pinched her smooth cheek. While Mina could be somewhat reckless at times, she was generally quite capable. More importantly, her beauty and figure captivated him, each time he witnessed her delicate demeanor seeking forgiveness. Any remnants of annoyance dissipated. Thus, who has arrived? It is Lady Olenna, and she is accompanied by 2 children. Where are they now? I have already escorted them to the reception room, ensuring the servants attended to them before coming to find you. Well, you did well there. Let us proceed to the reception room. Viserys nodded and turned to his sister. Dany, do you wish to continue playing here, or will you join me to meet Olenna? Daenerys' beautiful eyes sparkled as she recalled the charming interaction between her brother and the lovely Olenna. She swiftly rose from the grass. I want to go with my brother. Upon entering the manor's reception room, Viserys quickly scanned the area, excluding the clearly identifiable servants. 5 individuals were present, 3 adults and 2 children. The 3 adults he recognized were Prince Elena of Harvest, her devoted maid Rona, and the captain of the Vanning family escort. The little girl, however, was even more intriguing. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Elena's, suggesting that even if she were not Elena's daughter, she must certainly share a blood connection with her. For it was improbable to look so alike unless they were cast from the same mold, differing only in maturity. This golden-haired girl, who closely resembled Elena, stood beside her, initially pouting and appearing rather displeased, as though she had been reluctantly dragged along by Elena. Yet upon seeing Viserys, her expression shifted dramatically. Her impatience transformed into the same gleeful anticipation radiating from the young boy. At such a tender age, she had mastered the art of changing her demeanor, truly a fascinating young lady. Chapter 49, Apprenticeship, Part 2. Upon catching sight of Viserys' handsome visage, Elena felt her heart flutter anew. She rose from her seat and opened her arms wide in greeting. Ah, Viserys, we meet again. Viserys did not disappoint her. He embraced her warmly, pressing his cheek against hers as a gesture of salutation. Sister Elena, you finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten me. How could it be so exaggerated? It has only been 2 days since we last met. I was merely preoccupied with family matters and had no time to spare. Now that I have a moment, I came to see you. Haha, welcome, welcome. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Elena finally got to the point. Viserys, allow me to introduce you. This is my daughter, 11 years old, the same age as you. What a delightful coincidence. Elena gently nudged the golden-haired girl, who promptly stepped forward, lifting her aristocratic gown with both hands and offering a graceful curtsy to Viserys. Her impeccable manners indicated she had received excellent upbringing. Greetings, Viserys, I am Aeliana Vanning. It is a pleasure to meet you. Previously, he had felt somewhat out of place among those taller than him, knowing it was due to his youth and incomplete growth. Therefore, Viserys found a favorable initial impression of this lovely golden-haired girl. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance, fair maiden, he replied, taking her delicate hand and gently kissing the back of it. A blush immediately crept onto her cheeks, yet she did not withdraw from the customary gesture, which was respected both in Westeros and Essos. In fact, it would be more fitting for you to address her as Sister Aeliana, as she calls you Brother Viserys. Does she not? Aelina teased, winking at Viserys. Viserys, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, displaying an expression of uncertainty. Sister Olenna, I was already astonished to learn during our previous conversation that you, at such a young age, have a child. However, I never anticipated that your daughter would be so grown, merely a few months younger than I. Logically, I ought to address her as Sister Aelin. Yet I refer to you as Sister Olenna. Given your mother-daughter relationship, does that not create a delightful confusion? How unfortunate it is that Aelie's father is such a brute, to act so cruelly at such a tender age. No wonder he met his demise so early. Perhaps it was divine retribution. Within his mind, Viserys indulged in this dark jest. You are indeed correct. Aelie is my daughter, and she is your peer, so it is fitting for you to call her Sister Aelie. I must admit, I took advantage of the situation, allowing you to call me sister while our daughters are of the same age, which was my oversight. Henceforth, you may call me Aunt Olenna. Elena's smile remained unchanged, as though she were voicing her innermost thoughts. However, Viserys detected a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Elena's eyes, especially when she uttered the words Aunt Olenna. Indeed, aside from one's own children, which woman would not prefer to be addressed as younger? Since I have benefited so greatly from this splendid estate, I feel compelled to bring joy to Elena. This not only serves as repayment, but also as a means to secure the favor of this enchanting, affluent lady, ensuring a continuous flow of gold coins from her. With this resolution in mind, Viserys spoke. Sister Elena, I hope I may continue to address you as such, if you would allow it. Elena's eyes instantly brightened, clearly taken aback by Viserys' response. Following her surprise came immense joy, yet this was swiftly followed by the turmoil of rationality and reality. Viserys, your words truly delight me, but what of Ailey? If we are to refer to one another as siblings, must Ailey then call you uncle? When she is of your age? That seems quite peculiar. Not to worry, please hear me out. Viserys interjected, interrupting Elena's dilemma. The bond between you and Ailey as mother and daughter is unalterable, yet there is no need for rigid classification in my relationship with you. If you do not mind, we could each have our own terms. Sister Elena would remain my sister, while Sister Ailey could call me brother. Would that not resolve everything splendidly? This proposal held considerable allure for Elena, who harbored special sentiments, yet the notion of such a free interpretation was audacious. A considerable transgression against the traditional thoughts and customs established over centuries. After much deliberation, Elena finally turned her gaze to her daughter, Ailey. Would you be willing to accept Viserys' proposal? As long as mother agrees, Ailey is more than willing. Having grown up alongside her mother, Ailey always heeds her mother's words. The relationship between the mother and daughter is somewhat akin to that of Viserys and Daenerys, who were also each other's sole support, with the sister exhibiting extreme obedience and attachment to her brother. Ultimately, Viserys' proposal was accepted. Although Elena and Ailey share a mother-daughter bond, Viserys refers to Elena as sister, while Ailey calls him brother Viserys. Of course, whether it is Sister Elena or Sister Ailey, these terms are merely affectionate forms of address that suggest closeness. Viserys has always had only one true sister, Daenerys, a fact he is acutely aware of and which will never change. Viserys, the primary reason for my visit is to request a favor from you. A favor? Elena urged, just speak plainly, and I shall assist as long as it is within my capacity. Viserys outwardly assented, yet cleverly refrained from committing fully, knowing he could decline should the request exceed his willingness. After our last parting, I returned home and recounted the events to Ailey. Upon learning that you, despite being of the same age, effortlessly vanquished pirates in numbers far greater than your own, she was immensely impressed and harbored a deep admiration for you. She wishes me to convey her desire to become your apprentice, aspiring to attain your level of prowess. Chapter 50. Taking an Apprentice, Part 2. This may come across as presumptuous, but she is my only daughter, and her persistent pleas leave me with no choice. I hope you can understand my sentiments as a mother. This is a falsehood. While Elena did speak of this matter upon returning home, Ailey's response was one of deep concern for her mother's peril and the joy of her rescue, with no intention of learning martial skills from Viserys. To Ailey, as a girl, there seemed little need for martial training. She believed that, like her mother, mastering the art of commerce and leadership sufficed. Regarding safety, she thought it best to rely on guards, and if Viserys truly possessed the prowess her mother described, he ought to be hired as their family protector, which would be far more efficient than her undertaking martial training herself. Thus, Ailey's presence at the estate today was entirely at her mother's insistence. Elena hoped for Ailey to learn by Viserys' side. Whether her daughter could master martial arts was of little consequence to Elena. What mattered was the opportunity for the two to be in close proximity, fostering their relationship. Viserys, youthful and handsome, of noble lineage and formidable strength, was the most suitable candidate for Elena's son-in-law she had encountered. Ailey, too, was exceptional. Her mother was one of the three great princes of Lorith, and she had inherited her mother's beauty. Though still young, she already possessed a graceful stature, and in a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. Elena believed the two were a perfect match. Ailey faintly sensed her mother's intentions to arrange a match between her and the young man named Viserys. However, she harbored a distaste for her parents' meddling in her romantic affairs, yearning instead for the freedom of love at her tender age. This was precisely the reason for the displeasure etched on her face when Viserys first beheld her. She was pouting, decidedly unhappy. Yet, as the adage goes, no one knows a child better than their parents. Elena, deeply attuned to her daughter's inclinations, recognized that her affection leaned more towards handsome appearances than the humorous essence of a person. At least, such was the case for her daughter at this age. In the words of Viserys from his previous life, Ailey was indeed a pure admirer of beauty, where aesthetics reigned supreme. Indeed, after encountering Viserys, Ailey's demeanor transformed dramatically, her initial impatience giving way to joy and admiration. Wow, he is so handsome. He must be my destined soulmate. Mother, you are simply wonderful, truly my biological mother. Understanding me so well. I adore arranged marriages. I love you, mother. Be my mentor? Viserys paused momentarily, then shook his head. Sister Elena, you are too kind. We are friends. There is no offense in this. If Ailey wishes to learn, as her older brother, I would be more than willing to teach her. However, in terms of martial skills, my teacher, Mordred, surpasses me greatly. Learning from him would undoubtedly be far more efficient than staying by my side. If I speak to him, he would surely be willing to instruct Ailey. Seeing Viserys' acceptance, Elena felt a surge of happiness. She was aware of the formidable Mordred, a man known to have single-handedly decimated the entire Red Boots pirate crew. His prowess was undeniably impressive. If Elena had a son, she would undoubtedly wish for him to study under Mordred, but Ailey was a girl, and the pursuit of martial arts was merely a pretext. Thus, she had to decline Viserys' kind offer. Just as Elena prepared to speak, her daughter Ailey interjected, "Brother Viserys, I wish to learn by your side." Leaning closer to him, her body emanating a hint of sweetness, her large, watery eyes exuded a vulnerable charm that evoked sympathy. Her voice was soft and gentle, devoid of any hint of artifice. The girl employed her practiced charms with effortless grace, surpassing even her sister Daenerys in this art. Viserys silently acknowledged her skill. If Daenerys possessed such prowess in coaxing, he might even consider building a rocket if she wished for the moon. All right, I agree. From now on, Ailey shall learn martial arts by my side, he declared, ruffling Ailey's hair before turning to Elena. My estate is quite spacious, with numerous vacant rooms available for Ailey to reside in. If it is convenient, I propose that Ailey reside here in the future, which would eliminate the daily commute and provide her with additional training time, while also sparing her the burden of early mornings. Elena, what are your thoughts on this? The suggestion from Viserys perfectly resonated with Elena's sentiments, and she readily agreed. Thus, it was settled that Ailey Fanning would henceforth dwell within the estate, learning martial arts under the tutelage of Viserys, to attend to Ailey's daily needs. Elena also arranged for her maid, Rona, to reside at the estate, accompanying the young mistress. Rona was immediately elated and gladly consented. With the matters concerning Elena and Ailey resolved, attention turned to another group of guests, the captain of the Fanning family's guard and his son, Claude. At 12 years of age, Claude was a year older than Viserys, yet he stood at a mere height of around 1.50 meters. Interestingly, he too sought to learn the art of combat. Therefore, I wish to transfer my allegiance to Lord Mordred as my martial arts mentor, and in accordance with the traditions of Westeros, I would serve as his squire. Eager to learn from him, Claude's demeanor was earnest and his tone serious, even displaying a hint of naivety. He genuinely approached the endeavor with a desire to improve. Unlike Ailey, who had ulterior motives, Viserys scrutinized him thoughtfully, nodding slightly, recognizing the signs of diligent training, even at such a young age. The contours of his muscles were evident. While signaling his maid Mina to summon Mordred, he inquired of Claude, "You wish to take Mordred as your master, which implies you already have a martial instructor. Who was your former teacher, and why the desire to abandon him?" "Your Highness, my original master was my father, but I find him lacking in strength compared to Lord Mordred. Hence, I wish to make Lord Mordred my martial arts teacher." Claude spoke candidly without hesitation. The captain of the guard, standing nearby, felt a wave of anger. Had it not been for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have reprimanded the insolent boy for so openly disparaging his own father. Chapter 51. Mina's analysis upon hearing Claude's bluntness. Mordred, who had just arrived, couldn't help but laugh heartily. It was not mockery, but rather amusement at the boy's endearing straightforwardness, reminiscent of his own youth. In his younger days, Mordred had been similarly naive and unyielding, often shunned by other children. Fortunately, a drunken knight had seen potential in Mordred's remarkable physique, believing he might achieve great things in the future, and thus took him on as his squire. Although Mordred's unparalleled martial prowess bears little relation to that of the inept, inebriated knight, it is undeniable that his current accomplishments owe much to the initial recognition and opportunities provided by that very knight. Thus, upon perceiving a reflection of his younger self in the boy, Mordred, moved by a sense of camaraderie, consented to Crowled's request to become his mentor. Of course, Mordred merely offered a chance, planting a seed. The future growth of this seed into a towering tree would ultimately hinge upon Crowled's own diligence and innate talent. Time swiftly passed, and a week after the mentorship was established, on the day when the Legend of the Dragon's Pride unlocked its 280th chapter, Crowled was diligently training alongside Mordred in the training grounds. The radiant sun bathed the earth in warmth as Crowled, immersed in his rigorous training, found his skin glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. A droplet trickled down from his forehead, coursing down his cheek, pausing at his chin before being whisked away by the breeze. Mordred, seated in the shade not far off, occasionally corrected Crowled's posture and movements. The dynamic between Mordred and Crowled was a picture of earnest mentorship. However, on the opposite side, another pair of mentors and Prot GS showcased a starkly different scene. This morning, after perusing the latest chapter of a novel, Viserys exuberantly rallied a group of young ladies to the seaside. On the golden sands, the 13-meter-long fiery dragon lizard, Little Red, basked contentedly in the warm grains, absorbing the sun's rays. A few meters away, a large fabric canopy, serving as a sunshade, swayed gently in the sea breeze, its ribbons fluttering delicately. Beneath this shade lay a large, plush blanket, upon which lounged the coolly attired Viserys. Behind him, the maid Mina gently supported Viserys' body, occasionally feeding him peeled grapes. At his side, Elena's maid Rona expertly massaged his thigh muscles, revealing breathtaking vistas before his eyes. A veritable indulgence. As for training Aelith in martial arts, that notion was entirely absent. Originally, he had contemplated earnestly teaching Aelith, considering her his first official disciple. Her future accomplishments would reflect positively upon him as her mentor. Though his martial skills largely relied on external aids, he had experienced military training more than once in his past life. Thus he believed he could guide a young girl towards physical fortitude. However, he soon realized that his dear sister Aelith had no intention of earnestly pursuing martial arts. Her sole desire was to draw closer to him. On several occasions, while attempting to demonstrate sword techniques, she would reach out to touch his abdominal muscles, truly a little temptress, since his pupil showed little interest in learning. The teacher felt no obligation to exert effort in instruction. If it was merely about closeness, then so be it. Though Viserys lacked extensive experience in matters of affection with charming young ladies in his past life, his time spent alongside Daenerys and Mina had bestowed upon him considerable insights. In recent days, his rapport with Ellie had blossomed rapidly, transforming from mere acquaintances into close friends capable of affectionate interactions. When Viserys reached to take Ellie's hand, he was met not with resistance, but rather with a firm grasp in return. However, their relationship remained appropriately platonic. Ellie still retreated to her own chamber each night, refraining from joining Viserys, Daenerys, and Mina in their shared space. Given Ellie's somewhat delicate age, she was neither the innocent 4-year-old like Daenerys, who simply found joy in sleeping beside her brother, nor was she as mature as Mina, who awaited her 18th birthday to fully blossom into adulthood. Ellie possessed a nascent understanding of the distinctions between genders, though it remained somewhat nebulous. While Viserys could easily lead the young girl astray, such behavior would be utterly inappropriate and contrary to his principles. Hence, to avert any impulsive missteps, he ensured that Ellie returned to her own room each night after their evening activities. "My lord, what prompted this sudden desire to visit the seaside today?" Mina inquired, observing the distant figures of Princess Daenerys and Miss Ellie frolicking on the beach with a hint of curiosity. "It is merely a whim that struck me, so I thought I would come. After all, I possess both the time and means. When the thought arises, I act upon it. Is there anything amiss with that? Nobles often behave thus, ha ha ha. Of course, my lord's wish to enjoy the seaside is entirely acceptable, but I suspect there may be ulterior motives behind your visit, beyond mere amusement." Viserys paused, rising from his position beside Mina to turn and regard his maid, scrutinizing her flawless form in an attempt to discern whether she possessed some form of mind-reading ability. "Mina, do you possess the skill of telepathy?" "Telepathy? What is that? Is it a form of sorcery or magic?" Seeing the perplexed expression on Mina's face, Viserys dismissed the notion of her being able to read minds, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. "Never mind, it was merely a passing thought. Just pretend you didn't hear it. By the way, Mina, what led you to conclude that my outing today was not solely for leisure? Or rather, what do you believe my intentions are beyond mere play?" For most master-servant relationships, it would be considered exceedingly presumptuous for a servant to speculate on their master's thoughts. Often, when a master inquires how a servant discerned their intent, it serves as a reprimand, a warning that they have overstepped their bounds, with the possibility of severe consequences in the future. However, the bond between Mina and Viserys transcended the typical master-servant dynamic. He genuinely cared for her insights. "If I were to provide a clue, it would be your suggestion for Daenerys and Ellie to compete in gathering seashells. Is there anything particularly special about collecting seashells? Is it not quite normal to gather seashells by the seaside? During our time on the island, Dany often delighted in collecting seashells along the beach. While simply picking up seashells is indeed a commonplace activity, your intention to take them back is rather unusual. Given your esteemed position, You could easily have Sam arrange for any culinary delights you desire. The estate is replete with exquisite pearl necklaces, rendering the need to personally collect shells unnecessary. Therefore, Your Highness, since you have chosen to undertake this endeavor, there must be an ulterior motive that eludes my understanding. Chapter 52. Essential Skills for a Time Traveler. Rona. Do you share Mina's sentiments? After Mina articulated her analysis, Viserys turned to Rona, who was administering a massage to him. Rona replied with a complete lack of speculation. She had not pondered the matter deeply and expressed her desire to focus her energy on serving diligently rather than guessing his thoughts. What a devoted and conscientious maid. Viserys gave Rona an approving thumbs up before reclining once more against Mina's embrace. I must say, Mina, I did not realize you possessed such cleverness. Your Highness, I was merely speculating, Mina replied with a playful pout, stirring a sense of intrigue within Viserys. However, you are correct. Those seashells indeed serve a purpose beyond mere collection. Would you like to know what they will be used for? If your Highness is willing to share, then Mina is eager to learn. If not, I shall respect your discretion. Oh, Mina, how you have become so eloquent. Who taught you such wit? No one. I simply consider your Highness's interests. Haha. Then allow me to reward you, Viserys said, turning to plant a gentle kiss on Mina's soft cheek. To be forthright, the reason I wish to bring those shells back is to craft a birthday gift for you. With Mina's 18th birthday less than a month away, the early preparation is due to the unique nature of the gift, which entails a lengthy crafting process that cannot be completed in just a day or two. A birthday gift? For me? Am I not mistaken, Your Highness, that you intend to bestow upon me a birthday gift? Indeed, you are not mistaken. What it entails remains a secret for now, but rest assured, it will not be as simple as a seashell necklace. As long as it is a gift from Your Highness, even a humble seashell necklace would be cherished as a treasure. As she spoke, tears of gratitude welled in Mina's eyes. A master preparing a birthday gift for a servant is perhaps a rarity in this world. And Mina felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue across the horizon, the day swiftly came to a close. Under the guidance of Mordred, Hurod concluded a day of arduous training, while Viserys and his companions returned from a delightful excursion by the sea back to the estate. Carrying the weary Daenerys on his back, Viserys held the small hand of Aerys with his right hand, while behind him, the two handmaidens, Mina and Rona, each bore a bucket filled with seashells. The competition between Viserys Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen to collect shells concluded in a draw, with each gathering a bucket, resulting in neither victory nor defeat. This, of course, was not a typical outcome. No matter how hard Daenerys tried, the disparity in age rendered a fair competition impossible against Aerys, who was 7 years her senior. Their tie was a consequence of Aerys deliberately easing the challenge. Throughout their time together over the past few days, Aerys had keenly observed the profound affection that blossomed between Viserys and Daenerys. If she wished to ultimately unite with Viserys, Daenerys would undeniably pose an insurmountable obstacle. After tossing and turning in bed all night, pondering how to confront Daenerys, she conceded that it was an endeavor beyond her capabilities. Yet, simultaneously, she came to a realization. She should not act as a disruptor to sever the bond between Viserys and Daenerys. Rather, she ought to find a way to integrate herself into their dynamic. Regardless of how strong the connection between Daenerys and Viserys might be, they were siblings, and that familial bond destined them to never reach the altar together. Conversely, despite referring to Viserys as brother and him calling her sister, they were not true siblings. Therefore, Daenerys could not be regarded as a threat. On the contrary, Aerys intended to leverage Daenerys' presence to foster her own relationship with Viserys. In summary, Aerys' current objective was to cultivate a good rapport with Daenerys, aiming to leave a favorable impression on her future sister-in-law. Viserys was not a mind reader. He could not fully grasp the thoughts swirling in Aerys' heart. Once he ascertained that Aerys harbored no malicious intent toward Daenerys, he chose to overlook her subtle maneuvers, allowing her the freedom to act. If you, like Viserys, were a time traveler who suddenly found yourself in an era of primitive weaponry, with a low level of technological advancement and productivity, what strategies would you employ to amass your first fortune? How would you gradually strengthen your position to become a wealthy merchant, or even the world's richest individual? Some might suggest purifying coarse salt. Others might advocate for alcohol distillation, glassmaking, perfume creation, or even the invention of paper, honeycomb coal, hydrogen bombs, curved plows, horseshoes, and so forth. From the perspective of the technologically advanced 21st century, traveling back to antiquity presents a plethora of epoch-defining inventions that could yield significant advantages. Even if certain inventions pose challenges or demand specialized knowledge, Many should be accessible to anyone who has completed 9 years of compulsory education. Yet, it is with a sense of shame that I acknowledge Viserys has brought embarrassment upon other time travelers. Often confined to the comforts of home, engrossed in video games, anime, films, and television dramas, he had relinquished all that he had learned after the conclusion of his college entrance examination. Even when indulging in novels about lords cultivating land and advancing in technology, he would forget the intricate details of the inventions and creations, only recalling the protagonists who astound the world with their bravado and face-slapping moments. Consequently, during the past 140 days in this medieval realm of swords and sorcery, he had failed to impart a modicum of technological prowess or astonishment to the world. In his previous life, while idly scrolling through short videos in bed, he had encountered various must-have skills for time travelers, yet at that time, he never imagined such a phenomenon would manifest in his own existence, thus dismissing them to watch more appealing content. Regretful, he lamented the scarcity of knowledge when it was most needed. Fortunately, he had traversed into the persona of a prince, which, despite the perilous journey, afforded him a life of comfort and formidable protection. Otherwise, with his level of expertise as a time traveler, achieving greatness would have been an insurmountable challenge. However, there is a saying in the realm of transmigration: when talent is insufficient, opportunity compensates. When intellect falters, external aids come to the rescue. The reason he took Daenerys and others to the seaside today, returning with an abundance of seashells, was due to a revelation he encountered in the latest chapter of Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon. This was not merely a birthday gift for Mina. It also marked the inception of his commercial empire. Chapter 53. Soap. After perusing the descriptions in Game of Thrones, The Legend of the Dragon, Viserys realized that the process of crafting soap was far less daunting than he had imagined, requiring no complex tools. First, all the collected seashells were poured into a large iron cauldron, where the fiery dragon lizard, Little Red, unleashed a torrent of flames upon them. Under the searing heat of the dragon's breath, the shells quickly carbonized, yielding one of the primary ingredients needed for soap, quicklime. Naturally, during the actual production, the large shells needed to be crushed into smaller pieces to transform the quicklime into a fine powder, which was then set aside for later use. The next step involved gathering a heap of dried straw. If straw was unavailable, various crop stalks could serve as substitutes. Placed into a significantly larger iron basin than the previous cauldron, Little Red, ignite the fire once more. With a swift roar, the straw, being highly flammable, ignited readily, eliminating the need for Little Red to continuously direct flames at the shells. Once the straw had burned to ashes, the remnants in the iron basin revealed a mixture of black and gray powder, constituting the second essential ingredient for soap, wood ash. Throughout this process, the flames beneath the cauldron required maintenance, using firewood or charcoal to sustain the water temperature, facilitating a quicker amalgamation of the wood ash and water. As Viserys stirred until his arms grew weary, he beckoned his sister Daenerys, who had been watching intently, to take over the task. At first, Daenerys was quite exhilarated, engaging in a flurry of activity, but soon fatigue set in, her decline more rapid than that of Viserys. Following her, Aerys took the round, thick stick from her hands, her delicate white hands gripping it tightly as her body swayed back and forth in a rhythmic motion. After half an hour of collaborative effort among the three, the ash and hot water amalgamated into a crude lye. Of course, at this stage, the lye contained many large impurities that required filtering through cotton or gauze. Once filtered, they obtained clean first-grade lye, to which the shell powder, or quicklime, from the initial step was added and stirred thoroughly. After another vigorous mixing, a second filtration through cloth was necessary. Thus, they achieved the final second-grade lye for soap making, though it could not be used immediately. It needed to rest overnight to allow for complete sedimentation. Viserys could not devise a method to expedite this process, so after completing the aforementioned steps, he departed with the others. It was time to eat, bathe, and play before retiring to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Khalid embarked on another day of rigorous training under Mordred's guidance, while Viserys continued the soap-making process with the girls. It is indeed a paradoxical revelation that the soap, renowned for its efficacy in cleaning greasy stains, is primarily made from fats through chemical reactions. Viserys placed the freshly cut pork fat into a pot and ignited the flame, aiming to extract the oil from the fatty meat. He opted for lard, as a sizable piece was conveniently available in the kitchen, eliminating the need to send someone out for procurement. However, the choice was not limited to lard. Other animal fats, such as fish oil or vegetable oils like olive oil, were equally viable as long as they were oils. For large-scale production, fish oil would be a superior choice, given the thriving fishery in the seaside town of Lorsan, making it more accessible and affordable. Amidst laughter and playful banter with the girls, the lard was rendered. The hot oil was set aside to cool gradually to room temperature. At this juncture, the lye that had rested overnight was retrieved and poured into the lard, taking care to use only the upper layer of lye while avoiding the sediment at the bottom, as it would compromise the soap's texture. Next, the coarsely ground salt was added. With all the conditions for saponification met, the process of continuous stirring commenced, an unbroken motion until the saponification reaction was completed, transforming the oil and water mixture into a thick, grayish-white paste. Viserys first extracted half of the white paste from the large basin, carefully spooning it into the pre-prepared molds. If bamboo were available, it would have been quite convenient to use bamboo tubes. Following this, the mixture required time to set. After a vigorous stirring, the original white paste transformed into a delightful shade of pink, exuding a rich botanical fragrance. Since this was intended as a birthday gift, Viserys felt that a simple white soap lacked charm, prompting him to invest additional effort to create a pink soap likely to appeal to girls. Once again, he filled the molds and awaited the setting process. Was that all there was to it? Well, the main tasks were nearly complete. In 3 days, they would solidify. Once set, he would extract them from the molds, cutting them into appropriately sized cubes, and then leave them to dry under the sun for about a month. After that, they would be finished. Viserys, is it really that simple to create the miraculous item you mentioned that swiftly cleanses oil from the skin? How extraordinary. You're not deceiving me, are you? Ailey gazed at Viserys with an expression that conveyed her skepticism, as if to say, you can't fool me with your limited knowledge. Unable to resist, Viserys playfully pinched her soft, delicate cheeks. I am not one to tell lies. If I were to deceive anyone, it certainly wouldn't be you. If you doubt me, you can witness the results in a month. Oh, and we should invite your mother to join us. This is a tremendously lucrative venture, and I plan to discuss it thoroughly with Sister Alina. Chapter 54. The emergence of the royal fleet during the month of waiting for the soap to fully set. Viserys did not remain idle. He wandered through the town of Lorsan, familiarizing himself with the local industries and customs while contemplating his future path. Although the continental shelf beneath the water is connected to the Essos continent, ordinary individuals cannot breathe freely underwater as Viserys does, nor could they rely on sheer strength to swim across the vast sea. Even in the absence of predators like sharks, the exertion would quickly lead to exhaustion. Based on the industrial report provided by the Vanning family and his own observations, Viserys noted that the two primary industries on Lorsan Island were both maritime, salt production and fishing. There was little of note regarding the salt industry. The methods of salt production in this world were not advanced. At least in Lorsan, the process involved merely evaporating seawater to obtain coarse salt, which contained various impurities and had a poor taste. Fortunately, given the lack of quality in the average person's living conditions, their expectations for salt were low. Otherwise, this coarse salt would not sell. However, the clientele for seawater-produced coarse salt was limited to those of modest means, while affluent nobles sourced their salt from the continent's high-purity natural salt mines. This gives rise to an intriguing scene, as the actual proprietors of the salt-producing region of Lorsan, Princess Elena of Harvest, and a multitude of upper-class nobles consume only high-quality mineral salt transported by sea vessels from the mainland, while the coarse salt produced locally is relegated to being sold to the common folk on the mainland. The price ratio between pure mineral salt and coarse sea salt is approximately tenfold, meaning that one must sell 10 pounds of sea salt to afford a single pound of mineral salt, a rather absurd situation indeed. Viserys is aware that sea salt can be refined through various methods to yield superior quality fine salt, yet he is only familiar with the concept, lacking any understanding of the specific processes involved. As for the fishing industry, it is a broad classification encompassing the direct capture of marine fish, shrimp, scallops, and other seafood for consumption or sale. However, whether it be fish, shrimp, scallops, or whale oil candles, the profit margins for these products are minimal, relying on volume sales for profit. The most lucrative sector is the pearl industry. Large, lustrous pearls are highly coveted by noble ladies on the mainland, fetching high prices whether fashioned into necklaces, bracelets, or anklets. Nevertheless, this was the prior state of affairs. Once Viserys establishes his soap enterprise, soap is poised to supplant pearls as the most profitable commodity produced in Lorsan. From this, it is evident that in Lorsan, whether in daily life or commercial trade, there exists an indispensable tool, the ship. The significance of vessels to Lorsan is such that the fisherman prince, elected by boat owners, holds an equal status alongside the other two princes. In contrast, in inland nations, a captain's standing cannot compare to that of a knight with feudal land. Thus, after surveying Lorasun and gathering this information, Viserys resolved to form a naval fleet of his own. Only by possessing sufficient maritime power could he protect the merchant ships carrying his soap from pirate incursions and even retaliate against those who dare to provoke him. This naval fleet will serve as the embryonic form of the future Targaryen royal fleet. Moreover, in his grand design, this naval fleet could also assume the role of maritime escort. Provided the compensation is adequate, it could offer protection to other merchants or nobles during their sea voyages. Times have changed, and Viserys no longer needs to oversee every matter personally. After sharing his primary thoughts and general principles regarding the formation of the naval fleet with Mordred, he entrusted the entire responsibility to him. This included the 3 ships under his ownership, which were also handed over to Mordred for his unrestrained use. Through their time together, Viserys has come to recognize Mordred's character and capabilities, and thus he is confident in entrusting such matters to him. With Mordred now occupied, Viserys found himself once again at leisure. Every day, accompanied by his younger sister Daenerys, his affectionate sister Aerys, the devoted maid Meena, and Aerys' attendant Rona, the 5 of them indulged in various delights, reveling in merriment. Oh, and let us not forget the fire-breathing dragon lizard, a magical creature exceedingly rare in this era, which brought considerable joy to everyone. If flames are the cornerstone of human civilization, then the fire-breathing dragon lizard, affectionately named Little Red Fruit, is the wellspring of happiness for Viserys and his companions. Those who have cared for such a creature know well its playful nature, particularly before reaching maturity, when it frolics with unbridled energy, engaging in mischief apart from eating and sleeping. However, Daenerys and her companions proved even more exuberant than the dragon lizard. As they raced around the estate with Little Red Fruit, and with Viserys' assistance, invented a multitude of novel interactive games inspired by his past interactions with his beloved husky. Amidst laughter and joy, the days slipped by. That evening, after dinner, Alina contemplated leaving, but Viserys urged her to remain and spend the night at the estate. Alina hesitated, pondering whether her presence might inadvertently hinder the budding connection between Viserys and his daughter. If she were absent, perhaps the young couple might succumb to impulse and find themselves in an intimate situation. Yet, as a mother, her presence would surely temper their impulses. Ultimately, however, she was persuaded by Viserys' reasoning. I believe parental companionship is vital during a child's growth. For instance, I long to embrace my mother each night, finding solace in her arms as I drift to sleep. I suspect Sister Aerys shares my sentiments. Though I may never have that opportunity again, Aerys still has you. Dear Alina, while we can, we should cherish these moments. Do you not agree? Alina, moved by his words, decided to stay the night with her daughter at the estate. Chapter 55. The dilemma of Mordred. With only 7 days remaining until Meena's 18th birthday, Mordred approached Viserys, his brow furrowed with concern. Your Highness, we have encountered some difficulties regarding the establishment of the naval fleet. Viserys responded with a vague murmur, momentarily roused from his leisurely sunbathing on the lawn by Mordred's voice. Just as he was about to speak, a dark shadow swooped towards his face, silencing him abruptly. What on earth is happening? Has that scoundrel Robert Baratheon sent assassins to our doorstep? Why was there no prior warning? Are the guards at the estate merely idle? As Viserys contemplated the prospect of expressing his ire by casting aside the shadow that obscured his vision, the familiar scent of milk wafting through the air caused him to pause, quelling his impulse. Since it was Daenerys, he found no reason to be angry. Daenerys, what prompts you to employ the cuddle and headshot technique on your brother so suddenly? What does that even mean? Never mind, what are you doing? Why have you dashed into my face like that? You startle me, you know. It was I who abruptly sat up. Daenerys mumbled, her petite form wriggling restlessly in her brother's embrace. I was chasing the Little Red Fruit. Sister Aerys said that if I catch it before the sand in the hourglass runs out, she would reward me with a delectable cake I've never tasted before. I was so close to catching it, but then you sat up suddenly, and I bumped into you, watching the Little Red Fruit flee far beyond my reach. This is entirely your fault, brother. All right, it's my fault. As an apology, I shall bestow a kiss upon you. Viserys planted a gentle kiss on Daenerys' cheek, which immediately brightened her countenance. As if the previously coveted Little Red Fruit and the delicious cake mentioned by Aerys had become inconsequential. Off you go now. While there is still sand left in the hourglass, perhaps you can still catch that Little Red Fruit. I believe in you. Okay, here I go. With a playful pat on Daenerys' rear, he encouraged her to resume her play with Aerys. Afterward, Viserys rose, brushing off the straw and dust from his clothes, and approached Mordred. Pray tell, what issues have arisen that render even you, the seasoned captain of the royal guard, at a loss? Your Highness, Allow me to correct your misunderstanding. Indeed, I am the royal guard captain appointed by your father, but I am merely a captain of the guard, not the admiral of the Royal Navy. My expertise lies in personal combat. I possess little experience in commanding armies, especially in the formation of a naval fleet. Very well. Very well. It seems my choice of words was misguided. Viserys gestured with open hands. Then, please enlighten me on the progress of establishing our naval forces and any insurmountable obstacles you currently face. In accordance with your highness's directives, I have taken our 3 available ships to the dock for renovations, ensuring they meet the demands of naval combat, while also addressing various issues and defects that have accumulated over the years. The remaining 2 vessels, originally belonging to the Red Boots pirates, have met the minimum criteria for conversion into Roaring-class capital ships. However, due to prolonged neglect and the dock's lack of experience in constructing combat-ready ships, the transformations remain incomplete. I inquired about the latest progress yesterday, and it appears we require approximately 1 more month before they can be launched. The naval power, or rather the naval fleet, comprises 2 essential components, the vessels and the personnel. From the words of Mordred, Viserys learned that, at present, progress on the ship's construction was proceeding smoothly, albeit with some minor setbacks that were ultimately inconsequential. The most significant issue lay with manpower. Mordred had toiled for several days without successfully recruiting a single individual. How could this be? The optimal crew size for a Hawk-class vessel ranged from 15 to 25, while a Roaring-class ship required between 40 to 60 personnel to unleash its full combat potential, with a maximum capacity of up to 100. It was astonishing to think that not a single person could be found. This revelation greatly surprised Viserys. Mordred, how did you go about recruiting? Of course, I invoked the name of House Targaryen, informing them that those who successfully passed the selection process would have the honor of serving under your highness as members of the Royal Navy. Viserys paused, taken aback. Was Mordred relying solely on a sense of honor to entice recruits? Was that not rather naive? Or did he believe that the people of this world esteemed honor above all else? It seemed improbable. If honor truly held such paramount importance, his own negligent father would not have been slain by a usurper's dagger from behind. Moreover, Mordred, aside from honor, what else did you mention? Please do not tell me you failed to articulate the benefits of joining our fleet. Certainly not. Mordred shook his head. I recognize that honor alone is insufficient. There must also be tangible incentives. Viserys was about to nod in agreement when he was met with a rather exasperating response from Mordred. In your highness's name, I promised all who wished to join our fleet that if they enlisted now, upon your highness's triumphant return to Westeros and reclaiming the Iron Throne, they would receive a substantial reward. And then? What do you mean, and then? I refer to other tangible benefits. Is this not enough? Certainly not. Merely painting a grand picture serves little purpose. More critically, to most rational individuals, this is nothing more than an unattainable dream. Just listen. When the esteemed prince returns to Westeros, having once been a prince himself, yet ousted from his own realm, what grounds do you have to believe he can reclaim it now as a prince of a fallen kingdom? Others are unaware that you siblings might possess dragons in the future. Chapter 56. The Philanthropist, Part 1. Help me, my esteemed teacher, my dear Mordred. If you must paint a grand vision, at least craft one that is more realistic and tangible. Viserys winced at the prospect. If it were up to him to paint a grand vision, he would certainly refrain from mentioning a future return to the continent of Westeros, as that seemed far too ethereal. Instead, he would assert something far more concrete, such as a future marriage to Aelenor Van, inheriting the vast fortunes of the Van family, and, with the support of Prince Aelenor, gaining entry into the Loras Council as a distinguished member. Even embellishing the narrative, claiming that one might become the next prince, is far more credible than the notion of reclaiming the throne in Westeros. What is drawing a pie? Please pardon my ignorance. Until now, I had never encountered this term and remain unaware of its significance. The essence of drawing a pie is not what matters. Rather, it is the ability to execute such a feat. However, Your Highness, if one does not comprehend the meaning of this phrase, how can one hope to excel in its application? Mordred wore a serious expression, while Viserys appeared numb. Whether it was imparting martial skills, fortifying my resolve for restoration, safeguarding us from mercenaries in pursuit, or advising caution during our time on Dragonstone, even single-handedly annihilating the entire Red Boot pirate crew, Viserys let out a heavy sigh. Indeed, when the heavens bestow an extraordinary talent upon an individual, they invariably take something away in return. In Mordred's case, he was endowed with unparalleled combat prowess, his martial ability maximized. Yet his leadership aptitude hovered perilously close to zero. It seems Mordred is best suited to remain by my side as a bodyguard.
perhaps serving as a trainer for a contingent tasked for protecting Daenerys and her companions. Nothing more, nothing less. I still lack capable individuals.
If only I could find a devoted steward, akin to Liu Bei-S, who would serve me selflessly until the end. I could then lounge comfortably and relish life as a carefree lord. Alas, such talent is indeed hard to come by. Although I have lost hope, I shall still inquire. Master, where do you recruit your personnel? I have ventured to more than one place. Pray, do enlighten me. Initially, I sought the father of Crowlett, the captain of Lady Elena's guard. I was aware of this, so I tentatively inquired, but upon rejection, I refrained from pressing the matter and instead approached one of the guards, only to be met with the same refusal. Well, to attempt to poach from a captain's ranks in their presence, had it not been for my status as their savior and my overwhelming martial prowess, I would surely have faced a thrashing. And then I proceeded to the mercenary guild, hoping to find suitable candidates, yet I was unable to recruit anyone. My efforts over several days bore no fruit. Viserys, exasperated, cradled his head, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, his countenance marred by melancholy. Mercenaries are a breed driven solely by greed. Without tangible rewards, one cannot expect them to serve loyally. Success in such endeavors is sheer folly. Wait. It is indeed miraculous that 2 or 3 have expressed willingness to join. Perhaps they were inspired by the tales of Mordred's solitary obliteration of the Red Boot pirates, drawn to follow him out of admiration for his martial skill. As Mordred struggled to articulate further words, Viserys waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Enough, Mordred. From now on, you shall remain by my side as I demonstrate the proper method of recruiting soldiers." After an hour of preparation, Viserys set off with a considerable entourage. Besides himself and Mordred, he was accompanied by the maid Mina, the portly chef Sam, several other servants from the estate, and a large cart laden with wheat. Viserys envisioned his ideal candidates for the naval crew not within the Adventurers Guild or the mercenary encampment, but rather at the docks. The dockworkers possessed several advantages as potential members of his navy. Firstly, most dockworkers were well versed in aquatic skills, if not adept at swimming for hours. They were certainly not inexperienced in the water, thereby saving considerable training time for subsequent sea voyages. Secondly, these laborers boasted robust physiques and a considerable amount of strength. Only those who were physically capable could compete effectively at the docks. Thirdly, the dockworkers endured poor working conditions and low wages, being the underprivileged who toiled for a meager living. If Viserys offered better compensation, they would likely be inclined to follow him. Lastly, and crucially, these dockworkers generally exhibited a resilient temperament. They were hard-working and, in essence, obedient, which is paramount for training them into disciplined soldiers, discipline being the cornerstone of any military. However, rather than heading directly to the docks, he first made his way to Elena's estate. "Your Highness, are we not here to recruit personnel? What purpose does seeking Lady Elena serve? Are we to request her assistance?" Mordred inquired. "I am not seeking Sister Elena. I am in search of her guard," Viserys replied. "That is inadvisable, Your Highness. Please trust me. I have exhausted all means to persuade those individuals, yet they have resolutely declined. They will certainly not join us." Mordred paused, glancing at the cart behind them, and added, "Even if you were to offer them this entire load of wheat, they would still refuse. I am aware that a destitute prince's sailors cannot possibly hold more allure than the guards of a princely family. I am cognizant of that fact." Viserys responded, "Then what is your purpose in seeking them? To maintain order? What does that mean? Are we not sufficient?" Mordred questioned. Viserys shook his head. "After employing my methods, there will be a considerable gathering. Only a fully armed, professional guard can exert the necessary authority to compel a chaotic crowd to comply. A mere handful of servants would be inadequate." Chapter 57. The Philanthropist, Part 2, Sank, at the age of 16, had always been physically larger than his peers. Having worked as a laborer at the dock since the age of 14, he had accumulated 2 years of experience. Each time a ship docked or prepared to depart, he remained vigilant, and whenever someone called out for laborers, he was the first to leap forward, consistently placing himself at the forefront. Perhaps it is the favor of the heavens. His strength is considerable, surpassing that of all the laborers he knows. While others can manage only a single box at a time, he is capable of carrying 2, earning him the moniker Mighty Sank among his peers. In the realm of dock labor, compensation is not based on hours worked, but rather on a piece rate system, meaning one earns according to the volume of goods moved. Logically, his prowess should afford him the opportunity to earn double that of others, and after 2 years of toil, he should have accumulated a substantial savings, rendering further exertion unnecessary. Yet, only Sank understands that he must labor with such fervor merely to scrape by. His household possesses no savings at all. Two primary factors contribute to this predicament. Firstly, there is Cenk himself. While he possesses great strength, his appetite is equally large. Where a normal individual might find satisfaction with a single serving, he requires two to feel adequately nourished, resulting in food expenses that are more than double that of his peers. Secondly, his household harbors a frail sister whose ailments, while not life-threatening, render her incapable of undertaking any substantial labor. Their parents having passed away, the siblings have relied on one another since childhood, with Cenk naturally assuming the paternal role as the elder brother, shouldering the responsibility of providing for his sister. Thus, he must earn enough for two. On this particular day, Cenk was resting in the shade near the dock, scanning for any labor opportunities. Suddenly, he spotted a large group approaching in the distance, and his immediate reaction was that work had arrived. Surely, some noble would soon depart by ship, necessitating the assistance of laborers to move their belongings. Hastily, he approached to inquire if his strength was needed, only to be abruptly intercepted by an armed guard. He was not alone in this. Other laborers, similarly eager to offer their help, were also halted. The commanding presence of the guards suggested they were professionals, seasoned in conflict, prompting the dock workers to quickly settle down. At that moment, a robust figure clad in splendid armor stepped forward, his voice booming as he addressed the crowd. All dock workers, heed my words. The individual on the carriage behind me is His Highness Prince Viserys from the Targaryen dynasty of Westeros, a figure of great nobility and a close friend of the Lord Prince. All must show respect and refrain from any offense. As the armored man spoke, Cenk contemplated for a few seconds before realizing with a start that this was none other than the captain of the Vanning family's guard. When Cenk's parents had passed, leaving him and his sister vulnerable, they had encountered both kind souls willing to assist and unscrupulous individuals eager to seize their inheritance. He still recalls that stormy night when his sister fell gravely ill, her body engulfed in fever, unconscious and seemingly on the brink of death. As a mere boy under 10, he clutched his sister's frail body, desperately seeking help throughout the town. Almost every physician in the impoverished districts shook their heads, declaring there was no viable remedy. Only a wealthy merchant clad in red, residing in the affluent quarter, claimed he possessed a cure. Yet the exorbitant medical fees were far beyond what Cenk could afford. To save his sister, he would have to relinquish the family home left by his parents. If he chose to retain the house, his sister might not survive the night. Conversely, surrendering their home for her treatment would leave them homeless, destined for the streets. Given his sister's frail constitution, the absence of a stable shelter would surely lead to her demise in no time. It was a dilemma weighing heavily upon the boy's shoulders, bending his spine and rendering him unable to lift his head. With an overwhelmingly heavy heart, Cenk knelt in the rain, imploring the merchant for mercy, pledging his life in service should he spare his sister. Yet the merchant remained unmoved, fixated solely on acquiring their home. At that moment, Prince Elena Vanning happened to pass by and noticed the small boy kneeling by the roadside in the pouring rain. Perhaps stirred by a flicker of compassion, he instructed his captain of the guard to bestow upon Cenk a gold dragon and accompany him to the merchant. The once indifferent merchant, upon seeing the captain of the Vanning family, quickly donned a mask of feigned warmth, not only healing Cenk's sister, but also waiving the medical fees altogether. Reflecting on this, Cenk glanced at the armored guards who encircled the area, all of whom bore the insignia of the Vanning family. Their presence signified an important announcement was imminent, and he felt compelled to listen intently. If an opportunity arose, he vowed to repay the life-saving kindness he had received. Cenk continued to observe as the captain maintained order before stepping aside, allowing a plump boy to approach, pulling a large cart behind him. I am Sam, servant of His Highness Prince Viserys. Today, His Highness has a significant announcement to make, but prior to that, he wishes to perform a charitable act and distribute some benefits to everyone present. As he spoke, Sam opened the cart's flaps, revealing a bounty of golden wheat grains before the crowd. In half an hour, we will distribute this entire cart of premium wheat. Every individual present is entitled to one scoop, not the small spoon used for dining, but a larger measure, though you may invite relatives and friends to partake as well. The only requirement is to express gratitude aloud to His Highness Viserys upon receiving the provisions. Once received, those with time should not hasten to depart, for His Highness will have further announcements to make. As Sam concluded, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this for real? Could there truly be such benevolent benefactors willing to bestow wheat upon us for free? My heavens, that is the quality wheat typically reserved for the noble class. Chapter 58, The Philanthropist, Part 2. Humph, is there truly such a thing as goodness in this world? Even if it exists, it certainly cannot emanate from those lofty nobles. In my opinion, he merely seeks to win our favor, to elicit our gratitude. Indeed, he offers tangible benefits. All we need do is utter a word of thanks. And that seems hardly excessive. We stand to gain immensely. I would welcome such serendipitous events daily. Humph, you foolish, ignorant simpletons. He harbors ulterior motives. Wait and see. Today, you take his wheat, but in the future, you shall pay dearly for it. These noble lords never engage in unprofitable transactions. Ah yes, you are so clever. You are right. Then you need not partake. I have already summoned my relatives. For every morsel you forego, we may seize an additional portion. That simply will not do. Each person shall receive their share, as it was stated that it is first come, first served. Why should I abstain? I shall certainly partake, and I shall ensure my family does as well. Viserys reclined leisurely in his carriage, reveling in the attendance of the lovely maid Mina while observing the scene outside. Following Sam's announcement of the free wheat distribution, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. The first to react dashed homeward, calling friends and family to partake in the bounty. Once the initial wave departed, others quickly followed suit, eager to do the same, rallying their acquaintances. In an instant, the once bustling dockside became desolate, with only a few souls remaining. Those who were either solitary or lacking familial ties, having no one to notify, content to look after their own interests. Sam instructed these individuals to form a line while notifying the guards to maintain order as more people arrived, ensuring everyone queued patiently without resorting to chaos. Within 3 minutes, the first batch arrived, primarily laborers from the dock area who had been resting nearby. Upon hearing of the noble benefactor offering free wheat, they hastened over. Following them came subsequent waves, each drawn by the prospect of easy gains. Before long, the once empty space was teeming with an unruly throng. And thanks to the fully armed guards maintaining order, a stampede was averted. As half an hour passed, hundreds of individuals had formed a lengthy queue before the wheat cart, while more people continued to arrive from the distance. They held various implements, some with burlap sacks, others with wash basins, and some cradling small clay pots, all gazing eagerly at Sam and the towering mound of wheat behind him. Long live Prince Viserys, thanks to his benevolence. With the first loud praise, the distribution of wheat commenced, elevating the crowd's enthusiasm to new heights. Then came the second and third cheers. Although Sam had merely requested a simple expression of gratitude towards Prince Viserys, each person, when it was their turn to receive wheat, would add a few extra blessings to convey their excitement. As time progressed, the accolades from those further back became increasingly extravagant. Initially, the earlier praises wished for Viserys' health, longevity, and happiness, but soon escalated to absurd declarations such as Viserys should have 3,000 maidens at his command, or that the prince would command 1,000 dragons, or even soar to the heavens alongside the gods. Listening to these exaggerated tributes, though aware of their hyperbole, Viserys could not help but smile, his heart lifted with joy. He was pleased not only by the flattery, but also by the smooth unfolding of events, all according to his design. The land of the island city-state of Lorith was ill-suited for cultivating wheat and similar grains, and the primary sustenance for the local populace consisted mainly of fish and various seafood. The grains, transported from the mainland by ship, were a luxury only the upper nobility could indulge in freely. Commoners would only purchase wheat to indulge in a feast during significant celebrations. To draw a parallel to the past, it was akin to ordinary individuals stumbling upon a shop promoting its grand opening, offering each person present a hefty king crab, provided they uttered a simple wish for the shop as success and prosperity. Unless in dire need, it would be unreasonable to ignore such a fortuitous opportunity. Not to mention king crabs, even free eggs would entice a throng of eager patrons willing to rise early and stand in line for hours. It was thus easy to envision the tremendous ripple effect that Viserys' scheme of distributing wheat would create among the lower classes. Well, Master Mordred, have you learned anything? What have you gleaned? Certainly, it is the method of gathering such a multitude in mere moments. Just look at how, in a scant half hour, I have amassed hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Is this not far more efficient than shouting at the top of your lungs in the Adventurers Guild or mercenary camp? Your Highness, I concede that you indeed summon the crowd, but what good does it do? They are all here to collect wheat, not to enlist in the military. Among the queue for wheat, at least half are the elderly, the weak, and women and children, individuals of little utility in the formation of our naval forces. Mordred remains unconvinced. Patience, Mordred. This is merely the first step. Once the wheat distribution concludes, we shall commence the critical phase of recruitment. Viserys smiled, choosing not to engage in further argument with Mordred. For someone like Mordred, presenting the facts and outcomes is the most persuasive form of explanation. In truth, Viserys had two primary objectives for orchestrating the wheat distribution. The first was to swiftly gather people, ensuring that when the time for enlistment arrived, more individuals would be immediately informed. The second objective was for Viserys to rapidly cultivate a reputation in Lorisong town and throughout the entire city-state of Loras. Reputation, intangible and elusive, holds little value for the ordinary citizen compared to an 80 discount at the market. Yet, for an aspiring member of the ruling class, reputation is immensely precious. It directly influences the stability of one's rule and determines how many will rally to support him in times of crisis. Among the historical figures adept at garnering reputation, the notorious Lu Huangshu stands out as a prime example. I digress. Chapter 59. Recruitment announcement. Viserys' method of distributing wheat to garner praise mirrors the practices of companies or celebrities in his past life who would pay for positive publicity. However, unlike those mercenaries motivated solely by monetary gain, the common folk of Lorisong town, having received tangible benefits, would genuinely express their gratitude towards him. Humans are inherently social beings influenced by emotions. When surrounded by an atmosphere of admiration for His Highness Viserys as a benefactor, even those initially skeptical or dismissive would find themselves swayed by the prevailing sentiment. This is also why Viserys insisted that everyone express their thanks to His Highness Viserys aloud while collecting wheat. What may seem like mere flattery serves to uplift the overall mood. Moreover, the impact of the wheat distribution extends beyond the immediate moment. Those who return home with their wheat will undoubtedly feel compelled to boast about it. Akin to individuals in Viserys' past life who would post pictures of lavish meals on social media. "Hey, come look, we're having wheat today," they might exclaim, laughter accompanying their pride. Out of curiosity, those who hear the boasting may inquire, "Wait, oldly, your family isn't wealthy. How suddenly are you feasting on wheat? Have you struck it rich?" "Oh, I haven't struck it rich. I merely encountered a great benefactor a few days ago." "A benefactor? Who could possibly gift you wheat?" "It is none other than the illustrious Prince Viserys." "Viserys? Who is that? I've never heard of him." Such dialogues will transpire in various corners of Lorisong town as those who receive the wheat return home. The name of Prince Viserys will swiftly establish a reputation in the hearts of the populace, laying a strong foundation for his future grander plans and developments. The harvest reaped is immense, yet Viserys has expended merely a cartload of wheat valued at a few dozen golden dragons. This is primarily due to the fact that Loras' wheat was transported by sea, incurring substantial shipping costs, had it originated from a wheat-producing region. The price for that cartload would scarcely exceed 3 golden dragons. This is indeed his current diminished wealth. It is true that the disparity between the rich and the poor in this era is staggering. The mere act of Viserys distributing wheat to the common folk yields such a significant return, thanks in part to the prevailing disdain the elite class harbors towards the lower strata of society. In the eyes of the upper nobility, the commoners are inherently meant to be governed and exploited, offering them welfare to win their hearts. How ludicrous! The sentiments of the common folk are of little consequence. It would be more prudent to hire additional guards and enforcers with that money. It is precisely because this is a historic first that Viserys' small act of kindness has generated such a sensational outcome. As the distribution of wheat neared its conclusion, and the cart behind Sam stood utterly empty, a few individuals sighed in resignation and regret. "I am so unfortunate. The person ahead of me received the last portion. And just as I approached, it was gone. Indeed, if only I had arrived earlier, I was so close." They had arrived too late. The wheat was all distributed. Just as they contemplated turning away, they noticed that others who had already received wheat remained in place, unwilling to leave. "Alas, sank, why haven't you two left? Isn't the wheat all gone?" "Uncle, you are unaware. The nobleman who distributed the wheat just mentioned that after the distribution concludes, His Highness Viserys has an important matter to announce, and we are waiting for that." "An important matter? What could possibly be more significant than the free distribution of wheat?" "I cannot say. I am merely an ordinary person and do not comprehend the thoughts of the nobles. However, since we have benefited from their generosity, it is only fitting to remain and hear what they have to say. Otherwise, carrying these 2 bags of wheat feels rather unsettling." Besides Sank, his sister nodded obediently in agreement. Not only Sank and his sister, but most of those who had received wheat shared similar sentiments. When Viserys emerged from the cart, he was met with a dense throng of people surrounding him, their eyes fixed upon him. Some gazed with gratitude, others with curiosity, and some with skepticism. Yet none harbored outright malice. Upon the sight of the initiator of this benevolent act stepping forth, the crowd spontaneously erupted into a wave of cheers. Viserys maintained an elegant smile, gracefully gesturing and waving to the assembled crowd, while simultaneously urging Mordred and the captain of the Vanningsguard to manage the scene with utmost care. Such a flawless beginning could easily turn tragic if he were to be inadvertently trampled by an overly enthusiastic mob, an absurd fate for a member of House Targaryen, indeed. One that would surely be immortalized in the annals of history. 5 minutes later, as the fervent cheers began to wane, Viserys cleared his throat and commenced his recruitment speech. It is well known that the people of Loras reside upon islands, and whether it be for daily necessities or trade with other city-states, all must be transported by sea. Thus, maritime shipping is the lifeblood of our Loras community. Yet, it is infuriating that the seas are plagued by detestable pirates, who produce nothing but engage in the plundering of our wealth. Their greed extends beyond mere possessions. They threaten our very lives. Those of you who have dwelled upon this land for centuries, if not millennia, surely understand this plight. How many of your fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters have perished at the hands of pirates? Only a month prior, while I was aboard a ship laden with goods alongside the esteemed Prince Alina, en route back to Lorisong, we encountered the fearsome Red Boots pirate crew. These vile marauders set their sights upon us, intent not only on our riches, but also on our very lives. However, we did not succumb to fear. We united and fought valiantly against the Red Boots. Ultimately, we emerged victorious, led by these two gallant warriors beside me, triumphing over the Red Boots pirate crew. As Viserys amplified his voice, he urged Mordred and Alina's captain to step forward, allowing the surrounding crowd to behold their robust figures and splendid armor more clearly. Chapter 60. Eager enrollment. After we vanquished the Red Boots, I realized that pirate crews are not as fearsome as one might imagine. They are but men, not invincible dragons. If we could establish a naval fleet, we would safeguard our vessels from pirate assaults. Indeed, should our naval fleet grow sufficiently powerful, we could even launch a counteroffensive, eradicating all pirates, allowing ourselves and our descendants to navigate the seas freely, forever unthreatened by piracy. Thus, I call upon you all to join my naval fleet, to enlist not merely in my service, but in the pursuit of your own interests, fighting for the prosperity of your future generations. Observing the fervor of the crowd ignited by his impassioned address, Viserys paused momentarily to catch his breath before unleashing his ultimate appeal. I, Viserys Targaryen, hereby pledge that any who wish to join my naval fleet and are willing to undergo training while obeying commands shall be assured 3 meals a day, with at least one of those meals featuring meat. But that is not all. I will not only provide sustenance, but I shall also grant each individual a monthly military stipend of 500 copper pennies. In the unfortunate event that one suffers injury or disability in encounters with pirates or other adversaries and must retire from military service, I shall issue a one-time compensation of 300 copper stars. Should one fall in battle, their family or designated beneficiary may claim a sum of 100 silver stags. The currency exchange system employed in this text is as follows. 1 gold dragon equals 30 silver moons, 210 silver stags, 1470 copper stars, and 11,760 copper pennies. Upon concluding my declaration of military benefits, the gathering fell into a profound silence. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, contemplating their modest contribution towards the impending harsh winters that loom a decade hence. It was not the inadequacy of the offered benefits that rendered them incredulous, but rather their extraordinary nature, so generous as to inspire disbelief. In these times, the mere provision of food and drink by a noble lord is already deemed commendable, let alone the promise of a substantial military salary. Furthermore, the prospect of compensation in the event of injury or death was utterly unprecedented. In days past, those who suffered misfortune merely accepted their fate. A kind master might offer a modicum of solace, but the norm was to hastily inter the deceased, and at times, even disregard the body entirely, casting it into the sea. At this moment, the reputation of Prince Viserys, the magnanimous scion of Westeros, reached its zenith. Amidst the incredulous cheers of the crowd, he turned to ascend his carriage for the return journey, only to be halted by Mordred, who grasped his arm firmly. Your Highness, is this recruitment offer not excessively generous? Previously, when Viserys had distributed high-quality wheat worth several gold dragons as an act of charity to win the hearts of the people, Mordred had harbored doubts but refrained from voicing them. This was a one-off expenditure. Even if the prince spent 100 gold dragons at once, it would pose no issue. However, the matter of training an army was fundamentally different. It was a long-term, ongoing financial commitment. Once the standards of benefits were set, it would prove difficult to later reduce them without jeopardizing troop morale. Moreover, the military is inherently a labor-intensive endeavor. While a stipend of 500 copper pennies per month may seem modest for one individual, amounting to less than a single gold dragon in less than a year, it is only for one person. For a regiment of 100 soldiers, that translates to 100-fold expenditure, and for an army of 10,000, it becomes a staggering 10,000-fold. Additionally, the compensation system for injuries and fatalities left Mordred at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or lament. From the perspective of a soldier, this was undoubtedly favorable. Mordred wished to commend Prince Viserys for his benevolence, so unlike the mad King Aerys too. Yet, from the standpoint of a ruler, this was decidedly imprudent. The medical standards of this world are woefully inadequate. A moment's carelessness can lead to disability or even death, beyond the reach of salvation. Not every soldier possesses the prowess of Mordred, and the number of soldiers who perish in battle is substantial. The loss of a single soldier incurs a compensation of approximately half a golden dragon, a steep price indeed. Do you find that generous? Well, it is only a benevolent lord who can summon skilled warriors. Viserys understands that only by providing soldiers with adequate assurances can they face the specter of death and charge fearlessly into battle. Such an army possesses unparalleled combat efficacy. However, Mordred perceives Viserys as too youthful, lacking understanding, and continues to advocate, "Your Highness, the costs of nurturing or maintaining an army extend well beyond soldiers' wages and the post-battle compensations you mentioned. The expenses incurred during daily training, the consumption of food and water, medical supplies, and the maintenance and upgrading of weaponry after combat. All these entail significant financial outlay." Viserys halted his stride, gazing at Mordred in astonishment. "My dear teacher, do you truly believe that mere funds will suffice to cultivate an army capable of reclaiming the continent of Westeros? Are you underestimating the people of the Seven Kingdoms? Or overestimating that wealth?" Mordred fell silent. To successfully restore the kingdom, one cannot simply rely on dwindling resources. Those savings merely sustain a dignified existence for myself and Daenerys. To genuinely train an army and establish influence, alternative means of generating income must be devised. So, Your Highness, do you have a plan to earn money? Of course. I am a true dragon of House Targaryen. A dragon can accomplish anything, Viserys declared, gesturing to his own head before swaggering back to the carriage. Though Mordred remained unclear about the prince's methods for amassing wealth, he chose to trust Viserys, inspired by his confidence. As a loyal subject, he resolved to dutifully execute orders and focus on his strengths. The intricacies of finances eluded him, yet his martial prowess and insights into military training were considerable. He entrusted the financial matters to the prince while committing himself to forge a formidable army that would triumph in battle and obey commands. With this clarity, Mordred inhaled deeply, grasped the hilt of his sword, and strode purposefully towards the enthusiastic crowd. "All those wishing to enlist, come forth. Only those who pass my trials shall earn the right to join." Chapter 61. You've brought upon yourself great trouble, although the ultimate goal is to command an army of several tens of thousands, undefeated in battle. This naval fleet recruitment plan seeks merely 300 men. This decision is primarily motivated by 3 reasons. Secondly, he has yet to commence earning money. Although Viserys believes that the soap he has invented should prove to be a lucrative venture, he cannot definitively ascertain its profitability. It hinges on the market response following its release. Should the financial returns fall short of his expectations, recklessly expanding his forces could lead to the very scenario that Margaery warned of: insufficient gold dragons to sustain an army. The third and most crucial point is that the time is not yet ripe. The primary objective of assembling a naval fleet is, as he previously articulated during the recruitment briefing, to eradicate piracy and safeguard maritime routes. A fleet of 300 is more than adequate to confront any pirate crew. After all, if their strength were truly formidable, they would not resort to the precarious existence of piracy, living daily on the edge. In Viserys' vision, the dragons are to be the backbone of his conquests, while the army serves merely as a tool for maintaining stability post-siege. The vast ocean separating Essos and Westeros necessitates a considerable number of ships to transport a large army. Moreover, in the event of a protracted siege, the lengthy supply lines pose a significant challenge. The ideal strategy in Viserys' mind is to vanquish the enemy with dragonfire and subsequently allow his forces to secure the city defenses. The 10 dragons he has contracted are still in their egg state, and Daenerys' 3 dragons have yet to even reach that stage. There is much distance to cover. It is certainly not the time for reckless military expansion. The priority now lies in development. The day following the recruitment briefing, as Viserys was enjoying a delightful breakfast with Daenerys, Aeron, and Mina after having just risen and completed his morning rituals, Princess Alina arrived at his door. "Viserys, The summoning of soldiers and the establishment of a naval fleet. Was that your idea? Alina inquired immediately, her tone laced with urgency, her ample bosom rising and falling with her breath. Yesterday, when Viserys had visited Alina's residence seeking assistance from the guards to maintain order, she was absent, having been informed by the captain of the guard that she was attending to matters on the principal island, Loras. Consequently, the news of the recruitment had not reached her immediately. However, the buzz created by the recruitment announcement, coupled with the free distribution of wheat, was likely to have been noted by her guards, who accompanied him throughout the event. Indeed, it was my idea, Sister Alina. Is there something amiss with that? Viserys replied candidly, having never intended to conceal this matter from her. There was no necessity to hide, nor could he. You are being rather impulsive. Why did you not inform me beforehand? Am I to be treated as an outsider? Such a significant matter should have been discussed with me. Viserys set down his utensils, rose from his seat, and approached Alina step by step. In the presence of Ailey, he embraced her mother directly. Sister Alina, you must trust me. I visited your estate yesterday, intending to discuss this matter with you. However, since you were unfortunately absent, I presumed it was not a significant issue and took it upon myself to decide. Is there a grave consequence that I have overlooked? As Viserys enveloped her in his arms, the once fierce Alina instantly softened, tugging gently at the hem of his garment, her voice taking on a bashful tone. Oh, please. Not like this. Ailey is still here. Viserys was puzzled. Sister Alina, something seems amiss. Your response is rather peculiar. What do you mean by Ailey is still here? We have done nothing inappropriate. It was merely a simple embrace. Remember the day you brought Ailey to me to be my disciple? We embraced before her then without such a reaction. Why is it different today? What scenario have you conjured in your mind? Mother? Ailey's bewildered gaze turned toward them. Upon hearing her daughter's call, Alina snapped back to reality, clearing her throat and adopting a serious demeanor as she placed her hands on Viserys' shoulders. Viserys, do you understand the gravity of your actions? You are in serious trouble. Trouble? What trouble? Are you aware that in Loras, there are strict limitations on the number of private armed forces? As an independent and autonomous free city-state, Loras imposes restrictions on military power, preventing outsiders from raising armies within its domain. Should anyone establish a private military exceeding the prescribed numbers, it would undoubtedly provoke the ruling class of Loras. As long as the ruling elite of Loras retain their faculties, they will act against such an illegal force. Although Viserys was inexperienced in military, economic, and political matters, he possessed a fundamental understanding of such principles. I know. You know, yet you still proceeded? I understand there are limitations, but aren't those restrictions aimed at outsiders? I am not an outsider, Sister Alina. You are my dear sister. With you as a prince, why should I fear the regulations on armed forces? Hearing Viserys emphasize their close relationship, Alina's stern expression softened. She took his hand and led him to the dining table. It is not a few centuries ago. The prince's power is no longer as formidable. Although I am the Harvest Prince of Loras, I can only authorize private forces of up to 100 men. Viserys frowned slightly. If establishing a naval fleet was not feasible, he would need to consider alternative methods. Chapter 62. The Armed Forces of Rolaris. The establishment of a private militia exceeding 100 individuals is not entirely unfeasible. However, in order to attain legitimate status, a vote must be conducted within the Rolaris Assembly, and only upon approval can such a force be formed. Upon hearing Alina's explanation, Viserys exhaled in relief. The possibility of formation was a comfort, for otherwise, his earlier impassioned recruitment speech would have been in vain. Do not celebrate prematurely, Alina cautioned. Although I am the Prince of Harvest and possess the authority to propose this matter in the Rolaris Assembly, I am merely the vice president. My proposal necessitates the agreement of more than 2/3 of the members to pass, which is no simple feat to prevent Viserys from underestimating the complexity of the situation. Alina promptly doused his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Have there been any similar proposals that were successfully passed? He inquired. Indeed, there have been several, she affirmed. Let me recount who has succeeded in establishing legal armed forces of over 100 in Rolaris. There are 4 such military factions, my personal guard, the private fleet of the Fisher Prince, and the Red Robe Knights of the Street Prince. So each of the 3 great princes commands their own private force. That seems quite reasonable. Viserys mused. While the formation of these armed units also required voting in the assembly, they were all passed without any obstacles, as the tradition of princes forming private militias has endured for centuries in Rolaris. Furthermore, given that the 3 great princes have predominantly held the positions of president and vice president in the assembly, no short-sighted member would dare oppose such matters. However, your situation is quite different, Viserys. Your identity on the continent of Westeros does not confer any advantage in the Assembly's voting proceedings. After hearing Elena's remarks, Viserys furrowed his brow. It appeared that the ambition of forming a substantial private militia was indeed a formidable challenge. Sister Elena, you mentioned there are a total of 4. What of the remaining force, apart from the 3 princes' personal troops? The remaining military unit boasts the largest numbers, surpassing the combined totals of our 3 private forces. Elena's face adorned a cunning smile, reminiscent of a wicked witch enticing a naive adventurer into her meticulously crafted trap. Moreover, this particular force was established without the approval of the Rolaris Assembly. Pray tell, to whom does this extraordinary force belong? Viserys queried, genuinely astonished. Is it possible that someone could wield authority above the 3 of you? Viserys was taken aback, unable to fathom who could possibly possess such power. On his very first day in Rolaris, he had gleaned the fundamental power structure of the city-state from Elena. The 3 great princes and the Rolaris Assembly constituted the apex of authority, rendering it improbable that anyone could stand above them. How does such a vast army, larger than the private forces of the 3 great princes, exist legally in Rolaris? The Parliament, striving to maintain its grip on power, must surely seek ways to weaken, suppress, or even annihilate this force. I am at a loss, dear Sister Elena. Do enlighten me. If you call me a good sister, I shall reveal the truth to you. Oh, Elena, my beloved sister, please share it with me, I implore you. Viserys grasped Elena's soft, fair hand, his arm gently swaying, his tone as innocent as a child's, yet as enticing as the forbidden fruit of Eden. Fortunately, he was still a young boy, having not yet reached 12, and with a handsome visage. Had a burly adult man exhibited such a playful demeanor, it would have surely sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Ah, I never imagined you possessed such an endearing side. Today, I count myself fortunate. Humph. Having made such a sacrifice, why is Sister Elena not divulging the information swiftly? All right, I shall tell you. This remaining force belongs to all the citizens of Rolaris. Viserys raised an eyebrow in confusion. Elena continued, this force represents the national army of Rolaris, comprising approximately 3,000 individuals, primarily tasked with safeguarding the city-state of Rolaris from external incursions and protecting the lives and properties of all free citizens of Rolaris. Of course, while it is nominally under the jurisdiction of all free citizens, the actual command lies with the Rolaris Parliament, where the influence of the 3 great princes reigns supreme. 3,000 troops is, without a doubt, a meager number for an independent nation, not to mention the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Even among the free trading city-states of Essos, the standing armies typically exceed 10,000. After all, the Dothraki, hailing from the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea, are born warriors, adept at riding and combat. Without sufficient military might for defense, cities would have long succumbed to the powerful Khalas, led by their chieftains. However, Rolaris is somewhat unique. Its geographical position as an island city-state, separated from the mainland by a stretch of ocean, offers it a degree of protection. The Dothraki take immense pride in their horsemanship and cavalry. They can charge across land with great speed, yet they cannot traverse the sea on horseback. The formidable Dothraki lack ships, and thus cannot threaten Rolaris. The pirates who do possess vessels lack the necessary strength. Therefore, a standing army of 3,000 is entirely adequate for Rolaris. In fact, many years ago, the army of Rolaris exceeded 10,000. However, with the ascension of the current street prince 2 decades ago, who showed no interest in external expansion, he has since advocated for a reduction in troop numbers to alleviate Rolaris' financial burdens. Elena's father, the former Prince of Harvest, along with the current Fisher Prince, shares the same viewpoint as the street prince, resulting in Loras's army dwindling to a mere 3,000 men. Ah, dear Sister Elena, how dare you toy with me? Feel the wrath of my true dragon fury. Behold the tickling dragon claws. Viserys lunged at Elena, employing the exquisite tickling techniques he had learned from the maid Mina, targeting the common sensitive areas beneath the chest, armpits, waist, and inner thighs. Instantly, Elena was overwhelmed with laughter, her composure shattered by Viserys' playful assault. Observing the intimate interaction between the two, the maid Mina felt a sense of unease, yet ultimately chose silence, refraining from interrupting the prince's amusement. However, the 2 younger children, Daenerys and Aerys, could no longer contain themselves. They hurriedly swallowed their food and simultaneously set down their utensils, exchanging glances that conveyed a mutual understanding. I believe it is inappropriate for brother and Aunt Elena to behave this way. We must intervene. Their eyes, the windows to their souls, revealed their shared thoughts, emboldening them to cry out in unison, Brother, Aunt Elena. Chapter 63. A visit with just 3 days remaining until Mina's 18th birthday. Viserys accompanied Olenna on a boat to the largest island within the Loras city-state, known as Loras Island. This island boasts an area 5 times that of the second largest island, Lorasong Island, and is home to a population exceeding 50,000. Including the surrounding myriad of towns, the permanent residents of Loras Island surpass 100,000, truly earning its title as the largest island. 3 days prior, Olenna informed Viserys that in order to possess a private armed force of over 100 individuals in Loras, one must obtain approval from the Loras Council. Viserys, anxious about establishing a naval fleet, understood that only with his own fleet could he transport his handcrafted white gold soap via sea routes to other free trade city-states and even to the distant shores of Westeros, generating a steady and substantial income. He was confident that after the soap's debut at Mina's birthday celebration, Olenna would agree to collaborate with him in the mass production of soap, expecting the first batch of commercially available soap to be ready within a month. However, training an army, especially one as technically demanding as a navy, could not be accomplished in such a brief period. While the naval forces of this era did not require familiarity with the intricate instruments and advanced weaponry of Viserys' past life, the quality of recruits was also not comparable to those who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education in his former world, thus rendering rapid training improbable. Before obtaining the qualifications to establish a large-scale private militia, one must refrain from provoking the Rollas Parliament, lest they send their troops to seek trouble. Thus, upon learning of this situation, Viserys implored Princess Olenna to present his proposal for the formation of a sizable private armed force to the Parliament, urging prompt discussions. Chapter 64. The cunning old fox Uncle Madavon appeared to be in splendid health, his vigor undiminished by the passage of years. Ah, how time flies. Olenna, you have grown so much, how can I not age? He chuckled heartily. Upon their reunion, the two, already acquainted, engaged in lively pleasantries. Prince Madavon, a portly gentleman in his late 50s, showed signs of graying hair at his temples, yet his complexion was rosy, indicative of robust vitality. Such energy at his age could only be attributed to the privileged lifestyle of a nobleman. Beside him stood 2 elegantly attired women. One, in her early 20s, boasted deep chestnut curls and captivating brown eyes, her beauty and figure remarkable, with smooth, fair skin that was utterly enticing. The other, in her 30s, bore a striking resemblance to Madavon. Though less alluring than the younger woman, her stature was impressive, with long legs, a slender waist, and a generous bosom, her sun-kissed skin exuding a sense of health and strength. These two were Madavon's only daughter, Mavina, and his recently wed young bride, whose age was less than that of his daughter, a testament to the prince's adventurous spirit. The petite bride, around 5 feet tall, nestled comfortably in Madavon's embrace, embodying a delicate and endearing presence. In contrast, Mavina was tall, nearly matching her father's height at 6 feet, radiating an aura that suggested she was not a docile lamb, but rather a formidable wolf. Curiously, since Viserys entered the hall with Olenna, Mavina offered only a perfunctory greeting to Olenna, thereafter fixating on Viserys with the gaze of a predator sizing up its prey. Unfazed, Viserys returned her gaze, their eyes intertwining and clashing in the air. What intrigued him was that Mavina's look did not convey malice or animosity. Rather, it brimmed with interest, akin to discovering a captivating companion in a bustling tavern. Surely, dear sister, I am but a mere child of scarcely 12. You are well into your 30s. Shouldn't your interests lie with seasoned men of experience? Very well, Olenna, let us momentarily set aside our pleasantries, lest we keep our esteemed guest waiting. After 5 minutes, Prince Madavon deftly shifted the conversation towards Viserys. Regarding your identity, I have learned from Olenna that you are a prince from Westeros. Maedwyn's tone paused for 2 seconds as his gaze unabashedly scrutinized Viserys from head to toe. It was no surprise that he hailed from the illustrious Targaryen lineage. His flowing silver hair was strikingly handsome, and his violet eyes were profound and imbued with wisdom. The aura he exuded was one of unwavering confidence, truly a young man of remarkable presence. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Maedwyn. Your complexion and spirit also appear quite splendid. You are bound to live to a ripe old age, Viserys responded, feeling encouraged to share a few blessings, thus enhancing the warmth of the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, may your words bring me good fortune. I too wish to extend my years, the portly Maedwyn chuckled, resembling a benevolent elder. Yet, his manner of conduct took Viserys somewhat by surprise. In one moment, they were exchanging cordial greetings and engaging in light banter. In the next, he abruptly transitioned to business. I heard from Olenna that you wish to establish a naval fleet. Indeed, The economic development of Lorith heavily relies on maritime trade. Yet the presence of numerous pirates frequently threatens passing vessels. Therefore, I aspire to create our own naval forces to safeguard Lorith. Viserys began to elaborate on his theory, but was swiftly interrupted by Maedwen's hand. You possess quite the eloquence. Save these remarks for the afternoon assembly. I am confident they will persuade many of the younger council members and garner their support. Ah, the cunning old fox. Viserys discerned the underlying message in Maedwen's words. While outwardly praising his oratory skills, he subtly hinted that such ideals and aspirations were better suited for the youthful legislators, rather than for him, a seasoned prince of the streets. To convince him, tangible, concrete benefits were required. With this realization, Viserys refrained from beating around the bush and directly inquired, then, "My lord Maedwen, how might I secure your support?" "Ah, what a forthright character you are. Such spirited vigor is quite admirable. Alina's father and I have been close friends for decades. During his lifetime, our families frequently interacted. I often found myself drinking to the point of oblivion at his home, only to awaken the next afternoon. Ah, how I long for those days. So many years have passed. He met with misfortune, and I have grown old," Maedwen reminisced. Viserys, unsure of the direction this elderly gentleman was taking, remained silent, allowing him to indulge in nostalgia. "Indeed, I have watched Alina grow up. My affection for her sometimes feels akin to that of a father," he continued. "Hey, old man, you must be losing your mind. I am your daughter," interjected Maevina, unceremoniously interrupting her father. Maedwen took it in stride, as if accustomed to such banter over the years. "Your Highness Viserys, you are Alina's savior and now serve as little Ailey's tutor. With the long-standing ties between our families, you are, in a sense, one of our own. Logically speaking, as an elder, I should support your desire to establish your personal armed force, and I am indeed quite willing to do so." Viserys nodded, displaying a flicker of emotion and agreement, though internally he harbored a profound disdain, thinking, "Ah, there is surely a but to follow." As anticipated, the turning point arrived. "However, I am not merely Elena's elder. I am also the Prince of the Streets, elected by the free citizens of Loras to preside over the council. I must consider the interests of all. Your idea is commendable, yet many lack such foresight, being only concerned with immediate gains. Even I would require a considerable sum of golden dragons to persuade them to vote in your favor." Chapter 65. The invitation from Mavina Prince Maedwen of the Streets had already hinted at his readiness, and Viserys felt it was time to cease idly chatting. He gently clapped his hands, and 4 burly servants entered, bearing 2 hefty chests, which they placed heavily in the center of the hall. "My lord Maedwen, I comprehend your good intentions. In this world, while gold is not omnipotent, the absence of gold is utterly debilitating. Thus, I have brought a small token of our meeting." At Viserys' signal, his attendant Mina opened the lids of the 2 large chests, revealing them to be filled with round, gleaming golden coins that instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. The resplendent glow of the gold drew all eyes in the hall, causing many breaths to grow heavy with anticipation. "Lord Maedwen is also aware of my current predicament, hence the modest gift of 5,000 golden dragons. And I hope you do not find it lacking." 5,000 golden dragons. Good heavens! Even though Maedwen holds the esteemed title of Prince of the Streets, this sum is not insignificant. It represents pure profit, no costs, effortlessly acquired, and free from the necessity of sharing with others, allowing him to claim it entirely for himself. As for his previous assertion of needing golden dragons to navigate the political landscape, that is nonsense. He stands at the pinnacle of Loras, where it is others who must curry favor with him. In Maedwen's position, accepting bribes is utterly commonplace. Not only common merchants and nobles, but also families holding seats in the council have been known to offer him bribes. The amount of the bribe typically correlates to the magnitude of the task at hand. There have been instances of bribes exceeding 5,000 golden dragons delivered to his residence. Yet, he has not accepted them, not out of fear. For he has reached the apex of power, where no bribe dares to intimidate him. The reason he refrains from accepting such offers is due to his unwillingness. Although Maedwen is avaricious, he is not foolish. Some matters are trivial, even capable of inciting the noble dogs beneath him to turn upon one another, which he finds quite agreeable. Naturally, he is willing to accept bribes in such cases. However, certain issues bear significant weight, potentially undermining the very foundations of their family's dominion. For such matters, no amount of gold can sway him, and he must remain vigilant against such individuals. The demeanor of Viserys, with his unrestricted private armed forces, presents a situation that can be perceived as both grand and insignificant. A sizable private military force could indeed pose a threat to the authority of the council. Were it a decade ago, Madeline would have outright rejected such a request, even if offered 5,000 gold dragons. Yet, with age encroaching upon him and uncertainty regarding his remaining years, his foremost desire now is to ensure that his daughter, who constantly challenges him, can seamlessly inherit his title as the street prince after his demise. The Prince of Loras, akin to the King of Westeros, holds a lifetime position. However, unlike the monarchy, it is not hereditary but instead elected. When Alina's father, the previous Harvest Prince, met with an untimely death, numerous formidable nobles and wealthy magnates emerged to vie for the position. It was Madeline who intervened, investing time, resources, and most crucially, leveraging his own authority as street prince to facilitate Alina's ascension to the title. Theoretically, upon his passing, Alina would employ the power of the Harvest Prince along with the influence and wealth of the Vanning family to assist his daughter, Mavina, in claiming the title of street prince. For years, the two families have mutually supported one another. There may be competition regarding who assumes the presidency of the council, yet they have consistently collaborated to ensure the perpetual inheritance of their princely titles. However, this long-standing tacit understanding now faces considerable risk. The source of this threat does not lie with Alina, but rather with Mavina, his own daughter, perhaps due to his excessive indulgence in her youth. Mavina possesses a notoriously foul temper and has never seen eye to eye with Alina, to the extent of not even greeting her in private encounters. Should he pass and his sharp-tongued daughter provoke Alina, inciting her to support another for the title of street prince in a fit of anger, it would haunt him even in death. Thus, when Alina approached him seeking assistance, he had already resolved to lend his support, primarily to cultivate a favorable impression with her, ensuring she would be inclined to advocate for Mavina's elevation in the future. His earlier insinuations regarding potential benefits were merely an exploratory attempt. Should they materialize, it would be a bonus, but if not, it would not affect him. Viserys' offer of 5,000 gold dragons was entirely unexpected. Madeline's gaze toward Viserys softened, exuding warmth and kindness. Your Highness, you are most gracious. It is an honor to receive your visit, and I am taken aback by the lavish gift you bring. Rest assured, during the assembly this afternoon, I shall exert every effort to make my fellow legislators aware of the benefits and welfare that His Highness's proposal can bring to Loras. I am confident they will undoubtedly raise their hands in approval. Madeline chuckled heartily, and as noon approached, he invited Viserys and others to stay for a meal. Viserys, having no reason to decline, acquiesced. After the luncheon, Viserys and Alina took their leave, but just as they reached the door, a voice called out to them. It was Madeline's daughter, Mavina. Hey, don't rush off, wait a moment. Upon hearing the familiar yet irksome noise, Alina retorted sharply, Mavina, what new act do you intend to perform? Why not speak at the banquet instead of stopping us now? Alina was blunt, and Mavina responded with equal candor. You really meddle too much. This is my home, not your domain. I'll do as I please. Besides, I'm not even looking for you. So why all this unnecessary chatter? Humph. Angered, Alina turned her head away, choosing to ignore her. Mavina boldly stepped in front of Viserys, extending her hand. Hello. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Mavina, daughter of the Prince of the Streets, that rather rotund old man. Greetings, I am Viserys Targaryen. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Mavina, he replied with the usual polite formality, though it seemed to be misinterpreted by her. Haha, wonderful. It appears you like me as well. I'm quite pleased to meet you too, for I like you, she exclaimed. In that case, let us proceed. My bed is soft and spacious, perfect for our indulgence. Chapter 66. Still a child, Viserys was utterly perplexed. Miss Mavina, is your manner of speaking always so humorously whimsical? Why do you assume I am jesting? Is my expression not earnest enough? As she spoke, Mavina's smile transformed into an unparalleled sincerity. Viserys felt a cold sweat break out in his mind. This was the first time in his life, across lifetimes, that he encountered a woman with such a wild disposition. We have only just met today. Isn't such an invitation rather sudden? Not at all. You yourself said you were pleased to meet me, which implies you find me at least physically appealing, do you not? And I am very fond of you as well. Since we mutually appreciate one another, isn't it quite natural for us to seek joy together? I find that notion somewhat inappropriate. Although Viserys was not entirely devoid of reason, he did not consider himself a senseless bulldozer, and engaging in such activities with a woman he had just met mere hours ago was beyond his acceptance. Even though Mavina's beauty was undeniable and her figure was strikingly alluring, he could not bring himself to accept it. Why do you refuse? I see now. You are concerned that I am a woman of loose morals, aren't you? Rest assured, I have maintained a commendable sense of propriety. Since I first had a formal partner, I have only been with 7 men to date. My desire to connect with you stems from your striking handsomeness, which entirely aligns with my vision of an ideal partner. Furthermore, you belong to the Targaryen lineage, bearing the blood of true dragons, making you a genuine prince of dragons. Viserys was somewhat taken aback, surprised that someone as forthright as Mavana could possess such innocence. Indeed, innocence, if her words are to be believed. At over 30 years of age, she has had intimate relations with merely 7 men, a staggering average of 1 every 3 years. Considering her status as the sole daughter of the street prince, that number is quite modest, even scarce. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Viserys had known a senior in school whose number of partners exceeded 50 during her 4 years of university. She was revered as a goddess among countless juniors. In contrast, Mavana truly embodies purity. Yet, even the purest intentions have their limits. Mavana, you may not be aware, but my age is still quite tender. I have yet to celebrate my 12th birthday. So, you are still a virgin. How splendid. Your lack of experience is of no concern. As an older sister, I possess the knowledge to guide you, ensuring your comfort and satisfaction. Viserys, feeling exasperated, covered his head, pondering the peculiarities of her thought process. He feared that continuing the conversation with Mavana might trigger a safety alert. Fortunately, at that moment, Olenna could no longer contain herself. She stormed over, wrapping her arms around Viserys. Viserys, did we not agree to attend to urgent matters? We cannot squander time here. Urgent matters? What urgent matters? The day's agenda involved persuading the street prince in the morning and attending the council meeting in the afternoon. Nothing else was planned. No, how foolish of me. This was clearly a ruse devised by Olenna to extract herself from the situation. Ah, yes. I have urgent matters to attend to, Viserys exclaimed. Mavana, we shall discuss this issue later. I must attend to my duties. Farewell. He swiftly seized upon Olenna's words as an excuse, bidding farewell to Mavana with a wave. Though she yearned to say more, she ultimately refrained from pursuing the rapidly departing Viserys. Once the two had distanced themselves, Mavana turned and walked back inside, muttering to herself, Olenna, I shall remember this grievance. In the heart of Loras City, there lies an artificial lake. After departing from the street prince's residence, Viserys and Olenna, accompanied by their respective handmaidens, Mina and Rona, strolled along the lakeside to digest their meal. Today was designated for important matters, hence Viserys did not bring his sister Daenerys. Nor did Olenna bring her daughter Aeron. They were accompanied solely by their attendants, who followed quietly behind as the two mistresses conversed. Viserys, have I interrupted a delightful moment between you and Mavana? Will you hold it against me? Dear Olenna, please do not jest. I am grateful to you for rescuing me from Mavana. How could I possibly blame you? Do you truly feel that way? Indeed, absolutely. You harbor no contrary thoughts? Although Mavana may not possess my beauty or the same radiance of skin, nor does she enjoy a status comparable to mine. One is a prince. The other merely a prince's daughter, with her future uncertain. Her numerous flaws are apparent. Her demeanor is quite insufferable, and she is generally detested. Olenna vented an array of criticisms towards Mavana. Ahem, while it is true that she is riddled with imperfections, I must concede that her physique is indeed commendable. It likely exudes a certain irresistible allure for men. Her overtures, do they not stir even the faintest flicker of interest within you? Is it that you simply do not fancy women? Perhaps your inclinations lie elsewhere? Stop. Viserys interjected, unable to contain himself as Olenna's remarks grew increasingly absurd. Sister Olenna, I admit that I am somewhat taller than my peers, but have you forgotten that I am still but a child? I have yet to celebrate my 12th birthday. Oh, my apologies. I momentarily overlooked that detail. Olenna pressed her fingers to her temples, slightly embarrassed. Though individuals in this fantastical medieval realm tend to mature early, such matters typically arise around the ages of 14 or 15. 11 is indeed rather premature. In an effort to mask her discomfort, Olenna sought a way to divert the conversation, yet Viserys chose to delve deeper into the topic. Sister Olenna, you two have traversed this stage of life. You must recognize that at my age, emotional connections outweigh physical attractions. Even if one were to engage in such activities, it would surely be with someone they truly cherish. I have barely met Mavana. I know little of her character, so it is impossible for me to harbor any feelings of affection. As for your assertion regarding Mavana's admirable physique, I concede that point. However, I am not just any ordinary boy on the cusp of adolescence. I am Viserys Targaryen, burdened with the monumental task of restoring my house. Mastering my desires is an essential lesson I must learn. I certainly do not wish for my burgeoning ambitions to be abruptly overshadowed by a scandalous demise at the hands of a woman. Chapter 67. The council squares such a young age, yet already capable of tempering one's desires, while harboring long-term aspirations. Are all Targaryens so exceptional? Olenna pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. If the Targaryens were indeed so remarkable, how could they have fallen to such a state of being overthrown? This can only attest to the fact that it is not the Targaryen family that excels, but rather this young lad before us, Viserys Targaryen. The more I behold him, the more I am captivated. Alas, my age and status render any such affection inappropriate. However, though I may have lost my chance, my daughter, Aerys, still has hope. Viserys, do you harbor feelings for Aerys? As Aerys' mother, and with the knowledge that Viserys is the suitor I have envisioned for her, it is imperative for Olenna to comprehend his current sentiments towards Aerys. Indeed, Aerys is a delightful young lady, charming and amiable. She interacts splendidly with Daenerys, and I hold her in high regard. But, dear Olenna, do not misconstrue my feelings. I merely view her as an elder sister figure, akin to Daenerys, without any romantic inclination. Olenna's emotions soared like a roller coaster at Viserys' admission of fondness for Aerys, only to plummet when she learned it was merely a brotherly affection. Viserys, what qualities do you seek in a girl? Olenna wished to glean insight for her daughter. This is rather a private matter, is it not? Viserys halted, gazing into Olenna's eyes, and then smiled gently. However, since it is you, dear Olenna, who inquires, I shall respond earnestly. The affection you speak of, I understand its meaning. It pertains to romantic admiration between a man and a woman, does it not? Olenna nodded in affirmation. Perhaps it is due to our tumultuous existence on the run, or perhaps a yearning for my late mother, or other reasons altogether. But my current preference leans towards those who are older and more mature, capable of providing care, much like yourself, dear Olenna. Viserys, who had been speaking earnestly, suddenly adopted a playful tone, unconsciously grasping Olenna's hand. Olenna was taken aback, rendered silent, and despite her attempts to withdraw her hand, she found herself unable to do so, ultimately allowing him to hold it. She reminded herself that Viserys is still a child, and such thoughts, stemming from his affection for his deceased mother, are entirely natural. Yet, these sentiments will evolve. As he matures, he will undoubtedly gravitate towards younger girls. Yes, that must be the case. I must not overthink this. Ahem, let us proceed. Time is of the essence. We should make our way to the Hall of Larys for the council meeting. Very well. The Hall of Larys is a grand stone edifice, and before it lies a plaza paved with gravel, officially named the Hall of Larys Policy Declaration and Cultural Dissemination Square, commonly referred to as the Council Square. The Parliament Square is not a place where anyone can wander freely. Apart from the members of the House of Lorith and the three great princes, others may only enter under three specific circumstances. Firstly, if accompanied by a prince or a member of Parliament. Secondly, if they are key figures pertinent to ongoing or forthcoming discussions, such as Viserys, who satisfies both criteria. The third scenario allows free citizens of Lorith to enter during special festivities or significant events to listen to the important proclamations made by the speaker or vice-speaker. Beyond these instances, any intruders will be intercepted by the vigilant Lorith guards stationed around the square. Guided by Olenna, Viserys strode confidently into the Parliament Square. Just as he was about to proceed into the Assembly Hall, a towering figure blocked their path. The imposing man was clad in heavy plate armor, wielding a massive two-handed hammer nearly as tall as himself, and wearing a steel helmet that obscured most of his face, revealing only his deep brown eyes. Good afternoon, Lady Olenna. A voice emerged from behind the armored giant, not belonging to him. Following the voice, a young man, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, stepped forward, standing before Viserys and Olenna. Lady Olenna, you remain as stunning as ever. My spirits, initially dampened, have lifted upon seeing you. The youth's tone was casual and flippant, his attire lavish yet nonchalant, with sunken eyes and a somewhat listless demeanor, reminiscent of one who has indulged excessively. The arrogance in his expression marked him as a scion of a noble family, embodying the essence of a privileged youth in mere moments. Yura, I care not for your mood. Olenna responded with a frosty demeanor. If you have something to say, do so swiftly. If not, kindly step aside. Rest assured, we shall never be family. Her tone was unequivocal, dismissing the young noble's presumptuous overture. She then took Viserys' hand, intending to ignore the armored giant and maneuver around him. Viserys, let us proceed. There is no need to engage with such triviality. The entrance to the assembly hall was vast, measuring over 10 meters in width. Even the most formidable figure could not entirely obstruct the way. Noticing Olenna's determination to enter, the armored man dared not impede her further, casting a helpless glance toward his young master. Yura stomped his foot in frustration before hastily pursuing them. Lady Olenna, this time it is not I seeking you, but my father. He wishes to discuss an important matter with you. He gestured towards Elena's right rear, where a lavish carriage stood awaiting. My father is awaiting your esteemed presence at the carriage, Lady Elena. What matter necessitates our discussion at this moment? The council is about to commence. Jola shook his head. I am unaware of the specifics. My father has not disclosed the details to me. However, it must be of utmost importance for him to seek your counsel at such a hurried hour, wouldn't you agree? By the way, Lady Elena, my father mentioned that this matter is to be discussed solely with you, and I am not permitted to accompany him. This surely indicates the significance of the issue at hand. I hope you will not dismiss it hastily. After pondering for a few moments, Elena resolved to see what the man sought from her. His request at this juncture might very well pertain to the impending meeting regarding the private armed forces permit for Viserys. Although, in theory, with her and Prince Medivh's backing, the proposal stands a high chance of approval, one can never be too certain. Should that man insist on causing trouble, what should be a straightforward meeting could devolve into chaos. Viserys, please wait for me here. Elena greeted him as she made her way towards the carriage at the edge of the square. Once Elena departed, Jola's previously restrained arrogance surfaced without pretense. Towering at 175 centimeters, he looked down at Viserys with a scornful expression. Ah, you are the so-called fallen prince from the continent of Westeros? Reduced to fleeing with your sister, having lost your kingdom? Jola's tone dripped with provocation and mockery directed at Viserys. Yet, Viserys did not allow himself to be easily angered, as he had yet to comprehend the source of the animosity directed towards him. In truth, neither he nor his previous incarnation had ever encountered Jola. They were complete strangers. With a calm demeanor, Viserys replied, I am Viserys Targaryen, and as you stated, I am indeed a fallen prince. How surprising that a deposed prince can stand here in fine attire, leisurely, no less. I would have thought someone of your ilk would have long since descended into the slums, begging on the streets. Indeed, a person as uncouth as you would surely find themselves reduced to a life of destitution were they to lose the protection of their father and kin. What did you say? Dare you repeat that? Is your hearing impaired? You did not catch that? Very well. I shall show you mercy and repeat myself. I said you are utterly uncultured and nothing more than a barking dog. Ah, you infuriate me. Jola's temperament was far less forgiving than Viserys. Having been coddled since childhood, he was accustomed to everyone bowing before him, and no one, aside from his father, had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Thus, his temper flared abruptly. He raised his hand, forming a fist, and aimed a blow at Viserys' face. Viserys did not flinch, his eyes unwavering as he stood his ground. The punch, however, did not connect. Halted midair by the grip of an armored giant who clasped Yora's arm. The contrast between the slender arm of the young noble and the muscular iron limb of the brute was stark. Yora struggled fiercely, yet his efforts were futile, as if his movements were restrained by iron itself. Release me, damn it. You are but a dog kept by my family. How dare you obstruct me? I shall kill you. I will have my father do it. With his keen perception, Viserys noted the shift in the giant's breathing and the flicker of murderous intent in his eyes as Yora insulted him. However, this emotion was fleeting, quickly dissipating. And with the giant's face obscured by a full helm, Yora remained oblivious to this detail, continuing his futile struggle. The giant, in a calm voice, replied, Young Master Yora, I am a guard employed by your father, not a mere dog. Furthermore, even if I were a dog, I would belong to your father, not to you. Additionally, your father specifically instructed you this morning. Please do not forget. Yora, overwhelmed by the silence and the bluntness of the giant's words, found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he ceased his struggles, conceding, Fine, I understand. I shall not strike. Now let me go. This time, the giant obediently released his grip and stepped back, standing straight behind Yora. Yora glared at the giant with malice, but upon receiving no reaction, he exhaled as if relieved. Turning his attention back to Viserys. Hey you claim you've never seen me before. On what grounds do you assert I lack decorum? Such unfounded slander. I indeed have not seen you prior. Thus we are strangers meeting for the first time. It is basic courtesy for both parties to introduce themselves. I stated my name. Yet you did not. Is that not a display of poor upbringing? Viserys refrained from mentioning Yora's tendency to expose others' vulnerabilities or his lack of decorum. Instead, he pointed out Yora's failure to introduce himself, seeking to elicit information from him. As expected, Yora fell into the trap. Perhaps he relished the moment when others inquired about his identity, reveling in the transformation from disdain and arrogance to shock and fear upon the revelation of his noble lineage, a tactic that never failed to amuse him. Listen closely. I am called Jobur. My father is the current Prince of Fishermen, Marcus Sabor, and I am to be the future Prince of Fishermen, now known as the Little Prince of Fishermen. How about that? Are you frightened now? Kneel and apologize, and if I am in a good mood, I might let you off the hook. Yora gazed triumphantly at Viserys, eager to witness shock and fear etched upon his countenance. Yet, to his astonishment, the silver-haired youth bore no trace of terror or astonishment. Instead, a smirk played on his lips. How amusing. Yora, such a name sounds quite ridiculous. Who, pray tell, bestowed upon you such a lamentable appellation? Oh, my apologies. I almost mistook you for an orphan, lacking both father and nurture. It appears you do have a father after all. I am genuinely curious how your father, with such apparent capabilities, ascended to the position of Prince of Fishermen. Surely, he did not resort to selling himself to the street prince, Meryn, to achieve such an elevation? So, does this future Prince of Fishermen intend to follow in his father's footsteps? Or perhaps he is already engaged in such endeavors, which would explain your audacity. To endure a man of Meryn's advanced years is quite commendable. I must admit, it's rather impressive. Viserys was not one to harbor enmity. He had always believed in the wisdom of resolving conflicts rather than deepening them. However, Yora's audacity was such that he might as well have taken a seat upon Viserys' face. To maintain his role as the accommodating gentleman in light of such provocation would render him akin to a passive turtle, merely a son of a fisherman prince. And he dares to consider himself a dragon? Even if he were a dragon, he would only be fit to be ridden by me. Chapter 69. Confrontation. I shall end you. I will kill you. Viserys' suave retorts only served to ignite Yora's volatile fury, akin to pouring oil upon a flame. Consumed by rage, Yora disregarded his father's prior admonition against laying hands upon the Targaryen siblings. His singular focus now was to obliterate the silver-haired creature before him. Tightening his fists, he charged at Viserys. Since the armored behemoth refused to intervene, it fell to Viserys to take action. Though Yora was 5 or 6 years senior to Viserys and towered over him by several centimeters, his life of indulgence had left his physique considerably diminished. Viserys estimated Yora's combat prowess at a mere 7, perhaps peaking at 8, far beneath his own formidable 35. As Yora's feeble punches meandered toward him, Viserys effortlessly deflected his blows, countering with a swift slap. The resounding crack of contact echoed as Yora, still reeling from the deflection of his fist, received a sharp slap to the face. The sound reverberated, followed by a searing pain. "Aya!" Yora cried out in agony, his wail piercing the air, as though his very flesh had been brutally torn from his face. How irritating, Viserys thought, finding Yora's shrill cries reminiscent of a duck's quack, far from the melodic tones of his maid Mina, which brought him joy. Instead, Yora's lamentations only served to vex his spirit. Thus, Viserys lifted his leg once more and delivered a kick to Yora's abdomen. With a thud, Yora collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach, his eyes wide in horror, almost bulging from their sockets, drool spilling uncontrollably from his lips. Now there were no more unpleasant cries, for Yora had lost his voice. Reduced to a writhing creature on the floor, Viserys refrained from inflicting further blows and turned his gaze towards the heavily armored man standing a short distance away. His brow arched as if to question, "Are you not a guardian? Should you not exhibit some professional decorum? Your master has been assaulted, and you do nothing? I couldn't care less about that scoundrel. I would be delighted if he met his end. Come on, throw in a couple more punches. I won't intervene. I have no qualms about dispatching him, but it mustn't be in vain. There should be some benefit. Consider this me aiding you in avenging your grievances. How about a few thousand golden dragons as a token of appreciation? No money? Then I bid you farewell." After a silent exchange of glances, the armored man realized that Viserys had no intention of continuing his assault. He let out a disappointed sigh, suppressing the smirk that had risen at the corners of his mouth, and lazily stepped forward to interpose himself between Viserys and Yora. "Please, Lord Viserys, stop. This must be a misunderstanding. Do not act impulsively." The armored man, seeing that Viserys remained silent, chose to maintain his own silence as well, standing resolutely, showing no inclination to assist the fallen Yora behind him. 10 minutes later, Olenna returned. Yora was struggling to rise from the ground, clutching the armored man's hand for support. The moment Olenna laid eyes on Yora, she noticed the swollen handprint emblazoned on his face, and her expression turned to one of alarm as she turned to Viserys. "Have you had a confrontation? Are you all right? Are you injured?" Her concern for herself overshadowed any regard for Yora's plight, which Viserys found rather gratifying. "It's nothing. Sister Olenna, we didn't have a conflict at all. During your absence, we have been engaging in very amicable exchanges, indeed." "Amicable?" Olenna shot a glance at Yora and then back at Viserys, her face a portrait of disbelief. Yora, deeply provoked, erupted into a loud shout. But his swollen face rendered his words incomprehensible. Ani Elena, you must intercede on my behalf. Though Yora's distorted speech was quite comical in its own right, Viserys would not allow him to continue. He cannot articulate it. Allow me to clarify. The truth is that Yora accidentally fell and struck his face against the ground, resulting in his current condition. Is that true? Can a simple fall cause such damage? Indeed, Sister Elena, consider this. I am not yet 12 years old, and the age gap between Yora and myself is considerable. If we had truly clashed, how could he possibly have been the one to fall? Surely, he would not be bested by a mere child such as I. Elena, upon hearing this, nodded earnestly, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, Yora has reached adulthood. It would be utterly disgraceful if he were unable to best a mere child such as yourself. Such a tale would evoke laughter from all who heard it. Then, Viserys winked at Yora. Yora fell silent, bowing his head as if lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he emitted a low grunt, turning away, and, with the aid of the armored giant, limped off. Once Yora and his guard had distanced themselves, Elena could no longer contain her curiosity and mirth. "Ha! You've utterly cracked me up." Yora looked as though you had pummeled him into a pig's head. But, on another note, how did you come to blows with him? Oh, it was nothing. He spoke insolently, and I became displeased, so I merely slapped him. I truly did nothing more. He is simply too weak to withstand it. Uft, Sister Elena, you must believe me. I am telling the truth. I didn't exert myself at all. Ah, yes. Yes, I am all too aware of your prowess. Had it not been for you, I would have perished at the hands of that bald pirate a month ago. Reflecting on that memory, a wave of gratitude and admiration for Viserys surged within Elena's heart. Sister Elena, what does the Fisher Prince wish to discuss with you? Just some trivialities devoid of substance. I cannot fathom his intentions. I see. I suspect he merely wishes to divert you so that his son may have a private conversation with me, regardless of what he aims to discuss with you. It seems you two have reached an impasse? Indeed, Viserys nodded, taking Elena's hand. Before they entered the council hall, he posed one last question. Sister Elena, what is your relationship with the Fisher Princess family? Not particularly favorable. The Fisher Prince pursued me, but was rebuffed, and his son sought to betroth my daughter. Yet that too was declined. To summarize, I harbor no fondness for that family. I see, that is good to know. Why do you inquire about this? Because the answer to this question will determine the fate of their family. Chapter 70. The outcome of the meeting upon entering the council hall. It was not long before the discussion regarding the approval of Viserys' request to exceed the scale limitations of his private armed forces commenced. There were a total of 35 positions in the hall, yet, including the 3 great princes, only 33 members were present today. The remaining 2 were unable to attend due to other commitments. However, this was quite normal. It was unrealistic to expect every member to be available for every meeting, and those absent would be tacitly assumed to be abstaining. The meeting commenced not with an immediate vote, but rather with Viserys taking the stage to deliver a presentation. He was to clarify his objectives for this request, outline his future plans, and elucidate the foreseeable consequences, as well as the benefits it would bring to Loras. Viserys was well prepared for this. He had already articulated these points during the recruitment presentation, and this time, he would deliver a polished version of his speech, surpassing his previous performance. The foregoing encapsulates my thoughts and expectations regarding this naval fleet. Are you suggesting that this fleet will operate akin to a mercenary band, accepting contracts? Indeed, provided that appropriate compensation is rendered, this maritime fleet shall not only safeguard my merchant vessels, but also extend protection to the vessels of others. However, there exists a distinction. The 2 concepts are entirely disparate. Please elucidate further. Certainly, I shall delineate 3 paramount points. First, this naval fleet shall exclusively undertake missions to protect merchant vessels associated with the Loras faction, unequivocally rejecting any tasks that involve ambush, attack, or destruction which could jeopardize Loras's interests. Second, the crew of this fleet consists solely of local inhabitants of Loras, with their parents, siblings, and children residing within Loras, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Third, this fleet will maintain a permanent presence within Loras territory, significantly bolstering our maritime strength and deterring nearby pirates. Unlike the national military of Loras, the operational expenses and maintenance costs of this fleet will be borne entirely by me, thus imposing no financial burden on Loras. In light of this, it appears this fleet is indeed commendable. I wholeheartedly support it. As the cunning old fox, Maidvin, asserted, this significant day marks not only the 71st chapter of the Tale of the Maid, but also the 18th birthday celebration of Melis, the personal attendant of Viserys. In truth, according to the medieval context, adulthood would likely not be recognized at the age of 18. However, due to certain understandings, This narrative has been adjusted to reflect this age, and I hope for your understanding. On a bright morning, Viserys finds himself in his estate in the town of Loras. Radiant sunlight streams through the glass windows, illuminating the bedroom, while small birds resembling sparrows perch on the windowsill, chirping as if attempting to awaken the slumbering Viserys, Daenerys, and Meena. After approximately 10 minutes, Meena, the maid, is the first to awaken. Typically, she is the earliest riser among the trio, and today is no exception. Meena gently kisses Viserys on the forehead and Daenerys on the cheek before rising to don her attire, concealing the beautiful scenery beneath exquisite fabric. Her movements are silent, from rising to dressing and finally exiting the bedroom, all without disturbing the peaceful slumber of Viserys and Daenerys. Upon leaving the bedroom, Meena's first destination is the servants' quarters, specifically the room occupied by the maids. Despite the vastness of the estate and the relatively few inhabitants, maintaining basic cleanliness and stability necessitates a considerable number of servants. Though ordinary maids may dream of ascending to the bed of His Highness Viserys, they are not Meena, who has shared the experience of being cast away on a deserted island with him, and thus cannot expect such privileges. Although they are mere maids, their living conditions as servants in a grand noble household are not markedly inferior to those of the lower classes in this era. In fact, they may even be slightly better. Moreover, should they succeed in pleasing their masters, even the smallest token of gratitude can yield them a significant windfall. At this moment, they have risen and donned their standardized maid uniforms, gathered together to casually gossip about the estate's intrigues. A new day dawns, and today is particularly special. As it has been personally entrusted by His Highness the Prince, it must be executed flawlessly. How enviable she is. As fellow maids, why does she receive such favor from the prince while we do not? Is it merely because of her beauty? Has she bewitched His Highness? How can one be certain? I have made attempts myself. Last time, I intentionally pretended to loosen the button of my collar, exposing my bosom before His Highness, yet instead of succumbing to temptation, he merely cautioned me to be more careful in the future. How vexing. You should all count your blessings. To still have the audacity to complain is to be blissfully unaware of your fortune. To encounter such a commendable master as His Highness, you ought to express your gratitude. I have a distant cousin who also served as a maid in a noble household, and due to her modest beauty, she was assaulted by her master within a month of her arrival. Isn't that rather fortunate? If Prince Viserys desired me, with just a glance, I would willingly present myself, freshly bathed and fragrant. You are overly optimistic. Not everyone possesses the handsome, robust allure of Prince Viserys. Do you know that my cousin's noble master is already over 40, old enough to be her father, and his physique resembles that of a bloated pig? My cousin once confided in me that being with such an aged, corpulent man is nothing short of torment, devoid of any enjoyment. One cannot speak so harshly. Let us consider another perspective. Although he may be older, less attractive, and overweight, he is still a nobleman. Being the mistress of a nobleman, even without ascending to the status of a lady, would surely afford her considerable privileges, leading to a life far superior to that of an ordinary maid. If she were to bear him a child or two, that would be even better. What nonsense. After being assaulted multiple times, my cousin soon found herself with child, and that beastly nobleman continued to demand her company even as her belly swelled, persisting for several months until it ultimately resulted in her miscarriage and death, 2 lives lost. Wake up, sisters. The nobility may appear glamorous, but in truth, they are all beasts clad in human skin, voraciously devouring their prey without remorse. Oh, of course, I exclude the esteemed Prince Viserys and the delightful Princess Daenerys from this characterization. Sister, your words have illuminated our fortune. We serve Prince Viserys, not a demonic, portly old man like your cousin. Indeed, throughout this past month, I have felt as though I am ensnared in a dream, one I never wish to awaken from. The melodious sound of bells ringing outside abruptly silenced the 4 maids, who quickly checked their uniforms to ensure that everything was in order, lest another button should burst as it did during the previous unfortunate incident that exposed them. Although His Highness, Prince Viserys, did not express any reproach or impose punishment for that mishap, the head maid, upon learning of the affair, sternly admonished them all, proclaiming that any recurrence would result in a day of fasting. Once assured that all was well, the 4 maids promptly exited the room in an orderly fashion. Simultaneously, 2 other teams of 4 maids, also clad in their uniforms, emerged from the adjoining rooms. They formed 3 rows, each containing 4 maids, totaling 12, the entirety of the manor's maidservants, as the male servants resided in a separate building. Good morning, head maid. The 12 maids chimed in unison, bowing respectfully towards Meena, who stood before them. Indeed, Meena, the personal maid to Prince Viserys, was the head maid of this estate, overseeing the duties and disciplinary measures of all the maids. "Good morning, everyone," Mina replied succinctly, her gaze swiftly sweeping over each of the 12 maids. Once satisfied that everything was in order, she commenced outlining the day's tasks. His Highness had mentioned the previous night that he would rise at the usual time, neither early nor late. Thus, everything was to proceed as usual. The cleaning and tidying of the dining room must be completed before the prince awoke, and the water must be heated appropriately to avoid the previous blunder of having no hot water available when the prince arose. Understood. Chapter 72. The Coming of Age Ceremony, Part 1. Indeed, Sam has also been promoted and is now the head chef of the manor. He has acquired a cadre of apprentices to assist with washing vegetables, picking leaves, peeling, chopping, and cleaning dishes, while he himself primarily manages the crucial aspect of cooking. Sam personally prepares meals exclusively for Prince Viserys, Daenerys, Aery, Mina, and Mordred. The meals for others, such as Mordred's apprentice, Khalid, or the manor's maids and servants, are handled by his apprentices. Sam possesses a menu, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he prepares the meals as per the pre-established selections each day. However, Mina's arrival today indicated that an unexpected event had occurred. Sam, His Highness mentioned last night that he wished for a bacon and egg sandwich with blueberry jam this morning. Daenerys did not provide any special instructions, so we will proceed according to the menu. Understood. By the way, His Highness also mentioned that today is a special day, and instructed you to prepare that item. That item? Oh, I am aware, Your Highness. Rest assured that I have kept your instructions close to my heart. Upon hearing Sam's affirmation, Mina nodded and turned to leave, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she softly inquired, "Sam, what is so special about today? What does that thing refer to? You don't know? Should I? Aren't you supposed to?" Mina was utterly bewildered, recalling that His Highness Viserys had not mentioned this matter to her in recent days. "Sam, just tell me directly. I truly do not know. Since you are unaware, it indicates that His Highness the Prince has not informed you. If he hasn't shared, then I certainly cannot divulge it. To disrupt the prince's plans would be a grave sin. Sam, you have changed. You were not like this when we were on the island." "No, I have not changed. I remain steadfast in my loyalty to His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess, as devoted as my late father was to the Targaryen lineage." Realizing that she could not extract the answers she sought from Sam, Mina ceased her inquiries and left in a huff. Mina's purpose for visiting today was to measure the length of little red fruit, a task personally assigned by Viserys, requiring her to assess the creature's size every 10 days. Today marked yet another interval. As Mina approached within 10 meters of the fiery dragon lizard's nest, little red fruit alertly opened its eyes, its pale golden vertical pupils emanating a formidable aura. However, upon recognizing the familiar Mina, that intensity vanished, and the creature nonchalantly closed its eyes once more. To accurately gauge its size, mere observation would not suffice. Tools were necessary for direct measurement. Little red fruit allowed Mina to handle it, flipping it over repeatedly. When she remarked that it was too heavy and exhausting, it even compassionately exerted itself to turn its body. Mina had previously contemplated having a maid substitute for her in the measurements, yet the creature exhibited fierce wildness towards unfamiliar individuals, allowing no one to approach within 3 meters, let alone facilitate direct contact. The unfortunate maid had been reduced to tears by the terrifying display of the fiery dragon lizard, baring its teeth and gaping maw. And had it not been for Mina's timely intervention, the maid would likely have been scorched to cinders by a breath of dragon fire. Thus, this task required her personal attention. Wow, it is growing larger. It has reached 15 meters already. It was 14 meters last time. Such rapid growth, akin to the legendary dragons, Mina exclaimed, then reflected that the fiery dragon lizard itself was indeed a mythical magical creature. Ah, that makes sense. After completing her duties in the maid's quarters, the kitchen, and with little red fruit, Mina glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to awaken the prince and princess. She returned to the main castle and encountered Rona, the maid who attended to Aerys' daily needs. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, they each retreated to their respective chambers to rouse their masters. 10 minutes later, Mina had already dressed Daenerys, who sat on the edge of the bed, her small head nodding slightly as she appeared still a bit dazed and not fully awake. Meanwhile, as Mina fastened the buttons of Viserys' shirt, she softly inquired, "Your Highness, is there something special about today?" "What is it, Mina? Have you already found out? Who told you secretly? Or did you deduce it yourself?" "Neither. I learned earlier today from Sam during our chat that today is indeed a significant day, but he refused to tell me the reason, which infuriated me." "Haha," Viserys teased, poking Mina's adorably puffed cheeks. "Do not blame Sam. It was I who ordered the secrecy." What is it, your highness? Am I also forbidden to know? You cannot know, especially you. It must remain a closely guarded secret. Mina leaned closer, her fragrant presence enveloping him as she gently tugged at the hem of Viserys' shirt. Unmoved, he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek before leaping off the bed. All will be revealed in due time. It is but a few hours away. After enjoying breakfast, Viserys directed the estate's servants to commence their bustling preparations. Yes, here, lay them out, all of them. And these. The red window decorations must also be affixed. The pillars, too, must on a vibrant red, akin to flowers and flames. Daenerys and Aerys, the young girls, trailed behind Viserys, observing as the estate transformed under his guidance. At the entrance, two enormous red spherical lanterns hung, casting flickering light. These were ingeniously crafted from resilient twigs and paper, fashioned into hollow spheres and adorned with crimson paper. In addition to the two largest at the entrance, smaller versions were hung at intervals along the surrounding walls. Some of these had been personally crafted by Daenerys and Aerys under Viserys' supervision. The brother proclaimed that he had invented these delightful lanterns, which symbolized happiness and harmony, making them perfectly suited for this day. Though young and somewhat oblivious, Daenerys accepted her brother's words without question, while Aerys, unfamiliar with the customs of Westeros, mistakenly believed these lanterns to be a tradition from across the narrow sea and refrained from further inquiry. Chapter 73. The Coming-of-Age Ceremony, Part 2. Viserys was indeed correct. It was not long before Mina fully grasped the situation. The reason for Sam and the other servants' secrecy was to prepare a surprise for her. Overcome with emotion, Mina fought back tears, fearful of leaving a poor impression on the prince. In a grand gesture to celebrate her birthday, His Highness the Prince had the entire estate lavishly redecorated. A crimson carpet stretched from the entrance of the manor to the grand hall of the main castle, lined on either side with countless flower baskets filled with blossoms freshly purchased from the market that morning, each one blooming in its most exquisite form. Red lanterns hung from the estate's walls and the eaves of various buildings, radiating a warm, fiery glow. Furthermore, the walls and windows of the houses were adorned with special red paper bearing a design resembling the character for double happiness. Mina, unaware of its significance, inquired about it from Viserys, who merely described it as a symbol of good fortune, advising her not to overthink it and simply enjoy herself. As evening approached, Viserys entered the room adjacent to his own. To the left of Viserys and Daenerys' bedroom was Eily's room, while the right had remained unoccupied until today. On this occasion, Viserys transformed the empty chamber into a vibrant haven of crimson, even replacing the bedding with a lavish red quilt intricately woven with golden dragon motifs. He announced that this was a special gift room prepared for Mina's 18th birthday celebration. Upon entering, he found the room already occupied by the day's guest of honor, Mina, alongside her sister Daenerys and sister Eily. At that moment, Mina was resplendent in a stunning red gown, her makeup flawlessly applied, radiating an extraordinary beauty. A semi-transparent red veil adorned her head, ensuring her vision remained unobstructed. Your Highness. Upon seeing Viserys enter, Mina immediately rose to her feet, having previously attended to him. She now felt a wave of unease as he took on the role of her attendant. She wished to bow, but Viserys gently pressed her shoulders, guiding her back onto the bed. Today, you need not worry. Simply follow my arrangements. At your command, Your Highness, Mina replied. How does this gown fit you? Is the waist too loose or the bodice too tight? Viserys inquired. Mina shook her head. Not at all. It fits perfectly. It hugs my figure comfortably from top to bottom. That is good to hear, for you shall wear this attire to the birthday banquet, and discomfort is not an option. Thank you for your concern. Mina nodded, a question rising in her mind. Your Highness, how did you know my measurements? I recall you did not bring a seamstress to take my measurements. Who says I didn't? Ah, did you? I do not recall. Though far away, I was ever near. I have diligently measured you every night with meticulous care, so I certainly know your proper size. As Mina watched Viserys gesturing before her, memories of their playful escapades on the bed from the previous night flooded her mind, causing a blush to bloom across her cheeks and swiftly spread to her ears. Your Highness. As laughter filled the air, Daenerys and Aerys remained blissfully unaware of the deeper significance of the moment, their attention wholly captivated by the resplendent red gown adorned with golden trims and embellished with gemstones that lay before them. For children, the allure of glittering objects is undeniable, and when it comes to shimmering attire, the impact on young girls is nothing short of overwhelming. Brother, Mina's sister's dress is so beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. Daenerys exclaimed. I want one too. When I turn 18, can I have a lovely dress like this? Of course, since you desire it, I shall certainly fulfill your wish, her brother replied. Thank you, brother. You are the best. I love you so much. Daenerys joyfully planted a kiss on Viserys' cheek. Aerys, with her little hand raised, chimed in, Viserys, brother, I adore that dress too. I would like one for my 18th birthday as well. All right, I promise you shall have one too. Thank you, brother. In contrast to Daenerys, the older Aerys refrained from expressing her feelings with such fervor, but mirrored Daenerys' affection by kissing Viserys' cheek as well. Laughter enveloped the group. As night fell, lanterns adorned the manor, dispelling the encroaching darkness and illuminating the estate as brightly as day. Amid the melodic strains of the band, Mina, resplendent in her magnificent red gown and matching veil, made her grand entrance. She walked gracefully along the red carpet toward the great hall, two exquisitely dressed little girls, Daenerys and Aerys, trailing behind her, each holding a flower basket and scattering fresh petals into the air. Viserys awaited her arrival in the hall, donned in a red ensemble, eyes fixed on Mina as she approached. Your Highness, Mina, happy 18th birthday, Viserys exclaimed, embracing her warmly. Mina reciprocated, and the crowd erupted in applause, showering her with birthday wishes. 3 minutes later, the applause began to wane, and Viserys released Mina from his embrace. Mina, I have prepared 3 birthday gifts for you today. This grand feast and this exquisite red gown are the first, he announced. Do you like it? I love it. It's absolutely beautiful, she replied. That's wonderful to hear. Now, for the second gift. Viserys produced a delicate box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a beautifully carved pink soap, fully saponified. This is my second gift for you, he said. Upon seeing the soap, Mina recalled that Viserys had been experimenting with it for a month, yet she remained uncertain of its purpose. Viserys discerned Mina's bewilderment and took her hand, guiding her to a birthday cake of considerable height, adorned with creamy frosting. Rather than relying on mere words to convey his intentions, he believed that demonstrating through action would yield a more profound impact on Mina. With decisive grace, Viserys scooped a dollop of cream with his finger and, under Mina's perplexed gaze, smeared it into the palm of her hand, rendering it slick and greasy. Your Highness? Mina began, but he interjected, hold your thoughts, watch my performance. With a gentle clap of his hands, a servant who had been discreetly prepared in advance approached, carrying a basin of water at just the right temperature. Mina, her large eyes filled with curiosity, observed as the prince ladled a small amount of water, splashing it onto the pink gift before intertwining their hands, rubbing the dampened present against her palm. In an astonishing turn of events, bubbles began to form in her palm, and the once greasy sensation transformed into a refreshing clarity. Mina's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the prince, still grasping her hand, dip it into the basin. When he withdrew it, not a trace of oil remained. Her delicate hand appeared pristine, untouched by the world. Not only Mina, but those around her were equally astonished by this spectacle. The maids and servants, though taken aback, maintained their decorum, yet Daenerys and Aerys could not contain their exclamations. Wow, brother, is this some form of magic? How did Mina's hand become so clean so quickly after touching the cream? It's incredible. Indeed it is. This is the second gift I wish to present to Mina. I have named it the Luminous Moonstone, possessing the extraordinary ability to effortlessly cleanse greasy stains. Mina, overwhelmed by disbelief, questioned, are you truly giving me such a precious item? Of course. I mentioned it before, by the seaside, did I not? Viserys winked at her. Thank you, your highness. You are too kind to me. Mina's heart swelled with emotion, tears brimmed in her eyes, as she yearned to leap into the prince's embrace, offering him her heart, body, and all she held dear. However, Daenerys and Aerys interrupted her moment. Brother, I want the luminous moonstone too. It's amazing. With it, I won't have to worry about grease stains when I grab a chicken leg next time. It's the luminous moonstone. Aerys corrected Daenerys, then joined her sister in clutching Viserys' garments. Viserys, I too desire the luminous moonstone. Please, grant me one. Oh, no, I can purchase it. I have plenty of gold dragons in my little treasure chest. Haha, you too. Viserys playfully ruffled the neat hair of both Daenerys and Aerys, leaving them in delightful disarray. You must obediently comply, allowing today as protagonist, Mina, to celebrate her birthday in splendid fashion. Tomorrow, I shall reward each of you with a piece. The first batch of the moonstone crafted by Viserys consists of 70 exquisite bars of soap. While this quantity may not suffice for commercial sale, it is ample for the immediate needs of our manor. In addition to the soap, Viserys has aptly named the ordinary version Morningstar Stone, with approximately 80 pieces produced. The rationale behind renaming both the luxurious soap and the regular variant is twofold. Firstly, to align them more closely with the sword and sorcery backdrop of this world, and secondly, the elevated nomenclature of moonstone and morningstar stone lends them an air of sophistication, facilitating a higher price point for affluent buyers. Very well, I shall behave. Yes, I shall also be obedient. After calming the two restless little ones, Viserys turned his attention back to Mina, producing a third gift he had meticulously prepared, a heart-shaped sapphire necklace. This gem, known as the Heart of the Ocean, was intricately carved from the finest natural sapphire by the foremost jewelers of Westeros. It is utterly unique in the world. As Mina gazed at the sapphire in Viserys' hand, a contemplative expression crossed her face, and she suddenly considered a possibility, her countenance shifting to one of disbelief. Could it be that this Heart of the Ocean belonged to Queen Layla? Indeed, this sapphire necklace once belonged to my mother, Queen Layla Targaryen. Now, I present it to you, hoping you will remain forever pure, beautiful, and strong, just like this gem. Your Highness, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Since it is a relic of Her Majesty the Queen, it should rightfully be bestowed upon Princess Daenerys. Do not worry. I have already planned a gift for Daenerys' coming of age that will be even more valuable and befitting her stature. I shall personally crown her. Viserys silently proclaimed in his heart. Yet, Mina remained hesitant. Viserys instantly switched to his commanding demeanor. This is a gift from me to you. Refusal is not an option. With that, he wrapped his hands around Mina's delicate neck, fastening the necklace upon her. The immense sapphire rose and fell with Mina's quickening breath, resembling the undulating waves of the ocean. Your Highness, sobbing softly, Mina could no longer contain her overwhelming emotions, embracing Viserys and disregarding the curious gazes of those around them, allowing tears of joy and gratitude to flow. The celebration continued late into the night with cake cutting, singing of birthday songs, and indulgence in fine wine and delectable dishes, all reveling in happiness, save for the servants who were left to tidy up the aftermath. After the festivities, Viserys held Mina close as they made their way to a specially arranged bedroom. Daenerys, tonight your brother shall sleep with Mina in the adjoining room. You must be a good girl and sleep alone in your chamber. Why must Daenerys be left alone? Has Daenerys done something wrong that necessitates punishment from her brother? Certainly not. It is merely that my brother wishes to engage in activities exclusive to the two of them. Dany does not comprehend what endeavors can only be partaken in by a duo. I wish to join. Join? Absolutely not. You are far too young to grasp such matters. Does my brother imply that once Dany matures, she may partake alongside him and Sister Mina? Ahem, let us postpone discussions of the future until you have grown. To persuade Dany, who had become accustomed to sleeping with the two of them, to agree to sleep alone tonight, Viserys expended considerable effort. Ultimately, he succeeded by promising that if she complied and slept alone tonight, he would gift her a piece of the radiant moonstone upon awakening the next day. In the grand red bed, Viserys embraced Mina tightly. Happy coming-of-age day. Mina reciprocated the embrace. Omitted, Chapter 75. What constitutes kinship? The day following Mina's 18th birthday celebration dawned with the sun shining brightly in a clear blue sky. Viserys awoke naturally, feeling invigorated and entirely at ease. The vitality of youth is indeed a blessing. After a night of bustling activity, a single slumber restored him completely, leaving him brimming with energy. Ah, what a relief. He turned to gaze at the girl beside him, her golden hair cascading around her as she lay peacefully. Her cerulean eyes closed in slumber, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Certainly, Mina, like himself, had indulged in a delightful dream. Typically, Mina would rise early, having already completed her morning tasks, and would soon awaken him to assist in dressing. However, given the uniqueness of the previous night, Viserys, not one to act as a tyrannical capitalist, would never resort to startling Mina awake with a harsh gesture to hasten her in dressing him. Allowing Mina to continue her peaceful repose, Viserys leaned against the soft cushion behind him and summoned his character panel. He swiftly skimmed past the unchanged details of name, age, occupation, and realm, pausing at the section labeled Kinship. Dragonkin, bright gold 0, amber 0, emerald 0, yellow topaz 0, obsidian 0, sapphire 0, malachite 0, amethyst 0, red agate 0, white pearl 0. His 10 dragon offspring remained in their egg state, none having hatched. It was uncertain whether they would emerge upon the passage of the Red Comet or if some other extraordinary occurrence was required. The novel A Song of Ice and Fire had yet to elucidate this matter in its 342 chapters unlocked thus far, leaving Viserys perplexed. His gaze continued downward. In the section labeled Female Kin, what had once been devoid of names now displayed a singular entry, Mina, 18 years. Although Viserys was somewhat surprised by this revelation, it did not wholly exceed his expectations. In the past month, he had encountered Mina's name appearing in the dependents section more than once, yet each instance was fleeting, lasting only for a brief moment before vanishing. At times, it lingered for mere seconds, while on other occasions, it endured for several minutes, culminating in approximately 30 sightings. Given that Viserys would not access his character panel without a significant change, these 30 instances merely reflected his observations, not the actual occurrences of Mina's name appearing and disappearing from the display. After multiple attempts, he discerned that whenever Mina was profoundly moved by one of his actions, willing to offer him everything, she would become his dependent. The most recent instance transpired just yesterday. After Mina donned the vibrant red birthday dress he had specially crafted for her, her name manifested on Viserys' panel and, this time, did not fade away but remained prominently displayed. Even after the passage of a night, now nearing midday, Mina's name still lingered there. This prompted Viserys to develop a preliminary understanding of what it meant to have a dependent. To become a dependent on his personal panel transcended the mere notion of subordinates and servants in reality. It primarily hinged on loyalty, but could also encompass emotions such as admiration and affection. In essence, it required a profound realization that one was willing to dedicate everything, including their very life, to Viserys. This led him to contemplate whether the concept of a dependent bore resemblance to the loyal warriors nurtured within ancient noble families. Yet, it appeared distinct. These warriors were indoctrinated from a young age, while Mina evidently possessed her own thoughts, emotions, and the ability to exercise her agency. In her eyes, Viserys was of greater significance than the entire world. If this were indeed the case, the dependent template seemed to function as a gauge of loyalty and affection. Those who appeared on the panel exhibited unwavering loyalty or affection for Viserys, while those who did not were yet to reach that level. This tool proved invaluable, as it allowed Viserys to discern who was entirely trustworthy and who required a more cautious approach, especially during the nascent stages of his endeavors and in future ambitions to rule the world. Regrettably, the personal panel only featured dependent dragon and dependent woman, devoid of a dependent man, preventing him from assessing the loyalty of male subordinates, such as his mentor, Mordred. From their time together, Viserys felt that Mordred's loyalty, while perhaps not reaching a perfect score of 100, was certainly above 90. This value was defined by Viserys himself, where a score of 100 would imply that even if he commanded the annihilation of Mordred's entire family, the latter would remain steadfastly loyal, willing to follow Viserys' directives, even to the extent of wielding his sword against his own kin. Achieving perfection is an arduous endeavor for an ordinary individual. Attaining a score above 90 or even 80 already signifies a trustworthy subordinate capable of handling significant responsibilities. Of course, the aforementioned is merely the conjecture of Viserys, a theory derived from his personal experiences and observations of fluctuations, and it does not necessarily reflect absolute truth. This is the inconvenience of lacking a systematic approach, where one must explore and hypothesize independently, unable to derive definitive answers from the system. Mina, since you are willing to devote yourself entirely to me, I shall ensure that your heart remains untroubled. Viserys silently vowed, preparing to close his personal panel. However, he noticed a change on the beloved panel. Mina's name had not vanished, but rather, another name had appeared next to hers, Daenerys Targaryen. The name lingered for 3 seconds before disappearing, as if teasing him deliberately. Oh, Daenerys, my concern and affection for you are no less than for Mina, perhaps even more so. Since my arrival in this world, you have been my dearest sister, and yet your loyalty remains less than 100. How outrageous. Viserys was incensed. He resolved to take special care of Daenerys' soft, supple form, making her aware of the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Chapter 76. The Eternal Emperor Joffrey Viserys threw back the covers, intending to dress and check on his sister Daenerys, curious about how she fared in the absence of his presence during the night. Unfortunately, his abrupt movements disturbed the beauty beside him from her slumber. Your Highness, you are awake. What time is it? She inquired. I do not know, but it is certainly not morning. Look at the sun outside. It is likely already noon. What? Is it that late? The girl sat up, excitement coursing through her as she attempted to rise from the bed, only to be met with a sharp pain that caused her to cry out and fall back onto the mattress. She struggled to get up again, but Viserys gently pressed her down. Since you are unwell, you shall rest in bed today. I will have Rona or another maid bring you food and water shortly. Eat in the room? But otherwise, how could you possibly walk to the dining hall when you require assistance just to get out of bed? This is also my fault. I was rather impulsive last night. Yet this is your bedroom. It would be improper for me to dine here. Indeed, this is a bedroom, but not mine. My chamber lies next door. This room is rightfully yours. From the moment I devoted my time, effort, and care to adorn it. I envisioned it belonging to you, not only for dining, but you may do as you wish in this chamber. All is your freedom, a privilege I bestow upon you." Mina felt a surge of emotion, quickly followed by concern. "Your Highness, will I still be able to sleep with you and Princess Daenerys in the future?" "Of course. There will always be a place for you in my chamber." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Your Highness. However, when engaging in such activities, please come here. Daenerys is still young, and I believe it would be inappropriate for her to witness." Mina's cheeks flushed, her delicate hand resting upon her abdomen, as if savoring the sensations of the previous night. As time rewound slightly, we find ourselves in the town of Rosby, where Viserys was celebrating Mina's 18th birthday. Across the narrow sea, on the continent of Westeros, a grand birthday feast was simultaneously being held. In the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, stood the Red Keep. The Red Keep is the royal palace of the kings of the Seven Kingdoms, perched upon the heights of Aegon's Hill in King's Landing. It is named the Red Keep due to its construction from pale red stone, which radiates a vibrant hue under the sunlight. Its history dates back approximately 300 years. To when the conqueror Aegon Targaryen I first set foot on Westeros at the present location of King's Landing. Atop the tallest of the three hills, known as Aegon's Hill, he erected his first stronghold using earth and timber, which marked the nascent form of the Red Keep. After conquering the Seven Kingdoms, though the Dornish did not yet submit, Aegon commanded the construction of a royal castle on that hilltop. This endeavor was completed during the reign of Margaery, who, upon its completion, ordered the execution of all laborers to ensure that the castle's secrets remained hidden. Thus, a local legend arose, claiming that the red hue of the bricks was due to the blood of the brutally slain workers seeping into them. The Red Keep once belonged to House Targaryen, but it has since changed hands and become the domain of House Baratheon. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May Prince Joffrey grow to be as valiant and formidable as you. Ha ha ha, he is my son, destined to be just like me, ha ha. The current king, Robert Baratheon, sat upon the dais, reveling in the praises and flattery from his subjects, laughing heartily. Beside him sat a captivating blonde beauty, his young wife and the queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Cersei Lannister. Were it anyone else, such disrespect towards the esteemed queen would surely provoke the wrath of King Robert. Even Cersei herself would not hesitate to deliver a sharp slap. Yet, he was Cersei's child, the fruit of her womb after 10 months of pregnancy, and her gaze towards him brimmed with unconditional affection. The child's mischievousness and liveliness, in the eyes of his mother, symbolized health and intelligence, evoking joy rather than annoyance. This banquet celebrated the firstborn son of King Robert Baratheon, the future heir to the kingdom, the illustrious Joffrey Baratheon, on his first birthday. In today's era, bringing a child into the world and nurturing them is far from an effortless endeavor. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. A moment's carelessness during pregnancy, a sprained ankle or a fall, could lead to miscarriage. As for childbirth, the likelihood of complications resulting in the tragic fate of both mother and child looms ominously. Even if a child is fortunate enough to be born, the frail infant has a considerable chance of succumbing to various unforeseen misfortunes within the first year of life. Yet, as if blessed by the fates akin to the tales sung by bards, young Joffrey enjoyed the king's fortune, remaining safe and sound from conception through birth and into his first year, bursting with vitality, while other children of his age slumbered from dawn till dusk. Joffrey was already crawling about the house with exuberance. The prince's first year was devoid of calamities, and with the passage of time, his constitution would only strengthen, diminishing the likelihood of misfortune. Joffrey's healthy development is a vital assurance for the kingdom's future. Thus, for King Robert, as well as the loyal nobles and ministers of House Baratheon, this was a moment worthy of celebration. It was only fitting to host a grand feast. Ha ha ha, delightful. Bang. Quick, where are the cupbearers? Fill my goblet to the brim. A nearby serving maid promptly approached, refilling King Robert's glass with fine wine. Robert, beaming with joy, exchanged a few trivial words with the crowd below before raising his cup once more, gulping down the freshly filled goblet. It was not long before the valiant king emptied it yet again. More. Another round. Let the music play, and the dancing commence. Chapter 77. Hopelessly lost glass after glass. King Robert's drinking continued unabated. Despite not yet having the bulging belly that would later characterize him, he consumed an astonishing quantity of fine wine, the source of which remained a mystery. Burp. After more than half an hour, Robert finally let out his first drunken belch. His face was flushed, radiating the unmistakable aura of intoxication. Clearly inebriated, he yet persisted in his quest for another drink, raising his empty cup to signal the serving maid to refill it. Wait. A young man clad in golden armor and a white cloak, handsome and striking, stepped forth from behind the king, halting the maid's actions. He urged the king, "Your Majesty, perhaps it is wise to cease for today. You are already intoxicated. And overindulgence is detrimental to your health." "Nonsense. I am not drunk at all. I haven't had enough. This is merely the beginning. I could drink 100 more cups." Robert, initially inclined to hurl his goblet at the youthful interloper, was momentarily restrained by the remnants of his dwindling reason upon recognizing the man as one of his king's guard. Had he been an ordinary imperial guard, the king would have merely shattered an empty goblet, and the act would have been inconsequential. Robert held considerable affection for this loyal, valiant, and skilled young man. Unless the individual had committed a grave offense, he did not wish to impose any punishment. "Your Majesty," Jaime attempted to interject, but at that moment, Queen Cersei stepped forward to interrupt him. "Jaime, since the king desires a drink, let him indulge to his heart's content. Today marks our son's first birthday celebration, a day of immense joy that deserves to be celebrated fully. Let everyone drink freely. No one shall return sober." As Cersei emphasized the words "our son," Jaime broke into a cold sweat. "My dear sister, is such a matter appropriate for public disclosure? Especially before King Robert? Have you lost your mind?" Jaime's hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword, ready to defend his sister should the situation turn dire. However, in reality, he was overreacting. Cersei's words did not raise suspicion among those present. They all interpreted the queen's reference to "our son" as a joint acknowledgement of Cersei and King Robert. Even Robert himself, upon hearing Cersei's declaration, beamed with delight. "Ha ha, my queen truly understands my intentions. No one shall leave without inebriation. Ha ha." Still shaken by the near revelation, Jaime momentarily abandoned thoughts of dissuading the king from indulging in alcohol. Thus, a nearby maid complied with the king's wishes, continuing to refill Robert's goblet. Under the influence of alcohol, the king's boisterous laughter once again echoed throughout the hall. Jaime's expression softened slightly as he turned to his sister Cersei, intending to caution her about her choice of words to avoid any inadvertent slip. To his surprise, he found Cersei gazing back at him, a slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes gleaming with a self-satisfied mirth. This foolish woman had intentionally spoken that way. Having grown up alongside Cersei and sharing an intimate bond, Jaime immediately recognized the expression on her face, a thrill sought at the edge of danger, coupled with the exultation of successfully humiliating and avenging herself against King Robert. "This woman is utterly beyond redemption. Even more lamentable is the fact that I have fallen for such a woman, hopelessly ensnared in my affections." Jaime maintained an air of composure, yet inwardly, he cursed vehemently. Amidst the festive atmosphere, the celebration of Joffrey's first birthday gradually approached its conclusion. No one shall return sober. After yet another raucous cheer, King Robert's alcohol consumption finally surpassed its threshold, overpowering his will and leaving him incapacitated upon the table. With a resounding thud, Robert's upper body lurched forward, collapsing onto the table, his head landing squarely upon a platter of smoked turkey legs. The sudden turn of events startled everyone at the banquet, and a terrifying thought inevitably surfaced in their minds. Could it be that King Robert has perished from excessive drinking? If such a calamity were to occur, it would indeed spell disaster for the nascent kingdom. Young Prince Joffrey is far too tender in years to remember anything, leaving Queen Cersei Lannister to assume the regency. Furthermore, there is the matter of Lord Eddard Stark of the North, a steadfast ally of Robert Baratheon. Yet his relations with the Lannisters are far from amiable. Should he refuse to acknowledge Cersei's authority, it might embolden him to support Robert's brother in ascending the throne. As for Eddard Stark harboring ambitions of kingship himself, such notions were absent from the minds of the gathered nobles and ministers. If the Northern Lord had indeed aspired to wear the crown, he would not have relinquished the Iron Throne to Robert after the War of Usurpers. He would have claimed it 4 years prior. Moreover, the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands, the Martells of Dorne, and the Tyrells of the Reach all pose latent threats. It is evident that the current era of peace would vanish with King Robert's passing, plunging the Seven Kingdoms once more into the flames of war. "Quick, summon assistance." The loyal Kingsguard, Ser Jaime, promptly called upon Grand Maester Pycelle. The elderly maester, with his white beard and trembling hands, reached forth to feel for Robert's breath, and upon sensing its continuation, his anxiety eased. With Jaime's aid, he turned Robert's body to conduct a thorough examination. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion that brought relief to the majority, yet disappointment to a select few. King Robert, in his youthful vigor, was unscathed, merely inebriated and in need of slumber until the effects wore off. Following this commotion, the banquet, which was nearing its conclusion, could not proceed any further. It was officially adjourned by Lord John Arryn's announcement. The nobles and ministers began to take their leave. Chapter 78. Madness. As soon as he reached the bed, Robert succumbed to deep slumber, his snores echoing throughout the chamber. After instructing Robert's maid to keep a vigilant watch over the king, Jaime departed with the other king's guard. However, on their way out, they were intercepted by Queen Cersei. "You may leave, my dear brother, and I have some familial matters to discuss." Cersei waved her hand, signaling for the other king's guard to exit, leaving only Jaime behind. "Your Grace," he began, but was abruptly cut off. "Enough of that, Jaime. There are only the two of us here. Just call me by my name," Cersei interjected, her irritation palpable at Jaime's formality. In the next moment, a playful glimmer crossed her features. "Or is it the title of the king's woman that excites you more? I dare say, being your sister is far more thrilling, wouldn't you agree?" Jaime chose not to engage with her provocations and instead redirected the conversation. "Cersei, where's Joffrey? Why didn't you bring him along? Are you referring to our child?" Jaime swiftly approached and covered Cersei's mouth, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before releasing her. He felt a profound weariness, despite being a knight of elegance and decorum. He found himself uttering profanities due to his sister Cersei's influence, which starkly contradicted the image he projected to the world. Since his birth, a considerable portion of the times he had spoken inappropriately was invariably linked to Cersei. "Cersei, can't you be more mindful of your words? This is King's Landing, the Red Keep. It is not the Garden of Casterly Rock. No, I refuse. I want the whole world to know that I have humiliated that foolish stag. This is my revenge." Slap. Jaime's hand struck his beloved sister Cersei across the face. Her words were utterly outrageous. If overheard, the consequences would be dire. Jaime, in his desperation, lost control and acted. The moment he struck her, regret washed over him, but it was too late to retract his hand. "You hit me? Jaime, you actually laid a hand on me." Cersei's eyes blazed crimson, her bosom heaving violently, her voice rising to a sharp pitch, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "For our father's so-called political aspirations, I sacrificed my lifelong happiness, marrying a man I do not love. Do you know Robert is a scoundrel? I had convinced myself. I had resolved to be a good queen, to serve him loyally even though my heart belonged to another, hoping he would eventually come to love me. But what was the outcome? On our wedding night, I sat in the king's chamber on my marital bed, filled with anticipation for the man who was to be my lifelong companion. Yet all I received was a drunken lout. He offered no sweet words, no vows of fidelity. Instead, he tore my clothes off like a brute, pinning me down, and worst of all, he muttered the name of Lyanna, a name of the deceased. Do you know how agonizing and hopeless I felt at that moment? Do you know, Jaime?" As she spoke, Cersei began to weep. I curse him to be gored to death by a wild boar. Let him be humiliated. Let the title the most valiant king in history become a complete farce." Jaime held his sister close, uttering not a word, silently offering comfort. After a span of 10 minutes, Cersei's sobs gradually subsided, her countenance once again embodying the regal haughtiness befitting a queen. "He is already asleep. What did you say? Weren't you just asking where Joffrey went?" After the wet nurse finished feeding, the little one was utterly exhausted, prompting me to send the maid to take him to sleep. "Rest assured, he is your child, as well as mine. He is the embodiment of our love. My devotion to him surpasses that of anyone else, and I will ensure his well-being, nurturing him to grow up strong and healthy." Jaime opened his mouth, intending to urge his sister to restrain herself, to refrain from uttering such revealing words. However, the unshed tears on his chest compelled him to swallow back his words. Ultimately, he could only let out a long sigh. "Let us depart. The hour is late, and you should return to rest. With the king inebriated, I shall keep you company tonight." "You speak true. That foolish stag is thoroughly intoxicated, and this presents a rare opportunity." Cersei did not decline Jaime's invitation. She was quite eager to comply, yet she harbored a bolder notion. "Instead of retreating to my private chamber, let us venture to the king's quarters. But I have already moved King Robert to his chamber. He is fast asleep there. I am aware. You know this, yet say it? I am deliberate. I wish to do this in his presence, as a form of retribution. Yet the risk is considerable. If the king awakens, we are doomed. He shall not awaken. Every time he drinks, he sleeps soundly until at least noon the following day, never rousing in between." Half an hour later, in the king's bedroom, all the maids and servants had been dismissed, leaving only the inebriated Robert sprawled on the bed. Soon, another golden-haired figure appeared before her. "You haven't had your fill at the feast. Do not become too intoxicated, or you will be incapable of anything. You do not understand. A slight inebriation makes such experiences far more pleasurable. If that is the case, allow me a sip." Jaime seized the half-finished goblet of red wine from Cersei's grasp. She watched as Jaime drank deeply. Let us commence, right here, in front of him. I can hardly wait. Cersei, you are truly mad, utterly insane. Indeed, I am a madwoman. Cersei did not express anger, but instead wore an alluring smile, her fair hand gently tugging at the ties of her nightgown. Will you join me in this madness? With delight. Jaime's hand rested upon Cersei's waist. Chapter 79. Collaboration on the continent of Essos. In the affluent district of the city-state of Lorith, events transpiring in Westeros remained unknown to Viserys, who was preoccupied with his own matters at hand. He first ensured that the ailing Mina was comfortable in bed, instructing a maid of similar age to attend to her. This was a promise he had made to them the previous night, and their compliance warranted his unwavering commitment. Thank you, dear brother. Thank you, Prince Viserys. The two girls, filled with joy, eagerly accepted the pink soap from Viserys, cradling it in their hands with an affectionate grip. Nearby, the maid Rona looked on with envious eyes, longing to voice a request to Prince Viserys for a piece of her own, yet hesitating to do so due to her humble status. As an ordinary maid, she lacked the noble standing to openly solicit gifts from the aristocracy, which could be perceived as an affront. Rona, I sense your desire for the miraculous moonstone. Do you not? Although Viserys was not particularly perceptive, Rona's yearning was plainly written on her face, making it impossible for him to overlook. Any young woman of decent upbringing would cherish cleanliness, especially for a maid like Rona, who served closely beside Lady Olenna. The moonstone's remarkable ability to efficiently cleanse oil and grime was undeniably tempting. Unlike the noble women who seldom engaged in manual labor, it was the servants, like Rona, who were more susceptible to dirt and stains, thus heightening their need for the moonstone. So, when Prince Viserys inquired about her thoughts, she mustered her courage to express her genuine wishes, nodding affirmatively. Yes, but I merely wish to contemplate it. Such an extraordinary item must surely be challenging to produce. And as a mere maid, I dare not covet such a precious possession. I would be content simply to catch a glimpse of the moonstone in Miss Ailey's hands. Rona reflected inwardly. Your assessment is accurate. Indeed, the moonstone does not come cheaply. However, as you are a maidservant to Olenna, it stands to reason that you will eventually have the opportunity to use it. Why is that? Are you also planning to gift Lady Olenna a piece of the moonstone? It seems you share a close bond with her, Rona mused. I do maintain a good rapport with Olenna, but it is not merely a matter of gifting her one or several pieces of the moonstone. I intend to collaborate with her to mass-produce this remarkable item, Viserys clarified. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. When I find the time, I shall discuss it with Olenna myself. In fact, there is no better time than now, he declared. The sooner they could finalize the establishment of the soap factory with Olenna, the sooner they could achieve mass production and, ultimately, begin reaping profits. Previously, he had refrained from discussing this matter with Olenna because the moonstone had yet to be perfected. The saponification process was incomplete, compromising both its cleaning efficacy and durability. To speak of such a wondrous item without tangible proof would likely lead Olenna to doubt its existence. Viserys had contemplated the prospect of independently managing the factory and selling the product, thereby claiming all profits for himself. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. Part of his reasoning lay in the favorable relationship he currently enjoyed with Olenna, considering her almost as an ally. With a mutual interest at stake, their bond could be further solidified. Another reason is that Viserys is still in the nascent stage of his endeavors, with numerous deficiencies to address. Although he possesses sufficient startup capital to establish a factory and recruit workers, the influence of Olenna as a princess, along with the vast network of connections and trade established by the Vanning family, is not something he, as an outsider, can readily acquire in a short span of time. Olenna's status as the Harvest Princess allows the emerging phenomenon of the Moonlight's sacred stone to swiftly permeate the lives of the noble class in the city-state of Loras, and, through the extensive trade network cultivated by the Vanning family over the years, it can rapidly disseminate to the other 8 free trade city-states, even reaching the distant shores of Westeros. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, the benefits derived from the Moonlight's sacred stone will undoubtedly be substantial. And such immense profit will inevitably attract the covetous gazes of others. Only with a formidable ally can one withstand these external temptations and assaults. For the current Viserys, Olenna is undoubtedly the most advantageous collaborator. Rather than selfishly claiming a small portion of the cake, it is far wiser to expand it together, thereby allowing for a greater share for all. Thus, devoid of emotional considerations and focusing solely on mutual benefit, he should indeed collaborate with Olenna. Viserys turned to the taller of the 2 girls beside him. Allie, do you know where your mother is right now? I need to speak with her. I'm not sure. I haven't seen her yesterday or today, but based on past experience, she should be at home taking a nap at this hour. All right, Allie, take the moonlight sacred stone I gifted you, and let us set off now. We are going to find your mother. As Viserys' eyes brimmed with anticipation and desire, Allie felt an inexplicable sense of envy. If only Viserys would look at her with such longing when he spoke of her. Should Viserys be aware of Ollie's thoughts, he would be both amused and bewildered. His yearning was not for Olenna herself, but rather for the success of his own ambitions, for the accumulation of golden dragons. With a steady influx of golden dragons, he could train a larger army, establish a more formidable power, and attract more talented individuals to serve him. At the Vanning family estate, Olenna gazed in astonishment at her hands, which were as white as jade, filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been greasy. Yet with a mere application, a gentle rub, and a simple rinse with clear water using the so-called moonlight sacred stone, they were thoroughly cleansed. Previously, when her hands were stained with grease, the only recourse was to laboriously wash with copious amounts of water, devoid of any effective solution. In comparison, the moonlight sacred stone seemed nothing short of miraculous. This is incredible. Viserys, did you truly invent this? Oh my, I can hardly believe you are not yet 12 years old. You are a genius. I have never encountered a young person as exceptional as you. Chapter 80. The Wisdom of Olenna, Part 1. How about it, Sister Olenna? Now do you believe what I have told you? Observing the elegantly poised beauty, the esteemed Prince Olenna of Harvest, who was astonished like a little girl by her own invention, the radiant moonstone, Viserys felt an indescribable satisfaction within. This sensation surpassed even the pleasure he derived from reading tales of the Dragon King's son-in-law, relishing in the moments of vindication. Suddenly, Viserys seemed to grasp why billionaires and CEOs of publicly traded companies eschewed urban fantasy narratives. Their lives were far more exhilarating than those depicted in fiction. Indeed, I believe in its potential. Can you elucidate how this wondrous creation came to be? What are its production costs? Is mass production feasible? Years of business acumen prompted Olenna, after overcoming her initial astonishment, to immediately consider the commercial value of her invention. Her implication was clear. If the radiant moonstone were to be marketed, its demand would be exceptional. Indeed, it would be a case of overwhelming demand with scarce supply. That is splendid. I came today to discuss a partnership with you, dear Olenna, regarding the mass production of this radiant moonstone. Oh, and there is another product, the Morningstar Stone, which, while lacking fragrance and not as exquisitely crafted or visually appealing as the radiant moonstone, possesses the same remarkable ability to efficiently cleanse grease. Can it truly be mass-produced? Please, do tell. Viserys eagerly shared his thoughts on collaboration, investment, establishing a factory, and marketing with Olenna, initially believing that consensus would be easily achieved. However, a divergence arose at the very first step concerning investment and profit sharing. Olenna, my proposal is as follows. We each invest half in the initial costs for establishing the factory, sourcing raw materials, and labor. In exchange for your family's commercial network, I will provide the technology for producing both the radiant moonstone and the Morningstar Stone. We will engage in a mutually beneficial partnership, splitting the profits evenly. What do you think? I have a superior collaboration plan. Olenna interjected with a snap of her fingers, presenting a contrasting idea. My approach entails that I will single-handedly cover all expenses related to establishing the factory, hiring employees, marketing the products, and navigating the seas for trade. You need not invest a single coin or exert any effort. At most, during the maritime trade, your naval fleet can ensure our safety, for which I will cover the appropriate hiring fees. Handing everything over to you, Olenna, what role would I play? Am I to bear no responsibility at all? You will provide the crucial technology, and thus, your role will simply be to relax and reap the rewards. You need only concern yourself with collecting profits. While this proposition sounded delightful, and indeed was, there remained a pivotal question. But how shall we divide the earnings? Entrusting all responsibilities to Olenna while merely being a passive partner seemed to make the proposed 50-50 profit sharing somewhat inequitable. I have considered that as well. We shall adopt a 70-30 split. Why is it merely 30%? Doesn't that seem rather inadequate? Although all the expenses are borne by Olenna, and she is also the one managing the sales, Viserys still feels that 30% is somewhat low. One must recognize that the Hui's Sacred Stone and the Morningstar Stone are undoubtedly items of exorbitant profit, with profit margins exceeding 1,000%. Despite the considerable costs and efforts involved in each step from production to sales, Viserys believes that all these combined should not amount to even 1/10 of the profit. Therefore, in Viserys's mind, he hopes to negotiate a 40-60 split, where he would take the lesser 40% while Olenna would receive the larger 60%. but would also be responsible for resolving all encountered troubles and unforeseen events. Sister Elena, no, you have misunderstood. When I mentioned a 30-70 split, I did not mean 7 for you and 3 for me, but rather the opposite. You would receive the lion's share of 70%, while I would only require 30%. Alas, this time it was Viserys who was taken aback. How generous of Elena. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive or trap hidden within this offer. You do all the work, and I take the larger share afterward. What's in it for you? Viserys' suspicions were not unfounded, for Elena indeed harbored intentions. However, these were not of a nefarious nature, but rather a transparent and long-term investment. Having known Viserys for over a month now, Elena has observed in this foreign prince remarkable martial prowess, extraordinary self-discipline and restraint, lofty ambitions, and the astonishing intellect that led to the invention of the miraculous Hui's sacred stone. Each of these virtues, if possessed by an ordinary individual, would suffice to carve out a niche in their respective field and achieve success. Yet, all these qualities are concentrated in Viserys alone, coupled with his youth, noble lineage, inherent legitimacy, and striking appearance. In light of all this, after careful contemplation, Elena made a decision that could potentially influence her entire life. She would invest in Viserys himself. If one day this young prince truly manages to reclaim the Iron Throne, she would undoubtedly reap unimaginable rewards. The influence of the Fanning family would not be confined to the small town of Rolliston or the city-state of Rollis, but would extend to the entire world. The risks are high, but the rewards are immense. Elena resolved to take a chance, seeking a bright future for herself, her daughter, and the descendants of the Fanning family. This is my thought. I only hope that once you achieve prosperity, Viserys, you will remember me and Ailey. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Elena confessed to Viserys. Then, Viserys fell silent. It was not that he doubted the sincerity of Elena's words, but he felt she had painted him in too flattering a light. He saw himself merely as an ordinary young man who enjoys life. Do I truly possess all the virtues Elena attributes to me? I am not even sure. However, since Elena is willing to think of him in such a way, Viserys chose not to refute her, regardless of what the future holds. The current profit of 70% is a tangible sum of gold dragons that will undoubtedly enrich his pockets. Why not seize the opportunity? Thus, as suggested by Sister Elena, we shall divide the proceeds in a ratio of 3-7, with you receiving 3 and I 7. In Chapter 81, The Wisdom of Elena, Part 2. The primary profits and distributions have been established, and Viserys felt confident that there would be no further disputes. However, when the discussion turned to pricing the products, the two found themselves at odds once again. Viserys proposed that the exquisitely crafted and visually appealing Moonlight Sacred Stones could be sold at 5 gold dragons each, targeting the noble market. In contrast, the more common Morningstar stones could be priced lower, at merely 10 silver moons each, aimed at the modestly affluent households. One approach caters to the high-end clientele, while the other appeals to the common folk, a dual strategy designed to capture the entire market. What a splendid tactic. Conceived from the theoretical foundations he gleaned during a few minutes of a marketing lecture in university while he dozed off. Yet, before he could finish, Elena countered him without mercy. Viserys, you have no idea how impoverished the common people are, nor do you comprehend the wealth possessed by the upper-class nobles and merchants. For those struggling to make ends meet, saving even a modest sum over a year is a Herculean task. Even if fortune smiles upon them and they manage to save a bit, spending 10 silver moons on a Morningstar stone, whose only function is to cleanse grease, is simply beyond their means. Even if the price were halved, it would still be too steep. If you doubt me, go to the docks and find a laborer. Offer him 10 silver moons and let him choose between the Morningstar stone and wheat. I can guarantee he will choose the latter without hesitation. As Elena spoke, Viserys envisioned the scenario she described and found her reasoning compelling. In this era, when ordinary people come into a small amount of money, their desire to improve their meals far outweighs their inclination to maintain cleanliness. After all, the time of commoners is not as precious as that of the nobility. Spending half an hour or an hour by the river washing off grease with clean water is entirely feasible, so why spend extravagantly on a costly Morningstar stone? All right, Sister Elena, you are right. My notion of introducing the Morningstar stone to the common market was indeed poorly considered. However, why do you assert that I lack understanding of the nobility? Are we not both part of the upper echelons of society? Surely, I know myself well enough. Would you not purchase a Moonlight Sacred Stone for 5 gold dragons? A look of youthful naivety crossed Elena's face. Of course I would buy it. A Moonlight Sacred Stone with such miraculous effects for merely 5 gold dragons. Why would I not? Then why do you say? Elena raised her finger to Viserys' lips, signaling him to allow her to finish her thought. I shall not merely purchase, but rather indulge in an extravagant buying spree, acquiring thousands, if not tens of thousands, of these items in one fell swoop. Subsequently, I shall resell them at a price of 20 golden dragons each, or even higher, assured that there will be no shortage of buyers. Ah, very well, dear sister Elena, you have triumphed. Pray, what would be a suitable price for the Moonlight Sacred Stone and the Morning Star Stone? Ultimately, under Elena's astute guidance, the prices for these two commodities soared to several times the initial expectations held by Viserys. The ordinary Morning Star Stone at 20 golden dragons apiece, while the exquisite and refined Moonlight Sacred Stone commanded a staggering 100 golden dragons each. This truly transforms into liquid gold. Nay, in terms of pricing, the Moonlight Sacred Stone is more valuable than an equivalent volume of gold. Simply outrageous. In the world Viserys traversed from, a bar of soap cost but a few coins, while the same volume of gold demanded exorbitant prices in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, in this realm, the tables have turned. Is this the power of time and technology? Truly, it is fearsome. After establishing the selling prices and profit-sharing arrangements, Viserys and Elena delved into further discussions regarding intricate details. This included the selection of the factory site, confidentiality measures during the production of the Moonlight Sacred Stone and the Morning Star Stone, and considerations regarding the labor force and their welfare. This time, the two did not engage in any disputes, swiftly reaching a consensus. The factory was decided to be erected on a plot of cleared forest land to the north of Lorisong town, an area already owned by the Vanning family, previously left fallow and of no other use. Moreover, its remote location would effectively deter prying eyes and mitigate the risk of technological leaks, while the surrounding woods provided ample timber and combustible materials. The workforce would comprise the loyal and steadfast Death Corps, meticulously nurtured by the Vanning family since childhood. The task of soap production itself posed no significant challenge, even though the Death Corps had been trained to be unwaveringly loyal to the Vanning family. Under Viserys' attentive instruction, they would undoubtedly master it. Very well, let it be settled thus. I hope, dear sister Elena, that you can swiftly finalize the necessary procedures to establish the factory. Procedures? What procedures, you ask? Naturally, the myriad of formalities involved in developing the forest, constructing the factory, hiring employees, and so forth. Previously, when Viserys sought to establish a naval fleet, he naively assumed it would be a straightforward endeavor, only to be informed of the multitude of procedures required. First, submitting an application to the Loras Council, then arranging a meeting for voting, and upon approval, proceeding to registration. And only after completing all these formalities could he officially commence recruitment and training. Fortunately, Elena had timely reminded him, otherwise, he would have found himself languishing in the dungeons of Loras, awaiting rescue from Mordred or Elena. Learning from past missteps, he would not repeat the same error. Surely, do not tell me these matters require no formalities. For ordinary folk, such matters undoubtedly follow procedures. Typically, one could complete everything within a month, with groundbreaking considered a swift accomplishment. Yet have you forgotten? I am the Prince of Abundance. The establishment of the maritime fleet was a rather unique matter, entangled with the sensitive issue of armed forces, thus necessitating a vote in the Loras Parliament. However, this triviality did not require the Parliament's consent. A confident aura radiated from Elena. The reviewers responsible for the approval of the construction and recruitment processes were predominantly my associates. After undergoing rigorous scrutiny, these matters would ultimately land on my desk, where I would decide whether to grant approval or not. In other words, I, as the elder sister, am the final and most significant reviewer. With but a word from me, the requisite procedures and credentials could be delivered to my doorstep in impeccable order by the following day. How magnificent! Elena, you truly live up to your reputation. Haha. If one cannot manage such trifles, what good is the title of Prince of Harvest? Chapter 82. The zealous new recruits thanks to the privileged approvals granted by the Prince of Harvest. After discussing the pertinent details at home, Viserys and Elena promptly commenced the construction of the Starlight Factory, where Morning Star Stones and Radiant Moon Stones would be produced. That very afternoon, a multitude of workers flocked to the designated woodland area to clear a space for the factory's establishment. By the following day, a significant quantity of stones, timber, iron sheets, and wires had been transported to the forest clearing. By the third day, what was once a barren expanse, save for wild grasses and flowers, had taken on the framework of a factory. While the Starlight Factory was bustling with construction, the personnel selection for the maritime fleet was also reaching its preliminary conclusion. With extraordinarily generous benefits and conditions far surpassing those of the era, applications continued to pour in. particularly after the establishment of the fleet received confirmation from the Loras Parliament. And given the close relationship between His Highness Viserys and Princess Elena, the registration office overseen by Mordred was perpetually thronged with eager candidates. Though Mordred found himself exhausted each day, he relished this state of fatigue. With an influx of applicants, he was entitled to elevate the selection criteria, admitting only those who were robust, resolute, obedient, and of good character. After 5 rigorous days of selection, he meticulously chose 300 qualified individuals from the thousands of applicants to commence formal military training. The training regimen for the members of this maritime fleet was exceedingly demanding. Under the suggestion of Prince Viserys, numerous peculiar training exercises were introduced, pushing these newly enlisted recruits to their limits daily. In Viserys's vision, these 300 elite soldiers, handpicked from the rest, would become the backbone of his navy, with each expected to at least hold a junior officer position. Thus, stringent standards were imperative to set a commendable example for the subsequent waves of recruits. Initially, Mordred found it difficult to comprehend the utility of Prince Viserys' peculiar training regimen. However, as time progressed, the remarkable efficacy of the training became evident, and he became wholly devoted to investing his utmost enthusiasm into the training of the 300 new recruits. He understood the ambitions harbored by the prince and earnestly hoped to witness the realization of those aspirations within his lifetime. Consequently, during the training sessions, he adhered to the principle of pushing the recruits to their limits, believing that as long as they did not perish from the exertion, they should train relentlessly. Each morning, the recruits would awaken to the sound of the bell, forcing themselves to rise from their slumber despite their overwhelming fatigue. At the end of each grueling day, their weary bodies would collapse onto their beds, sinking into a dreamless sleep of exceptional quality, only to awaken once more to face another day of rigorous training. Among them was a young man named Sank, who left a profound impression on Mordred during the training process. On the very first day, this young lad boldly declared his substantial appetite, claiming that the regular rations would not suffice, and requested double the portion. Though this request seemed trivial, an additional meal being but a mere drop in the ocean of Viserys' wealth, Mordred responded with a challenge. I can grant you double rations, but you must provide me with a compelling reason. Why should your treatment be superior to that of others? You are but one person, as are they. Give me a reason that can persuade me. Sank's reply was straightforward. I am stronger. At first, Mordred dismissed the assertion, assuming it merely indicated that Sank possessed slightly greater strength than the average individual. He casually arranged for the recruits to wrestle against Sank, only to witness an astonishing outcome. One by one, 10 men faced off against him, yet not a single one could withstand the onslaught. Sank effortlessly lifted them and threw them to the ground without breaking a sweat. This relentless series of matches captured Mordred's long-lost interest, prompting him to allow Sank a 30-minute respite before challenging him to a personal contest. The outcome was predictable. Mordred triumphed with ease, but Sank ultimately secured his coveted double rations. Following this event, Mordred gained yet another fervent admirer among the recruits. Despite enduring Mordred's brutal training regimen each day, not a single recruit voiced a desire to withdraw, for the rewards were simply too enticing. Even in the face of hardship and exhaustion, they persevered. As Prince Viserys had proclaimed in his earlier conscription announcement, all provisions were covered, and even accommodations were provided for training convenience. Free meals, drinks, and accommodation, coupled with a daily supply of meat. Such indulgence could make even the most defiant of orcs bow in submission. Moreover, the individuals in question are primarily ordinary folk from the lower echelons of society, who would undoubtedly strive with all their might to remain and avoid being filtered out. Recognizing that these individuals might be the sole economic providers for their families, Viserys generously advanced a month's military pay, allowing them to send money home for their parents and children. This humane gesture significantly won the hearts of many. Should there exist a creature known as a journalist in this era, equipped with a microphone to interview these new recruits, the following dialogue might ensue. My friend, how is your training life in the barracks? Let me put it this way. I rise earlier than the rooster and retire later than the dog, training relentlessly day and night. Aside from eating, sleeping, and relieving myself, all my time is devoted to training. That sounds incredibly grueling, my brother. If I were in your shoes, I would have run away by now. Why do you stay? Are you suggesting those heartless noble lords are threatening your family? That if you withdraw, they would suffer? Mind your words. His Highness Viserys is our benefactor, our provider. I won't allow you to speak ill of him. You haven't been brainwashed, have you? Of course not, but it is somewhat akin to that. Life here is indeed harsh and exhausting, yet the conditions are truly favorable. We are well fed with meat daily, and we receive military pay each month. it's nothing short of a paradise. From what you say, the conditions do sound appealing. However, for a robust individual like yourself, surely you could earn a decent living working outside? Oh no, it is entirely different. Here, you need only to wholeheartedly obey the orders of instructor Mordred and focus solely on your training. Outside, however, it is a different story, fraught with deceit and treachery. Physically, it may not be as taxing, but mentally, it is 1,000 times more exhausting. Your perspective is enlightening. Brother, do you still accept recruits? I wish to join you. Regrettably, we are currently limited to 300 recruits, and we have reached full capacity. However, His Highness Viserys has indicated that there will be further recruitment in the future. What a pity. I shall be the first to enlist next time. Alas, in this era, there are no journalists. Even if there were, these soldiers, who spend their days solely on training and sleeping, would have no time to entertain such trivial inquiries. Chapter 83. The first birthday the Starlight Factory was erected in under 10 days, thanks to the substantial manpower, resources, and finances provided by Elena. Upon its completion, Viserys, accompanied by the Death Brigade of the Fanning family, entered the factory to provide hands-on instruction on the production of the Glimmerstone and Morningstar Stone. When entering the factory, Viserys did not go alone. He brought along the now 16-meter-long flame dragon lizard, Little Red Fruit. Moreover, a spacious nest was deliberately constructed within the factory for the residents of Little Red Fruit, who is destined to take up permanent abode at the Starlight Factory. The primary motives behind Little Red Fruit's relocation to the factory are twofold. Firstly, it aims to augment the armed forces at this site. The formidable combat prowess of Little Red Fruit, now at 16 meters, allows her to effortlessly incinerate an adversary with a mere breath of dragon fire. Coupled with the daily patrols of a dozen or so guards from the Fanning family surrounding the factory, they are well equipped to handle the majority of those with nefarious intentions towards the establishment. The second rationale is that Viserys has proclaimed the necessity of flames spewed by the magical creature known as the Fire Dragon Lizard during the crafting of the Holy Moonstone. Naturally, the flames of a giant dragon would suffice as well. This assertion is primarily directed towards outsiders, serving as a clever ruse, not necessarily of great utility. But should it ensnare a few competitors coveting the lucrative soap interests, it would undoubtedly be a considerable gain. Of course, Viserys would never confess that the true reason for expelling Little Red Fruit from the manor was that one fateful evening when Daenerys nearly set his bedroom ablaze, with Little Red Fruit in tow. After all, to others, he and Daenerys are both regarded as true dragons endowed with the talent of the unburnt, impervious to flames and extreme heat. Alas, one must lament that the price of deceit is exorbitant. In his moment of pretense, claiming to share Daenerys' invulnerability to fire, he now finds himself ensnared in a web of lies that he must continuously weave. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Good children must never emulate Viserys' propensity for falsehood. They should aspire to be honest individuals. As time passes day by day, we reach the unlocking of Chapter 400 in the legend of the Dragon Overlord. Viserys opens his personal panel, only to discover that his information has been updated. Name: Viserys Targaryen. Age: 12 years. Combat Index: 36. Occupation: God of Dragons. Unlocked. Current realm: born into the world of the novel The Legend of the Dragon Overlord. Bonded dragons: bright gold 0, amber 0, emerald 0, citron 0, obsidian 0, sapphire 0, malachite 0, amethyst 0, red agate 0, white pearl 0. Bonded female: Mina, 18 years. Story progression unlocked. Chapter 400. Special skill talent: Blessing of the Mermaid Princess. Magical artifact: Guardian Shell of the Mermaid Clan. His age has increased from 11 to 12 years, and his combat index has slightly risen from 35 to 36. Perhaps this modest enhancement in combat power stems from the natural growth associated with his physical maturation, which does not elicit the same reaction as the initial awakening of his profession. Indeed, it could be said that the change is rather unremarkable, occurring as a matter of course. Were it not for the panel indicating a definitive increase in his combat index, he might not have even perceived his own strengthening. In the context of unlocking 400 chapters at a rate of 2 chapters per day, it amounts to precisely 200 days since my arrival in this world. How serendipitous. The first birthday I experience after my transcendence holds significant sentimental value, warranting a proper celebration. However, I am not inclined towards the revelry typically associated with Western festivities. While I do not entirely shun parties and banquets, I lack enthusiasm for them. The grand soiree I organized for Mina was an exception, as it marked her 18th birthday, an occasion of momentous significance in her life. For anyone near to me, I endeavor to celebrate their coming of age with equal fervor. My sister Daenerys will certainly have her own celebration, as will my nominal apprentice, the young Lady Aerys. As for my sister Alina, she has already reached adulthood and thus requires no such ceremony. Celebrations of coming of age demand grandeur, for they occur but once in a lifetime. Whereas birthdays are annual occurrences that seem less extraordinary. My 12th birthday feels rather unremarkable, lacking the necessity for lavish festivities. A simple gathering with close friends like Daenerys, Mina, and Aerys suffices. Such is my perspective, though others hold a differing view. The first to propose a grand birthday celebration is none other than Princess Alina of Harvest. This is your first birthday since arriving in Loras, she asserts. It presents an excellent opportunity to invite the esteemed families holding seats in the Loras Council, allowing you to foster amicable relations under the guise of birthday well-wishes. This will undeniably aid your future endeavors in Loras. Alina's intentions are indeed considerate and her reasoning sound. Yet I must decline. Thank you, dear Alina, for your kind offer, but I must respectfully refuse. Are you concerned that they might not accept your invitation due to unfamiliarity? She inquires. Worry not. I shall personally intervene to ensure your invitation is accepted. As the Princess of Harvest, I possess the confidence that none shall refuse you. That is not the issue. Rather, I am simply not acquainted with them. Why should I invite a throng of strangers to my birthday celebration? Alina, if you were an ordinary individual, you could celebrate your birthday as you please. Yet, you are not. You harbor grand aspirations, and to realize these ambitions, you must seize every opportunity to bolster your standing. A birthday banquet is an annual opportunity of great potential. I understand, Alina. I am fully aware that as my influence grows, my birthday will evolve into more than a personal celebration. It will become an occasion for stakeholders to convene, a vital social event. You seem perplexed, Alina. Precisely because I recognize that my future birthday celebrations will be laden with ulterior motives. I wish to relish the simple joys of being an ordinary person while I still can. All right, Sister Elena, allow me a moment of indulgence. As for your suggestions about mingling with the influential, we can defer that until the market for the Radiant Moonstone and Morningstar Stone opens, enabling us to amass a substantial initial fortune. By then, with tangible achievements in hand, I trust that even without relying on your esteemed reputation, the noble families will not decline my invitation. Elena regarded Viserys with a gaze filled with complexity. His reason and wisdom commanded her admiration, while his sensitivity and spirit ensnared her affection. Fine, fine, you have won me over, she conceded, turning to leave, only for Viserys to grasp her hand. Understood. Elena's heart raced suddenly. Chapter 84. The king, after Elena was successfully persuaded by Viserys, his mentor, Mordred, arrived. Your Highness Viserys, I have heard that you do not intend to host a grand celebration for your 12th birthday. Indeed, is there a problem? Not at all, Your Highness. I believe this birthday celebration ought to be exceedingly splendid. Why? Do you wish for me to cultivate connections with the nobles of Loras? Not precisely. That thought did not cross my mind, Mordred replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in earnest. Viserys shot a sharp glance at Mordred. Am I the prince? Or are you? State your intentions plainly, instead of making me guess. My apologies, Your Highness. What I mean is, considering your mother, Queen Layla. Once, Mordred laid bare his thoughts. In essence, he felt Viserys had reached an appropriate age, and the occasion of his 12th birthday was perfect for him to ascend from prince to King Viserys III. Some may wonder why he is referred to as Viserys III rather than Viserys I. To clarify, the Targaryen family has a tradition of naming their descendants after ancestors. The name Viserys has been borne by 2 kings in history, thus necessitating the designation of Viserys III for the current prince should he ascend the throne. Mordred, a devoted servant of the Targaryen lineage, had long been fixated on restoring the Targaryen dynasty since the Iron Throne was seized by the usurper Robert Baratheon. In his heart, he believed that the primary condition for the restoration of the dynasty was the presence of a king. While the fall of the Targaryen dynasty was still fresh and Robert Baratheon's rule had yet to take firm root, the news of Viserys' coronation would signal to Westeros that the Targaryens had not perished entirely. It would instill hope in the families loyal to the dragon, undermining the stability of the usurper's reign. Previously, on Dragonstone, Queen Layla had already placed the crown in Viserys' hands, which, under normal circumstances, would have made him king. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the coronation ceremony was interrupted and left uncompleted. Subsequently, Dragonstone gradually transformed into a place of insecurity, instilling fear among its inhabitants, which led to the coronation ceremony remaining unfulfilled. To clarify, when the protagonist first traversed to this realm, the memories he received depicted the queen sorrowfully gazing at the siblings, Viserys and Daenerys, as they fled the castle through a secret passage. This scene actually unfolded on Dragonstone, not in King's Landing, where Queen Riella met her demise. The protagonist's reception of these memories occurred in a reverse narrative. He first witnessed the siblings' escape under the protection of Ser Mordred and others, followed by the siege of King's Landing led by Robert and his forces. This sequence resulted in a misunderstanding, leading him to erroneously believe that the siblings and their mother were in King's Landing, which was not the case. This minor misconception was subsequently resolved during the protagonist's interactions with those around him, but the author had yet to find an opportune moment to clarify it. To prevent confusion for some readers, this explanation is provided here. Previously, aboard the royal barge, he drifted aimlessly upon the sea, devoid of a permanent abode. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, with few companions and no witnesses, the significance of the coronation ceremony diminished greatly. However, the situation has changed. Prince Viserys has firmly established himself in the town of Loras and has fostered a friendship with the Harvest Prince of the city-state of Loras, making it entirely feasible to hold the coronation ceremony once more. This time, he could invite all the upper nobility of the Loras city-state to witness the ascension of Viserys III to the throne. The news of his crowning would swiftly disseminate throughout the entire Loras city-state and rapidly reach the 9 free cities and even across the narrow sea to the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. At this juncture, you propose a grand coronation for me as king? Surely, you jest, Mordred, my mentor. Viserys found amusement in this notion. A public coronation at this moment would undoubtedly yield more detriment than benefit. Indeed, the last surviving heir of House Targaryen has not perished and lives well across the narrow sea, recently crowned as king and poised to assemble an army to retake the Iron Throne. Such news would indeed shake King Robert's rule ever so slightly. Yet, this tremor would serve no practical purpose. During the reign of the Mad King Aerys II, those loyal to the Targaryens could not preserve their king's hold on the Iron Throne. Could they now muster the strength to unseat the new king, Robert? In such times, if any loyalists to the Targaryens were to rashly rally support for Viserys and seek to topple Robert, it would only stir minor unrest during the initial stages of rebellion, quickly quashed by the combined forces of the Lannisters, Baratheons, and Starks, rather than allowing such a small number of loyalists to perish in vain. It would be wiser for them to bide their time, waiting for when Viserys commands a formidable army to reclaim Westeros, at which point they could serve as valuable allies. Do you understand my perspective now? I apologize, Your Highness, for my simplistic thoughts. I was wholly focused on witnessing the grand spectacle of your coronation, unaware of the complexities it would entail. Fortunately, although Mordred possesses a stubborn disposition, he is not entirely unyielding to persuasion. After Viserys elucidated the situation with reason and emotion, Mordred relinquished his intention to crown Viserys during the birthday feast. Rest assured, my mentor, there shall come a day when I will ascend the throne and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. Mordred placed a hand over his heart and bowed to Viserys, preparing to take his leave. Yet, Viserys called out to him, Mordred, what of the naval fleet? How progresses the training? Fear not, Your Highness. With the generous provisions you have bestowed, the new recruits are exceedingly diligent, exceeding our expectations in progress. The training on land is nearly complete, and I shall soon lead them to sea for further training, aiming to have them ready within a month. Indeed, in matters of training, you are the expert, and I am fortunate to have entrusted this to you. Viserys initially acknowledged Mordred's achievements before expressing his concern. However, I have heard whispers that several recruits have fainted during training, collapsing unexpectedly. Is the intensity of your training too great? Your Highness, that is merely a misunderstanding. Those individuals only fainted, they did not suffer from shock. Regardless of whether they faint or are shocked, you must exercise restraint and prioritize a balance between labor and rest. We cannot afford to push them to the brink of exhaustion. If necessary, grant them half a day or even a day's respite to recuperate and visit their families. We can afford to delay training by 10 days or even half a month. That simply cannot do. Your Highness, you have provided them with such generous support. Each of them consumes your resources continuously. I must seize every moment, ensuring that your investment does not go to waste. Impressive. More capitalist than the capitalists of my past life. Viserys found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Mordred's consideration for his welfare. Truly, the loyal subjects of this era exhibit unparalleled devotion. Nonetheless, he issued a caution to Mordred. Very well, I shall not interfere with training. But if you were to cause any harm, there would inevitably be consequences. Wait, you've missed the point. My aim is not to penalize you, but to ensure you do not cause any harm. Enough, enough. You may go. I wish to rest for a while. Viserys, feeling weary, waved his hand wearily. Mordred turned to depart. In summary, through Viserys' personal efforts, he, along with his closest companions Daenerys, Aerys, and Meena, celebrated a birthday feast that, while not grand in scale, was undeniably warm and comfortable. On the following day, Viserys, accompanied by Daenerys, Aerys, and Meena, ventured into the northern forests of the town of Loreth. They first visited the Starlight Factory, where the illustrious Moonlight Sacred Stones and Morning Star Stones were in production. They observed that the saponification of the earliest batch of these stones was nearly complete, ready for packaging. In consideration of the esteemed clients, who had spent a considerable sum, ranging from 20 to even 100 gold dragons on the Moonlight Sacred Stones, Viserys and Olenna deliberated and unanimously resolved to create an exquisite packaging for the Morning Star Stones and Moonlight Sacred Stones. Each stone, whether it be the Morning Star or the Moonlight variety, would be encased in an individual wooden box crafted from a high-quality local timber known as shore pear wood. This would not only exude a subtle fragrance, but also effectively wards off moisture. Thus, even after a journey at sea lasting 10 days to 2 weeks, the stones would remain dry within these wooden confines. The market price for shore pear wood locally stands at 50 copper coins per kilogram, equivalent to approximately 0.004 gold dragons, and in regions further from Loras, the price escalates to between 120 to 150 copper coins per kilogram. Moreover, each wooden box would feature intricate carvings. The boxes for the Morning Star Stones would be adorned with 3 stars, while those for the Moonlight Sacred Stones would showcase a crescent moon. In this era devoid of mechanized carving and molding equipment, these designs had to be meticulously hand-carved by skilled artisans, incurring significant labor costs. To emphasize the distinction, the packaging for the Morning Star Stones, priced at 20 gold dragons, would be as described, while the packaging for the Moonlight Sacred Stones, priced at 100 gold dragons, would further include a locally sourced sea pearl embedded in the lid of the box. Each pearl, having been carefully selected for its size and roundness, commands a market price ranging from 0.51 gold dragons. It can be said that the total cost of producing 100 Moonlight Sacred Stones does not surpass that of a single exquisite pearl. The expenses associated with packaging far exceed the value of the products themselves, which may seem extravagant. However, neither Viserys nor Olenna bemoaned this expenditure. Every aspect of the packaging was orchestrated to elevate the reputation of the Morning Star and Moonlight Sacred Stones, enhancing their prestige and penetrating the market. In light of their exorbitant selling prices, these costs were utterly negligible. The creation of the wooden boxes also required ample time. Hence, the foresight Olenna had already reached out to several woodworking factories for production before the Starlight Factory was even completed. 10 days prior, the first batch of completed wooden boxes had been delivered to the Starlight Factory, eagerly awaiting the moment when the saponification of the Moonlight Sacred Stones and Morning Star Stones would reach completion for immediate packaging. However, in contrast to their arrival, they departed with an additional fiery dragon lizard, the little red fruit, accompanying them. To be precise, the primary reason for their outing was that Daenerys yearned for her beloved Regal and wished to take him along for a playful excursion. The inspection of the Starlight Factory's production of the Moonstone and Morning Star was merely a spontaneous decision, an afterthought. "Oh, Regal, how I miss you," Daenerys exclaimed, joyfully bounding forward on her little feet to embrace the head of the fiery dragon lizard. Regal responded with exuberance, bobbing his head up and down and nuzzling against Daenerys, showing no signs of distance despite their time apart. Observing the spirited interaction between Daenerys and Regal, Aerys tilted her head slightly in curiosity and remarked, "Is it merely my imagination, or does Regal seem to have grown larger since our last encounter?" Indeed, it appeared he had indeed grown. Viserys nodded in agreement and inquired, "Meena, do you have your measuring tools with you? Let us assess Regal's current size." "I do, Your Highness. Please hold on a moment." Meena adeptly produced the measuring instruments and approached Regal. She instructed Daenerys to gently hold Regal's head while she extended the measuring tape from his snout to the tip of his tail. He has indeed grown. Regal now measures an impressive 18 meters in length. Truly, as a magical creature, his growth is astonishingly rapid. In another 6 months to a year, it's conceivable that he could serve as a mount. It won't take so long. "Look, brother, I can ride Regal right now." Upon hearing Viserys' suggestion of using Regal as a steed, Daenerys eagerly attempted it. With a slight boost, her short legs easily straddled the back of the fiery dragon lizard. Remarkably, this 4-year-old Daenerys was indeed capable of riding her 18-meter companion. The future mother of dragons had realized her dream of riding a dragon more than a decade ahead of time. Chapter 86. The Assassin Merely Standing Still. Little Daenerys perched atop Regal posed no sense of incongruity. However, once they were in motion, the flaws of this arrangement became apparent. Due to the anatomical structure of the fiery dragon lizard, although he had reached a length of 18 meters, his legs were not proportionately long, resulting in limited ground clearance. While stationary, Regal's forelegs could fully extend, lifting Daenerys above the ground, but as he began to walk, his legs would inevitably bend and his body lower, causing Daenerys' short legs to occasionally brush against the ground. If she insisted on riding Regal, Daenerys would need to exert effort to keep her legs elevated, which would significantly diminish the comfort of the experience, making it far less enjoyable than riding a pony. Viserys estimated that given Daenerys' current height, she would likely need to wait another month for Regal to grow to over 2 meters in length to ride him freely and comfortably. As for Viserys' desire to ride, he must wait until the flame dragon lizard exceeds 3 meters in length. Fortunately, this won't take long. Little Red Fruit has only been alive for a little over 6 months and has already reached 18 meters. At the current growth rate, it will surpass 3 meters in just another 6 months. With this thought, a surge of yearning blossomed within Viserys. Riding a dragon has been his lifelong dream, both in his past life and this one. Although the flame dragon lizard is not a majestic dragon soaring through the skies, it is still a magical creature capable of breathing fire. In the context of certain Western fantasy literature, Little Red Fruit can be regarded as a flightless earth dragon. Daenerys reluctantly descended from Little Red Fruit and hurried to Viserys' side, her small hands clasping her brother's larger one, shaking it back and forth. "Brother, it has been such a long time since I've seen Little Red Fruit in battle. I have no idea how strong it has become. Can we hold another competition like before?" Viserys lifted Daenerys into his arms. "Dany, like you, I am also quite curious about Little Red Fruit's current prowess. However, organizing a competition is no simple task. It cannot be done on a whim. Why not? Well, think about it. What are the two most important factors in a competition? What are they? The venue and the opponent. The venue is relatively manageable. Although Little Red Fruit has grown, there are plenty of wastelands around here, so finding a spacious area suitable for combat should not be difficult. However, finding an opponent is quite the challenge. When Little Red Fruit was smaller, I could easily find simple opponents like white shrimp and red crabs for it to battle, merely by strolling along the beach. But now that Little Red Fruit has grown so large, the opponent must be formidable enough to make the match interesting. At the very least, we should be looking for creatures like serrated wild boars, striped tigers, or ice wolves. Yet, capturing such wild animals is no easy feat, let alone finding them. With Viserys' current combat prowess, he is confident that he can easily defeat a beast of the ice wolf caliber alone. But capturing one while keeping it in fighting condition is nearly impossible. He believes that only a superhuman like Mordred could single-handedly carry an ice wolf by the neck to a designated location for a duel with Little Red Fruit. However, Mordred is currently preoccupied training his naval recruits and cannot assist with such matters. What should we do? Does this mean I won't get to see Little Red Fruit in battle anymore? How unfortunate, Daenerys lamented, feeling a bit disheartened. Viserys gently ruffled her hair in comfort. Not necessarily. Perhaps an opponent will come forth on its own to challenge Little Red Fruit. Really? This place is too close to the factory. There are no large beasts around. If we venture a little deeper, we may just encounter a worthy adversary for Little Red Fruit. Then let us set off at once. Thus, Viserion ventured alone deeper into the forest accompanied by 3 girls of little combat prowess, his gaze incessantly scanning the surroundings. It appeared he was in search of suitable adversaries for the Little Red Fruit, yet in reality, he was awaiting the emergence of the assassin mentioned in the prophetic tome, the legend of the Dragon Lord. Rewinding time to a month prior, Yogg, the Iron Axe of the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps, had spent over a week in the city of Pentos, still awaiting the return of his subordinate Fenrir and the small squad he commanded. Initially, he paid little heed to their absence, assuming the lad was merely off hiding and shirking his duties. However, as the days slipped by, Yogg sensed something amiss. Though Fenrir was not known for his laziness, it was utterly uncharacteristic for him to exceed their agreed-upon time frame, especially with an entire squad missing. Something must have gone awry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yogg dispatched his men to search for them. Fortune smiled upon him, as within a mere 3 days, they located Dragon's Roost Island, where Viserion and his companions had resided for nearly half a year amidst the vast ocean. Regrettably, they arrived just a tad too late. Viserion and company had already departed for Lorith, leaving Dragon's Roost as a veritable deserted isle. Yogg's search party stumbled upon charred remains on the island, and upon counting the skulls, they matched the number of Fenrir's squad precisely. Expanding their search radius slightly, they soon uncovered the emptied encampment and the thoroughly abandoned remains of a royal galleon. From the information his subordinates gathered, Yogg deduced that Fenrir's squad must have encountered the Targaryen siblings, attempting to capture them upon landing, only to be overpowered and have their vessel commandeered by the very individuals they sought to seize. Though a flicker of anger ignited within Yog upon learning this news, it was fleeting. Fenrir was merely a subordinate, not a beloved kin. His death, while unfortunate, was simply part of the mercenaries' perilous existence. After all, one could never be certain of their own survival. Yet, to maintain his reputation, he felt compelled to project the image of a benevolent leader, unwilling to let his men perceive him as heartless. Deep down, however, he understood that his greater motivation lay not in avenging his fallen comrade, but in securing the exorbitant reward promised from King's Landing. In an age where transportation and information dissemination were woefully underdeveloped, compounded by the fact that the Targaryen siblings had lost their entire crew aboard the royal galleon, they had dwindled to merely a handful of companions, making them all the more elusive. Thus, the search persisted for over half a month without yielding results. It was only 10 days ago that Yog gleaned from a caravan hailing from the city-state of Lorith that the Targaryen siblings he had desperately sought were likely on the second-largest island of Lorith, known as Lorithson Island. The caravan possessed scant details, but mentioned that the Targaryen siblings were currently in good standing with the local Prince of Harvest, enjoying the hospitality of his court. Upon receiving this news, Yog did not hastily send someone to deal with Viserys and his sister. Rather, he contemplated whether such an action was worthwhile. Regardless of how the Targaryen siblings had become esteemed guests of the Prince of Harvest, the fact remained that their relationship with the prince was currently amicable. If he were to dispatch assassins to eliminate the Targaryen siblings, regardless of the outcome, he would undoubtedly fall into disfavor with the Prince of Harvest. Was such a risk truly justifiable? Damn it, why should I concern myself with that? If it leads to enmity, so be it. What could possibly come of it? Loras is so far from Pentos. Could she really muster an army to retaliate against me? The guard of Pentos is not merely ornamental. Yog slapped himself across the face for hesitating in the face of such a lucrative bounty. A clear affront to his profession as a mercenary. Let us not speak of a mere prince of a petty city-state. Even if it were my own father, as long as the gold is sufficient, I would not hesitate to carry out the deed. With his resolve solidified, Yog promptly commanded the captains of his various squads to gather for a meeting to clarify his intentions. Who among you is willing to undertake this venture and collect these 3 heads for me? Upon hearing of the staggering bounty totaling 10,000 gold dragons, each avaricious mercenary captain's eyes sparkled with greed, their breaths becoming heavy with anticipation. Excuse me, I have a question. Among the many captains, only one female mercenary raised her hand. Her name was Green Lawn, distinguished by her short hair of yellow-green hues and a black eye patch adorning her face. Although she, like the others present, commanded a squad of approximately 10 mercenaries, her status was somewhat elevated, as the others typically deferred to her. Greenland's exceptional standing stemmed from her being a woman of considerable charm and allure, having successfully climbed into Yog's bed a month prior to become his lover. Today, as she was the first to voice a question, no one found it out of place. Greenlawn, I know what you wish to inquire about. You are curious about how the rewards will be distributed upon successful completion of the task, correct? Greenlawn nodded. As you are aware, this exorbitant bounty originates from King's Landing in Westeros. Even upon completion of the mission, the process of payment can be quite protracted. According to customary practice, in such cases, you would typically have to wait for the employer to settle the payment before you receive your share. At this revelation, the enthusiasm of the mercenary captains diminished considerably. Observing their reaction, Yog gritted his teeth and proclaimed loudly, "However, this time is different. I promise you all, as soon as you deliver the heads of the targets into my hands, I will pay you 50 gold dragons on the spot. Is that truly the case, boss?" Huh. I, Yog, have never uttered a falsehood in my life. The crowd erupted into excitement. Even if it is merely 50, that still amounts to a substantial sum of 5,000 golden dragons. Even if Mordred cannot be vanquished, there remain 4,000 golden dragons, sufficient to sustain a life of comfort for half a lifetime. I implore you, let me take on this task. I assure you, I shall return with the head of the target. Dear one, grant me this opportunity, allow me to go. Lord Yog, you are well aware of my unwavering loyalty, having followed you from Westeros to Essos, steadfast and devoted. Amidst the crowd, many eagerly stepped forward, vying to recommend themselves for this mission. A satisfied smile graced Yog's face, his lips curling upward. I am pleased by your enthusiasm, but mere confidence will not suffice. In our line of work, one must also exercise caution. You are all aware of Fenrir's fate. While his team may not have been the elite, they were certainly not the weakest, and their annihilation indicates that their adversaries were formidable. From the information I have gathered, the Targaryen siblings possess little combat prowess. However, Their guardian Mordred is indeed a challenging opponent. Therefore, for this mission, I intend to deploy 3 teams together. Ultimately, after a series of competitions and contests, Yaks,